The last bastion of humanity, the Spark, stood besieged. Outside its walls, a relentless horde of zombies surged forward like a macabre tide, launching a frenzied assault. Colossal, titan-like zombies spearheaded the charge, their immense forms battering against the base's gates and ramparts. Aerial zombies descended from the skies, engaging human warriors in fierce combat. A grotesque menagerie of agile, pyrotechnic, cryogenic, tentacled, silken, adamantine, uniformed, and bestial zombies roared their defiance as they pressed their attack. Even the limbless crawled forth with frenzied determination, propelled by their hand alone. Among them, female zombies flaunted their grotesque mammary glands, captivating the eyes with their macabre allure. Undaunted, humanity retaliated with savage determination. Enhanced individuals spearheaded the defense, while non-enhanced personnel provided covering fire. Even the elderly, women, and children joined the fray. They knew that defeat meant the utter annihilation of humankind from this world, leaving no vestige of their existence. Kill. To kill one is no loss. To kill two is a gain. To kill a horde is a veritable bounty. You filthy zombies, your progenitors hold no fear. Watch as I tear you limb from limb. I wield the power to obliterate the heavens and shatter the netherworld with a single command. Unleash. Ha ha ha. Let no one mock the warrior who falls upon the battlefield, for since time immemorial, few have returned from war. Today, I invoke the words of my ancestors. I shall not return until the Lulan is vanquished. Death holds no fear. Kill. God bless. We human beings will be able to firmly hold on. Kill them all. The relentless exchange of fire and carnage persisted, with zombies falling in droves. Yet, for every one that fell, another emerged to take its place, an inexhaustible wave of undead flesh. Aerial scouts surveyed the scene, their gazes unable to encompass the full extent of the teeming horde. After 3 days and nights of unrelenting combat, the majority of humankind had succumbed to exhaustion, with only a handful of enhanced individuals remaining to resist. Ominous storm clouds hung low in the sky, unleashing a torrent of sanguinary rain accompanied by deafening thunder. As if foreseeing the demise of humanity, the heavens wept. With the breach of the city walls, the Spark, humanity's last refuge, fell to the ravenous horde. Zombies indulged in unrestrained slaughter, devouring any human they could seize. Rivers of blood flowed, staining the land with a crimson hue. The air reeked with the stench of carnage, punctuated by the screams of the dying. And Iyun, the last of humanity's space-manipulating enhanced individuals, stood atop the highest point of the base, her left arm missing and her body riddled with wounds. Her beautiful face was etched with sorrow. Humanity had lost. Suddenly, Iyun noticed that the zombies below had prostrated themselves on the ground. Perplexed, she wondered at their actions. In the next instant, a deafening roar, eclipsing even the thunder, emanated from the distance. Upon hearing the sound, Iyun's body trembled uncontrollably. Had she not possessed unwavering resolve, she would have collapsed to her knees. It was a display of dominance, the subjugation of a lower life form by a higher one. Staring in the direction of the sound, Iyun gasped, "The Zombie King has emerged." Her eyes filled with sorrow. It was a cruel irony that the enhanced humans, who had arrogantly deemed themselves the new masters of the old, had fallen to the grotesque zombies. Moments later, Iyun spotted a black speck in the distance, rapidly approaching. Soon, it hovered above the base. The zombies erupted in a cacophony of ecstatic cheers, as if welcoming their monarch. As the black speck came to a halt, Iyun was finally able to discern its true form. She would finally behold the Zombie King, the architect of humanity's impending doom. Upon seeing the Zombie King's visage, Iyun's pupils constricted in shock and disbelief. At that moment, the Zombie King detected Iyun's presence. His eyes glowed crimson, his face contorted with bulging purple veins, and his fangs and claws gleamed menacingly. Black miasma emanated from his body. In the blink of an eye, the Zombie King vanished from the sky, materializing before Iyun. Before she could react, the Zombie King's claws pierced her abdomen. Iyun coughed up blood, but her mind was elsewhere. Though her life was rapidly fading, she was unconcerned. With a clatter, Iyun dropped her spear and reached out to caress the Zombie King's face. Gazing at the familiar yet alien visage before her, she offered a wan smile. Husband, I never imagined that the Zombie King, the one who would extinguish humanity, would be you. The Zombie King's face remained impassive. He coldly withdrew his claws, leaving a gaping wound in Yoon's abdomen. Blood gushed forth, and her intestines spilled out. And Yoon's lips parted to release another stream of blood, and her face grew increasingly pale as her pupils dilated. As her consciousness began to wane, and Yoon mustered her remaining strength to embrace the Zombie King, pressing her face against his frigid chest, tears streaming from her eyes. Husband, for the past 5 years, I have remained chaste for you, knowing that space-manipulating enhanced individuals have great needs. Husband, I still remember the day we first met, a beautiful misunderstanding. Thinking back to that time, when you were caught with my silk stockings, your embarrassed expression still makes me laugh. Husband, I remember the day you confessed your love for me, a bright and sunny day. Husband, you promised to marry me. Husband, as her voice grew fainter and more feeble, and Yoon's right arm fell limply to her side, her consciousness fading into the abyss. After Yoon's demise, the Zombie King viciously tore off her right arm. Then, cradling her lifeless body, he opened his blood-soaked maw and devoured her neck. Blood splattered in all directions, and flesh was torn asunder. The Zombie King, having consumed half of her body, suddenly shed tears of blood, emitting a guttural moan that, in the end, humanity was annihilated by the zombies. December 21st, 2XXX, 8 a.m., Sky City. Sky City was home to the most prestigious university, the Celestial Paradise University, a veritable breeding ground for the offspring of government officials, military personnel, and wealthy merchants. At that moment, inside a single-occupancy dormitory at Celestial Paradise University. How am I awake? Didn't I die in my husband's arms? Where am I? Wait, isn't this my dormitory? December 21st, 2XXX, 8 a.m.? Isn't this the day the apocalypse began? I've been reborn. Chapter 2. My dear husband, I have been reborn after 5 years. In a dormitory brimming with youthful exuberance, a girl who appeared to be 19, with flowing white hair clad in a school uniform, stared in astonishment at her reflection in the mirror. Her face was a quintessential oval, reminiscent of a character stepping straight out of a classic beauty manga. Her large, expressive eyes shimmered as if rippling with water, betraying an inner turmoil. A resolute and straight nose combined feminine charm with a hint of masculine vigor, while her slightly thin, soft cherry lips glistened with an almost transparent ruby hue, alluring enough to ensnare anyone's gaze. Her long, silky white hair cascaded like a waterfall, perfectly framing her delicately sculpted shoulders. Particularly striking was her curvaceous figure, with flesh where it truly mattered. The over-the-knee black stockings paired with her slender legs could easily steal the breath away from onlookers. As Yoon gazed at her reflection, she touched her face, pinching it hard enough to elicit genuine pain. This was no dream. The pinch left a mark on her cheek. Then, she ran her fingers through her silken white locks, a flicker of confusion passing through her eyes. I remember, at this moment, I did not have white hair. It was only after awakening my spatial abilities that my lustrous black hair transformed into white. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and a glimmer of anxious anticipation shone in her eyes. Could it be that upon my rebirth, my powers have awakened prematurely? And Yoon possessed spatial abilities. If she had indeed awakened them now, she could seize the opportunity to amass supplies before the apocalypse descended. She could fill her space to the brim. In a world teetering on the brink of doom, food would be the most precious commodity. Once, a ham sausage containing rat meat was enough to provoke disgust. Yet in the apocalypse, such a sausage would incite a frenzy among the masses. Even a simple bag of bread could compel someone to willingly shed their clothing in service. The urgency of acquiring resources filled Yoon with anticipation and trepidation. With her eyes closed, she took a deep breath. In the next instant, she opened her eyes, her face alight with uncontainable joy. The empty expanse of her space was as familiar to her as her own heartbeat. Although it was not as vast as it had been before her rebirth, it was still half the size of a football field, ample enough to store an abundance of supplies. In this life, she and her husband would no longer fret over food. Calming her exhilaration, Yoon patted her ample curves. She grabbed her phone, glancing at her balance. Over 5 million remained, alongside several bank cards. Financial worries were not a concern. There was no time for hesitation, action was imperative. And she needed to explain everything to her husband. With a swift tidying up, she rushed out the door. Time was of the essence. 11:20 a.m. in the most elite class of Tianshang Jin University. At a window seat in the last row, a dashing young man with a devil-may-care attitude, handsome features, and a visage sculpted as if by divine hands, rested his chin on his palm, gazing dreamily at the sky outside. His eyes, like yellow gemstones, mirrored the blazing sun on the horizon. Some individuals stand out in a crowd, instantly recognizable as the protagonists of their stories, while others were engrossed in their studies. He was lost in contemplation, exuding an air of nonchalance that suggested he was above the mundane. The teacher at the podium, accustomed to such scenes, simply continued his lecture, having no need to address the genius before him. This young man was widely acknowledged as the campus heartthrob, an academic prodigy, and a force to be reckoned with, having single-handedly brought an entire gang to heel. As he returned his gaze to the desk, preparing to take a brief nap, a familiar voice jolted him awake. Jiang Chun, wake up. Come with me. And Yun, confronting the figure from her memories, fought back tears of joy as she seized his hand and pulled him outside with a fervor that was both brisk and decisive. Jiang Chun, momentarily bewildered, was led away. Wow. No way. Yun Jie is taking the big guy away. The classmates erupted with envy. I can't believe Yun Jie dyed her hair. The white looks stunning. As Yun swept Jiang Chun out of the classroom, the onlookers erupted in cheers, with several boys reverting to juvenile exclamations of awe. The teacher shook his head, unable to suppress a chuckle. Youth truly is a wondrous thing. Once Yun had led Jiang Chun to a secluded area, without a word. She enveloped him in her embrace, as though wishing to merge with him entirely, inhaling his familiar scent. 5 long years. 5 long years. Yet, this scent remained as intoxicating as ever. Husband, I missed you so much. In their private moments, Yun always referred to Jiang Chun as her husband. Now fully alert, Jiang Chun looked puzzled. Yunner, did you really miss me after just one morning? He could sense her deep affection as he held her enticing form, which captivated many. You brought me to this secluded spot. Are you not afraid I might take advantage of you? He teased, his hands beginning to wander. However, Jiang Chun, a man of pure intentions, could not possibly feign disinterest in such beauty. He held disdain for men who harbored lustful thoughts while maintaining an air of decorum. Yet, Yun seemed to have transformed, showing no signs of fear, instead flashing him a playful smile. Husband, not now, but perhaps later. Jiang Chun froze, his hands pausing midair. He quickly released her, placing his hand on her forehead to check for fever, his brow furrowing in confusion. What is going on today? You're not sick, are you? Do you realize what you're saying? Normally, Yun would blush and scold him for being a lecher, or flee in embarrassment. Today, however, she was anything but ordinary. Something feels off. Yun gazed at Jiang Chun, her expression earnest. Husband, I am fully aware of what I am saying. I have never felt this clear-headed before. I assure you, I am completely sane. She grasped Jiang Chun's right hand, her eyes glimmering with a hint of something unusual. This very hand had once pierced her abdomen, ending her life, but she would not allow such an occurrence to repeat. Placing his hand on her ample curves, she thought, let the conquest begin with this hand. Jiang Chun was momentarily taken aback. What was wrong with this silly girl today? It wasn't even spring yet. But seizing an opportunity was paramount. He soon discovered the sensation was absolutely delightful. Yun's cheeks flushed crimson as she fought against the peculiar feelings, gazing at Jiang Chun with utmost seriousness. Husband, do you believe me? Can you imagine a ravishing white-haired beauty, blushing, earnestly asking her partner if he believes her, especially with her hand resting on his curves? The impact of such a moment was immense. Jiang Chun would tell you that even if she claimed to be a reincarnated being in that instant, he would believe her. Yunner, I naturally trust you. What do you wish to convey? Taking a deep breath, Yun's stunningly beautiful face was etched with gravity. Husband, I have been reborn after 5 years. In 4 hours, the apocalypse will fully descend. In 10 hours, Tianshang will fall. Within 24 hours, the world will be plunged into chaos. And in 10 days, you will sacrifice your life to save me amidst the zombie tide. 5 years later, you become the king of corpses, conquering humanity's last stronghold. Under your reign, humankind faces extinction, and I perish in your embrace. Jiang Chun. Chapter 3. My name is Jiang Chun, and my campus belle girlfriend has reincarnated. Su Xiao devoured the orb of light within her sea of consciousness, and an untamed surge of energy erupted forth instantaneously. A tingling sensation swept through her entire being. Her stagnant power began to ascend at a frenzied pace. Exhilarating. Su Xiao's spirit soared. Threatening her was futile, She could dispense with the mirror system. She, Su Xiao, was not one to be easily intimidated. After a considerable interval, the resplendent white light dissipated. Immediately thereafter, a scene unfolded that would forever be etched in the memories of Xiaochuan and her audience. In the wake of the vanished white light, there stood a man of imposing stature, approximately 1 meter and 89 centimeters tall. Adorned with a sculpted 8-pack and a taut abdomen, his skin as pristine as freshly fallen snow, his countenance so strikingly handsome as to eclipse even the heavens themselves. Most notably, his genitalia. He possessed two. Xiaochuan was initially taken aback, but upon comprehending the situation, a crimson blush rapidly spread across her face, reaching the very tips of her ears. "Ah!" Xiaochuan exclaimed, covering her face, her heart pounding like a trapped fawn. The image of Su Xiao indelibly imprinted upon her mind. At that juncture, the viewers in the live stream room erupted like a string of firecrackers, their excitement reaching fever pitch. Holy heavens! Is this genuine? The great white serpent has transformed into a breathtakingly handsome man. Good heavens above! That physique, that face, utterly stunning. Incredible. Befitting of a serpent, possessing 2 penises. What are you waiting for? Spam 6 in the chat, brothers. Is this something one can witness without payment? As the viewers zoomed in on the image of Su Xiao, the livestream screen abruptly turned black. This livestream is suspected of violating regulations. Please make adjustments promptly. The viewers were initially stunned, but upon regaining their composure, they immediately voiced their protests. The platform moderator is hogging all the good stuff. Unban the stream at once. You cur. Damn you, the brilliant moderator. I extend my gratitude to your 18 generations of ancestors. Damn administrator. You have 3 seconds. Reinstate the stream immediately. I demand to see. A platform moderator, observing the content displayed on his computer screen, remained unfazed by the barrage of insults hurled by the viewers. Why shouldn't he indulge himself? It was his prerogative, and who could gainsay him? Moreover, it was part of his occupational duties. The moderator cast a glance at Su Xiao and Xiaochuan, a flicker of perplexity crossing his gaze. A prearranged charade or reality? He was familiar with Xiaochuan. She was a highly sought-after female streamer on his platform, proficient in singing, gaming, and outdoor activities, with the potential to ascend to the position of the platform's leading lady. Ultimately, the moderator leaned toward the notion that it was a scripted performance. He was a staunch materialist, a firm believer in science since childhood, and he was convinced that Xiaochuan's team was operating behind the scenes, beyond the camera's purview. The moderator surmised that he had unraveled the truth, that Xiaochuan was undoubtedly leveraging this charade to amplify her fame and further elevate her status. Concurrently, Su Xiao was immersed in the sensation of his transformation. Su Xiao was now certain that he was formidable. Unbelievably so. The extent of his power remained uncertain. Great White Serpent, could you perhaps don some attire? Xiaochuan inquired, her face still concealed, peering at Su Xiao through her fingers with a mixture of shyness and annoyance. This Great White Serpent was truly treating her as if she were family. Upon hearing Xiaochuan's voice, Su Xiao was puzzled. Am I not wearing clothes? Su Xiao opened his eyes and surveyed his body. A twitch tugged at the corner of Su Xiao's lips. Well, it seems I am indeed without attire. In the blink of an eye, a flash of white light transformed Su Xiao back into a diminutive, snow-white serpent. Since I lack clothing, I shall revert to my serpentine form for the time being. As Su Xiao transformed back into a serpent, the sky above began to darken at an alarming rate. Clouds materialized out of thin air, enveloping the entirety of Shenlong Mountain. Rumbling thunder echoed within the clouds, accompanied by flashes of lightning. Su Xiao's pupils contracted sharply upon witnessing this spectacle. Calamity. It's karmic backlash. Chapter 4. The situation is dire. Are we about to fight? Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, An Yun's face flushed like a ripe apple, evoking an irresistible desire to take a bite, a perfect blend of charm and allure. She playfully struck Jiang Chen's chest. Huffing in annoyance, I won't tell you. Guess for yourself. Jiang Chen chuckled heartily, then wrapped his arms around An Yun with a mischievous grin. Rest assured, my dear Yun. From this moment onward, I shall be at your service whenever you require. As a seasoned veteran, he could easily discern how Yun would resolve her dilemmas. He then gently caressed her crimson cheeks, ceasing his teasing, and inquired, Yun, could you share the events of these past 5 years? And Yun nodded, biting her delicate lip, and divulged everything she knew. In the afternoon, the apocalypse descended, society crumbled, and all electrical devices failed. Humans transformed into zombies, attacking anyone they encountered. and those bitten would swiftly succumb to assimilation. Moreover, the zombies evolved. Some gained astonishing speed, others possessed impenetrable bodies, some exhibited immense strength, and others even spewed fire. Humans, too, underwent evolution. Upon awakening their abilities, they became akin to the zombies, each acquiring a unique power, earning the moniker Awakened Ones. However, they were scarce, with most unable to awaken any abilities. 6 months into the apocalypse, the Dark Ages began. It became common knowledge that the crystal cores within the brains of zombies and the hearts of awakened ones could enhance physical prowess and abilities. Ordinary individuals lacking awakened powers could use the crystal cores from awakened ones' hearts, with a mere 5 chance of inheriting their abilities. Naturally, the remaining 95 faced death. Yet this prospect drove countless individuals to madness. Thus, humanity fought against the zombies while guarding against their own kind. A year later, the Alliance of Awakened Ones emerged, marking the end of the Dark Ages and the dawn of the era of abilities. The Alliance established a hierarchy of power, divided into 0, 1, through 8, 9 new life forms, low-level life forms, intermediate life forms, and high-level life forms. Zombies were categorized similarly. A year and a half later, the Age of Warlords commenced, with awakened ones claiming territories and ruling over those who remained unawakened. 2 years later, the zombies evolved rapidly, shrinking the living space for both awakened ones and humans. While numerous bases established by awakened ones fell to zombie attacks. 3 years later, only 10 major human bases remained. After 3.5 years, that number dwindled to 5 as the rest succumbed to the relentless onslaught of zombies. 4 years later, the most powerful awakened one ascended to the 7th tier, and the zombie attacks ceased. However, 4.5 years later, a 7th tier zombie emerged, leading a horde against the base. This 7th tier zombie perished alongside the strongest awakened one. Following his death, within 5 years, humanity was left with a single flickering ember of hope, and they began to unite as never before. 5 years later, the zombie king, akin to an ocean of undead, overwhelmed the last base, resulting in the extinction of humanity at his hands. This zombie king is none other than you, my husband. After recounting the trajectory of the past 5 years, Yun could not help but embrace Jiang Chen once more. He stroked her head, fully aware that although she had simplified her narrative, he could vividly imagine the dark and bloody era she had endured. Yun, did your family care for you after the zombie tide? Looking up at Jiang Chen, Yun replied, from now on, my family consists solely of you. She hesitated to recall that day when she joyously reunited with her family, only to find it was the beginning of her nightmare. Had it not been for her naturally awakened spatial abilities, the outcome would have been unimaginable. Jiang Chen's expression shifted, and he embraced her again, realizing that his precious girl had faced immense human cruelty during the apocalypse. However, he felt relieved that Yun's family, whom he had encountered a few times, left much to be desired. They lacked any remarkable abilities, yet carried an air of superiority. Had it not been for Yun, Jiang Chen would have already dealt with them harshly. Yun, tell me, who among us can we trust? Jiang Chen asked, intrigued about the status of his numerous brothers and subordinates in the wake of the apocalypse. Upon hearing his question, a shadow of sorrow crossed Yun's face but quickly vanished. Now that she had been reborn, she would never allow the tragedies of her previous life to repeat. Husband, aside from Zhou Wentian and Gao Tang's group, the rest are trustworthy, especially Wang Pengzi, Yi Tian, and Shen Peng. You can place your full trust in them. Notably, Wang Pengzi, on the second day of the apocalypse, shielded us from the zombie horde, granting us a chance to escape. After listening to Yun's words, Jiang Chen felt reassured. A smile spread across his face. Wang Pengzi is indeed a commendable fellow. He continued, Yun, what are your current thoughts and goals? Yun glanced at her watch and succinctly stated, first, we gather our people and head to a place called Happy Farmhouse, which we will occupy immediately, as it will yield spiritual springs and exotic fruits the following day. On the 5th day, we will return to school because a gemstone will fall from the sky onto the playground at night, significantly enhancing our abilities. Of course, it will also attract numerous zombies, so we must prepare in advance. On the 10th day, we will raid a supermarket where a small zombie tide will erupt. It is here that you will sacrifice yourself to save me. So we must eliminate all the zombies to seize their crystal cores and rescue a woman named Yang Leen, whose future awakened ability will be a rare lightning type among the awakened ones. This is crucial for our base's future power supply, and after your demise, she aided me, Yi Tian, and Shen Peng. For now, These are my thoughts and objectives. Jiang Chen nodded, exhilarated by the insight and foresight they had. In the face of the apocalypse, while it may seem like hell for others, it presented an opportunity for him. Yun, we must not delay. We will discuss the remaining details tonight. Let us set our plans into motion. Arrange for transportation, and I will gather our people. Let us meet at the school gate. Destination, Happy Farmhouse. Understood. They swiftly commenced their preparations. And Yun organized transportation and contacted the owner of Happy Farmhouse, while Jiang Chun took out his phone to rally his brothers and subordinates. Jiang Chun, gather everyone and meet at the school gate. Zhou Wentian and Gao Teng's group need not be included. Jiang Chun, Chen Peng, bring all your subordinates and assemble at my school gate. The messages served to inform his brothers and subordinates alike. Jiang Chun refrained from detailing the situation, feeling it unnecessary. Declaring the apocalypse was imminent would likely be met with disbelief. Upon receiving Jiang Chen's message, Wang Pengzi, Yu Tian, and others wasted no time, notifying their fellow brothers and rushing towards the school gate with weapons in hand. Those who had been idly watching videos or gaming swiftly sprang into action, grabbing their gear and charging forth. Dare anyone provoke our boss? Are they tired of living? 22 people, armed with various weapons, marched towards the school gate, leaving the students in awe. What is happening? Are we about to fight? Aren't those Jiang Chen's brothers? Who angered him? Chen Peng, upon receiving Jiang Chen's message, immediately ceased his work, summoned all his subordinates, armed themselves, and drove towards Tianshang Rinjian University. A fierce glint sparked in his eyes. Who dares to provoke my boss? Chapter 5, Brothers, Subordinates, Everyone present at the school gate. Jiang Chun stood in astonishment before the 22 individuals brandishing an array of weapons. Among them, one was even holding a banana. What do you intend to do with that banana? Poke someone with it. Wang Pengzi, true to his name, was a rotund man clad in loose-fitting casual attire, his ample girth jiggling with each step. He wielded a steel rod, surveying the surroundings before addressing Jiang Chun with a serious demeanor. Big brother, who among the blind dares to disturb us? I instructed my brothers to bring their gear. Yi Tian, a slender and tall figure adorned with ear studs and a trendy appearance, grasped a baton, scanning the area. Upon noticing the lack of people, a look of confusion flickered in his eyes. Big brother summoned us to gather here. Yet where are the blind fools? The surroundings were desolate, with only a handful of students present. Wait, could it be they weren't here? Is Big Brother planning to lead them into some gang-related affair? Excitement ignited in Yi Tian's eyes as he couldn't contain his eagerness. Big Brother, Yi Tian, am ever ready to charge into the fray. You point, and I shall strike. As Yu Tian's voice resonated, Wang Pengzi and the 20 brothers behind them echoed in unison. Big brother, Tian Gu is right. You point, and we shall strike. We are so pumped. After following you for so long, you're finally willing to take us into battle. Big brother, how about we stop by my place first? I know where my dad keeps his arsenal, and there are plenty of good weapons. Big brother, where's the enemy? My banana is already thirsty for action. Let's get to it. Following Big Brother, we will surely achieve greatness. Suddenly, Jiang Chen's expression shifted to one of exasperation. It was evident that this group had misunderstood the situation. Just as he was about to speak, four black sedans came to a halt by the roadside. Moments later, a muscular man in a suit, Chen Peng, emerged from the car with an imposing demeanor. From one of the sedans, 5 towering men stepped out. Chen Peng, flanked by 19 suited men, hurriedly approached Jiang Chun. Boss, I've brought all my men, and our gear is in the cars. Who are we targeting? Is it that arrogant one-eyed dragon from a while back? Jiang Chen's lips twitched at Chen Peng's arrival. Goodness, did they all think he was gearing up for a fight? Wang Pengzi, Yi Tian, and the 20 brothers, upon hearing Chen Peng, were instantly electrified. Wow, Big Brother is ready to take it to the next level. Truly impressive. Particularly Yi Tian, who felt a surge of excitement, believing he had correctly interpreted the situation. Jiang Chun raised his hand to calm the crowd. Just as he was about to speak, his phone rang. Reluctantly, he answered, discovering it was the principal calling. Jiang Chun, what is going on? Please don't do anything reckless. Whatever it is, just tell me, and I'll help you. Jiang Chun, uncertain of how to respond, realized the gravity of the misunderstanding. However, with the world on the brink of catastrophe, what did it matter? He took a deep breath and replied, Principal, if you trust me, you need to buy a substantial amount of food immediately and lock your doors. Why do you say that? Recalling the principal's past kindness towards him, Jiang Chen pondered before saying, I have insider information that a significant disaster will occur this afternoon. Whether you believe it or not, I do. Principal, I must act now. With that, he ended the call. How the principal interpreted his words, whether as madness or a credible warning, was of no concern to him. In this world, Jiang Chun had no family ties, save for an Yun and a band of brothers who would lay down their lives for him. There had once been an orphanage director, but he had long since passed on. Wang Pengzi, Yi Tian, and Chen Peng, having overheard Jiang Chun's warning about a potential disaster, exchanged puzzled glances. What calamity could possibly befall Tianqing? If there were a disaster, wouldn't the alert systems have already sounded the alarm? Jiang Chun turned to Wang Pengzi, Yi Tian, and the others, his expression grave. Everyone, I will be succinct. First, I did not summon you here for a fight. Second, I gathered you all to take you to a place called Happy Farm. Third, you must urgently contact your most important loved ones to head to Happy Farm in Tianqing. Fourth, acknowledge me as your elder brother and refrain from asking questions. Just follow my orders. Fifth, Yun is on her way, so take this opportunity to reach out. As Jiang Chen's final words echoed, Wang Pengzi, Yi Tian, and the others exchanged bewildered looks. However, their unwavering trust in Jiang Chen prompted Wang Pengzi to be the first to take out his phone and begin contacting those dear to him. The others followed suit, reaching out primarily to their parents. As for Chen Peng and his men, they had no such ties. If forced to choose, their most important person was Jiang Chen himself. After Wang Pengzi completed his calls, he turned to Jiang Chen, his confusion evident. Big brother, can you explain what is happening? Jiang Chen patted Wang Pengzi on the shoulder. We'll discuss it later. Wang Pengzi, although puzzled, accepted this and suppressed his curiosity. Regardless, he trusted that Jiang Chen would never lead him astray. Once everyone had finished contacting their loved ones, a large bus arrived at the school gate shortly thereafter. An Yun stepped off the bus, rushing towards Jiang Chen, beads of sweat adorning her forehead. Jiang Chen, let everyone board the bus. I've made all the necessary arrangements. Jiang Chen nodded and addressed the group. Everyone, please board the bus. Chen Peng and your crew, follow us in your cars. The group complied, and as they departed, discussions ignited among the students at Tianshang Renjian University. They were curious about Jiang Chen's motives for gathering so many individuals. Moreover, why had Zhou Wentian and Gao Teng been excluded from the call? Meanwhile, Zhou Wentian and Gao Teng were equally perplexed as to why Jiang Chen had gathered everyone but them. Wentian, what is your take on this? Why did Jiang Chen leave us out? A tall, thin man with glasses inquired, gazing out the window as Jiang Chen and the others departed. Beside him stood a muscular man clad in a tank top, cradling a sultry woman in his arms. Zhou Wentian let out a cold laugh at Gao Teng's words. Who knows what Jiang Chen is thinking? If he wants to exclude us, so be it. After all, I'm merely using him. There is no way I could sincerely acknowledge an orphan as my elder brother. Gao Teng shook his head. No, I have an unsettling feeling. Something I can't quite articulate. Zhou Wentian waved his hand dismissively. It's broad daylight. What could possibly be unsettling? You're just overthinking things, indulging in conspiracy theories. With that, Zhou Wentian playfully swatted the sultry womaness behind. Beautiful, let us head to my dorm. The woman blushed, displaying a coy expression. You're so naughty. Chapter 6. A fortuitous beginning. The advent of doomsday with a mere 20 minutes remaining until the cataclysm. Jiang Chun and his entourage arrived at the idyllic Happiness farmhouse, where many of their parents had also gathered. The group of several dozen congregated in the courtyard, while the proprietor of the establishment, visibly apprehensive, feared that Jiang Chun and his followers would wreak havoc on his property. And Yun, meticulously tracking the time, estimated that her closest confidant would soon arrive. As if on cue, a scarlet truck materialized in her line of sight, bringing a sense of reassurance. Shortly after, Qin Qing, radiant with youthful vitality, emerged from the vehicle. Her exquisite features were framed by flowing white pleats. Qin Qing was more than just a trusted friend. She was an arms dealer whose arsenal could supply an entire battalion. Had Qin Qing not revealed her hidden life on her deathbed in the previous timeline? Lamenting the dormancy of her arsenal, Yun would have remained ignorant of her seemingly innocuous friend's clandestine activities in the underworld. Following Qin Qing, her parents and younger brother alighted from the vehicle, the quartet exuding an air of elegance and refinement. Their arrival was met with surprise as they took in the assembled crowd. Their initial bewilderment soon gave way to recognition as they noticed Jiang Chen seated in the midst of the throng. Despite their lack of knowledge of the situation, their spirits lifted at the sight of Jiang Chen. Qin Xing's parents had always envisioned a harmonious relationship between their daughter and Jiang Chun, recognizing his potential to ascend to greatness. Their delight knew no bounds when they discovered that Jiang Chun's paramour was none other than their daughter's dearest friend. Acknowledging their gaze, Jiang Chun offered a subtle nod, and Yun approached the family, extending courteous greetings. Turning to Qin Xing, she inquired whether all the supplies had been brought. Qin Xing, observing the familiar yet unfamiliar in Yun, wondered how her friend had discovered her secret life as an arms dealer, a secret unknown even to her family. More importantly, Qin Xing sensed an aura of resilience emanating from Yun, a quality she had only witnessed in individuals who had endured unimaginable hardship. Despite the myriad questions swirling in her mind, Qin Xing recognized that the present moment was not opportune for inquiry. Yun, she replied, while I am uncertain of your intentions, I have brought everything that could be transported, all contained within the truck's cargo hold. Excellent. And Yun affirmed. Qin Jinan, Qin Xing's father, addressed Yun, seeking clarification on the purpose of their gathering. Qin Xing's younger brother, Qin's son, echoed his sentiments, eager to understand the significance of Jiang Chun's mobilization of such a large group. Lin Ro, Qin Xing's mother, remained silent but cast a concerned glance at Yun. Yun chuckled softly, time is of the essence. All will be revealed shortly. The Qin family acquiesced, nodding in agreement. Yun turned to Qin Xing, Qing, lead me to the cargo. Qin Xing obliged, escorting Yun to the rear of the truck and opening the doors. The sight that greeted them was an arsenal of weaponry and ammunition, a veritable paradise for any enthusiast, RPGs, AKs, Gatling guns, and more. At that moment, Jiang Chun approached with his entourage. His eyes widened at the sight of the military hardware. He mused, Yun's friend is proving to be quite resourceful. Jiang Chun's elation knew no bounds. This was indeed a fortuitous beginning to the end. Jiang Chun's comrades, along with some of the parents, were equally astounded by the sheer volume of weaponry. The implications of such a vast arsenal were dire if discovered by the authorities. However, the younger generation reacted with unbridled enthusiasm. They were captivated by the sight before them. Wang Pengzi, Yi Tian, and Shun Peng, in particular, could barely contain their excitement, fully aware of the power and potential this cache of arms represented. Qin Jinan, Qin's son, and Lin Ro were speechless. The cargo hold was filled with military hardware. Qin Jinan's expression darkened as he confronted Qin Xing, demanding an explanation for the origin of the weaponry. Qin Xing playfully stuck out her tongue, promising to provide an explanation later. Qin's son, filled with admiration, lauded his sister's prowess. Lin Ro, her face etched with concern, could only nod in response. Qin Jinan and Lin Ro exchanged worried glances. They were left to ponder the extent of their daughter's clandestine activities. Yun informed Jiang Chun that time was running out. Jiang Chun promptly clapped his hands, drawing everyone's attention. Shen Peng, step forward. Shen Peng, hearing his leader's summons, eagerly pushed through the crowd, his face beaming with anticipation. Shen Peng was an orphan whose life had been saved by Jiang Chun. He would follow Jiang Chun's commands without hesitation, even if it meant sacrificing his own life. Jiang Chun's gaze was piercing as he issued his instructions in a voice as cold as a winter's night. Instruct your men to arm themselves and secure the perimeter. Any unauthorized individuals attempting to breach the perimeter are to be eliminated. Yes, sir, Shen Peng affirmed, immediately carrying out his orders. Shen Peng and 19 burly men retrieved weapons from the cargo hold and formed a protective cordon around the courtyard. Shen Peng presented Jiang Chun with a compact submachine gun. What about us, boss? Wang Pengzi and Yi Tian asked eagerly, their eyes fixed on Jiang Chun. Are you proficient in their use? Jiang Chun retorted, I fear you might accidentally discharge them at your own comrades. You shall receive instruction at a later time. Wang Pengzi and Yi Tian deflated, their faces etched with disappointment. The others shared their sentiments. Jiang Chun glanced at the time, noting that only 4 minutes remained until the onset of the apocalypse. In the final 2 minutes, those on the verge of zombification would collapse, transforming into ravenous creatures 2 minutes later. Jiang Chun instructed everyone to gather in the center of the courtyard, while he and Yun, Qin Xing, Wang Pengzi, and Yi Tian positioned themselves at the forefront. Yun held a coil of rope in her hands. Jiang Chun surveyed the crowd, hoping that the number of those succumbing to zombification would be minimal. As the final 2 minutes commenced, individuals began to collapse, triggering a chain reaction of panic among those still standing. Son, what's wrong? Don't scare me. Brother, Lao Ba has collapsed. Quickly, Call an ambulance. Why are so many people suddenly falling down? Not just here, at this very moment. It is happening all over the globe. Countless individuals, whether driving, piloting an aircraft, or contemplating the mysteries of existence, are simultaneously succumbing to unconsciousness. Accidents, explosions, and fatalities are erupting in cities everywhere. No one knows that when those who faint awaken 2 minutes later, they will be driven to madness, tearing at humanity, while others remain oblivious. Jiang Chun and an Iyun are acutely aware. The apocalypse is upon us. There is no time for hesitation or explanation. Jiang Chun and an Iyun urge everyone to spring into action, binding the hands and feet of the fallen with rope. Yet, an Iyun is taken aback by the sheer number of those who have collapsed. Some individuals, who she believed would never succumb to zombification, have also fallen. A sense of alarm grips an Iyun. Could the onset of this apocalypse be linked to the crowd? However, there is no time for contemplation. She promptly instructs everyone to hasten their efforts. As the last of the fallen is secured, the first to collapse suddenly opens his eyes, revealing a pair filled with bloodshot fury, a deep crimson hue. His gaze is rife with malevolence, madness, bloodlust, and ferocity. His skin begins to visibly decay at an alarming rate. In the next instant, he locks eyes with the living, gaping his foul mouth wide, emitting a sound akin to a beast's roar. How? The apocalypse has arrived. Upon that resounding bellow, it was as if a switch had been flipped. All who had fallen now stirred, their decaying flesh contorted in guttural, rasping roars. Save for Jiang Chun and an Iyun, a wave of terror washed over everyone present. Beyond the courtyard, a veritable inferno was unfolding. The reanimated corpses descended upon the living, tearing into them with savage abandon. The air was rent with the shrieks of the terrified, the guttural cries of the undead, the whine of engines, the concussive blasts, and the sickening sound of flesh being devoured, a symphony of pandemonium. In that instant, the apocalypse had arrived with brutal suddenness. Big brother, what in the world is happening? How did they transform like this? Wang Pengzi exclaimed, his voice thick with trepidation and disgust as he gazed upon the zombified throng. Their putrid skin and fetid stench were enough to turn his stomach. Big brother, is this what you foretold, the impending catastrophe? Are they becoming zombies, just like in those novels? Yi Tian stammered, his face etched with disbelief as he stared at his former comrades. All those spared from the zombification fixed their gaze upon Jiang Chun and an Iyun, awaiting an explanation. Jiang Chun, however, turned his attention to Chun Peng and his men, his voice ringing with authority. Anyone who dares to breach our perimeter, aim for the head and eliminate them without hesitation. We are in the throes of the apocalypse, and I am neither a benevolent savior nor a messiah. Before we establish our own order, a large crowd will only invite chaos. And as for strangers, I place my trust in no one. Understood, boss. Chun Peng and his men bellowed in unison. Among Jiang Chen's 20 men, including Chun Peng, 5 had succumbed to the zombifying curse after collapsing and being restrained. Yet, even with their ranks diminished, the remaining 15, armed with lethal weaponry, still possessed formidable firepower. Jiang Chun then addressed Wang Pengzi, Yi Tian, Qin Qing, and the others. As you can see, they have become zombies. I can now unequivocally declare that the end of the world is upon us. A collective gasp rippled through the crowd. Big brother, is there any hope of restoring my parents to their former selves? Someone pleaded. Jiang Chun shook his head, a somber expression on his face. There is no turning back. Those who have become zombies are, in essence, already deceased. Upon hearing this, many were overcome with grief, tears streaming down their faces. What are we to do? My parents haven't arrived yet. Mine haven't either. And Iyun, hearing their lamentations, raised her voice. Your cell phones should still be working. Call them immediately and instruct them to remain indoors with the doors locked. Her words jolted them from their stupor, and they frantically retrieved their phones. Some managed to get through, while others were met with unanswered calls. Those who succeeded relayed an Iyun's instructions. Those who failed were consumed by despair. Big brother, I must return to my parents. Please, lend me a gun. A male student in a school uniform, unable to reach his parents, fell to his knees before Jiang Chun, tears streaming down his face. Jiang Chun paused, then nodded. Very well. Are there any others who share his resolve? Several individuals hesitated, their faces etched with inner turmoil, before joining the student on their knees. Big brother, though my parents may have already met a grim fate, I must still seek them out. Big brother, I too wish to return. Jiang Chun committed their faces to memory, his tone earnest. Iyun, arm them with weapons. And remember, my door is always open to you. Return swiftly. Tears flowed freely as they expressed their gratitude to Jiang Chun. They knew that asking him to search for their parents was an unrealistic proposition, given that he had previously urged them to bring their parents, but they had declined. Now, Jiang Chen's willingness to arm them and let them go was an act of profound generosity. And Iyun distributed the weapons, instructing them to aim for the head, as that was the only way to neutralize the undead. Whether they could wield the weapons effectively and unleash their true potential remained to be seen. Grasping their newfound arms, the departing individuals offered their heartfelt thanks before venturing into the unknown. Those who remained watched them depart, knowing that this farewell might be their last. With their departure, Jiang Chen's ranks had dwindled further. Those who remained in the courtyard bore a myriad of expressions: grief, fear, excitement, revulsion, and rage. Jiang Chen observed them all. Of the 22 individuals who had arrived from the university, including Wang Pengzi and Yi Tian, only 10 remained. The rest had succumbed to zombification or had chosen to leave. As for the family members they had summoned, over 20 had arrived, but only 9 remained standing, the others having been transformed into the undead. This suggested that the elderly were more susceptible to the zombifying curse. Even among the families of Wang Pengzi and Yi Tian, some had become zombies. Yet, amidst the carnage, the Qin family remained unscathed, the luckiest family in the vicinity. Despite the losses, Jiang Chen still commanded a sizable force. And Iyun, the Qin family of 4, Wang Pengzi, Yi Tian, 10 young individuals, 9 family members, and 15 burly men, plus Jiang Chen himself, brought the total to 40. The gender ratio stood at 32:8, with 5 of the 9 family members being female. At that moment, a portly, middle-aged man in a white shirt, exuding the air of a company director, approached Jiang Chen. Despite the zombification of his son and wife, he betrayed no signs of grief, but rather a subtle excitement, as if he saw the apocalypse as an opportunity to forge his own kingdom. With men and weapons at his disposal, he could acquire as many wives and sons as he desired. All he needed to do was to usurp the young man before him, consolidate the others, and seize the arsenal in that truck. His kingdom would then be within his grasp. As the middle-aged man cast his gaze upon Iyun, a glint of lasciviousness flickered in his eyes. Young women were far superior to his aging spouse. The present generation was particularly well endowed. His gaze lingered on Iyun's chest, stirring a sense of agitation within him. With nothing left to lose, why not take a gamble? What if he succeeded? Having survived 5 years in the apocalypse, Iyun was adept at reading people. She immediately sensed the man's malevolent intent. A chill ran down her spine. She recognized him as a person of deceitful nature. While Jiang Chun might not possess an Iyun's keen perception, he was no ordinary man. He was a campus idol, a scholar, a bully, and the man who had single-handedly brought down an entire gang. He was also the leader of Qinping and his men. He had already sensed the man's unsettling demeanor. With his son and wife dead, yet showing no grief, only a hint of excitement, he could not be trusted. Jiang Chun needed to make an example, to remind everyone that they were in the midst of a brutal apocalypse, not a time of peace and order. He would see if this man could serve as his sacrificial lamb. Jiang Chun regarded the middle-aged man, his face devoid of emotion. What is it? Huang Ruihan flashed a toothy grin. Young man, my son referred to you as Big Brother, and I can see that you possess some talent. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Huang Ruihan, a Korean national and the chairman of a publicly listed company. He puffed out his chest, assuming an air of arrogance, as if to say, I am a valuable asset. You should cherish and admire me. Jiang Chen scoffed inwardly. He had noticed a peculiar trait among the wealthy in this world, a penchant for condescension and self-importance, as if they were looking down upon everyone else. Most importantly, Jiang Chun had not anticipated that this individual was indeed from the land of kimchi. No wonder he displayed no sorrow over the demise of his wife and child. Instead, there was a faint hint of exhilaration. Jiang Chen regarded Huang Ruihan with a bemused smile. And then, Jiang Chen's reaction left Huang Ruihan feeling somewhat uneasy. Upon hearing his words, shouldn't this young man offer him a few compliments? After all, he was a national of the land of kimchi and the chairman of a publicly listed company. Huang Ruihan pondered for a moment and then, with a serious expression, addressed Jiang Chun. Young man, I wish to convey to you that I am indeed from the land of kimchi and the chairman of a publicly listed company. I possess extensive management experience and knowledge. I understand how to lead us through this apocalypse. Young man, heed this Uncle S advice. You are currently not equipped to guide us to survival. Allow me to take the lead. I have traversed this path before and can teach you. Once I deem you competent, I shall allow you to lead the team. Chapter 8. Without hesitation. Cold-blooded elimination. Upon hearing Huang Ruihan's words, Jiang Qin chuckled. Truly, the people from the Pickled Cabbage Nation are shameless. And Yun and those nearby also laughed, as if they had heard the most absurd joke. In that moment, their gazes towards Huang Ruihan were akin to that of spectators observing a jester. Did he truly believe himself so formidable as to utter such nonsense? What significance does the chairman of a listed company hold? Qin's parents are political magnates. Wang Fati and Yi Tian, one a military scion, the other a bureaucratic offspring. Among those present, who lacks a bit of background. Originally, they were engulfed in grief over their families turning into zombies, but now that anguish was compounded by their desire to vent their frustrations upon Huang Ruihan. His son and wife had perished, and he showed not a shred of sorrow, yet he dared to covet Jiang Ji's authority. What a disgrace to fatherhood. Wang Fati and Yi Tian felt pity for that brother, lamenting such a father. Qin Peng, who stood nearby, contemplated pulling the trigger on Huang Ruihan, incredulous that a man from the Pickled Cabbage Nation would presume to lead them. What a farce. What are you laughing at? Huang Ruihan, now bewildered, did not comprehend the source of their amusement. He believed he had spoken nothing but truth. Jiang Qin, with a cold smile, addressed Huang Ruihan. For the sake of your son, will you leave on your own, or shall I assist you in your departure? Jiang Qin had discerned Huang Ruihan's intentions and was disinclined to mince words, presenting him with two options. Were it not for his son, Jiang Qin would have already taken him out for those insolent remarks. Huang Ruihan, taken aback, questioned the young man's meaning. At this juncture, Wang Fati approached with a sneer. What do you mean? As a chairman of a listed company, you still don't comprehend my brother's words? Leave at once. Pointing to himself in disbelief, Huang Ruihan retorted, did I mishear? You want me to leave? You must realize that I alone can lead you to survival. I am the chairman of a listed company. I possess far more knowledge than this young man. Ha ha ha. You crack me up. Yi Tian scoffed, bringing his only remaining relative, his father, before Huang Ruihan. What are you, a mere listed company chairman? My father is a law enforcer in Tianqing. Who here lacks a backer? Your son and wife are dead, and you from the Pickled Cabbage Nation have hearts of stone? No sorrow? You emerge to lead us. What gives you the right? Yi Tian's words sparked a chain reaction, as others chimed in, pouring out their pent-up emotions. Your son and wife are dead. You feel no pain or sorrow, yet you wish to lead us? You're delusional. I have never encountered such a repugnant individual, showing no grief, yet seeking to lead us. What is a chairman of a listed company worth? My parents are inspectors. The people from the Pickled Cabbage Nation truly disgusted them. They felt immense pity for that brother with such a father. Were it not for their brother's sake, they would have relished the opportunity to strike him. Leave quickly. You're simply revolting. Huang Ruihan's face turned ashen as he absorbed their words. Internally, he seethed. Indeed, the quality of the Summer Kingdom's people leaves much to be desired. If he were among his fellow citizens of the Pickled Cabbage Nation, they would not behave in such a manner. Jiang Qin, observing Huang Ruihan's pale visage and the malice reflected in his eyes, realized he was still standing there, pondering some wicked thoughts. Jiang Qin, tired of this charade, decided to take action. Since you refuse to leave, I shall see you off, Jiang Qin said slowly, raising his gun and coldly pulling the trigger. Bang! Huang Ruihan's eyes widened. Blood trickled from his lips as he stared in disbelief at Jiang Qin. He never anticipated this man would shoot him. He glanced down at his abdomen and then collapsed to the ground. Moments later, a pool of blood formed as Huang Ruihan died with his eyes wide open. With Huang Ruihan's demise, everyone except Yun, Qin Peng, and their subordinates exhibited shock. They had not expected Jiang Qin to kill Huang Ruihan. They assumed he would let him go. The meaning behind Jiang Qin's words about seeing him off took them by surprise. Yi Tian's father, Yun, gasped in astonishment. This young man, wow. No wonder he is my son's sworn brother. He is ruthless. Qin's parents, too, were unsettled. They had indeed not misjudged him. Qin's brother, Qin's son, looked at Jiang Qin with admiration. Jiang Gu is truly remarkable. To kill, especially a person from the Pickled Cabbage Nation, this was previously unimaginable for Qin Sr. After the initial shock, the crowd now gazed at Jiang Qin with a mix of reverence and fear. Jiang Qin, satisfied with the reaction, felt a sense of accomplishment. He bore no remorse for eliminating Huang Ruihan. Had his son still been alive, perhaps he would have spared him. Then, with a serious demeanor, Jiang Qin addressed the crowd. This is the apocalypse. You have no time for sorrow. Let the deceased find peace. And wipe away your fragile, laughable tears. You do not live solely for yourselves anymore. You bear the weight of your family's memories. Should you perish, who will remember them? Lastly, let me be clear, I am not a benevolent person. Those willing to follow me may stay. Those unwilling may leave. I will not stop you. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, not a single person chose to depart. Wang Fatty wiped the tears from his mother's eyes, stating earnestly, "Mom, my brother is right. We must live on. If we die, who will remember Dad? He has always been a man of dignity. If he knew he would end up like this, he would have chosen to leave sooner. We follow my brother. He will surely lead us to survive. You know well what capabilities Jiang Chen possesses." Wang Fatty's mother, He Song, a well-preserved woman, nodded with red-rimmed eyes. The others wholeheartedly agreed with Wang Fatty's sentiments. Yi Tian was about to reassure his father when he realized that his father was already more optimistic and forward-thinking than he had anticipated, even providing comfort to him. At that moment, Chun Peng and 14 robust men began firing guns, and with each gunshot, a zombie's head would burst. Following this, Jiang Chen commenced the execution of those who had transformed into zombies under the gaze of the crowd. Some, unwilling to witness their loved ones being shot, chose to close their eyes. Once finished, Jiang Chen instructed Wang Fatty and Yi Tian to pile the bodies together and set them ablaze with oil. As for prying open their skulls to examine for crystal cores, Jiang Chen could not bring himself to perform such a heartless act, especially since these individuals had once been his own. As for Huang Ruihan, out of respect for his son, he too was consigned to the flames. The fire blazed higher atop the heap of corpses, roaring like a dragon. Jiang Chen's icy gaze reflected the flames, illuminating half of his face, while the bodies burned. His heart, too, silently ignited. Chapter 9. Excavating cranial cavities for crystal nuclei, a gust of wind swept through, scattering the ashen remains across the ground. Everyone, regardless of gender, must now personally slay a zombie with a weapon. No firearms allowed. Jiang Chen declared sternly. He understood that compassion had no place in leadership. And to thrive in this apocalyptic world, one had to be ruthless. Hesitation would lead to ruin. As the undisputed authority, Jiang Chen's command was met with immediate compliance, as they recognized his actions were for their benefit. In this desolate era, failing to take this crucial step meant succumbing to oblivion. The group responded with a resounding affirmation. Though apprehensive, the women voiced no objections. Jiang Chen was pleased with their resolve. Turning his gaze towards an Yun, his expression softened. "Yunner, could you provide me with a melee weapon, a dagger perhaps? Do you have any in your spatial storage?" An Yun nodded, extending her hand. In an instant, a tang sword and a dagger materialized from thin air. The onlookers were astounded by this conjuring act, their eyes widening in disbelief. Unbelievable. They were certain of what they had witnessed. An Yun had summoned a tang sword and a dagger out of nothing. Qin Qing, standing closest, could only gape in astonishment. What's going on with Yun? She wondered, blinking and rubbing her eyes. Summoning a tang sword and a dagger from nowhere? Qin Qing realized that her dear friend had become an enigma. "Yun, where did you get those?" she stammered, pointing at the weapons, echoing the collective curiosity. And Yun handed the tang sword and dagger to Jiang Chen, opting not to conceal the truth, as it would inevitably come to light. Besides, they were among trusted companions, making it acceptable to share certain information. Of course, she would embellish the details, omitting certain aspects. This ability manifested this morning, she explained, a small pocket dimension, akin to a storage ring in novels, where I can store items. As for why Jiang Chen and I knew about the impending apocalypse, I'm sure you're curious. Last night, I had a vivid dream, and upon awakening to this newfound spatial ability, I believed the dream to be prophetic. That's what prompted our actions. Please refrain from further inquiries. As my knowledge is limited, I don't know the cause of this apocalypse either. And Yun kept her explanation concise, unconcerned with how it would be received. After processing her words, Qin Qing was the first to speak. "Yun, is it possible for me to develop similar abilities? Like pyrokinesis or hydrokinesis?" And Yun nodded. "It's purely based on luck, and only a select few awaken supernatural abilities. However, Qing Qing, I have faith in your potential." And Yun knew what abilities Qin Qing would develop. In the previous timeline, Qin Qing had awakened the fire element among the 5 elements. Among the fire-type ability users, Qin Qing was ranked in the top 10. And if she hadn't died early, she could definitely be in the top 3. Qin Qing nodded happily upon hearing Yun's words. The others were filled with anticipation, hoping to awaken formidable abilities. At that moment, Jiang Chen, having familiarized himself with the Tang sword, turned to Qin Ping and exclaimed, "Release a few zombies." Qin Ping responded loudly. When zombies approached, they refrained from using firearms and instead led them into the courtyard. As the leader, Jiang Chen would lead by example. Watch closely. When slaying zombies, decapitation is mandatory. Replicate my actions exactly, understood? Jiang Chen commanded, brandishing the Tang sword as 3 slow-moving zombies were herded into the yard. Without waiting for a response, Jiang Chen's eyes sharpened, and he charged towards the zombies with the swiftness of an arrow. Like a wolf among sheep, he swiftly decapitated the 3 zombies. Their heads rolled on the ground as their lifeless bodies collapsed, blood gushing from their necks. The severed heads perished within seconds of separation. The scene was nauseating for many who fought to suppress their revulsion. And Yun watched Jiang Chen's effortless dispatch of the zombies, her eyes filled with admiration. After eliminating the 3 zombies, Jiang Chen sheathed the Tang sword, picked up the dagger, and approached one of the severed heads. Without hesitation, he pried open the zombie's skull, searching for a crystal nucleus. Fortune favored him, as he found one in the first head. The crystal nucleus, a coin-sized white rhombus, elicited a hint of surprise in Jiang Chen's eyes. It had no foul odor, but instead, a pleasant aroma. He proceeded to open the remaining 2 heads, but they yielded no crystal nuclei. Jiang Chen understood that obtaining crystal nuclei was not easy, and his luck was already commendable. In some cases, even 10 zombies might not yield a single crystal nucleus. Having completed his task, Jiang Chen addressed the group. Zombies are slow and not as formidable as they seem. With courage, decapitating them is easy. You saw what I did. After decapitating them, use the dagger to open their skulls and search for something like this. Jiang Chen held up the crystal nucleus for all to see. Who's next? After a moment of hesitation, Yun stepped forward with a smile. I'll go first. Jiang Chen smiled back, handing her the Tang sword and dagger, confident in her abilities. Yun was no mere ornament. Qin Ping then led a zombie into the yard. Yun effortlessly decapitated the zombie, retrieved the dagger, and searched for a crystal nucleus, finding one in her first attempt. Her actions were swift, precise, and merciless. Like a seasoned executioner, everyone present, except for Jiang Chen, was astonished. They had not expected Yun, beyond her beauty, to be so decisive in combat. As expected of Sister Yin, the men, filled with vigor, initially hesitant, were now eager to prove themselves after witnessing Yun's performance. Yun's display also reassured the women, giving them the illusion that zombies were not as terrifying as they seemed. Chapter 10. Everyone takes the first step towards the apocalypse, big brother. It's my turn next. Wang Pengzi exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he stepped forward. Son, He-Song called out anxiously, grabbing his hand. She feared for her son's safety, a sentiment all mothers share. Wang Pengzi turned to his mother, grinning broadly. Mom, in this apocalypse, I must learn from my elder brother. Only by growing stronger can I ensure your safety. With Dad gone, it falls to me to support our family. He-Song's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Her son had indeed matured. All right, my son, Wang Ting, must not be like those cowards. Go ahead. Mom believes in you. Finally releasing Wang Pengzi, though her eyes shimmered with emotion, she did not stop him. She understood that a fledgling must face challenges to become a mighty eagle. Yet, a trace of anxiety lingered in her heart, which she chose to suppress, trusting in her son's abilities. Don't worry, Mom. I'm not that useless, Wang Pengzi reassured her, thumping his chest before turning towards Jiang Chen. Just watch how I elegantly dispatch these zombies. Approaching Jiang Chen and Yun, he flashed a wide smile. Big brother, Sister Yin, I'm ready. Jiang Chen patted Wang Pengzi on the shoulder. He understood that everyone is unique and did not impose his own standards upon others. Pengzi, give it your all. I'll be watching closely, and if there's any trouble, I'll shoot that zombie down without hesitation. Rest assured, big brother, I won't hold you back. Wang Pengzi nodded vigorously, accepting the Tang knife and dagger from Yun. Sister Yin, do you have any heavier weapons? Like an axe or a spiked club? This Tang knife feels a bit awkward for my build, but if not, I can manage. Wang Pengzi swung the Tang knife, finding it a tad too light for his liking. Yun smiled, producing a hefty steel axe. I don't have a spiked club, but here's an axe. Thank you. Sister Yin. Wang Pengzi returned the Tang knife and took the imposing steel axe. He swung it experimentally, instantly enamored with its weight and feel. With renewed confidence, Wang Pengzi declared, Big brother, Sister Yin, I'm ready. Watch me take down a little zombie with one swing. I aim to defeat too. All right. Jiang Qin clapped Wang Pengzi on the shoulder again, proud of his spirited brother. He turned to Qin Ping, instructing him to lure in a couple of zombies. Moments later, 2 zombies stumbled into the courtyard, drawn by the presence of so many living beings. Their excitement was palpable, as if they had entered a paradise filled with delectable flesh. One zombie, its mouth dripping with blood, resembled a famished creature eyeing a feast. As they approached, Jiang Chun encouraged, "Pengzi, go for it." Wang Pengzi nodded, gripping the hefty steel axe with determination. His expression hardened, and his gaze sharpened. The fact that he could wield such a weighty axe with one hand spoke volumes about his strength. "You 2 miscreants. This is Wang Pengzi." He shouted at the advancing zombies, his booming voice bolstering his courage, and adrenaline surged in response to their grotesque faces. The zombies, excited by Wang Pengzi's size, charged at him, eager for a meal. "Go," Jiang Qin urged, giving Wang Pengzi a gentle push. Taking a deep breath, Wang Pengzi charged toward the zombies, wielding the axe with fierce intent. Without hesitation, he swung at the first zombie's neck, effortlessly dispatching it. He could hardly believe how simple it was to slay a zombie. It felt like slicing through paper. With adrenaline coursing through him, he roared and swung the axe at the second zombie. The fearsome power of the steel axe ensured the second zombie followed swiftly in the footsteps of the first. As the crowd witnessed Wang Pengzi's ease in eliminating the zombies, cheers erupted, igniting a surge of morale. Zombies truly seemed less fearsome than anticipated. He sung. Her heart finally at ease, felt immense pride in her son. He had not let her down. Panting heavily, Wang Pengzi approached Jiang Chun and Yun. His face a shade paler. "Big brother, Sister Yun, I did my best. However, I couldn't find any crystal cores in these heads." Jiang Chun comforted him with a pat on the shoulder. "No worries, you performed excellently. Go wash up and take a moment to breathe. If you feel nauseous, just let it out." Wang Pengzi nodded, placing the steel axe and dagger down as he hurried to the sink. Yisong followed closely behind. "Son, well done," she praised, smoothing his chest in delight. "Mom, those zombies weren't quick. Just be careful. They're not as terrifying as they seem," Wang Pengzi assured her, his confidence blooming. After washing up, he looked at his mother with a smile. "Before I fought them, I thought it would be frightening, but now, they're not so bad, just a bit disgusting." Yisong nodded, her determination solidifying. She would not falter, just as Wang Pengzi would not let Jiang Qin down. "Don't worry, son. I'll take down a zombie for you." Wang Pengzi grinned widely. Meanwhile, Yi Tian, Qin Qing, and others were also engaged in their own battles against the zombies. One by one, each person who faced a zombie transformed remarkably. Of course, some succumbed to nausea. After all, each individual's psychological resilience varied. Before the apocalypse, the happy farmhouse had been bustling with life, but now, zombies were plentiful. The owner of the farmhouse had also succumbed and was swiftly dispatched by Yi Tian's father. Soon, all the women had confronted their first zombies. Except for an Yun and Qin Qing, the others retched uncontrollably after their encounters, but once they recovered, joy and exhilaration lit up their faces. They had succeeded. At that moment, everyone present seemed transformed from who they had been before facing the zombies. Observing the change in their demeanor, Jiang Qin smiled subtly. They had all taken their first step into the apocalypse. However, glancing at the 5 crystal cores in his hand, he couldn't help but grimace. The drop rate for these cores was simply abysmally low. Chapter 11. Occupying the happy farmhouse Chinpeng. You all return. Yes, boss. 15 armed men gathered before Jiang Chun. He surveyed their conditions with satisfaction, knowing that these individuals had been meticulously selected and trained by him. Unlike others, these were his elite force. 5 of them stood guard with firearms while the rest wielded cold weapons to decapitate the zombies. Yes, boss. Chinpeng and the others responded immediately. Jiang Qin nodded and turned to Yun, his expression softening as he said, "Yunner, distribute the cold weapons to them." And Yun nodded and began handing out the weapons. The excitement was palpable on the faces of Chinpeng and the other 9 as they received their armaments. Shooting zombies felt lackluster. Wielding cold weapons was exhilarating. With Chinpeng organized, Jiang Chun turned his attention to Wang Pengzi, Yi Tian, and the rest. Wang Pengzi, Yi Tian, and the 8 of you, grab cold weapons and join the fight. Wang Pengzi, Yi Tian, and the 10 young men responded enthusiastically. Jiang Chun then looked at Qin Qing and her family, along with the other 8 individuals, including Yisong, Wang Pengzi's mother, and Yi Tian's father. Qin Qing stepped forward, looking serious. "Jiang Ge, I want to fight too. Jiang Chen nodded. Seeing Qin Qin's younger brother, Qin Sen, eager to participate, he said, "You have a more important task." Qin Sen's eyes lit up. "What task?" "Open the zombie skulls and look for crystal cores," Jiang Chen replied with a smile. He believed it was best for the young Qin Sen to assist in logistics for now. Qin Sen cheered. "All right, Jiang Gu." Jiang Chen turned to the others. "You all take a dagger and follow behind. While we clear the zombies in front, you'll open their skulls and search for crystal cores." Everyone nodded, understanding that whatever Jiang Chen commanded, they would follow without question, although they were unaware of the crystal core significance. They trusted that Jiang Chen would enlighten them when the time was right. Even if he were to reveal their importance now, they could not obtain them yet. So they felt no need to ponder further. All recognized Jiang Chen's intentions in this apocalyptic world. With his strength, they were eager to follow him, fully aware of their current roles. Equipped with a portable submachine gun and a tang knife, Jiang Chen's eyes glinted with a fierce determination as he declared, "Let us commence the purge of the zombies in this happy farmhouse." Beside him, Aniyun wielded her own tang knife with grace, embodying the spirit of a valiant female general, her lips curling into a confident smile. In this life, her husband would not become a zombie, leading humanity. Their fate would undoubtedly differ. Aniyun was filled with anticipation. Thus, the 39 of them, led by Jiang Chen and Aniyun, surged forth. Each person in front brandished a cold weapon while those behind held daggers, with 5 burly men on guard against any unforeseen dangers. The group marched out of the courtyard, slaughtering zombies at sight, resembling a young tiger soaking its growth in blood to become a fearsome beast. Under the leadership of Jiang Chen and Aniyun, they were unstoppable. The headless corpses accumulated, and blood soaked the ground as the zombie presence in the happy farmhouse diminished rapidly. As night descended, the moon hanging in the sky appeared less luminous, tinged with an eerie crimson hue. Within the happy farmhouse, Jiang Chen and Aniyun had led their group through a bloody battle and successfully claimed the territory. The atmosphere was now one of industriousness as everyone, under Aniyun's guidance, constructed barricades, cleared the bodies, and prepared meals. No one shirked their responsibilities. After a long period of toil, Aniyun ordered a break for food and rest, and not a single complaint arose. Sitting on the ground, they savored the warmth of their meals, engaging in lively conversation. The day's events felt surreal, akin to a dream. Who would have thought that Hu Hansen would one day be slicing through zombies? I took down 6 zombies today. At first, I struggled, but as the numbers dwindled, I saw you all fighting like you were on adrenaline. I truly admire you all, otherwise I would have managed to take down 9. Let us be honest, Big Brother and Sister Yun are incredible. They face multiple foes with ease. They're practically superhuman. Exactly. If only I had half of Big Brother's skills, I would be unstoppable. I used to be afraid to kill even a chicken, yet today I vanquished 4 zombies. Tomorrow, we must eliminate even more. Big Brother needs those crystal cores, so we must strive harder. The more powerful he becomes, the more powerful we shall be. Son, eat more. We have plenty of meat. You need to keep your strength up for tomorrow's battle. Don't let yourself lose weight. Tian, you should eat too. I can't handle much. Finish the meat so we can continue fighting tomorrow. You performed admirably today. Thank goodness for Jianggu and Sister Yun. Who knows where we would be without them? The world is crumbling, electrical devices failing, the nation in chaos, and cities falling. Who could have imagined such swift devastation? In less than a day, Tianqing has completely fallen. It's truly fortunate we have Jianggu. After the battle, each person underwent a profound transformation. They had gleaned much information, including the inexplicable failure of electrical devices, the apocalypse sweeping the globe, and the nation's inability to protect itself. In less than a day, Tianqing had succumbed entirely. Now, Jiang Chun had undeniably become their cornerstone. As he consumed the meal Yun had brought him, he watched the group seated on the ground, eating and conversing. They had cleared zombies, taken over the happy farmhouse, and saved many lives. Yet Jiang Chun chose not to take them in. What a joke. He had saved them from the zombies. And they sought to impose moral obligations on him. Jiang Chun would not indulge such notions, decisively expelling them all. Including himself, they numbered 39, more than sufficient at the dawn of this apocalypse. Once his strength increased, he would consider the possibility of accepting others. Most importantly, those with him were genuinely loyal. And the atmosphere was harmonious. There was no need to invite trouble. After finishing his meal, Jiang Chen glanced at Yun, a weary yet content smile gracing his face. Yuner, how many crystal cores do we have currently? At this moment, That was his primary concern, as his ability to enhance his strength and possibly awaken new powers depended on those crystal cores. Chapter 12. Awakening Extraordinary Abilities, Telekinesis. And controlling zombies, and Iyun swallowed her food and glanced at Jiang Chun, a smile gracing her lips. Today's harvest was quite satisfactory, with 21 white crystal cores. Soon, I will teach you how to absorb these cores. I eagerly anticipate what powers you will awaken, dear husband. In Iyun's heart, she firmly believed that Jiang Chun would undoubtedly awaken extraordinary abilities. Jiang Chun nodded, equally filled with anticipation. After everyone finished their meal and took a moment to rest, Jiang Chun organized the night watch, dividing it into 2 shifts. After allocating rooms and supplies, those on watch took their posts, while others rested or engaged in conversation. Jiang Chun and Iyun chose the most comfortable room. Iyun retrieved a crystal core for Jiang Chun and then instructed him on how to absorb it. Darling, hold it in your hands and close your eyes to feel its presence. Jiang Chun nodded, grasping 5 crystal cores in each hand, then shutting his eyes to begin sensing their energy. Before long, he felt 2 mysterious forces entering his body from his palms, warm and comforting. However, this soothing sensation was short-lived. Suddenly, his skin flushed a fiery red. Jiang Chun felt as if he were trapped in an oven, overwhelmed by heat, akin to the legendary sun Wukong in a cauldron. Within seconds, sweat poured from him, and his veins bulged. He experienced intense discomfort, alternating between scorching heat and frigid cold, all while feeling as though countless ants were biting him. Fortunately, this feeling did not persist for long. Jiang Chun soon discovered that he had awakened 2 abilities, as if they were innate to him. Regaining his composure, he opened his eyes, unable to contain his joy. Iyun, noticing his expression, eagerly inquired, "Darling, what abilities have you awakened?" A smile played on Jiang Chun's lips as he refrained from answering. In the next moment, Iyun watched in astonishment as he levitated in midair. She blinked, exclaiming, "Is that the ability to fly?" Jiang Chun shook his head slightly, and, with a flick of his finger, Iyun found herself floating as well. Her face was a picture of shock. "Darling, please tell me, what is this ability?" Iyun was filled with insatiable curiosity. Jiang Chun laughed heartily, descending to the ground, and said, "This ability, I call it telekinesis." Iyun gasped in disbelief. "Telekinesis? Are you certain it is telekinesis?" Jiang Chun nodded, and in the next moment, all lightweight objects in the room began to levitate. However, he felt a wave of mental fatigue wash over him, prompting him to return the objects to their original positions and retract his telekinetic powers. "How about that? Is it impressive among extraordinary abilities?" Jiang Chun grinned at Iyun. She nodded vigorously, exclaiming, "Impressive? It's beyond impressive. Based on the concept of telekinesis, your potential is enormous." Jiang Chun smiled again and continued, "Yuner, not only telekinesis, I have awakened another ability." Iyun's eyes widened in astonishment. "Another ability? 2. Are you joking with me? You've awakened another ability?" She found it hard to believe. Having lived through 5 years of apocalypse without witnessing anyone possessing 2 abilities, she had never even heard of such a thing. Jiang Chun nodded earnestly. "However, I cannot demonstrate this ability to you just yet. I will simply tell you about it." Iyun nodded in understanding. "I believe this second ability allows me to control zombies," Jiang Chun stated, locking eyes with Iyun. Her surprise was palpable, her mouth agape. She could hardly fathom what she had just heard. Controlling zombies? Humans controlling zombies? Even if you don't turn into a zombie, you can still control them? The Zombie King. At that moment, Iyun, the future most powerful spatial ability user, was utterly flabbergasted. Regaining her composure, she immediately embraced Jiang Chun with sheer joy. Whether it was telekinesis or the ability to control zombies, both held immense value, and Jiang Chun was well aware of it. Iyun understood this too, which only amplified her excitement. "I knew my husband would be the most formidable." Jiang Chun playfully pinched Iyun's cheek, laughing. "Let us wait until tomorrow to test it out. Don't celebrate too soon." Iyun chuckled mischievously and continued to retrieve more crystal cores. "Darling, absorb the remaining 11 crystal cores to enhance your combat power. The higher your combat strength, the more opportunities we can seize." Jiang Chun nodded, accepting her suggestion, but he only took 6 cores. He then declared firmly, "The remaining 5 are for you to absorb." Iyun smiled knowingly, aware that her husband would share with her. After both had absorbed their respective crystal cores, Jiang Chun felt a significant enhancement in his physical attributes, replenishing the mental energy he had expended. and both of his abilities saw considerable improvement. And Yoon, upon finishing her absorption, also experienced a boost in her physical condition and a slight expansion of her spatial capabilities. Jiang Chun then embraced Yoon, a mischievous smile dancing on his lips. "Yinner, do you remember what we spoke about earlier today?" And Yoon shot him a sideways glance, a faint blush gracing her cheeks. "There are still some things I haven't told you," Jiang Chun remarked, his hands beginning to wander. "We'll discuss that later. Then, let us take a shower first." And Yoon murmured, her head bowed, her cheeks flushed. Jiang Chun grinned. "All right." Although all electrical devices were inoperative, the shower still functioned, albeit with a weak stream of cold water. In the initial days of the apocalypse, water sources remained relatively safe. "I'll go first. You're not allowed to come in." And Yoon playfully pushed Jiang Chun away and hurried into the bathroom. Jiang Chun chuckled as he watched her shut the door. It wasn't long before Yoon emerged, wrapped in a towel after her shower. Her damp, white hair cascaded over her shoulder, droplets glistening on her exquisite face, while her alluring figure was accentuated by the sheer fabric. The moment Yoon stepped out, Jiang Chun was captivated, his eyes widening in disbelief. Who could resist such beauty? And Yoon, feeling the heat of his gaze, blushed and chided, "Stop staring. You need to shower too. I'll wait for you." "All right." Jiang Chun gulped, hastily heading to the bathroom, eager to finish quickly. After hastily completing his shower, he emerged to find Yoon lounging on the bed, clad in the same revealing outfit she had worn earlier. The sheer black garment did little to conceal her enchanting figure, and this section has been deliberately omitted for brevity. With Yoon's enticing expression beckoning him, Jiang Chun transformed into a ravenous wolf, unable to resist the allure of the moment. In an instant, passion ignited, and the atmosphere became charged with desire. This section has also been deliberately omitted for brevity. Chapter 13. Unveiling Extraordinary Abilities, Astonishing Everyone After a Tempestuous Night. Jiang Chun and Yoon embraced each other in a state of profound satisfaction. Following a tender moment, Yoon began to share various insights with Jiang Chun, such as the quality levels of zombie crystal cores, which are categorized into 10 grades: white, red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple, crimson, and gold. Beyond these, she was uncertain if higher grades existed. She also discussed how to assess one's own strength, the spiritual spring, and extraordinary fruits expected the next day, as well as some future plans. Their conversation lingered for quite a while before they finally succumbed to slumber. The following morning, Jiang Chun and Yoon awoke early. After rising, Jiang Chun could not resist the allure of Yoon, for the vigor of a man in the morning is at its peak. After another brief bout of intimacy, they prepared to venture out. Jiang Chun felt invigorated, gazing at the pale light of dawn, his spirits high. And Yoon had transformed from a girl into a woman. She exuded a new vitality, her youthful innocence replaced by allure and maturity, radiating with a captivating glow. "Boss, you're awake. And you too, Sister Yin, good morning." Chen Peng and a few others were preparing breakfast when they spotted Jiang Chun and Yoon, prompting Chen Peng to rush over to greet them. He quickly discerned the change in the couple, and as someone who understood the nuances of relationships, he felt a genuine happiness for Jiang Chun. Jiang Chun nodded in acknowledgement, wrapping an arm around Yoon as they moved forward. Once breakfast was ready, everyone was summoned to awaken, and after they finished eating, Jiang Chun announced that he had something important to discuss. Chen Peng nodded, understanding the gravity of the matter. Jiang Chun, still with Yoon at his side, stepped outside. "Darling, let us explore areas with water. It is likely that the spiritual spring and extraordinary fruits are situated together," Yoon suggested. Jiang Chun agreed with a nod. Ultimately, they identified 3 locations, one of which was certain to undergo a transformation within the day. During their exploration, they encountered several zombies. Jiang Chun took the opportunity to test his second ability, zombie manipulation. He discovered that he could indeed control zombies, akin to having obedient pets, directing them as he wished. Although he could only manage 2 at a time. Most importantly, he could perceive the surroundings through the zombie's perspective, a remarkable skill for scouting perilous areas. After effortlessly dispatching the zombies, Jiang Chun lamented the lack of crystal cores from the creatures they encountered. On their return journey, they stumbled upon another zombie, which Jiang Chun swiftly eliminated. Skillfully, he opened the zombie's skull to search for a crystal core, only to find yet another devoid of one. Displeased, Jiang Chun kicked the zombie's head away, which landed squarely in a foul ditch. A lament from a zombie. "Author, I wish to file a complaint. This morning, while I was strolling in a farm stay, I did not provoke anyone. Yet suddenly, a man wielding a tang knife, resembling a handsome reader, charged at me without warning and decapitated me. As if that weren't enough, he pried open my skull and poked around in my brain with a dagger. Ultimately, he disdainfully kicked me into a stinking ditch. I feel wronged. I am utterly disheartened. Upon their return to the courtyard, they found everyone already assembled. Upon seeing Jiang Chun and an Iyun return, Wang Pengzi, Yi Tian, and others rushed forward to greet them. "Big brother, good morning," they exclaimed. Jiang Chun responded warmly, complimenting everyone's spirited appearance. "Big brother, you and Sister Yin seem a bit different. Were you two up to something behind our backs?" Wang Pengzi teased. Jiang Chun chuckled. "Children should not pry into adults' affairs. By the way, Pengzi, I think it's time I found you a wife." "Big brother, please. I'm not as formidable as you. Women only slow me down when wielding my axe," Wang Pengzi protested. The laughter echoed among the group. "All right, everyone, let us eat breakfast before it gets cold. Afterward, I have some important announcements to make." Jiang Chun greeted each person with a smile. As a leader, it is essential not only to display strength and ruthlessness, but also to wield kindness and authority to foster camaraderie with subordinates. Once Jiang Chun began eating, everyone followed suit, engaging in lively conversation. A young man boasted to Wang Pengzi, "Just watch, I, Tang Maru, will slay over 10 zombies today." Another youth turned to Qin Ping, saying, "Brother Peng, could you teach me your skills? I, Hu Hanzhong, wish to slay more zombies." After breakfast, Jiang Chun addressed the group, announcing several matters. "Today marks the second day of the apocalypse. Time is precious, so I will be brief. We will categorize everyone into two groups, combat personnel and logistics personnel. The combat personnel will primarily protect the base, venture out to eliminate zombies, and gather supplies, safeguarding the logistics personnel. The logistics personnel will be responsible for constructing and fortifying the base, as well as accompanying combat personnel to seek crystal cores. As before, combat personnel will lead the charge while logistics personnel follow to extract crystal cores from the defeated zombies." At this juncture, Jiang Chun turned to Qin Peng, his tone stern. "Qin Peng, step forward." Armed and sturdy, Qin Peng promptly approached, exclaiming, "Boss, present. From now on, you will lead the combat personnel. Wang Pengzi, Yi Tian, and others. Ensure you train them rigorously. Do not hold back just because they are my brothers. Do you understand?" "Yes, boss," Qin Peng responded loudly. Jiang Chun had not appointed a leader for the logistics personnel, as their numbers were few and did not warrant it. He continued, "Now for the second matter, which may be fortuitous news. This morning, Ian and I discovered 3 unusual locations within this farmstay, which may harbor treasures. I will not disclose specifics about the spiritual spring and extraordinary fruits. Some matters are best kept between Ian and me." After a brief pause, Jiang Chun proceeded. "The third matter concerns me. I am aware of your curiosity regarding the crystal cores in the zombies' brains and why I so desperately seek them. I can now clearly state that these crystal cores can enhance one's physical capabilities. Should the user possess latent abilities, they can awaken them ahead of time using these cores." With that, Jiang Chun leaped into the air, causing nearby objects to levitate as well. Sunlight bathed him, creating an ethereal glow, as he appeared resplendent and commanding, embodying an almost divine presence. At that moment, aside from an Iyun, everyone else gazed in awe, their eyes wide with astonishment. Wang Pengzi was so taken aback that he exclaimed, "Holy cow, big brother." Chapter 14, Slaying Zombies, Acquiring Cores, and Gathering Supplies. Jiang Chun returned to the surface, and everything reverted to its prior state. However, the hearts of those present underwent a profound transformation. The spectacle orchestrated by Jiang Chun was even more awe-inspiring than the visual impact brought by an Iyun. Each of them stood with mouths agape, their expressions reflecting utter astonishment. Within their minds, a tumultuous storm raged, leaving them speechless and in utter disbelief. Having regained their composure, they now regarded Jiang Chun with an ardent admiration, akin to devout followers beholding a deity. "Boss. Unbelievable." Qin Ping, possessing a psychological resilience far exceeding that of the others, gazed at Jiang Chun with unreserved adoration. "Boss. What kind of ability did you awaken? It's utterly mind-blowing," exclaimed one of Jiang Chun's burly subordinates, his voice filled with reverence. "Ian, when will we be capable of such feats? It's utterly captivating." Qin, an Iyun's close friend, turned to her, her voice brimming with excitement and anticipation. The allure of such supernatural power had ensnared the hearts of everyone present. "Big brother, is your awakened ability some form of magnetic manipulation?" Wang Pengzi inquired, his tone brimming with admiration. The extent to which Big Brother's ability will develop is simply unimaginable. He was akin to a celestial being, far beyond our comprehension, Yi Tian exclaimed, his expression that of an ardent admirer. Indeed, the more formidable Big Brother becomes, the safer we shall be in this apocalyptic era. Big Brother is truly remarkable. I am exceedingly fortunate to be under his guidance. Others chimed in, their voices filled with admiration and flattery. Jiangchen raised his hand, signaling for silence. Immediately, the crowd quieted, their eyes fixated on him with reverence, fervor, and anticipation. Jiang Chun turned to An Yun, who, with intuitive understanding, stepped forward and addressed the crowd in a resounding voice. Esteemed comrades, I trust you have encountered films or videos pertaining to telekinesis. Your leader has awakened precisely that, telekinesis, an ability of immense potential. Our collective safety has been significantly augmented. At times, self-proclamation may be perceived as boastful. However, when conveyed through another, the impact is markedly different. As An Yun concluded her pronouncement, the onlookers were once again seized by a profound sense of awe and reverence towards Jiang Chun. Jiang Chun simply stood by, exuding an air of authority, reaping the benefits of the moment while further solidifying the loyalty of his followers. Had Jiang Chun himself articulated these words, their impact would have been diminished considerably. Just as the crowd anticipated a conclusion, An Yun spoke once more. If you believe that your leader has awakened merely one ability, you are mistaken. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Could there be a second? An Yun did not prolong the suspense. You are not mistaken. Jiang Chun has awakened two abilities, telekinesis and the ability to manipulate zombies. The implications of controlling zombies are self-evident. I can assert with unwavering conviction that as long as you remain loyal to Jiang Chun, this apocalypse shall not be an end, but rather an opportunity for advancement. As An Yun's words resonated, the crowd erupted in a chorus of cheers, chanting Jiang Chun's name. The more formidable their leader, the safer they would be in this apocalyptic era. Jiang Chun smiled at the crowd, raising his hand to signal for silence. Enough said. I, Jiang Chun, pledge that each of you shall grow stronger. Our present objective is to slay zombies, acquire cores, and gather supplies. Is that understood? The crowd responded with a resounding affirmation. At that moment, they yearned to locate zombies and unleash their fury upon them. They were confident that as long as they remained loyal to Jiang Chun, he would undoubtedly reward them handsomely. Not only would they survive this apocalypse, but they would also grow stronger, leading vibrant and fulfilling lives. Jiang Chun surveyed the crowd's expressions, his heart filled with satisfaction. He then turned to his burly subordinates. The three locations where spiritual springs and exotic fruits were likely to appear required safeguarding. For safety's sake, he dispatched 3 individuals to each location. These spiritual springs and exotic fruits were of paramount importance, as they held the key to enhancing everyone's strength and potentially awakening supernatural abilities. 9 of you, fully armed, shall accompany me. The rest shall remain in the courtyard until my return. The burly men acknowledged his command. Subsequently, Jiang Chun departed with his contingent, while An Yun retrieved a multitude of items from her spatial storage, instructing the others to commence construction. This location was ideal, and provided it did not face a zombie horde, it was relatively safe. An Yun intended to establish their future base here, requiring meticulous planning and construction. While An Yun and the others busied themselves, Jiang Chun meticulously deployed his 9 subordinates. Upon his return, he resumed his planning, preparing to lead an expedition to slay zombies and gather supplies. With An Yun's assistance, the transportation of goods was effortless, eliminating the need for time-consuming and laborious tasks. In total, there were 39 individuals. 15 were burly men, with 9 currently guarding the spiritual springs and exotic fruits. Jiang Chun assigned 2 of the remaining 6, fully armed, to guard the premises. They were instructed to eliminate any approaching zombies and to drive away any intruders. Should the intruders persist, they were to be neutralized. Jiang Chun then led An Yun, Qin Qing, for burly men, Wang Pengzi, Yi Tian, 10 young individuals, and 2 logistical personnel, 1 male and 1 female. On an armed expedition, the remaining individuals were tasked with constructing, fortifying defenses, organizing supplies, and preparing meals. The division of labor was clearly defined. Following the previous day's cleanup, the happy farmhouse contained few zombies, as the gates had been closed, preventing their entry. The few remaining ones had likely entered through gaps in the perimeter or through holes. Wang Dazue and Yi Tian, along with the 10 young individuals, were elated upon encountering these scattered zombies, eagerly rushing forward to slay them. Yi Tian was particularly fortunate, as one of the zombies he had slain yielded a core. As Jiang Chen and his group emerged from the happy farmhouse, a horde of zombies immediately launched an attack. Jiang Chen, wielding his Tang sword, charged towards the zombies, bellowing, "Kill." As his voice resonated, a massacre of zombies commenced. "Take this, you son of a gun. Taste my axe. Let me handle this. I'll slay 10. Ark. Die, you fiends." The heads of numerous zombies plummeted to the ground, their headless corpses accumulating rapidly. The participants were consumed by bloodlust, their blades stained crimson. The happy farmhouse was situated on the outskirts of Tianqing, where the zombie population was moderate. The battle waged by Jiang Chen and his group persisted for an extended period. As the final zombie fell, its head severed by Jiang Chen's blade, the participants collectively exhaled in relief. They collapsed to the ground, gasping for air, their taut nerves finally relaxing. Some of them experienced a surge of fear, realizing that had it not been for their comrades, they might have been bitten by the zombies. Experience is the best teacher. They vowed to exercise greater caution in the future. Jiang Chen surveyed the sprawling expanse of headless zombie corpses, massaging his aching shoulders. The disparity between having subordinates and operating alone was immediately apparent. Had Jiang Chen been alone, clearing the zombies outside the happy farmhouse would have been a protracted ordeal. However, with the assistance of his team, the efficiency was remarkable. Jiang Chen eagerly anticipated the number of cores that would be yielded from this accumulation of zombie heads. He then turned to the group, his voice booming, "Let's move. It's time to reap the rewards." Chapter 15, The Zombie Dog Attack. Chen Peng nearly meets his end by the heavens. "My luck is extraordinary. I've just shattered 2 zombie skulls, and both yielded crystal cores. Alas, this zombie head yielded none. On to the next. Goodness, you're quite fortunate, my friend. Let him handle them all. Haha, I found a crystal core too." As the group diligently cracked open the skulls of the zombies, the scene before them was grotesquely bloody and repulsive. They had become desensitized to the horror in the apocalypse. Human adaptability, once the first step was taken, was truly formidable. Jiang Chen, however, was not as fortunate, failing to procure a crystal core from 5 consecutive zombie heads, while an Yun managed to extract 2. Unbeknownst to them, hidden in the shadows, a pair of eyes radiating a sinister green glow was fixed intently upon them. Beneath those glowing eyes lay a mouth unlike any human-s, oozing a viscous, transparent liquid. After a considerable effort, the group finally succeeded in opening every zombie skull, yielding a meager 9 crystal cores, a stark reminder of the low drop rate. Nevertheless, they felt content. After all, the previous day's venture into the happy farm yielded only a little over 20 cores. "Yun, keep the crystal cores safe. Let us head to that small convenience store ahead to rest, and see if there is anything to eat or drink," Jiang Chen instructed, gesturing toward the open door of a dilapidated store, stained with blood. And Yun had already stored 2/3 of the supplies from her space into their base, and it was essential to replenish the empty space. "I'll scout ahead," Wang Pengzi exclaimed, swiftly grabbing his steel axe and moving forward. Seeing this, Yi Tian, eager not to be left behind, picked up his machete and stood alongside Wang Pengzi. "I'll clear the way with the fatty. If any zombies appear, I'll slice them down in one clean stroke." After their recent battles, they had grown increasingly adept at slaying zombies. Yi Tian had certainly earned the right to utter such words. Against a small number of zombies, he could now dispatch them with ease. The other 8 young men, though not advancing as rapidly as Yi Tian and Wang Pengzi, could now handle 4 zombies without issue and were eager to assist Jiang Chen in leading the way. As for Chen Peng and his robust companions, armed with weapons, zombies before them were mere lambs awaiting slaughter. Qin Xing had made significant progress as well. Not only was she no ordinary person, but her continuous training with an Yun had honed her abilities in slaying zombies. "Let us proceed, but remain vigilant and cautious." Jiang Chen smiled, accepting Wang Pengzi's and Yi Tian's eagerness. They nodded in agreement, and the group advanced toward the small convenience store. Upon arrival, Wang Pengzi and Yi Tian carefully scouted the interior to prevent a surprise zombie ambush. The store was neither too large nor too small. After inspecting it, they found it devoid of zombies and surprisingly stocked with food. Perhaps due to the apocalypse being only in its 2nd day, people had yet to realize the significance of food. Though somewhat disordered, the supplies had not suffered much loss. Of course, it was also possible that no one else had ventured here, given the multitude of zombies outside. People likely still had provisions at home, and no one would risk their lives to come here just yet. It could be said that at the dawn of the apocalypse, many resources remained, with scarcity only increasing as time passed. As for the store's owner, a pool of blood on the floor made it abundantly clear why he was absent. Jiang Chun surveyed the store and then smiled at his companions. All right, everyone, take whatever you desire to eat. Let us rest for a moment before we continue our hunt. He then turned to an Iyun and added, Iyun, if you could, once they've gathered their food, please store the remaining supplies in your space. With a smile, an Iyun nodded and handed Jiang Chun a chocolate bar, urging him to open his mouth. With a resigned glance at an Iyun, Jiang Chun obliged and took a bite. The others observed this exchange with amused expressions, each selecting their favorite snacks. Wang Pengzi seized a bottle of soda, took a hearty swig, and exclaimed, refreshing. As everyone indulged in their meal, the atmosphere relaxed and their guard waned. In a dark corner across from the store, the eerie green eyes had somehow drawn closer. Now able to observe the group inside, the gaze fixated on Wang Pengzi, and the creature's mouth began to uncontrollably drool a viscous, transparent liquid. Moments later, it moved, stepping out from the shadows into the light. The source of those glowing eyes was revealed to be a zombie dog, its teeth bared in a menacing grin, skin rotting to reveal bones beneath, exuding a repugnant stench. The zombie dog moved with remarkable speed, stealthily positioning itself for an ambush while Jiang Chun and his companions remained blissfully unaware of the impending danger. They were engaged in light-hearted conversation and feasting. Soon, an Iyun had finished gathering the supplies, and the group had nearly completed their rest. Noticing this, Jiang Chun picked up his tang knife. Are we rested up? All set, came the unified response. Ready to hunt zombies. With that, they exited the convenience store. Chun Peng led the way, a cheerful smile on his face. Yet, in a heartbeat, his expression shifted as he sensed a lethal danger approaching from his left. Turning to investigate, he was met with the sight of a monstrous creature lunging toward him. Survival instincts kicked in, prompting Qinping to lean back sharply, narrowly avoiding the beast as it leaped over him. A wave of putrid odor assaulted his senses, making him feel nauseous, as if he might regurgitate his recent meal. The abrupt turn of events heightened the vigilance of his companions. Be careful, it's a zombie dog. It's incredibly fast, an Iyun warned, gripping her tang knife in a defensive stance. Jiang Chun and the others were taken aback. A zombie dog. Among the 10 young men, Han San, with his keen eyes, recognized that this zombie dog was a female. A bold thought sparked within him. If humans were not an option, perhaps a dog could be. Of course, he wasn't suggesting anything untoward. He believed that Jiang Chun could potentially control this zombie dog. After all, if Jiang Chun could command zombies, this creature, being a zombie itself, should be no different. Han San was convinced that the zombie dog possessed considerable combat prowess. Turning to Jiang Chun, he looked hopeful. Big brother, can you control this zombie dog? Chapter 16. Chun Peng's regret as Han San's words echoed. The crowd fell silent, momentarily taken aback. Upon encountering the zombie dog, their immediate instinct was to eliminate it. Even Jiang Chun and an Iyun shared this sentiment. To their surprise, Han San had proposed a different approach. Brother Ha, can you control it with your abilities? Wang Pengzi inquired. The zombie dog appeared to possess commendable combat strength. If it could be controlled, they could use it to assist in exterminating zombies and return to safety by noon. Yi Tian echoed this thought. Jiang Chun pondered for a moment, casting a glance at an Iyun. She nodded in agreement, clearly supportive of the idea. After all, if they could successfully control the creature, it would eliminate the need for direct confrontation while also providing considerable combat prowess. And they could deal with the zombie dog at their convenience. Jiang Chun's gaze hardened as he addressed the zombie dog. Very well, but if things go awry, we will eliminate it immediately. Understood, boss. Chun Peng raised his gun, ready to pull the trigger at the slightest hint of danger. His eyes glinting with a hint of malice as he scrutinized the creature. Damn it, if it weren't for my agility, I might have been in deep trouble. Qinping had no fondness for the zombie dog. The other burly men also aimed their weapons at the creature. The zombie dog seemed to sense the threat posed by the guns. It assumed an aggressive posture, baring its teeth in a menacing snarl, yet did not attack immediately. Eventually, unable to resist the allure of flesh, it opened its foul mouth wide and leaped forward. Whoosh! The zombie dog did not lunge at Qinpeng, but instead targeted Wang Pengzi. However, just as it soared through the air, its ferocity vanished in an instant, and it plummeted back to the ground. Jiang Chun fixed his gaze on the creature, channeling his mental energy to invade the zombie dog's mind. Beads of sweat began to form on his forehead, but soon enough, he had successfully subdued the beast. Nevertheless, upon capturing the zombie dog, Jiang Chen realized that he was unable to control the zombies themselves. Previously, he could manage 2 zombies, but now, the zombie dog occupied the equivalent of 2 zombie slots. "Come here," Jiang Chen commanded, and within moments, the zombie dog obediently trotted to his side, resembling a well-trained pet, panting and sitting before him in a submissive manner. Jiang Chen issued several simple commands, and the creature comprehended his intentions, complying without hesitation. The onlookers were utterly astonished, except for Chen Peng, whose eyes betrayed a flicker of regret. "All right, let us commence the extermination of the zombies," Jiang Chen declared, wielding his tang knife. With that command, the group began to encircle the happy farm, methodically clearing out the zombies and collecting any resources available. Before long, midday approached. After dispatching the zombies before them, Jiang Chen and an Ian prepared to return. Throughout their battle, many had been watching through the windows. They witnessed Jiang Chen and his companions wreaking havoc, the grotesque and ferocious zombies proving utterly powerless against them. Each time a zombie appeared, Jiang Chen and his team swiftly dispatched it. The onlookers were left in awe of their formidable prowess, particularly when they observed the group not only slaying the zombies, but also opening their skulls, a sight that initially repulsed them. However, it soon became clear that they were collecting something rather than indulging in morbid curiosity. Another curious phenomenon caught their attention. Despite the dog's transformation into a monster, it remained obedient and assisted in the extermination. Many questions swirled in their minds. Among the onlookers was a short-haired youth who considered himself astute and resolved to latch onto Jiang Chen's group. Watching from his window, he decided that once Jiang Chen and his companions had cleared the area, he would venture out to request their acceptance. He believed that aligning with such a powerful group was far more advantageous than remaining alone at home, waiting for uncertain rescue. Moreover, he considered himself strong and capable, confident that they would not refuse his plea. Yet, he hesitated to join the fray, reasoning that the number of zombies was still considerable. Rushing out now could result in dire consequences. In truth, the short-haired youth was still gripped by fear. For safety, he resolved to wait until Jiang Chen's group had dealt with the zombies before he made his move. This line of thinking was shared by several others who held similar sentiments. Once the final zombie fell, the group immediately began to extract the crystal cores from the fallen foes. Exhaustion was evident on their faces after a morning of fierce combat. They bore the marks of battle, starkly contrasting their pristine appearances from the morning. They resembled demons roaming the earth, each radiating a palpable aura of menace. Especially Jiang Chen and an Iyun. Jiang Chen, who had started the day looking immaculate, now bore the stains of battle, his eyes sharp and cold, emanating a chilling aura that deterred ordinary people from making eye contact for fear of incurring his wrath. And Iyun, once akin to a sweet goddess, now exuded an almost tangible aura of menace, her tang knife dripping with blood, her expression as frigid as ice, making it clear that no one dared approach her. As Jiang Chen and his companions began to collect the crystal cores, those who had been observing could no longer hesitate. A few among them rushed downstairs, with the short-haired youth sprinting ahead due to his proximity. Soon, he stood before Jiang Chen and the others. "Hello, esteemed brothers," he exclaimed, clenching his fists and nervously addressing the group before bowing deeply. Jiang Chen, hearing his voice, did not even glance his way, continuing with his tasks. And Iyun mirrored this indifference. Chen Peng, Qin Xing, Wang Pengzi, Yi Tian, and the others exchanged glances, acknowledging the youth momentarily before returning their focus to opening the zombie skulls. The short-haired youth, feeling slightly embarrassed at being ignored, bit his lip and tried again. "Brothers, do you need more people? I wish to join you. I am a hard worker and possess great strength." Chapter 17. Why do you not accept us? Moments after the buzzcut youth finished speaking, 3 individuals hurried over. Upon seeing the buzzcut youth, their eyes widened in surprise. They hadn't anticipated that someone had arrived before them. Without hesitation, they turned their admiration toward Jiang Chen and an Iyun-S group, recalling their original intentions. "Brothers, I just watched your battle from home, and you were incredible. Those terrifying zombies were mere trifles before you. Do you need a little brother? I excel at making tea, cooking, and household chores. I guarantee to serve you all with utmost care and comfort." The speaker was a bespectacled young man, appearing rather refined, exuding a sense of elegance. "Brothers, you are truly remarkable. I can also make tea and meals, and I'm exceptionally capable. I assure you, I can cater to your needs. May I join your ranks? I am exceedingly obedient. This was said by an attractive woman, her figure well-proportioned, clad in a black fishnet outfit. She wore heavy makeup and spoke in a flirtatious tone. The buzz-cut youth, standing closest to her, felt an inexplicable surge of frustration. None in Jiang Chen's group showed any interest, particularly Wang Fatty, who revealed a look of disdain. Ordinary women only served to distract him from wielding his axe with precision. Greetings, I am Cui Daotian, a physician well-versed in both Western and traditional medicine. Please take me along. You need only ensure my safety and sustenance. Should any of you be injured or ill, I will take full responsibility for your care," said a casually dressed man with glasses, whose slight arrogance was evident in his demeanor. Upon seeing an Yun and Qin Qing, a flicker of admiration sparkled in his eyes. These two women were indeed exquisite, far surpassing the overly flamboyant woman beside him. Compared to the many women he had encountered, Cui Daotian realized that these two were unparalleled beauties. If he could indulge with either of them, even in this apocalyptic world, it would seem worthwhile, he mused inwardly. Upon hearing that Cui Daotian was a doctor, Jiang Chen briefly lifted his gaze toward him but quickly diverted it after Cui finished speaking. Initially, Jiang Chen had contemplated accepting him, but after scrutinizing the man, he dismissed the thought. What use was there for a self-important, deluded individual who could not comprehend his own circumstances? Chen Ping, Qin Qing, Wang Fatty, and Yu Tian observed that Jiang Chen and an Yun remained indifferent, and they followed suit. Several young men internally scoffed at the audacity of those wishing to join them, wondering if they had even looked in a mirror. They had not offered assistance during the battle against the zombies, yet now they dared to approach, as if anyone could join their ranks. The buzz-cut youth, Cui Daotian, the alluring woman, and the refined young man all felt various degrees of dismay as Jiang Chen's group paid them no mind. The buzz-cut youth, filled with confidence, had anticipated acceptance, only to be met with silence, leaving him feeling deeply defeated. He could not fathom why they looked down upon him. After all, he was strong and capable. Cui Daotian felt his pride wounded. As a doctor, his skills were invaluable in this post-apocalyptic world. Their indifference to his offer was perplexing. Did they not recognize the importance of a physician? The alluring woman, noticing Jiang Chen's group ignoring her, displayed an expression of hurt, appearing pitiful. Had she not made her intentions clear? Were these men truly so unresponsive? The refined young man, feeling awkward, scratched his cheek and stood stiffly. The buzz-cut youth called out again, prompting Cui Daotian and the others to speak once more, yet Jiang Chen's group remained unresponsive. Soon, Jiang Chen and his companions had dispatched the zombies, collecting every crystal core without leaving a single one behind. "Let us depart," Jiang Chen said, sheathing his dagger. The morning's efforts had yielded a satisfactory harvest, with a considerable number of crystal cores, and Yun's storage was nearly full. They had ravaged a convenience store, supermarket, and pharmacy, leaving no supplies behind, akin to a locust swarm. "Yes, at this hour, they should have prepared our meals," Wang Fatty remarked with a grin. "I wonder what my father and the others are doing. After a morning of slaughter, brother, let me take a nap when we return." Yi Tian chuckled. Qin Qing, disregarding her dirty hands, tucked her hair behind her ear, smiling as she said, "I just want to take a nice bath when we get back." Indeed, they were all grimy, especially their hands. The first order of business would be to wash thoroughly and change clothes. Among the group, Tang Maru, the dirtiest, joked, "Haha. Don't think it ends there when we return. I still have to train you all." "Wow. No way. Brother Peng, you're a devil," Hu Hansen exclaimed, his expression one of disbelief. As Jiang Chen and an Yun led the group back, laughter and chatter filled the air. The buzz-cut youth, Cui Daotian, the alluring woman, and the refined young man became anxious as they realized Jiang Chen's group was leaving. In their hearts, they all shouted, "You are forgetting 4 individuals. Brothers. Let us stop them and inquire why they refuse to accept us," Cui Daotian suggested to the others. He could not approach alone. He needed their support. The buzz-cut youth nodded in agreement. "Let us go together." "All right," the alluring woman said, crossing her arms but not rejecting the idea. As the 3 men decided to follow, they swiftly ran ahead to intercept Jiang Chen and his group. Those watching from the windows laughed derisively at their persistence. It was evident that this group was uninterested in them, yet here they were, shamelessly trying to block their path. Clearly, this band was not composed of naive souls. They were not to be trifled with. The 4 of them acted recklessly, risking provoking the group, who could easily dispatch them as they had the zombies. Some observers questioned why they did not simply remain at home, awaiting rescue from the military. Cui Daotian focused on Jiang Qin, recognizing him as the leader of the group. Hello, I would like to ask why you refuse to accept us, without even acknowledging our presence? Chapter 18. The crowd transforms into the denizens of Zhuan indeed. Even if you refuse our company, could you at least show us some consideration? Furthermore, why are you unwilling to accept me? It is evident that I am not the type to hinder your progress. Among you are women, and as a man, I surely possess greater capabilities than they do, right? After Credo Tian finished speaking, the buzzcut youth turned his gaze towards Jiang Chun, voicing his discontent as if Jiang Chun owed him something. Oh dear, this young man. Why not take me along? I long to join your ranks. I am exceptionally capable. It is my profession. The alluring woman did not utter further words but cast a seductive glance at Jiang Chun, accentuating her curves in a provocative manner. Unfazed, Jiang Chun maintained a stoic expression. It was evident that this woman was likely a professional seductress. As the saying goes, one may laugh at poverty, but not at prostitution. Jiang Chun did not disdain her. Yet he questioned whether she truly believed herself worthy of his attention. An Yun raised an eyebrow at the seductive woman, her eyes glinting with a hint of coldness. How intriguing it was to flirt with her husband right before her eyes. Did she not glance in the mirror to see how frightful her makeup appeared? Self-awareness is paramount in life. Perhaps she should consider her suitability in this scenario. The two seemed to share a similar mindset, as the delicate young man, visibly anxious, clutched his hands tightly and addressed Jiang Chun's group. Esteemed brothers, I am Xiao Shou. I implore you, take me with you. I yearn to grow as strong as you. As the saying goes, with great power comes great responsibility. You are so formidable. Please lend me your assistance. I would be immensely grateful. Surely, you would not refuse? After their declarations, the four of them regarded Jiang Chun and his companions with diverse expressions. Jiang Chun surveyed the buzzcut youth, Credo Tian, the seductive woman, and the delicate young man, and could not help but let out a cold chuckle. What were these for truly thinking? He could somewhat understand the woman's intentions, yet how could the three men shamelessly utter such words? Before Jiang Chun and an Yun could respond, Qin Qing, Wang Pengzi, Yi Tian, and Chen Peng spoke up. Wang Pengzi's blood pressure had already risen upon hearing Credo Tian's words, and after listening to their four statements, it surged even higher. Who the hell are you? Why do we owe you anything? Am I your father? Do you expect me to cater to your whims? As for your refusal, don't you have even a modicum of self-awareness? Get lost, or I swear I won't hesitate to use my axe on you. Just you? I feel as though I've just heard the greatest joke. You claim to be superior to our women? Where were you when we were slaying zombies? Who knows which fool was hiding away, observing, only to emerge now that the zombies are gone, attempting to join us with such audacity. If you're dissatisfied, how about a little sparring? Let us determine who stands superior and who lives or dies. And you, madam, do you possess a mirror? Perhaps you should take a glance at the garish makeup on your face? I harbor no disdain for you. Yet why choose to tempt my brother? Are you blind? Do you not see Sister Yin beside him? To entice my brother in her presence? You truly must have a death wish, Kid, spare us the moral high ground. We're not impressed. If you desire strength, pick up a weapon and slay some zombies. And as for your gratitude, how much is that worth? As a man, you exhibit such a lack of masculinity. If I were your father, I'd give you a good thrashing. As Wang Pengzi, Qin Qing, Yi Tian, and Chen Peng spoke, others chimed in. They truly amused me. Their faces are quite large. What they expressed resonates deeply with my thoughts. Off with you. Stop standing around and go play elsewhere. At this moment, the expressions of Credo Tian, the buzzcut youth, the seductive woman, and the delicate young man were quite a spectacle. Credo Tian's expression soured. He had not anticipated such a low level of decorum from this group. The more he listened, the more he felt they were centered around their mothers, with their fathers serving merely as radius points for their circle of insults. Ultimately, Credo Tian could no longer contain his fury, erupting in a loud shout. Silence. If you refuse, so be it. I am a distinguished chief physician. I do not require your reprimands. The standards of education in your country are indeed concerning, far inferior to those of my homeland. Upon hearing Credo Tian's outburst, Jiang Chun and his companions were momentarily taken aback, only to be replaced by a chilling realization. They had not expected this man to be from the land of pickled vegetables, just like Huang Ruan. However, it became evident that they were indeed cut from the same cloth. as their words bore striking similarities. With this revelation, the group would not let him off easily. Transforming into the denizens of Zwan right before him, Credo Tion discovered that the previous remarks were relatively civil compared to the current tirade, which was utterly unbearable. His face turned ashen, his body trembled uncontrollably, whether from rage or something else was unclear. The spectacle of dozens berating a single individual was quite a sight to behold. For someone with a fragile psyche, it could very well lead to a breakdown. The buzzcut youth could no longer bear it and intervened. "Hey, this is too much. You should stop insulting him." The delicate young man quickly echoed, Yes, it's gone too far. You shouldn't continue. Such words cannot kill a person. Can't we all be civil? Show some respect, will you? Are you two here to amuse us? Teaching us how to behave? Hilarious. What kind of status do you possess? And here you are, defending someone from the land of pickled vegetables. Truly a disgrace. With the buzz-cut youth and the delicate young man speaking up, they unwittingly drew attention to themselves, turning the focus from Credo Tion to 3 new targets. The delicate young man was reduced to tears, exclaiming, "You are utterly excessive. Are you even human? Is this how you treat others?" At that moment, the seductive woman wisely distanced herself from the trio, not wishing to be caught in their crossfire. Observing the scene unfold, she sighed inwardly, realizing that Jiang Chen's group would not accept her. In this suddenly perilous world, as a vulnerable woman, she was uncertain how long she might survive. Finally, Jiang Chen raised his hand, signaling for silence, and the crowd fell quiet. He first glanced at the woman standing a short distance away, mentally acknowledging her perceptiveness. Then, his gaze turned to Credo Tion, the buzzcut youth, and the delicate young man, his demeanor icy and expression unreadable as he spoke with indifference. "I shall grant you one opportunity. Disappear from our sight within 10 seconds. Chapter 19. The true benevolent man of Jiang, are you not being a tad excessive, my lord? Is this how you indulge your subordinates?" The audacity of their leader was astonishing, revealing a blatant disregard for their presence. "You think you can simply vanish within 10 seconds? How arrogant you are, believing that the world has transformed and you are beyond the law." Cui Daodian, infuriated by such insolence, could hardly contain his anger. "How can you act this way? We are all from Tianqing. Should we not unite and support one another?" The delicate young man wept as he gazed at Jiang Chen, while the short-haired youth nodded in agreement. Jiang Chen, however, paid them no mind and commenced a 10-second countdown. 10, 9, 8. "I want to see what you can do to us. Just because you outnumber us, do you think I fear you?" Cui Daotian glared furiously at Jiang Chen as the countdown continued. He turned to the short-haired youth and the delicate young man, reassuring them, "Do not be afraid. I refuse to believe he dares to act against us." Both young men nodded, though the delicate one harbored a flicker of fear that he concealed. Cui Daotian cast a dismissive glance at the woman who had distanced herself, revealing his belief that she was incapable of handling this situation. As Jiang Chen finished the countdown, his gaze turned cold, resembling that of a man staring into the abyss. Cui Daotian remained oblivious to the peril he was in, standing with an air of arrogance. Hands crossed defiantly. "You think I vanished? What will you do? There are so many witnesses here. Do you dare to harm me?" The short-haired youth and the delicate young man remained silent, their expressions mirroring Cui Daotian's bravado. With a chilling smile, Jiang Chen drew his pistol, disengaged the safety, and aimed it at Cui Daotian's forehead, pulling the trigger. Bang! The sound echoed as Cui Daotian's head exploded, collapsing lifelessly to the ground, his eyes wide in disbelief. Blood oozing from his forehead, a grotesque sight. In that instant, everyone else, except for Jiang Chen and his companions, stood frozen in shock. The short-haired youth and the delicate young man jumped in fright, their souls shaken by the gunshot. Caught completely off guard, they were paralyzed by the sudden violence. The distant woman gasped, covering her mouth in shock. Jiang Chen, cold and detached, shifted his gaze away from Cui Daotian's lifeless body. He considered himself a kind man, having offered a chance that was squandered through their own ineptitude. Turning his attention to the short-haired youth, he raised his gun once more. Bang! The short-haired youth followed in Cui Daotian's footsteps into oblivion. The delicate young man, trembling with fear, fell to the ground as Jiang Chen aimed at him. "Please, don't kill me. I was wrong. I'll leave right now," he pleaded, panic-stricken. In the next moment, an unpleasant odor wafted from him, revealing his loss of composure. The observers at the windows recoiled in disgust. Bang! The third shot rang out, and the delicate young man lay still, devoid of life. Jiang Chen's expression remained impassive, filled with indifference. He had offered opportunities. Their failure was their own. Reflecting on the severity of his actions, Jiang Chun thought he might be too lenient. Unlike the protagonists of the apocalyptic novels he had read, who would eliminate threats without hesitation, he had allowed them a chance. Perhaps he was indeed too kind and deserved the title of Jiang the Benevolent. "Let us go back," he instructed, leading an Yun and the others away. They soon erupted into laughter as if the recent events were trivial, as if they had merely dispatched 3 insignificant chickens. "Well done, brother. I was on the verge of losing my patience," one exclaimed. "Those from the pickled cabbage nation really think they can act with impunity. How foolish." Amidst their banter, the distant woman sat in shock, covering her mouth, terrified of becoming the next victim. Once they had left, she breathed heavily, relieved she had not accompanied the trio. For otherwise, she might have joined them in death. Suddenly, the sound of zombies filled the air, snapping her back to reality. In haste, she stumbled in the direction they had come. Her frantic escape appearing comical to those watching, yet eliciting no laughter from the somber crowd who had witnessed the grim fate of 3 lives extinguished. It was a stark reminder that they were not facing mere zombies, but human beings, though they did not hear the words that led to their demise. Jiang Chun and his group had unwittingly earned the label of demons in the eyes of the onlookers. As the days passed, the notion of an apocalypse began to take root in their minds. Yet, unbeknownst to them, in this world of despair, the true horror lay not in the undead, but within the hearts of men. After midnight, Jiang Chun and his companions returned to the happy farmhouse. Wang Pengzi beamed with joy upon seeing their destination. "At last, we've arrived. I can't wait to shower and eat." Qin chuckled and leaned toward an Iyun, whispering, "Iyun, let us bathe together. It's been ages since we last did." An Iyun shot him a disapproving glance, fully aware of his intentions. At that moment, Chun Peng opened the door, and Jiang Chun, wearing a smile, contemplated the fruitful day they had experienced, eager to discover if the spring of vitality and exotic fruits had appeared. "Let us head back to the base," he declared. Chapter 20. Returning to the base. Enhancement of strength. Upon their return to the base, Jiang Chun and his companions noticed significant changes. It was evident that ordinary zombies would now have to enter through the main gate of the courtyard, greatly enhancing the defensive measures. Additionally, a small watchtower had been erected in the courtyard, allowing them to survey the area and keep an eye on the happy farm. Thanks to an Iyun's generous contribution of 2/3 of their resources for the construction, they believed that in a few days, a competent prototype of the base would take shape. As Jiang Chun and the others arrived, they were greeted by Hisong, Wang Pengzi's mother, and Yan, Yutian's father, along with other logistical personnel who had prepared meals in anticipation of their return. Upon seeing Jiang Chun and his companions, they immediately set aside their tasks to welcome them. A member of the logistics team counted the number of returnees, and, upon confirming that everyone was present, heaved a sigh of relief. Hisong rushed to her son Wang Pengzi, disregarding any dirt he might have, and began to inspect him for injuries. "My son, you have worried your mother sick." Wang Pengzi chuckled and reassured her, "Mom, with my elder brother around, what is there to worry about? You're just fretting unnecessarily." Yan approached Yitian, observing the stark contrast between the son he had sent out and the one who had returned. The words he wished to express transformed into a simple pat on Yitian's shoulder. Understanding his father's nature, Yitian smiled and said, "Dad, I have not brought shame to the Yi family. I cannot even count how many zombies I have slain. To me, they were merely targets before my blade. And with my elder brother here, you need not worry." Qin's family and others expressed their concern and greetings, creating a warm atmosphere. At that moment, Qin's son pointed curiously at the zombie dog at Jiang Chen's feet and inquired, "Brother Jiang, is that a dog?" Uncertain, he found the creature's appearance rather monstrous. Jiang Chen nodded. "Indeed, it is a zombie dog. I initially intended to eliminate it, but it has shown commendable behavior today, so I have decided to spare its life." He had planned to dispose of the zombie dog on their way back, especially since it had posed a significant threat to Qin. However, to his surprise, when he intended to end the creature's life, Qin had pleaded for its existence, revealing that the zombie dog had saved him from a near-fatal attack by a zombie. Listening to the story, Jiang Chun decided to grant the zombie dog a reprieve and brought it back with him. Upon learning it was a zombie dog, Qin displayed no fear. Instead, he was intrigued, asking, "Brother Jiang, it won't bite, will it? May I observe it up close?" Jiang Chen smiled and reassured him, "No. It will not attack unless commanded. See for yourself." Upon hearing this, Qin's face lit up with delight. Thank you, Brother Jiang. He quickly approached the zombie dog, discovering that it indeed posed no threat. He noted the skeletal remains visible on its belly, exclaiming to himself how remarkable it was that a zombie dog could survive in such a state. However, he couldn't help but comment on the pungent odor emanating from the creature, pinching his nose in distaste. The others, witnessing this exchange, also cast curious glances at the zombie dog, as it was their first encounter with such a creature, providing a refreshing novelty to them. Meanwhile, the individual responsible for reporting the status of their tasks had completed his briefing to an Iyun, confirming that the logistical team had exceeded expectations in their assignments. Jiang Chun noted the absence of his 9 robust subordinates and deduced that Ling Quan and the extraordinary fruits had yet to appear. Turning to the group, Jiang Chun spoke. All right, let us wash up and prepare for dinner. We will have the zombie dog guard the entrance to the courtyard. Oh, finally, I can take a shower. Brother, I'll head to my room first, exclaimed one of them. Mom, I'm off to wash up and change. I feel quite unwell, another added. Parents, brother, I'm going to shower with Iyun. Please wait for our return, Jiang Chun remarked as they began to tidy up. In his room, Jiang Chun gazed at the crystal cores that Yuner had given him. This morning, he had collected a total of 28 cores. A substantial yield considering the low drop rate at the onset of the apocalypse, often yielding none after 10 zombies if luck was not in their favor. Naturally, Jiang Chun intended to share these cores with an Iyun. The rationale for not distributing them among Wang Pengzi, Yi Tian, Chen Peng, and Qin Qing was simple. There were too few cores for so many individuals. Moreover, it was imperative for Jiang Chun and an Iyun, as the primary combatants, to enhance their strength. With their powers augmented, they would be better equipped to secure opportunities and lead their group through the challenges of the apocalypse. Most importantly, Ling Quan and the extraordinary fruits were expected to appear that very day, which would elevate everyone's abilities significantly, more than sufficient for the early days of the apocalypse. Jiang Chun was also curious to see how many among the 36 individuals would awaken extraordinary powers after utilizing Ling Quan and the fruits. Noting that he excluded Qin Qing from the count, as an Iyun had informed him that she was destined to awaken fire-based abilities. As for Wang Pengzi, Yi Tian, and Chen Peng, their fates remained unknown as they had perished too soon. Ah, Brother Jiang, you are truly fortunate. Iyun, your assets seem to have grown. Ah, let go. Yours are not small either. Go touch your own. How boring. At that moment, 2 melodious female voices interrupted Jiang Chen's thoughts. He raised his gaze towards the bathroom, a smirk forming on his lips. Could they not keep the noise down? Did they not realize how easily they could attract unwanted attention? Previously, Qin Qing had mentioned she would bathe with an Iyun, so she had not returned to her room. Listening to the sounds and playful banter from the bathroom, Jiang Chen's mind conjured images of the 2 women frolicking together, both possessing beauty and figures that rivaled one another. The thought was too enticing. He quickly shook his head to dispel such distractions and set aside half of the crystal cores for an Iyun. Holding the remaining cores, Jiang Chun closed his eyes and began to absorb their energy with unwavering focus. As the cores disintegrated into powder in his grasp, he opened his eyes, a glint of cold light flashing within. After absorbing 14 cores, he felt invigorated, his spirit renewed, and his condition remarkably enhanced. It was evident that his physical prowess had significantly improved. Next, Jiang Chun turned his attention to the bed to test his telekinetic abilities. In an instant, the bed began to levitate. Before absorbing the 14 cores, he had been unable to achieve such a feat, but now it was effortlessly within his grasp. A smile graced his lips as he realized that last night's regrets could be revisited tonight. Chapter 21. No joking. Serious matters, and Iyun and Qin Qing soon emerged from the bath, wrapped in towels. Jiang Chun gazed at the 2 women, not furtively, but with an open admiration. He simply appreciated beauty. After all, exquisite things are undeniably alluring. Husband, don't you think Qing Qing and I look lovely? Iyun asked, crossing her arms and smiling at Jiang Chun. Absolutely, Jiang Chun replied without hesitation. Both Iyun and Qin Qing possessed their own unique charms, with figures that were undeniably appealing. Jiang Chun had always been an honest man. Iyun playfully tugged at Qin Qing, bringing her in front of Jiang Chun. Since that's the case, dear husband, why not take Qing Qing as well? I can't handle your intensity alone. Qin Qing stood there, stunned, her disbelief palpable. Iyun, are you serious? This is hardly a funny joke. Indeed, Qin Qing was taken aback by Iyun's words. I considered you my close friend, and you want me to share your husband. Is there a woman who would share her man? Jiang Chun was an impeccable man, truthfully. Before an Iyun and Jiang Chun solidified their relationship, Qin Qing had harbored feelings for him. However, ever since Jiang Chun confessed to an Iyun, she had buried those feelings and replaced them with sincere blessings. As a good friend, she could never imagine stealing a man from an Iyun. Yet today, she truly did not expect an Iyun to say such things. Jiang Chun was equally astonished, staring at an Iyun with a face full of surprise. Could it be that the kind of wife found only in novels was right beside him? Nevertheless, Jiang Chun was a devoted man. He could never entertain such notions. Moreover, given an Iyun's affection towards him, how could he betray her? Yinner, what Qingqing says is correct. This jest is hardly amusing. Although it was well said, please refrain from mentioning it again, Jiang Chun said earnestly, regarding an Iyun with seriousness. Seeing this, an Iyun pouted, understanding that matters required patience and a gradual approach. Then, with a playful tongue-out gesture, she laughed, haha, let us just chalk that up to me joking. I won't say it anymore. Truth be told, deep down, an Iyun did not wish to share her husband with anyone, even if that someone were her dear friend, Qin Qing. Yet, she felt compelled to consider it. With the impending apocalypse and Jiang Chun's exceptional qualities, he would undoubtedly attract many temptresses. It seemed wiser to allow her friend a head start. The incident with the alluring woman today had served as a wake-up call for an Iyun. Furthermore, as time progressed, the offspring of a leader would become increasingly significant. For years into the apocalypse, if a leader's women showed no signs of pregnancy, it could lead to considerable unrest. It was akin to an emperor lacking heirs. How absurd. Upon realizing an Iyun's understanding, both Jiang Chun and Qin Qing simultaneously released a sigh of relief. All right, I shall take my turn to bathe now. Remember to absorb the crystal cores on the table, Jiang Chun said before retreating to the bathroom. Once Jiang Chun entered the bathroom, an Iyun's smile vanished, and she turned to Qin Qing with a serious expression. Qing, I know you once harbored feelings for Jiang Chun, an Iyun stated earnestly. Qing froze. And as realization dawned, a flicker of anger ignited within her. Was an Iyun testing her with those words? Did she not trust her? This left Qin feeling deeply unsettled. Her best friend was probing her character, and that sensation was suffocating. I would never attempt to steal your man. So was that remark a test? Qin retorted, unable to keep her feelings bottled up. And Iyun recognized that Qin had misinterpreted her intentions. Quickly, she smiled and embraced Qin, whispering in her ear, No, I was testing you. You misunderstood, Qing. Qin blinked in surprise. Then what do you mean? And Iyun replied, What I meant was that my previous statement was serious, not a jest. Consider it, would you? After all, you once had feelings for Jiang Chun. As the saying goes, the one closest to the water gets the moon first, and with me around, success is assured. Qin touched in Iyun's forehead, noting that her temperature was perfectly normal. Iyun, do you realize what you're saying? I do, and let me explain why, and Iyun laughed, proceeding to share her reasoning with Qin. After listening, Qin bit her lip and responded, This is quite a challenge to my worldview. Give me a few days to think it over. And Iyun grinned, recognizing the need for patience. She then shifted the topic, picking up a crystal core and explaining it to Qin. Before long, Jiang Chun emerged from the bathroom, freshly dressed and transformed, appearing as though he had transitioned from a demon to an angel. Noticing the two women waiting for him, Jiang Chun said, Let us go, it's time to eat. And Iyun and Qin nodded in agreement, and the trio made their way outside. Upon reaching the courtyard, they discovered Wang Pengzi, Yi Tian, Chen Peng, and the others had finished bathing and were gathered together, awaiting their arrival. Chen Peng and the other two subordinates served food to Jiang Chun and Iyun and Qin. Their supplies were abundant, and the meal was quite sumptuous. Jiang Chun held the food, looking at everyone with a smile. Let us eat. Immediately, everyone began to chat and laugh, enjoying their meal. Meanwhile, at locations A, B, and C, 9 heavily armed men were idly waiting. The boss mentioned that treasures might appear here today, yet it's been half the morning with no sign of anything, one man grumbled. After an indeterminate time, one of the men at location B suddenly exclaimed, Whoa, you two, look at those cherry tomatoes. What is happening to that water? Is something about to emerge? I'll notify the boss. You two stay here. Understanding the urgency, the man sprinted back to the base. Upon entering the courtyard and spotting Jiang Chun, he shouted, Boss, the area we were guarding has shown signs of activity. It seems a treasure is about to emerge. Both Jiang Chun and an Iyun sprang from their seats, joy illuminating their faces. In unison, they declared, "Everyone, let us go." Chapter 22. The Emergence of the Spiritual Spring and Exotic Fruits. Everyone's power enhances upon hearing the words of Jiang Chun and Iyun. Everyone hastily set aside their tasks. A treasure is about to manifest? They were aware of this. As Jiang Chun had mentioned it earlier that morning, their curiosity piqued. They wondered what type of treasure it could be. Following this, Jiang Chun and Iyun swiftly led the group towards location B. Iyun was filled with nervous anticipation. The spiritual spring and exotic fruits were, at the dawn of the apocalypse, truly exceptional treasures. In her previous life, a group had consumed the spiritual spring and exotic fruits, becoming a formidable force in the heavenly city, nearly akin to a zombie bulldozer. However, such immense power often led to a sense of invincibility, causing that group to look down upon everyone else, ultimately meeting a tragic end. Soon, Jiang Chun and Iyun and the others arrived at location B. Meanwhile, the burly man who had informed Jiang Chun rushed to locations A and C to summon the other 6 strongmen. "Boss, this pool of water has undergone a remarkable transformation. It was once murky, but now it's crystal clear, with steam rising." One strongman, upon seeing Jiang Chun's arrival, immediately relayed what he had observed. Listening to his words, Jiang Chun and the others turned their gazes toward the pool of water and the small tomatoes nearby, their eyes brimming with curiosity. Apart from Jiang Chun and Iyun, the rest could not help but wonder if this pool of water, along with the small tomatoes, was indeed the treasure they sought. "Excellent." Jiang Chun clapped the shoulder of the strong man and nodded at Iyun. They approached the small tomatoes first, followed closely by the curious crowd. As they examined the tomatoes, they found them to be quite ordinary in appearance, resembling standard ripe tomatoes. However, if one were to note a distinction, it would be that each tomato was exceptionally plump and appealing, appearing as if freshly washed. Such quality would surely fetch a high price in the market. Iyun, captivated by the small tomatoes, plucked one and popped it into her mouth. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Chun looked at her with eager anticipation. After consuming the tomato, Iyun felt a soothing warmth radiating from her stomach, spreading throughout her body. The sensation was delightful. Simultaneously, she could distinctly sense an enhancement within her physique, though the boost to her spatial abilities was less pronounced. Yet, in the next moment, a flicker of something unusual crossed her mind. It felt as though the injury from the previous night was healing. Hopefully, it was merely an illusion, for she wished to avoid experiencing that excruciating pain again. "Yinner, how do you feel?" Jiang Chun asked quietly after observing Iyun for a moment. He noticed that her skin now appeared remarkably smooth, akin to that of a peeled egg. "Iyun, consuming this small tomato truly enhances one's beauty. Your skin looks absolutely radiant. I want one too," Qin Qing exclaimed excitedly. As every girl has an inherent desire to be beautiful, with a significant enhancement to our physical abilities, these small tomatoes must be exotic fruits. Iyun replied with a smile directed at Jiang Chun before turning to Qin Qing and the eager crowd, continuing, "Qing Qing, don't fret. Everyone will get to enjoy these small tomatoes. But first, let us examine the pool of water," Jiang Chun stated, leading the way towards the pool. The crowd eagerly followed suit. Jiang Chun and Iyun inspected the pool once more, and Iyun retrieved a small bowl from her spatial storage. Scooping up a bowl of water, with all eyes upon her, she took a sip. The first taste revealed a perfectly balanced temperature and delightful sweetness. It was exceptionally refreshing. She continued drinking until the bowl was emptied. As expected, the water was indeed the spiritual spring. After drinking it, she discovered her spatial abilities had received a significant enhancement. Now, her overall strength, both in physical prowess and spatial abilities, had reached the mid-level of the 0 stage. Iyun shared her results with Jiang Chun and the others, eliciting unrestrained joy from everyone. They had not anticipated that this pool of water could awaken their latent abilities. Excitement and anticipation surged within each individual as they yearned for the chance to awaken supernatural powers. Jiang Chun promptly organized the group to collect the small tomatoes and instructed them to fetch bowls. After harvesting the tomatoes, they had a total of 110. Furthermore, after Jiang Chun and Iyun consumed the small tomatoes, they discovered that only the first 2 had a substantial effect, while the third offered negligible benefits. Following their consumption, both Jiang Chun and Iyun achieved the late stage of the 0 tier. They distributed the small tomatoes, ensuring each person received 2. The remaining 30 tomatoes were placed in Iyun's space. Undeterred by concerns of spoilage, whatever condition they entered in would be preserved upon retrieval. These small tomatoes only yield significant benefits from the first two. Everyone, please eat up. The remaining tomatoes will be reserved for future members of our group. Jiang Chen announced after everyone received their share. The crowd, filled with unwavering trust in him, promptly devoured the small tomatoes. After a brief interval, astonishing transformations unfolded among them. Each individual wore expressions of sheer elation. The absorption effects varied among them. Some, like Jiang Chun and an Yun, experienced remarkable enhancements, fully absorbing the benefits of the small tomatoes. Even those with the least absorption saw their physical levels rise to the initial stage of the zero tier. The collective strength of the group, at this onset of the apocalypse, now provided them with a means of self-defense. Especially notable was Chen Peng, whose physical level reached the pinnacle of the mid-zero stage. He felt capable of crushing a bull with a single punch. His body was brimming with energy. While the men focused on their newfound strengths, the women were more concerned about their skin. Qin Qing, in particular, beamed as she touched her smooth complexion, thrilled at the contrast between her skincare products and the effects of the small tomatoes, which paled in comparison. Then came the most intense and exhilarating moment, the awakening of their abilities. Each person filled their bowls with the spiritual spring water. Jiang Chun and an Yun watched the crowd, their own hearts racing with anticipation, no less than that of the others. The more awakened abilities there were, the stronger they would become as a collective. "Drink up," Jiang Chun declared, and began gulping down the water. The crowd swiftly followed suit, drinking heartily. After finishing, both Jiang Chun and an Yun felt a tremendous surge in their powers. Their abilities had reached the pinnacle of the zero tier. Now, their strength was formidable enough to traverse the early apocalypse without fear of ordinary evolved zombies. On the second day of the apocalypse, with physical abilities at the late zero stage and abilities at the peak zero stage, one must ask, who could achieve such feats? If the effects of the spiritual spring lasted just a bit longer, Jiang Chun and an Yun might have even surpassed to the first tier by this time. Now, the question remained, how many among them would awaken their extraordinary powers? Chapter 23: Awakening of Extraordinary Abilities. At this moment, having finished drinking from the spiritual spring, everyone awaited their transformations with bated breath. Qin Qing was the first to undergo a change. Her lustrous black hair transformed into a vibrant orange red at a visibly rapid pace. Already exuding vitality and beauty, Qin Qing now resembled a fiery sprite. The onlookers couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy at her transformation. Qin Qing's parents and younger brother were instantly filled with joy upon witnessing this change. Qin Sen, her brother, silently encouraged himself, hoping to awaken an extraordinary ability. Regardless of its nature, Jiang Chun and an Yun were not particularly surprised by Qin Qing's awakening, as they had anticipated it, though they felt a sense of happiness nonetheless. Soon after Qin Qing's transformation, Chen Peng, Wang Pengzi, and Yi Tian also began to change. Chen Peng, a robust man already standing at 1.9 meters, suddenly grew into a towering figure over 2 meters tall. His presence alone exuded an overwhelming aura. Wang Pengzi's hair shifted from black to an earthy hue, and his physique appeared rounder, giving him a charmingly naive appearance. Yi Tian's transformation was more subtle. He simply appeared more handsome, exuding an aura of refreshing charm. Following the transformations of these three, 2 of Jiang Chen's 14 burly subordinates also experienced changes, their physiques expanding significantly, albeit not as dramatically as Chen Peng's. Among the 8 young individuals, 2 others, Hu Han-san and Tang Maru, also underwent transformations. Hu's eyes turned a striking shade of violet, while Tang's legs elongated considerably. Subsequently, only one person from the logistics team experienced a change, Qin's son, Qin Qing's younger brother, whose hair also transformed into a vibrant orange red. It was evident that the siblings had awakened similar abilities. Although Qin Qing and Qin Sen's parents had yet to undergo any transformation, their hearts swelled with happiness, knowing that both their daughter and son had awakened extraordinary abilities. The remaining individuals, still awaiting their fates, felt a surge of anxiety, silently praying for their own awakenings. Among the logistics team, a woman named Yan Xian, who possessed an appealing appearance, perhaps due to her sincere prayers, was blessed with a transformation as well. Her hair turned a serene shade of aquamarine. Ultimately, the remaining individuals did not awaken any abilities. Yan Xian became the last to manifest extraordinary powers. Excluding Jiang Chun and an Yun, out of 37 individuals, only 10 awakened extraordinary abilities. An Yun was filled with astonishment. She had not anticipated that 10 individuals would awaken. Initially, she had thought that if 5 could awaken, it would be a divine blessing, yet the reality exceeded her expectations, doubling her hopes. It felt as though heaven had bestowed them with special favor. It is rare for individuals to awaken extraordinary abilities. Among 100, perhaps not a single person would awaken. Thus, the awakening of 10 out of 37 individuals was indeed remarkable, prompting an Iyun to ponder whether they had received divine grace. In contrast to an Iyun's elation, Jiang Qin appeared somewhat indifferent. To him, 10 out of 37 seemed a rather small number. If an Iyun were to learn of Jiang Qin's thoughts, she might roll her eyes in disbelief. However, she understood, as Jiang Qin's knowledge of extraordinary abilities was not as extensive as hers. Boss, I want to drink a few more bowls of the spring water. I feel a bit unsatisfied. One of Jiang Qin's burly subordinates approached him earnestly. Big brother, I also wish to drink more. Leader Jiang, we all want to try again. Seeing that the individuals who had not awakened were eager for another chance, Jiang Qin, though aware that the outcome would remain unchanged, did not refuse. Very well, go ahead and drink. Upon receiving Jiang Qin's approval, the group hurriedly ladled several bowls of the spiritual spring water. However, much like small tomatoes, the effects of the spiritual spring diminished with each consumption. Now, the water merely quenched their thirst and nourished their bodies. After downing a few bowls, there were indeed no further transformations. The remaining individuals resigned themselves to their fate. Aside from Qin Qing's parents, who wore smiles, the others bore expressions of discontent. They gazed at the awakened individuals, Qin Qing, Chen Peng, Wang Pengzi, Yi Tian, and the like, with admiration rather than jealousy. Jiang Qin then instructed the awakened individuals to line up. Qin Qing, please share your abilities, he requested, looking at her. Although Jiang Qin was aware of Qin Qing's fire abilities, the formality was necessary. Qin Qing smiled broadly at Jiang Qin and an Iyun, stating, my ability is fire. It seems that flames cannot harm me. As she spoke, a flame materialized above her outstretched palm. Qin Qing is truly impressive. An Iyun praised without hesitation. Qin Qing beamed in response. Next were Chen Peng, Wang Pengzi, and Yi Tian. I can enlarge my body, Chen Peng stated. In an instant, his physique visibly expanded. He refrained from reaching his maximum size to avoid ripping his clothes, which would create an undignified spectacle. Boss, I can do that too, exclaimed the other two burly subordinates. Following Chen Peng's example as they too enlarged, their abilities were clearly similar, yet it was evident that Chen Peng's talent far surpassed theirs. My ability is earth, Wang Pengzi added, and immediately, a soil spike erupted beneath his feet, transforming into an earthy armor that adhered to his body. I believe I can heal and promote plant growth, Yi Tian said, scratching his cheek before unsheathing a dagger from his waist, and, without hesitation, slicing a small cut on his left hand. Under the gazes of the crowd, his right hand glimmered with a green starlight, and in the next moment, his left hand was restored, leaving no trace of a scar. The onlookers could not hide their joy, particularly Jiang Qin and an Iyun, who were thrilled. In any team, while a marksman may be absent, a support character is indispensable. Yi Tian's healing abilities were crucial. My ability pertains to sight. Once activated, I can see great distances. And your movements appear considerably slower to me, Hu Hansen chimed in after Yi Tian. Mine is speed. I believe that I could become the next generation as Flash. Tang Maru laughed heartily. I share the same ability as my sister. I can control fire, Qin Sun declared, conjuring a flame in his palm, his excitement palpable. He admired a certain anime called One Piece, where the protagonist's brother, Ace, wielded fire abilities. To Qin Sun, this firepower felt like a perfect match. Imagining himself fighting zombies with a fiery punch filled him with exhilaration. Finally, it was Yin Qian's turn. Feeling a bit nervous under the attentive gaze of the crowd, she said, I possess the power of water. No, my ability is water, and it seems I can also heal. Chapter 24. The cry for help from a popular star. What? You possess water abilities and can heal. And Iyun's eyes brightened instantly upon hearing Yin Qian's words. She gazed at Yin Qian with astonishment and delight. Before her rebirth, an Iyun had encountered numerous water ability users, yet she had never witnessed one capable of healing. Typically, healing abilities were associated with wood-type powers, and even among wood-type users, those who could heal were exceedingly rare. Healers were regarded as invaluable assets by any faction. And at this early stage of the apocalypse, her team with Jiang Qin already boasted too. It felt almost surreal. Yin Qian was somewhat taken aback by an Iyun's reaction. nodding like a chick pecking at rice. Wait a moment, Sister Yin. With that, she drew a dagger, as each of them was currently equipped with one. Yin Qian, enduring the pain, mimicked Yution's method and made a small cut on her left hand. Then she harnessed her abilities to heal herself. A droplet of water, the size of a bottle cap, materialized out of thin air and enveloped the wound, which miraculously healed in an instant. The onlookers gasped in amazement, and those without awakened abilities gazed at her with envy, putting aside the miraculous healing. The fact that Yin Qian possessed water abilities meant they would no longer need to worry about a lack of water. How splendid! Jiang Chun observed Yin Qian and praised her with a smile. At the onset of the apocalypse, the available water sources were still safe to drink, but that would soon change as most would become contaminated and undrinkable. This pool of spring water, while abundant, could not be relied upon as a permanent source. With Yin Qian's presence, however, concerns about water were alleviated. Upon receiving Jiang Qin's praise, Yin Qian's smile widened even further. Soon, the group erupted into cheers, and those without awakened abilities congratulated those who had. Once things quieted down, Jiang Chun gestured for silence and addressed the crowd. To those who have not awakened your abilities, do not lose heart. You can pursue physical enhancement. You know what body cultivation is, right? With a single punch, the heavens may tremble. Although you may not have awakened abilities and cannot follow the path of supernatural powers, the path of body cultivation remains open. If you diligently follow my lead, you may yet become a force to be reckoned with. Hearing Jiang Qin's words, the faces of those without awakened powers brightened with hope. Yes, while they may not have awakened powers, they could still enhance their bodies through cultivation. A powerful body cultivator could unleash devastating force, rendering supernatural abilities insignificant in the face of sheer strength. The group's spirits ignited. Seeing this newfound determination, Jiang Chun felt a flicker of satisfaction in his eyes. He then turned to Qin Qing, Chen Peng, Wang Pengzi, Yi Tian, and others, continuing, drink some of this water. If it yields no effect, we will cease its use. Qin Qing, Chen Peng, Wang Pengzi, and Yi Tian nodded in agreement, scooping up bowls and drinking heartily. Once they felt no effect, they stopped. Their abilities had noticeably improved at that moment. Jiang Chen smiled at an Iyun, saying, Yuner, please store the remaining water in your space. An Iyun nodded and transferred the rest of the pool's water into a large container in her space. Soon, the pool was nearly depleted. The group then set off to return to the base, unaware that beneath the soil of the modest pool lay a spherical object resembling jade, emitting a faint glow. Upon returning to the base, the still hungry group continued to eat. An Iyun began sorting through the supplies collected earlier that day, categorizing and storing them. After everyone had eaten their fill and rested briefly, Chen Peng commenced training those who had awakened abilities and the combat personnel, while Chen Peng and the others trained. The support staff continued fortifying the base. As for Jiang Chen, he focused on honing his telekinetic precision and control. At 3 p.m., the sky above Tianjing was shrouded in a gray haze. The city, once bustling and vibrant, was now engulfed in thick smoke, with bloodstains and scattered remains strewn across the streets. Zombies pursued the fleeing humans, their panicked screams piercing the air, occasionally interrupted by dreadful cries. At this moment, Jiang Chen and an Iyun had gathered all combat personnel and 2 support staff to embark on a mission to slay zombies and gather crystal cores and supplies. Yin Qian and Qin San, initially support staff, had naturally transitioned into combat roles upon awakening their abilities. With the significant enhancement of their strengths, Jiang Chun and an Iyun led the group to eliminate zombies around the Happy Farm. It was evident that the training had markedly improved their combat efficiency. Now, they were physically superior to the morning's efforts, able to sustain prolonged battles. After dispatching another wave of zombies and collecting crystal cores, they made their way down the street towards a large pharmacy. Suddenly, a cry for help pierced the air. Help! Is anyone there? Please, come save me. I'm the popular star Suajia. If you rescue me, I'll reward you with millions. Hurry, someone save me. Woo-woo. Some among Jiang Chen's group recognized the voice and exchanged glances of intrigue. Wang Pengzi frowned. Suajia? That recently popular star? Seems like it. Brother. Should we check it out? Hu Hanzheng inquired curiously. What's there to see? That woman sounds like she's lost her mind. The apocalypse is upon us. What good is money? Yi Tian shrugged dismissively. Let us head to the pharmacy. Seeing Jiang Chun's decision, the group paid little heed to the starlet's pleas. They continued their path to the pharmacy, clearing out the zombies inside, while An Iyun swiftly gathered medicines to secure them in her space. Jiang Chun and the others collected crystal cores, waiting for her to finish. Meanwhile, the faint sounds of the stars' pleas lingered in the background. Hu Hanzhong stood by a second-floor window, gazing in the direction of the voice and smirking. This star really knows how to scream. It's impressive how long she has been at it. Isn't your awakened ability related to sight? Can't you see from up there? Tang Maru placed a hand on Hu Hanzhong's shoulder with a chuckle. Hu Hanzhong shook his head. Blocked by buildings, I can't see anything. I remember Sua Jia being quite beautiful. Shouldn't we go take a look? Who knows? We might save her, and she could repay us with her affections. Tang Maru grinned mischievously. If you're not afraid of Brother's reaction, go ahead. I'm not interested. Hu Hanzhong scoffed. I was just joking, you know. Just trying to pass the time. Tang Maru replied with a laugh. Just then, Tang Maru's expression shifted. Wait, do you hear that? Doesn't it sound like her voice is getting louder? Chapter 25. A flock of lambs encounter a pack of wolves that seemed to have grown slightly larger. Hu Hansan, hearing the voice of the starlet Suojia, was certain that it felt a tad more pronounced than before. Wow, look over there. Isn't that woman being chased by a horde of zombies, the starlet Suojia? Tang Maru suddenly pointed out the window, exclaiming. Following Tang Maru's gesture, Hu Hansan indeed spotted a woman fleeing, pursued by a throng of the undead. Immediately, Hu Hansan activated his supernatural abilities, his vision seemingly enhanced to that of a telescope, allowing him to see everything with crystal clarity. He beheld a strikingly beautiful woman clad in a form-fitting dress, her face a picture of terror as she desperately fled. Amidst her escape, she cried out for help. The headlights on her chest bobbed with each frantic movement, appearing to add considerable burden to her flight. To be fair, Hu Hansen thought his abilities were quite impressive, enabling him to see so clearly from such a distance. Tang Maru, noticing Hu Hansen's pupils had turned purple, realized he had utilized his powers and eagerly inquired, You seem quite engrossed. How does Suojia look? Is she as beautiful in reality? Hu Hansan turned to Tang Maru, responding nonchalantly, She's just average, really. In person, she pales in comparison to Yunjie and Qingjie. I suppose it's rather amusing to see a horde of zombies pursuing a beauty. Tang Maru, slightly disappointed, pouted and remarked, In the videos, Suojia appeared quite lovely. I thought she might rival Yunjie and Qingjie, but if she is not even half as stunning, it seems beauty filters can be quite deceiving. Hu Hansen wholeheartedly agreed. Indeed, one should be wary of online portrayals. I speak from experience. Once, I had an online romance. She sent me a stunning photo. But when we met in person, I nearly retched in shock and fled on the spot. Well, I've had an even more outrageous experience, Tang Maru replied, his expression turning indignant as he recalled. Hu Hansan, having shared his tale, welcomed Tang Maru to share his own. Once, I engaged in an online romance, only to discover upon meeting that my partner was a man. He was an O. Hu Hansen immediately displayed a look of sympathy. Brother, you've endured quite the ordeal. Sighing, Tang Maru lamented, Alas. Hu Hansan, affected by Tang Maru's plight, couldn't help but echo the sigh. Just then, Wang Pengzi, Yi Tian, and others approached. What are you two up to? Why the long faces? Wang Pengzi clapped them on the back, chuckling. If something's bothering you, speak up. Don't keep it to yourselves. The other young men chimed in as well. Hu Hansan and Tang Maru quickly concocted a casual explanation, knowing full well they could not divulge the truth of their online romance experiences. Hey, isn't that woman being chased by zombies Suojia? Wang Pengzi suddenly noticed the fleeing starlet. Yes, Hu Hansen affirmed with a nod. Is she running towards us? Yu Tian raised an eyebrow, glancing out the window. It certainly appears so, Tang Maru acknowledged, noting that Suojia was indeed heading in their direction. At that moment, Chen Peng and several well-armed men approached. What are you all watching? Chen Ping inquired. Wang Pengzi turned to him, replying, Brother Ping, the starlet Suojia, who was calling for help, is running towards us. Chen Peng approached the window, confirming that a woman was indeed racing towards them. Should we rescue her? Hu Hansen asked. Chen Peng shook his head. Why bother? It's not our concern. What is this? Are you smitten with her? Hu Hansen quickly denied. No, I was merely asking. All right then, let us follow the boss's lead, Chen Peng said, patting Hu Hansen on the back with a grin. Hu Hansen nodded eagerly. Meanwhile, Aniyun had gathered all the medical supplies into her spatial storage. Darling, it's ready, she informed Jiang Chun. Jiang Chun opened his eyes, nodding, and surveyed the others. Noticing that while most were resting on the ground, only Chen Ping, Wang Pengzi, Yu Tian, Hu Hansan, and Tang Maru were at the window peering out. A flicker of curiosity crossed Jiang Chen's mind, but he dismissed it, his curiosity not overwhelming. Everyone, rise. It's time to continue our extermination of the zombies. Jiang Chen called out. The group responded in unison. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's command, Chen Peng turned to him, saying, Boss, come take a look. There's quite a number of zombies outside. Jiang Chen exchanged a glance with Yun, and together they approached. The rest followed suit. Chen Peng, Wang Pengzi, Yi Tian, Huhan San, and Tang Maru made way for Jiang Chen and an Yun at the window. Soon, they observed a horde of zombies pursuing a woman. Brother. That woman being chased is indeed the starlet Suajia, Wang Pengzi remarked. Jiang Chen replied coolly. After a brief glance at the woman, his attention shifted entirely to the horde of zombies. There were a considerable number of them. Jiang Chen pondered, weighing the possibility of engaging them without incurring any losses. Should they succeed, how many crystal cores could they obtain? Such thoughts preoccupied him. As for the woman being chased, her status as a starlet was of no concern to him. In the apocalypse, what did it matter? Was she somehow more esteemed than an ordinary person? Did witnessing a celebrity in peril compel him to act foolishly to save her? That would be sheer folly, inviting danger in a world where survival was paramount. Jiang Chen turned to an Yun, asking, Yunner, do you believe we can handle that horde without any losses? If she affirmed their capability, he would consider rescuing the woman while they fought the zombies. However, should she deem it unfeasible, he would not hesitate to retreat. Let me observe a bit longer. It's too far to tell, and Yun replied, taking her time to assess the situation. Moments later, a smile graced her face. Initially, I thought there were too many. But upon closer inspection, they are merely a flock of lambs facing a pack of wolves. The quantity of zombies does not even constitute a minor tide. As long as everyone remains cautious, we can handle it. Chapter 26. What does a popular celebrity matter? Once Yun finished her speech, a flicker of excitement washed over some faces within the crowd as they eagerly prepared for the impending confrontation. This wave of zombies was the most formidable they had encountered thus far. Oh, and let me reassure you, Yun continued. You need not fear being bitten or scratched by zombies. According to the visions I experienced in my dreams, consuming that water and the cherry tomatoes has significantly boosted your bodily resistance. Furthermore, we have both Yi Tian and Yin Qian, two healing type ability users. The virus from ordinary zombies should be treatable, but do remain cautious, as there is always a chance that my information might be inaccurate. Yun intended to elevate the group's fighting spirit rather than diminish their vigilance, speaking with a careful balance of hope and caution. In this apocalyptic world, ability users had developed a form of immunity to the zombie virus. Only exceptionally powerful evolved zombies could threaten them. A regular person bitten or scratched by an ordinary zombie could be healed by a healing type ability user. Initially stunned, the crowd soon erupted into jubilation. Their greatest fear during encounters with zombies was the possibility of a careless bite or scratch. Now, the prospect of a cure ignited their spirits. How could they not rejoice? Healing type ability users were indeed invaluable. Armed with weapons, they readied themselves for battle. After an Yun's remarks, Jiang Chen spoke up, gripping his Tang Dao with a chilling gaze as he turned to descend the stairs. The crowd eagerly followed suit, several young individuals exuding an electrifying excitement. Upon reaching the exterior of the pharmacy, the beleaguered celebrity Suajia, who was desperately fleeing, caught sight of the group's sudden appearance. Hope flickered in her eyes upon recognizing Jiang Chen and his companions. Hey, you there, she shouted, her voice strained from prolonged cries for help. I'm the famous celebrity Suajia. Please come save me. If you rescue me, I'll give you tens of millions. Why are you just standing there? Hurry up. Help me. Are there any of my fans among you? Come save me. I'll shake your hand. I'll give you an autograph. I might even consider stepping on you. Please, someone help me. Can't you hear me? Jiang Chen and his companions felt a wave of disbelief wash over them. In this apocalyptic scenario, how could this woman remain so oblivious? What value did money hold now? What significance did a handshake or an autograph possess? How absurd to even suggest stepping on someone. Jiang Chen, at the forefront, regarded the so-called celebrity Suajia with a blank expression. Soon, she mustered every ounce of energy, sprinting towards them with a sense of urgency. Spotting Jiang Chen at the front, radiating an extraordinary aura, she assumed he was the leader of the group. Desperately, she hurried to grasp the hem of his clothing, her face a mask of fear and anxiety. I'm the famous celebrity Suajia. Please, you must have someone escort me to safety. Afterward, I'll pay you millions for your protection. Don't dawdle. The zombies are coming. Jiang Chen, Observing her disheveled state and palpable fear, frowned and coldly commanded, "Let go." Startled by his frigid gaze, Suo Jia felt as though her life hung in the balance. She instantly released her grip, but indignation simmered within her. She was Suo Jia, a renowned celebrity. How dare he dismiss her? Do you even know who I am? I'm Suo Jia, the famous celebrity. Countless people would leap at the chance to interact with me. And you have the audacity to look down on me? Furthermore, stop hesitating. Have those strong men escort me to safety. I'm not unwilling to pay. The expressions of Jiang Chun and his companions shifted dramatically. Was this celebrity truly so oblivious? Did she believe they owed her anything? Jiang Chun had no interest in conversing with someone who believed the world revolved around her. He had zombies to slay and cores to collect. I'll give you one chance, leave. Suo Jia's face registered shock. This man dared to tell her to leave. Surely she hadn't misheard. Her anger flared, her frustration palpable. How dare you tell me to leave? I have the backing of a wealthy tycoon. Do you believe I can make you unwelcome in Tianqing? Consider this your chance. Send someone to escort me to Lanyan Manor. Understanding her connections, Jiangchen realized how she had achieved her celebrity status. After Suo Jia's proclamation, she turned her attention to Jiangchen's comrades, dismissing an Yiyun, Qin Qing, and the other women entirely. Which of you men is willing to escort me to Lanyan Manor? Millions are just the beginning. There will be further rewards upon arrival. And Yiyun and Qin Qing caught her eye, but jealousy surged within her as she noted their striking appearances. She swiftly chose to ignore them. The crowd exchanged bewildered glances at Suo Jia's audacity. Observing the approaching horde of zombies, Jiang Chen coldly stated, "You have 5 seconds to leave." 5. Suo Jia, incensed, realized he was merely toying with her. Where could she possibly go in 5 seconds? This man was clearly mocking her. Moreover, she recognized the envy radiating from the group as they reveled in her misfortune. To them, her plight was a source of amusement. Truly, I must be far better off with my wealthy tycoon. Determined to reach Lanyan Manor, Suo Jia resolved to feign submission, planning to take her revenge later. Especially on this man, whom she would gladly feed to the zombies. Instantly, she transformed into a picture of vulnerability, clinging to Jiang Chen's left arm, her allure evident. "Brother, please help me. Just this once, okay? You're the best." Jiang Chun dismissed her clinging, pondering why he should concern himself with a woman whose fate seemed sealed. The countdown concluded, and Jiangchen regarded Suo Jia with a frigid demeanor. "I, the benevolent Jiang, am offering you a chance. If you prove useless, I shall assist you in departing." With that, he raised his Tang Dao and lunged towards her abdomen. Chapter 27, The Diminished Star with a Swift Motion. The Tang knife pierced through the fabric, plunging into flesh. The blade struck directly at Suo Jia's vital point. Blood gushed forth uncontrollably, staining her clothing a vivid crimson in an instant. A wave of excruciating pain washed over her, momentarily clouding her beautiful eyes. In the next moment, blood trickled from the corner of her mouth as she released Jiangchen, staring in disbelief at her abdomen and the knife embedded within it. In a heartless act, Jiangchen mercilessly withdrew the Tang knife. At that moment, a spurt of blood splattered onto his clothing. Suo Jia collapsed to the ground, clutching her stomach. Her gaze fixed on Jiangchen, filled with terror, disbelief, rage, and deep-seated resentment. This man, he aimed a knife at me? Is he truly attempting to end my life? Cursed be this fate. How could he treat me this way? I am Suo Jia, the beloved star adored by millions. In that moment, Suo Jia acutely felt the life force within her draining away. If this continued, she would soon succumb to unconsciousness and ultimately death. She did not wish to die. Her life was vibrant and colorful, and she was not ready to depart this world so soon. Tears began to flow uncontrollably as she pleaded for her life. "Brother, I was wrong. Please save me. I don't want to die. I beg you, I beg you." Her voice trembled with desperation. "I haven't yet found the young master, nor have I achieved my dream of becoming a leading actress. I don't want to die. I will serve you like a devoted dog if you save me. Please." As blood continued to pour from her wound, her complexion grew increasingly pale, her lips devoid of color. Her head felt heavy, and her eyelids struggled to remain open. "Brother, I still don't want to die. Please." Lying on the ground, her voice dwindled to a whisper as she raised her right hand, yearning to grasp the indifferent man before her. At that moment, a horde of zombies approached, drawn by the scent of fresh blood. Upon seeing Jiang Chun and the others, the zombies erupted into frenzied shrieks. Eager for a feast, Jiang Chun shifted his gaze from the fallen star, gripping the bloody Tang knife, his eyes cold as he stared at the advancing throng. "Kill," he commanded, as if the zombies were merely lambs awaiting slaughter. Without hesitation, he charged forward, leading the assault against the undead. The others, invigorated by his fervor, followed suit, weapons in hand, unleashing their fury upon the zombies. "Behold my might. Unyielding. Kill. Take that, zombies. Face my blade." They fought with a fervor that spoke of a transformation within them, one they scarcely recognized. The once dreaded zombies crumbled before Jiang Chun and his companions, their bodies torn apart, blood and gore splattering everywhere. The cacophony of clashing weapons and breaking bones echoed in the air, turning the scene into a hellish battleground. No longer concerned with Suojia, they focused entirely on the slaughter before them. As Suojia lay on the ground, her vision blurred, she recognized her impending demise. Regret and bitterness filled her heart. She had not anticipated that her end would come not at the hands of a zombie, but from a human. How utterly ironic. She wished for the others to meet a similar fate, to be devoured by the very zombies they fought, especially the man who had wounded her. She hoped he would lose everything and be torn apart by the undead. In her final moments, a man's face appeared in her mind. "Young master, I'm sorry. Suojia can no longer serve you. If there is a next life, I would forsake my nationality to serve you as a devoted servant." In the next breath, the once celebrated star closed her eyes forever. Meanwhile, the young master she cherished reveled in the chaos, watching as zombies tore into a woman from Xia country, cheering with glee. And Yun dispatched the last of the zombies, exhaling in relief. Finally, it's over. She was nearly exhausted from the relentless battle. Just then, Jiang Chen approached from behind, offering her a comforting shoulder rub. "Yunner, you have worked hard." And Yun smiled, turning to him. "It's no trouble at all. It's you who has labored so much. After slaying the zombies, you still find time to pamper me." Jiang Chen looked at her with a tender expression, raising his hand to caress her cheek, only to halt midway, realizing his hands were not clean. Before he could withdraw, and Yun took his hand and placed it against her face. "My face is already dirty, so it's fine." Jiang Chen chuckled softly. At that moment, and Yun turned her gaze toward the motionless body of Suojia. In the wake of the apocalypse, many beautiful women had perished, often not at the hands of zombies, but rather through the cruelty of others. Having witnessed the darker sides of humanity over the past 5 years, and Yun had encountered countless scoundrels, particularly those twisted individuals who regarded women merely as objects for gratification. Given Suojia's beauty and disposition, if she lacked the means to protect herself, her existence would have been a living hell. In a way, Suojia's demise here could be considered a form of fortunate escape compared to the fates of many others. And Yun quickly shifted her focus back to Jiang Chun. Dismissing her earlier musings, she smiled at him, saying, "People often say that cold-hearted individuals have icy hands, yet your hands are warm." Jiang Chun laughed heartily at her remark, squeezing her cheek playfully. "Yunner, before every kill, I always offer them a chance. I, Jiang Chun, am no cold-hearted villain. Just look at how I treat you, my brothers, and my subordinates. My hands are undoubtedly warm." With a playful grin, and Yun suggested, "All right, let us gather the crystal cores. Time is of the essence, and once we're done, we should head back." Jiang Chun nodded, and together they joined the others in collecting the precious cores, eager to see how many they could gather from the fallen zombies. Chapter 28. The fifth day of the apocalypse. As the world transformed drastically on the fifth day of the apocalypse, Jiang Chun and his companions returned to the base after collecting crystal cores, the night having fully descended. Their harvest was substantial, yielding a total of 35 crystal cores, particularly due to the significant number of zombies eliminated in the final wave. After completing their tasks, Jiang Chun and Yun retired to their respective rooms to rest. Inside the room, Jiang Chun and Yun were engaged in absorbing the crystal cores. Upon completion, both experienced a considerable enhancement in their physical prowess and abilities. However, the quantity of crystal cores at hand was insufficient for them to transition from the initial to the first tier. After Yun finished absorbing her share, Jiang Chun embraced her, inhaling the enchanting fragrance she exuded. "Yunner," he murmured. "What is it?" And Yun responded, gazing at Jiang Chun, who resembled a child in his innocence, gently placing her hand atop his head. Despite his formidable prowess as a killer of both humans and zombies in his previous life, Jiang Chun appeared like a child in this moment, causing a subtle smile to grace Yun's lips, a delightful feeling indeed. "Just calling you," Jiang Chun replied with a playful grin, his hands beginning to wander. Before long, A blush graced in Iyun's exquisite face. "Can't you behave for just a moment?" she said, somewhat helplessly, as she held him close. "Not a chance. With such beauty in my arms. I'm no eunuch," Jiang Chun retorted with a mischievous smile. The air in the room soon became charged with a hint of desire. Candle flames flickering in response, omitting a lengthy passage. Time swiftly passed to the 5th day of the apocalypse. During this period, the world had undergone monumental changes. Some individuals awakened their supernatural abilities, while the darker aspects of humanity began to reveal their fangs. Incidents of murder, assault, and cannibalism surged across the globe. Criminals, including death row inmates, proclaimed the apocalypse as a rebirth, forming factions to perpetrate their misdeeds. Many innocent civilians found themselves not only facing zombies, but also the brutality of their fellow humans. Meanwhile, those who remained at home, awaiting rescue from the national military, grew increasingly anxious as the days dragged on without any news. Many took up arms to combat the zombies and scavenge for supplies to bring home. Humans, being social beings, could not resist the urge to gather resources when they saw others doing the same. They had come to recognize the critical importance of supplies. With no news of rescue and food dwindling, they understood that waiting until their provisions were exhausted to venture out could result in losing everything to others who were quicker. In this chaotic environment, the majority of those venturing out to hunt zombies and gather supplies were men, with only a few women participating. The zombies in the vicinity of Happy Farm had been nearly eradicated by Jiang Chen and an Iyun over the past few days, making the survivors in this area among the safest in Tianqing. They could gather resources without fear of being pursued by hordes of zombies, thanks to the protection offered by Jiang Chun and an Iyun. As the days progressed, Jiang Chun and an Iyun led the charge against the zombies, collecting crystal cores and supplies. Following their successful absorption of the cores the previous night, both had achieved an early-stage breakthrough in their abilities, with their physical attributes reaching the pinnacle of the initial tier. With the abundance of resources available, a rudimentary yet adequate base had been established through the collective efforts of the group. They were now capable of withstanding minor zombie hordes. While others did not experience as significant an increase in strength as Jiang Chun and an Iyun, there were still noticeable improvements. Individuals like Chun Peng, Qin Qing, Wang Pengzi, and Yi Tian dedicated their downtime to hunting zombies, with the crystal cores they collected belonging solely to them, as Jiang Chun had promised. Their motivation was palpable. On this 5th day, a significant event was anticipated. That evening, a gemstone would descend from the heavens, landing on the university's playground. Absorbing this gem could greatly enhance one's supernatural abilities. Early in the morning, an Iyun woke Jiang Chun, ensuring he would not be distracted by their previous encounters. After indulging in their newfound intimacy over the past few nights, they both felt a natural inclination to maintain some restraint, especially given an Iyun's unpredictable style. Jiang Chun understood the importance of the day and refrained from any further advances. By 8:30 a.m., Jiang Chun and an Iyun, fully armed alongside all combat personnel, set out. The logistics team remained behind to safeguard their base. 2 modified trucks, resembling colossal steel beasts, roared down the streets, rendering the zombies before them as fragile as paper. Where are those ruthless individuals headed so early? Some onlookers wondered, intrigued by their departure. Who cares? We need to gather supplies before they're all gone. Others replied, preoccupied with their own scavenging efforts. Many had expressed a desire to join Jiang Chun and his group, some pleading, others resorting to moral coercion or threats. However, Jiang Chun remained resolute, offering no one a place in his ranks, treating all with equal indifference and assisting the incapable in finding their way out. His fearsome reputation among survivors had grown to rival that of the zombies themselves. Ultimately, those who could not join him opted to relocate to nearby buildings around Happy Farm, recognizing that while they might not be able to join Jiang Chen's formidable crew, they could live in proximity to them, significantly enhancing their safety and allowing for peaceful nights of rest. Iyun, is it true that a treasure will appear at the university playground tonight? Qin Qing inquired, curiously grasping an Iyun's arm within the vehicle. An Iyun nodded. The dream I had has proven accurate in many instances. This time should be no different. Let us go see. Unbeknownst to the others, an Iyun wielded her dreams as a reason for their actions, having only shared her rebirth with Jiang Chun. Honestly, that dream of yours is remarkable. Without it, we might have lost numerous lives, Qin Qing remarked, eliciting nods of agreement from the others. Jiang Chun, aware of the truth, smiled subtly at an Iyun. As they neared their destination, only a short distance remained. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed as something violently struck the vehicle. The truck swayed perilously, and the burly driver hastily maneuvered the steering wheel to regain control, while the impact left a noticeable dent in the side of the vehicle. Everyone immediately fell into a state of alertness. Chapter 29. The Emergence of Evolved Zombies. A curious encounter, but not much more. Everyone, prepare for battle, Yang Leen declared, gripping his Tang Dao as he rose from his seat, his demeanor calm and resolute. What on earth is happening? My goodness, what collided with us? The vehicle is utterly deformed, Wang Pengzi exclaimed, wielding a steel axe as he surveyed the mangled car. Boss, it was a zombie. A zombie has crashed into us. Look. Chen Peng and the others are under attack as well. A burly man who had stabilized the vehicle shouted in alarm. The group turned their attention to the front, where an oddly shaped zombie was assaulting the vehicle occupied by Chen Ping and Yi Tian. The peculiar nature of this zombie was immediately apparent. It was unlike any they had encountered before. Its facial features were flattened, it possessed only one arm, yet its legs were remarkably muscular. This zombie resembled a flea, capable of high and swift jumps. That zombie is an evolved one, Yun exclaimed in astonishment. It's only the 5th day of the apocalypse. Evolved zombies should not appear this early. They are typically seen by the 10th day. Evolved zombies? Zombies can evolve. A young man, wide-eyed with disbelief, asked Yun. Tang Maru smacked the back of the young man's head, irritated. Use your brain. If we can awaken special abilities, surely zombies can evolve too. Why ask Yun how she knows? Are you implying her dream was meaningless? The young man chuckled sheepishly, realizing he had blurted out his astonishment without thinking. Stopped the car and honked twice to signal Chen Peng and the others to do the same. Jiang Chen commanded, his gaze steely as he focused on the evolved zombie. What if it's an evolved zombie? Watch me slay it. Boss is amazing. Wang Pengzi laughed heartily. Leave the other zombies to us. Tang Maru patted his chest confidently. All right, boss. The driver responded, quickly honking the horn twice. Beep, beep. Upon hearing the signal, Chen Peng and Yi Tian swiftly halted their vehicle, preparing for battle. We shall name this evolved zombie the flea zombie. As the flea zombie prepared to launch another attack, it aimed to overturn the vehicle. However, upon noticing both vehicles had come to a stop, it assumed a comical stance, legs bent, ready to spring. Once Jiang Chen and Yun and the others disembarked, the flea zombie and the surrounding undead gazed at them with the fervor of a wolf eyeing its prey, a savage excitement evident on their faces. Delicious flesh. Such delectable flesh. The surrounding zombies charged towards Jiang Chen and Yun. The flea zombie fixated on the two, captivated by their aura, yearning to devour their flesh. Jiang Chen met the gaze of the flea zombie, gripping his Tang Dao tightly, and activated his ability to control zombies. Yet, he failed to establish dominance. The flea zombie, seemingly provoked by Jiang Chen, opened its foul mouth and roared. Roar. With the attempt to subdue it unsuccessful, Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow, contemplating the necessity of killing it outright. Initially, he had considered capturing it, but now he believed it unnecessary. Why attempt to subdue a creature he could easily incapacitate? For a zombie to recover from injuries, as Yun had informed him, it would require absorbing a crystal nucleus. However, Jiang Chen was already short on nuclei and had no intention of offering one to a zombie. Moreover, he was curious about the difference between the crystal nucleus of an evolved zombie and that of a regular one. Currently, crystal nuclei were categorized into 10 qualities: white, red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple, red, and gold. What color would the nucleus of an evolved zombie possess? Husband, do not underestimate the evolved zombie, Yun cautioned as she noticed Jiang Chen preparing to strike. Jiang Chen nodded, fully aware of the potential threat. Roar. At that moment, the flea zombie lunged forward like a cannonball, propelling itself towards Jiang Chen. With his Tang Dao in hand and his mental powers activated, Jiang Chen surged forward like a projectile in retaliation. Clang! Jiang Chen aimed for the flea zombie's neck, but the creature instinctively sensed the danger and blocked the blow with its legs. The Tang Dao struck the flea zombie's leg, yet it did not penetrate its defenses, leaving merely an imprint, a testament to the formidable resilience of its lower body. Had the quality of Jiang Chen's Tang Dao been inferior, it might have dulled from the impact. Post-attack, Jiang Chen did not engage in a turn-based combat. He unleashed a relentless assault. Simultaneously, 3 daggers, manipulated by his mental prowess, struck the flea zombie like bullets. Though the flea zombie's leg defenses were astonishingly high, its upper body was considerably weaker. Before long, Jiang Chun had the upper hand, striking the zombie with ease, resembling a father chastising a child. Then, Jiang Chun prepared to examine the creature. However, to his surprise, the evolved zombie turned and fled. Who would have thought this evolved zombie would comprehend the wisdom of retreat when outmatched? Yet, attempting to escape under my watch is indeed an underestimation of my capabilities. Jiang Chun thought. Without hesitation, Jiang Chun pursued. Allowing an evolved zombie to escape would be a disgrace of monumental proportions. The flea zombie was swift. Yet Jiang Chun was not slow either. The distance between them rapidly diminished. Moments later, Yun and the others had dispatched all the ordinary zombies. The scene was gruesome, with heads rolling and a bloody spectacle. Where's the boss? Tang Maru suddenly noticed Jiang Chun's absence. He has gone after the evolved zombie, Yun replied. Turning to Chen Peng and Yi Tian, she instructed, Chen Peng, Yi Tian, lead your group to scout ahead while we collect the crystal nuclei and await Jiang Chen's return. Understood, Yun. Chen Peng and Yi Tian nodded in agreement and set off in their vehicle. Meanwhile, Yun, Qin Qing, Wang Pengzi, and the others began gathering the crystal nuclei. Their technique had become remarkably proficient, and before long, they had collected 8 nuclei, placing the nuclei into her storage space. Yun gazed in the direction Jiang Chen had departed, silently hoping he would return soon. Just as she finished her thought, Jiang Chen reappeared before her, holding a crimson crystal nucleus in his hand, grinning. This evolved zombie had a bit of substance, but not much. Yun, I apologize for the wait. Chapter 30. The betrayal of Zhou Wentian and Gao Ting inside a vehicle heading towards the realm of the heavens and earth. Wang Pengzi leaned closer to Jiang Chen, his curiosity piqued by the crimson crystal core in Jiang Chen's hand. Brother, is this crystal core from the evolved zombie? He inquired. The ordinary zombies possessed white diamond-shaped cores, but this crimson core was strikingly round, resembling a 5-cent coin in size. Qin Qing, Tang Maru, and the others gathered around, equally intrigued. As it was their first encounter with such a core, Jiang Chun chuckled softly, handing the crimson crystal to Wang Pengzi. Take turns examining it and return it to me once you're done. Of course, brother. Wang Pengzi exclaimed joyfully. After scrutinizing the crystal, he passed it to Qin Qing, and each person took their turn observing it with great interest. Darling, absorb it. This crystal core should elevate your abilities to the mid-level of the first stage. Yun encouraged, gazing at Jiang Chun with a smile. Though she initially reserved the term darling for private moments, Jiang Chun relished hearing it, prompting her to use it openly. Jiang Chun nodded in agreement, not hesitating to commence the absorption process. As the crimson crystal was absorbed and transformed into powder, a palpable shift occurred in Jiang Chen's aura, emanating an unfathomable depth that left Qin Qing, Wang Pengzi, and Tang Maru in awe. Having successfully absorbed the core, Jiang Chun experienced a seamless breakthrough to the mid-level of the first stage. This journey to the heavens and earth has significantly enhanced my prospects, he declared with a grin. Yun reciprocated his joy, and the others, realizing Jiang Chen's success, began to shower him with praise. Brother, you are truly remarkable. Mid-level of the first stage. As expected of you, they effusively complimented. Jiang Chen smiled, urging them to refrain from further flattery, feeling that continued praise would become awkward. Brother, do you think Zhou Wentian and Gao Tang are dead? Wang Pengzi asked curiously, glancing at Jiang Chun and Yun. Indeed, those two scoundrels deserve to be bitten by zombies, Tang Maru chimed in. As the conversation shifted to Zhou Wentian and Gao Tang, the group eagerly discussed the pair's treachery. Within Jiang Chen's team, Zhou Wentian and Gao Tang held positions akin to those of Wang Pengzi and Yi Tian. When Wang Pengzi and Yi Tian had questioned why Zhou and Gao were not included, Yun had candidly explained the situation. They had not anticipated that the two would betray Jiang Chun during the apocalypse. It was no wonder they had been excluded. In my dreams, those two were not easily dispatched. They may have already claimed a third of the territory in the heavens and earth, Yun interjected, her eyes glinting with a hint of coldness. On the 4th day of the apocalypse in her previous life, under Jiang Chen's leadership, the zombies within the university were largely eradicated. On the 5th day, while Jiang Chun led a team to scavenge for supplies, Zhou Wentian and Gao Tang volunteered to guard the school entrance, claiming they would handle everything behind them. Consequently, as Jiang Chen's group inadvertently attracted a small horde of zombies, he rushed back to the school, abandoning the supplies in their desperate bid for safety, unaware of the significance of the crystal cores at that time. Upon their return, Jiang Chun was met with the vile expressions and words of Zhou Wentian and Gao Tong. Zhou, arms crossed and reveling in their misfortune, and Gao, emotionless and armed, stood before the survivors, weapons aimed not at the zombies but at Jiang Chun and his companions, fearful of Jiang Chun forcing his way through the door. Brother Jiang, please don't blame me. You attracted so many zombies. I can't open the door for you. I must consider those behind me. Please leave quickly, Zhou Wentian had said. Don't make it difficult for us, Jiang Chun. Leave now, and if you stay, we will all perish. You must think of those behind you, Gao Ting echoed. Indeed. We just cleared the zombies from the university, and now you bring in more? You're endangering us. Please, just go. Others pleaded, their words laced with desperation. Amidst the turmoil, only a female teacher from the infirmary attempted to open the door, only to be fatally wounded. Ultimately, Jiang Chun and his group were forced to leave in humiliation, vowing to return for vengeance once the zombies were no longer a threat. On the night of the 5th day, a celestial phenomenon occurred, and treasures emerged. When Jiang Chun returned for retribution, to his surprise, Zhou Wentian had awakened abilities, forcing Jiang Chun to retreat in disarray. And Ian speculated that Zhou's powers had manifested due to the artifacts, as he had previously flaunted their effects before Jiang Chun. Wang Pengzi exclaimed, "Can you elaborate, Sister Yun?" These two wretches possess such abilities. Snapping back to reality, and Yun concealed her emotions, determined that this time, the outcome would certainly differ. She shared all this with Jiang Chun, whose journey to the heavens and earth was not solely for the treasures, but also to settle scores. Though Jiang Chun had not experienced this life, he would not spare Zhou and Gao, for his treasured companion had endured. They must pay, and Yun declared, her gaze fixed on Wang Pengzi. In her dreams, Zhou Wentian and Gao Tong had exhibited great ambition, brazenly claiming territory amid the emergence of zombies, suggesting they would not falter in seizing a third of the heavens and earth. Well then, Sister Yun, surely no one else has awakened abilities, right? Wang Pengzi inquired. In my dreams, Zhou Wentian awakened wind abilities, but I cannot speak for the others. As of now, he likely has not awakened, and Yun replied. Understood, Wang Pengzi nodded, turning his attention back toward the university. I wonder if Pinggu and Yutian have arrived and what they are currently up to. They should be safe leading their team. Chapter 31, Misunderstanding? What misunderstanding? Pray tell me. The Tiansheng, Tianshang Ren Jian University, Chunpeng, and Yitian, along with their companions, had arrived at their destination. Once they stormed into the university, they were met with a stark contrast to their expectations. Prior to their arrival, Qinping and Yutian had anticipated an overwhelming presence of zombies within the university grounds, envisioning a gruesome battle ahead. However, upon their entrance, they were baffled to find no zombies in sight. Certainly, the vastness of Tianshang Renjian University could conceal zombies in other areas, but the lack of any visible living souls was perplexing. What is going on? Yutian queried, scratching his cheek in confusion. I don't know. Let us remain vigilant. Qinpeng cautioned, scanning their surroundings. Everyone, stay alert. We must not falter. The group promptly complied, entering a state of heightened alertness. Huhan-san, activate your abilities and keep a watchful eye. Alert us at the slightest disturbance, Qinping instructed gravely. Understood, Pinggu. Huhan-san nodded solemnly. In the next moment, his pupils turned a vivid purple as he began to survey the area. Just then, a booming voice echoed from above. Ha ha ha. Pinggu, Yitian. What are you all decked out for, sneaking around? What are you up to? The group looked up to see a figure leap from a window, yet instead of landing, he hovered in midair. This individual was none other than Zhou Wentian, adorned with a skull necklace, clad in a tank top and shorts, arms crossed, with a strikingly defined visage that radiated righteousness. Upon recognizing him, Yutian's brows furrowed, his teeth clenched in a mixture of anger and disbelief. Zhou Wentian, he seethed inwardly. You've never been one to treat others with kindness, and to think you would betray your brother. He also recalled the school personnel. Qinping's expression remained impassive as he regarded Zhou Wentian, a flicker of coldness in his eyes. To think a traitorous scoundrel like you has awakened supernatural powers. The others shared similar sentiments. Although Yun Jia's earlier words had been dreamlike, what if they were manifestations of a parallel world? If Yun Jia was unaware of the dream, as the apocalypse approached, their normal progression might lead them to this very scenario. They had long interpreted an Yun's dream as a prophecy or a glimpse into an alternate reality. The absence of awakened abilities among them made them resentful of Zhou Wentian's unexpected power. Long time no see, everyone, Zhou Wentian greeted, flashing a toothy grin. His gaze swept over the weapons wielded by Chun Peng, Yi Tian, and Hu San. He thought to himself, goodness, they are all fully armed. As if they VE raided an armory. Suppressing his astonishment, Zhou Wentian flew closer, looking down at them with a smug expression. So, what do you think of my current state? Are you not astonished? Is it not wondrous? He spread his arms wide, striking a pose reminiscent of a character from a fighting game, his muscular physique on display. Chun Peng, Yi Tian, and Hu San remained stoic, some even suppressing laughter. Hu San in particular thought, is it really necessary to show off just because you've awakened to power? As if none of us have done the same. Had it not been for Chun Peng and Yi Tian's silence, he would have confronted Zhou Wentian directly. Noticing their lack of reaction, Zhou Wentian raised an eyebrow. You're not curious about my levitation? Yi Tian, why aren't you speaking? How am I supposed to maintain this charade? As the atmosphere grew increasingly awkward, Gao Teng, tall and thin with glasses, appeared holding a pistol, flanked by several armed men. Observing the standoff, he assumed something was amiss and promptly brought his entourage to support Zhou Wentian. If Jiang Chun were present, Gao Teng might have been more cautious. But he dismissed the significance of Chun Peng and Yi Tian. What's a gun to me? He thought. If it comes to a fight, they might not necessarily prevail. And Zhou Wentian possesses supernatural powers now. However, Gao Teng preferred to avoid a confrontation altogether. Quickly, he organized his men into a circle, enclosing Zhou Wentian, Chun Peng, Yi Tian, and the others within. Each individual brandished a weapon, with those closest to Zhou Wentian and Gao Teng holding pistols, clearly his trusted subordinates. What is the meaning of this, Zhou Wentian and Gao Teng? Are you planning to attack us? Yi Tian exclaimed, taken aback by Gao Teng's sudden appearance and the aggressive stance of his companions. Everyone, prepare for battle, Chun Peng commanded. In an instant, the group readied their weapons. The tension in the air palpable. Chun Peng glared at Zhou Wentian and Gao Teng, his voice low and menacing. What is this? Planning to kill us and steal our gear? It hasn't been long since we last met. Have you forgotten who we are? Zhou Wentian's expression was one of sheer disbelief. He stood grounded, astonished by Gao Teng's actions. What is he doing? I thought we were allies. He realized Gao Teng had misunderstood the situation and was about to intervene to ease the tension, but Gao Teng beat him to it, uttering words that nearly made Zhou Wentian choke. Wentian, fear not. I've brought everyone to support you. This territory is ours, and no one can take it away. Not even Jiang Chun, Gao Teng declared earnestly. He then turned to Chun Peng and Yi Tian, his voice icy. Chun Peng, Yi Tian, we mean no harm. We merely want to inform you that you are currently standing on territory claimed by Zhou Wentian and me. It would be wise to behave, or you will not be welcomed here. Zhou Wentian felt a surge of frustration, wishing he could silence Gao Teng's incessant blabbering. What a foolish ally. Ha ha. Yi Tian erupted in laughter at the absurdity of it all. Gao Teng raised an eyebrow. Yi Tian, what is so funny? Yi Tian met his gaze with a look of disdain. What is amusing? Your ignorance. Gao Teng's expression shifted to one of anger, ready to retort. But Zhou Wentian quickly interjected, placing himself between Gao Teng and Yi Tian, forcing a smile. Misunderstanding. Misunderstanding. Gao Teng, you've misinterpreted. Yi Tian, you too. Yet, at that moment, a chilling voice resonated from behind them. Misunderstanding? What misunderstanding? Pray tell me. Chapter 32. Finally, you have arrived. Jiang Chun, along with an Yun and the others, journeyed to Tianshang Renjin University, encountering only a handful of zombies along the way. They were not surprised by the scarcity of the undead, as it was evident that Chun Peng, Yi Tian, and their crew had already cleared the path. After disembarking from their vehicle, they made their way through the university gates without any hindrance. As they progressed, they stumbled upon numerous headless corpses and zombies with their skulls split open, unmistakably the handiwork of Chun Peng and Yi Tian. Upon entering the university, it did not take long for them to spot Chun Peng, Yi Tian, and their companions, including Zhou Wentian and Gao Teng, up ahead. As Jiang Chun approached, he overheard Zhou Wentian uttering the word misunderstanding. Regardless of the context, it took immense audacity to have everyone encircle his brothers and subordinates with weapons drawn. Jiang Chun initially considered allowing Zhou Wentian and Gao Teng's group to live a while longer, but that notion now seemed unnecessary. Misunderstanding? What misunderstanding? Pray, enlighten me. Jiang Chun demanded, his tone laced with disdain. Zhou Wentian and Gao Teng's group turned to him, and Zhou Wentian's brow furrowed at the discomforting sound of Jiang Chun's voice. Meanwhile, Chun Peng and Yi Tian exchanged glances of delight upon recognizing the familiar voice. They knew their leader had arrived. Yi Tian regarded Gao Teng with a mischievous glint in his eye, eager to see if he could maintain his composure in the presence of their leader. Jiang Chun, wielding his tang knife, stood resolutely with an Yun, Qin Qing, Wang Pengzi, and Tang Maru flanking him, while his brothers and subordinates formed a formidable presence behind. His expression was stoic, his pace measured, exuding the aura of a sovereign, commanding respect and fear. His cold gaze was enough to instill trepidation, as if he were prepared to strike down anyone who dared to challenge him. The reputation of Jiang Chun preceded him, and many in Zhou Wentian and Gao Teng's ranks felt a chill upon his arrival. As Jiang Chun advanced, Zhou Wentian and Gao Teng's followers hastily retreated behind their leaders, their expressions a mix of apprehension and awe. Jiang Chun had indeed appeared, and his formidable presence was undeniable. One of Zhou Wentian's confidants swallowed hard, anxiety gnawing at him. Although Tiangu had acquired supernatural abilities, could he truly rival Jiang Chun? The mere sight of Jiang Chun gripping his tang knife sent shivers down his spine. He understood that Jiang Chun would not hesitate to act if provoked, a man as fierce as a tiger. At that moment, Zhou Wentian's expression fluctuated as he pondered the source of his discomfort, only to realize it was Jiang Chun himself. He then surveyed the others, noting their robust health and full armament, indicating they had fared better than his own group, perhaps even raiding an armory. Zhou Wentian's gaze shifted to an Yun beside Jiang Chun. Having encountered many women, he immediately noticed the change in her demeanor. A pang of jealousy struck him. Had Jiang Chun won her over? Zhou Wentian had always harbored feelings for an Yun, the university's belle, whose beauty and figure captivated all. In stark contrast to Zhou Wentian's tumultuous emotions, Gao Teng's eyes betrayed a flicker of fear upon seeing Jiang Chun. How had Jiang Chun survived the apocalypse unscathed? And why had he grown even stronger? At that moment, Gao Teng's bravado diminished significantly, and he began contemplating how to salvage the situation. Just as Zhou Wentian and Gao Teng were about to greet Jiang Chun with feigned camaraderie, Yi Tian, overwhelmed with emotion, dashed forward to Jiang Chun, sobbing melodramatically. "Big brother, Yin, you finally made it. Zhou Wentian and Gao Teng are out to get us. If you had come even a moment later, I might not have been here to tell the tale. You must stand up for us." Yi Tian's sudden outburst left Zhou Wentian and Gao Teng in shock, their eyes widening in disbelief. Hu Hongxi, witnessing the spectacle, also joined in, theatrically pinching his thigh to conjure tears before rushing toward Jiang Chun. "Brother, my dear brother, you have finally arrived. We have been bullied by Zhou Wentian and Gao Teng. They cornered us, flaunting their power as if they were kings, showing no regard for you. You must restore order, or we may find ourselves betrayed." And Yun, Qin Qing, Wang Pengzi, and Tang Maru exchanged glances, silently applauding Yi Tian and Hu Hongxi's performance. They executed it flawlessly. Chen Peng stepped forward, pointing accusingly at Zhou Wentian and Gao Teng. "Boss, before you arrived, Zhou Wentian threatened us and attempted to seize our weapons. Gao Teng claimed this was their territory, warning us to tread carefully, lest we enter with our lives only to leave without them. He even said that your arrival wouldn't change a thing, that he would still overpower you." Zhou Wentian and Gao Teng's group stood dumbfounded, incredulous at the audacity of the performance unfolding before them. The tension was palpable, with their hearts lodged in their throats, fearing Jiang Chun's next words might be a command to open fire. And Yun, Qin Qing, Wang Pengzi, and Tang Maru struggled to contain their laughter at the sight of Zhou Wentian and Gao Teng's fear, though they maintained a fa of anger. Jiang Chun signaled for Qin Ping, Yi Tian, and Hu Hongxi to return to his side. He then approached Zhou Wentian and Gao Teng, his expression frosty and his gaze icy, the weight of his formidable presence unmistakable. The tension in the air was thick, and those behind Zhou Wentian and Gao Teng, unable to bear the mounting pressure, felt their legs quiver involuntarily. The ominous barrels of the guns they faced were a sight few could endure. Zhou Wentian and Gao Teng's confidants fervently wished for their leaders to find their voices. "For the love of all that is sacred, speak up." Chapter 33. For the sake of brotherhood, you may leave. If Zhou Wentian and Gao Teng were privy to the thoughts of their confidants, they would likely erupt in a torrent of curses. They too young to speak out. Yet, confronted with Jiang Chun's demeanor and the multitude of ominous gun barrels, they were acutely aware that a single misstep could spell disaster for them. Jiang Chun towered over Zhou Wentian and Gao Teng, exuding an aura as frigid as winter frost, his steely gaze casting a chilling shadow upon them, almost as if he might wield his tang knife at any moment. At that moment, the scene took on a rather absurd quality. The once arrogant Zhou Wentian and his entourage now resembled frightened ostriches, their heads bowed low. In stark contrast, Chen Peng, Yi Tian, Hu Hongxi, and others held their heads high, regarding the pair with disdain. Zhou Wentian and Gao Tong, sensing Jiang Chen's voice breaking the silence, felt an inexplicable sense of relief wash over them. Zhou Wentian quickly donned a facade of subservience, forcing a smile as he said, "Brother, it's not that we have nothing to say. We were merely overwhelmed by your imposing presence." Gao Ting echoed this sentiment, nodding vigorously. "Indeed, brother. We were momentarily awestruck by your formidable aura." Their strategy was simple. They needed to diffuse Jiang Chen's ire. They had spent considerable time with him and understood his vulnerabilities. Jiang Chen held his own people in high regard. Thus, a harmonious display of contrition and flattery might just allow them to turn the tide. Zhou Wentian continued to flatter. "Brother, you've become increasingly formidable these past few days. Please disregard what Peng Gu and Yi Tian may have said. I, Zhou Wentian, could never harbor ill intentions. It was merely a misunderstanding. I was only here to welcome you, to jest among brothers." Gao Tong, without a moment's hesitation, chimed in, Yes, just a misunderstanding. We've shared so much. How could I ever raise a hand against you? You agree, don't you, brother?" Zhou Wentian then turned to Chen Peng, Yi Tian, and Hu Hongxi, adopting a sincere demeanor. "Peng Gu, Yi Tian, you have misinterpreted my intentions. I never meant to offend. If my actions caused you discomfort, I sincerely apologize." Gao Tong, not wishing to be outdone, added, "Indeed, a misunderstanding, Peng Gu, Yi Tian. I was merely joking as I welcomed you. After all, how could I ever harm you, given our long-standing camaraderie?" However, Chen Ping, Yi Tian, and Hu Hongxi regarded them with disdain, their noses held high. They felt no need to engage with Zhou Wentian and Gao Tong, especially since Jiang Chen had vowed to cleanse their ranks before departing. Why waste time conversing with those whose fate was already sealed? Nonetheless, Chen Ping and his companions were taken aback by the duo's uncanny ability to play off one another. Had they not just witnessed this performance, they might have been convinced of its authenticity. Seeing their indifference, Zhou Wentian and Gao Tong remained unfazed. Their gazes shifted back to Jiang Chen, their faces alight with excitement, joy, and admiration. "Brother, where were you on the day of the cataclysm? Gao Tong and I were desperately worried for your safety. We feared the worst." "Yes, brother," Gao Tong chimed in. "These past few days have been unbearable. I dreamt of you every night. Now that I see you unharmed, my heart is at ease." Watching Zhou Wentian and Gao Tong's phony display, Yi Tian felt a wave of nausea. Their performance was almost Oscar-worthy. And Yun, standing beside Jiang Chen, observed the spectacle with a cold smile. Truth be told, she was loath to witness their duplicitous faces and wished to see them eliminated on the spot. She glanced at Jiang Chen, confident he would not spare Zhou Wentian and Gao Tong. Jiang Chen maintained a stoic expression, his icy gaze fixed on the pair. When it seemed they had exhausted their insincere apologies, he finally spoke in a chilling tone. "Do you both take me for a fool?" Instantly, Zhou Wentian and Gao Tong's expressions froze. What was happening? This was not the outcome they had anticipated. As Jiang Chen's demeanor remained unchanged, their hearts sank. Zhou Wentian thought to himself, could it be that Jiang Chen truly intended to deal with them? Surely, it cannot be so serious. No harm has been done. Zhou Wentian quickly resumed his forced smile. "Brother, what are you saying? I would never think of you as foolish." Before he could finish, Jiang Chen coldly interrupted. "Enough. I am giving you both a chance. For the sake of our brotherhood, you may leave. I will not escort you." Zhou Wentian and Gao Tong were taken aback, their expressions shifting to shock. They were being expelled from the territory they had claimed? Equally astonished were Yun, Qin Qing, Chen Peng, Wang Pengzi, and Yi Tian. Wasn't Jiang Chen supposed to cleanse his ranks? Why was he letting them go? Had he grown soft-hearted towards his brothers? Zhou Wentian and Gao Ting exchanged a glance, silently communicating. Finally, they wiped the smiles from their faces, revealing their true, dark expressions. "How dare he? To drive us from the territory we fought for? What audacity! If he no longer considers us brothers, there is no need for pretense." With that, Zhou Wentian gazed at Jiang Chen, a fierce glint in his eyes as he unleashed his long-hidden claws. "I have awakened supernatural powers. I am no longer the same Zhou Wentian. Why should I fear you?" "Jiang Chen, what did you say? You want us to leave? You no longer regard us as brothers?" Chapter 34. I stand before you. How much do you see me resembling the past? You heard correctly, but you misunderstood. Jiang Chen gazed down at Zhou Wentian, his voice icy. Indeed, as Chen Peng, Wang Fadi, Yi Tian, and others had speculated, Jiang Chun had softened. After all, Zhou Wentian and Gao Teng had been by his side for so long, assisting him in numerous endeavors. It would be impossible to claim there were no feelings involved. If given a choice, Jiang Chun would have preferred not to send them off personally. The departure Jiang Chun referred to was not a mere release. It was a different kind of farewell altogether. What do you mean? Gao Teng's smile vanished, his expression darkening as he looked at Jiang Chun. Jiang Chun's cold gaze bore down on Gao Teng as he said, Gao Teng, you are clever enough to grasp my meaning. Will you leave on your own, or shall I escort you? At that moment, the gathered crowd began to understand the implication of Jiang Chun's words. The departure he spoke of was, in fact, a journey to the underworld. In Yiyun, Qin Qing, Qinpeng, Wang Fadi, and Yi Tian felt a surge of joy within. They knew their leader would not abandon them. After all, he had promised to cleanse the ranks beforehand. Zhou Wentian and Gao Teng's followers widened their eyes in disbelief. Jaws agape. Surely they had misheard. Jiang Chun was suggesting that Zhou Wentian and Gao Teng take their own lives. After all this time, was it truly just because of a recent incident? This was indeed the school heartthrob, the academic prodigy, and the feared overlord, who single-handedly sent an entire gang to face justice. His heart was undeniably ruthless. Jiang Chun was remarkably formidable. Now, with Jiang Chun demanding the deaths of Zhou Wentian and Gao Teng, would those who sought to protect them find themselves in peril as well? Those guns were not toys. It seemed wise to keep a safe distance. After all, what was a brotherhood worth compared to one's own life? Thus, they retreated a few steps. Even Zhou Wentian and Gao Teng's closest confidants followed suit. However, even this small retreat bore significant implications. When a tiger speaks such words, society does not question it, nor do they bind him with morality. They accept it as rightful and revere him with awe and fear. Conversely, when a sheep utters similar sentiments, society reacts with bewilderment, anger, and condemnation. The atmosphere was palpable. Upon hearing Jiang Chun's words, both Zhou Wentian and Gao Teng's pupils constricted, revealing their inner turmoil. They were not foolish. They understood the gravity of Jiang Chun's suggestion. What the hell? Just because of a recent incident, we must die. You think you're a king now after just a few days? You dare decide our fates with a single word? Their expressions darkened, akin to dormant volcanoes on the verge of eruption. Especially when they noticed their followers had taken a step back, their frustration intensified. How could they establish supremacy in a world filled with cowardice? Zhou Wentian, a man awakened to supernatural powers, was destined for greatness. Jiang Chun, just an ordinary mortal. How could he even compare? Zhou Wentian's silent fury surged within him. Gao Teng gripped his handgun tightly. Damn it. At this distance, I could just take him out. We'd die together if need be. But in the next second, Gao Teng regained his composure upon noticing Zhou Wentian rising into the air. Indeed. Why should he be anxious? Zhou Wentian was still present, and he possessed supernatural powers. As Zhou Wentian levitated gracefully above the crowd, his followers were momentarily stunned. But then elation flooded their hearts. Our big brother has awakened supernatural powers. What do we have to fear from Jiang Chun? Except for Qinpeng, Yi Tian, and Hu Hansan, who had anticipated this. Jiang Chun and Yiyun, Qin Qing, Wang Fadi, Tang Maru, Yin Qian, and Qin Sun exchanged astonished glances. Zhou Wentian had actually awakened extraordinary abilities, and Yiyun felt a particular shock. Zhou Wentian should not have awakened at this time. Wait. She realized she had fallen into a misconception, thinking Zhou Wentian's powers were awakened through treasures. In her previous life, her powers had awakened naturally. Why could Zhou Wentian's not do the same? It must be said, Zhou Wentian was incredibly fortunate to have awakened his powers in such a short period. However, regardless of his newfound abilities, today was still destined to be his end. Even the arrival of Jesus would not change that. Zhou Wentian looked down upon Jiang Chun and the others, relishing the sensation of superiority. With arms outstretched, he laughed uproariously. Ha! Jiang Chun, what do you think you are to decide my fate? I called you big brother out of respect. Without that title, you are nothing. You, an orphan raised without a mother. Truly believe yourself to be significant? Look at me now. Are you astonished? Is it remarkable? Let me tell you, Jiang Chun. Times have changed. I stand before you. How much do you see me resembling the past? I am a man endowed with supernatural powers, destined to rise to the pinnacle of this world. Suggesting I take my own life is nothing but a foolish dream. You may call me big brother now, but in this apocalypse, I wouldn't mind sharing a prosperous future with you. As Zhou Wentian expressed thoughts he had long harbored, he felt a profound sense of elevation, a satisfaction unparalleled, even surpassing that of romantic encounters, surged through him. It was exhilarating. Gao Teng also wore a smile, thrilled to hear Zhou Wentian voice what they had all been thinking. Zhou Wentian's followers gazed at him in disbelief, marveling at his audacity to speak such words before Jiang Chen. Zhou Wentian wasn't he so arrogant as to believe he could withstand bullets. He feared his words might provoke Jiang Chen into action. Quickly, he added, Jiang Chen, I know you wouldn't agree to follow me. I recognize this may incite your anger, and you might want to shoot me right now. Jiang Chen, I refuse to bow. I have stood by you for so long, accomplishing countless tasks for you. As your subordinate, if you have the guts, use your tang knife to deal with me personally. If you resort to guns, it will only prove your weaknesses. In Yiyun, Qin Qing, Jinping, Wang Fadi, and Yu Tian all wore expressions of discontent. Without Jiang Chen's response, they could only glare at Zhou Wentian with hostility. In the next moment, Jiang Chen's icy demeanor melted away, and he threw his head back in laughter, as if something had amused him greatly. Ha ha ha. Chapter 35. If the opportunity is useless, I shall personally bid you farewell, as Jiang Chen suddenly burst into boisterous laughter. The crowd, with the exception of an Yiyun, Qin Qing, Chen Peng, Wang Pengzi, and Yi Tian, found themselves utterly bewildered. What could have provoked such a reaction from him? Zhou Wentian and Gao Teng exchanged puzzled glances, questioning Jiang Chen's sudden mirth. Was he perhaps feeling the effects of some disturbance? Once Jiang Chen ceased his laughter, Zhou Wentian scrutinized him, frowning as he coldly inquired, Jiang Chen, what is it that amuses you? Do you mock me as a jester, contemplating a self-inflicted demise? The thought sent a jolt of anxiety through Zhou Wentian. After all, a firearm was a formidable tool, and his current supernatural abilities were insufficient to contend with it. Jiang Chen, fixing his gaze on Zhou Wentian, then glanced at Gao Teng, a playful smirk gracing his face. Zhou Wentian, you are well aware of my penchant for cruelty versus my capacity for kindness. After your recent proclamation, I indeed considered ending your life swiftly, but in light of our shared history, I intended to grant you a merciful end. However, since you desire my personal involvement with a blade, I shall oblige as your former elder brother. I trust you will refrain from uttering pleas for a swift release. Jiang Chen had never regarded Zhou Wentian and Gao Teng as equals. Had it not been for their lengthy companionship and numerous favors, he would have long since issued a death sentence. After all, Jiang Chen was a man of action, eschewing idle chatter. He contemplated granting them a dignified demise. But since they squandered their opportunity, he would have to personally escort them to their end. However, should he take matters into his own hands, dignity would be a luxury lost. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, Zhou Wentian felt a wave of relief wash over him. As long as you do not employ a gun, I, Zhou Wentian, need not fear you, Jiang Chen. He looked down at Jiang Chen, laughing heartily. Who knows who will triumph? Do not speak so confidently. As I soar above, let us see if your blade can reach me. Gao Teng, witnessing Jiang Chen's acquiescence, joined in the laughter. Jiang Chen, you are utterly ignorant of supernatural powers. At that moment, Zhou Wentian and Gao Teng regarded Jiang Chen with a glimmer of derision, incredulous that he had accepted their challenge. Does he not realize that Zhou Wentian possesses supernatural abilities? A mere mortal cannot hope to defeat him. Why not simply pull the trigger? Is he not wary of potential misfortune? Their confusion deepened as they observed the untroubled expressions of an Yiyun, Qin Qing, Chen Peng, Wang Pengzi, and Yi Tian. Were they truly unconcerned? Had Zhou Wentian and Gao Teng been privy to their thoughts, they would have been infuriated. Goodness, whose side are you on? Do you not recognize your true elder brother? Within Jiang Chen's group, Hu Han-san and Tang Maru yearned to confront Zhou Wentian and Gao Teng. What of supernatural powers? Who among us lacks them? Our leader wields two. What arrogance! Moreover, they believe that even without supernatural abilities, they could easily best them. Hu Han-san and Tang Maru eagerly anticipated the moment Jiang Chen would reveal his powers, envisioning the expressions on Zhou Wentian and Gao Teng's faces. Just as Hu Han-san and Tang Maru were lost in their thoughts, Jiang Chen made his move. He regarded Zhou Wentian with a cold smile, his voice steady and chilling as if echoing the depths of winter. Descend. As Jiang Chen's words fell, Zhou Wentian, suspended in midair, wore a smile that vanished in an instant, replaced by sheer panic. What is happening? Is something pulling at my legs? He looked down, finding nothing amiss beneath him. Yet the sensation of being drawn downward intensified. Grinding his teeth, Zhou Wentian summoned his supernatural abilities in an attempt to break free, but it was all in vain. In the next moment, to the astonishment of Gao Teng and their companions, Zhou Wentian plummeted heavily to the ground. With a resounding crash, Zhou Wentian felt excruciating pain coursing through his body. His eyes widened, veins bulging on his forehead, a crimson hue overtaking his neck as he coughed up blood onto the ground. What the hell? What is happening? This unforeseen turn left Zhou Wentian utterly dazed. Fortunately, awakening his supernatural abilities had fortified his body. Otherwise, that fall might have proven fatal. As Zhou Wentian grappled with his bewilderment, Gao Teng and their companions shared his confusion. What is going on? Why did he suddenly crash to the ground with such force? Is his supernatural power out of control? Losing control at such a critical juncture could be deadly. None of them considered that Jiang Chun could be the cause. They all presumed it was Zhou Wentian's powers that had faltered. Only in Yiyun, Qin Qing, Chen Peng, Wang Pengzi, and Yi Tian understood that it was their leader who had taken action. Zhou Wentian, do you believe you can evade me now? Jiang Chun, wielding a tang knife that glimmered with a chilling light, approached the prostrate Zhou Wentian, who struggled to rise but found himself unable. Jiang Chun's every step seemed to crush the spirits of Zhou Wentian and Gao Teng's group. Zhou Wentian sensed an overwhelming weight upon him, rendering him immobile. Desperately, he attempted to summon his powers, yet they seemed unresponsive. Damn it, not now. Don't fail me at this crucial moment. Move. As Jiang Chun drew nearer, the cold gleam of the tang knife instilled a growing sense of dread within Zhou Wentian. When Jiang Chun stood before him, looking down, the gleaming blade poised menacingly. Zhou Wentian could no longer suppress the panic and fear that washed over his face. Zhou Wentian, you spoke of opportunities. Why do you falter like the rest? Why are you sprawled on the ground? Do you doubt the sharpness of my blade? Jiang Chun's expression was laced with playful malice, yet his gaze remained frigid. He raised the tang knife, evoking the image of a butcher preparing to strike. Wait, I have something to say. Zhou Wentian, realizing his imminent peril, hurriedly protested. However, Jiang Chun was unyielding. The knife would not be lowered without action. With a swift motion, the blade flashed. In an instant, Zhou Wentian's left hand severed from his body. Momentarily, his mind could not comprehend the sensation, but soon thereafter, blood gushed forth, and he emitted a scream akin to a slaughtered animal. Chapter 36. A blade falls with every utterance wielding a bloodstained katana. Jiang Chun gazed down with frigid indifference at the agonizing Zhou Wentian. To necessitate my personal involvement, and still aspire to a dignified exit? Such notions are utterly futile. Zhou Wentian, a mere severed arm elicits such cries? This is but a prelude. A predatory glint flickered in Jiang Chun's eyes as he uttered words that sent shivers down Zhou Wentian's spine. Having served Jiang Chun for an extended period, attending to numerous affairs, Zhou Wentian had witnessed firsthand Jiang Chun's ruthless dispatch of adversaries. In that instant, Zhou Wentian experienced the very terror that had gripped those Jiang Chun had extinguished. He was intimately familiar with Jiang Chun's methods. He knew that excruciating torment awaited him. Jiang Chun was a demon incarnate, even more terrifying at times. Zhou Wentian was consumed by fear, a desperate cry echoing within his mind. My supernatural power. Activate, damn it, or I'm doomed. Curse it all. The pain is unbearable. Listening to Zhou Wentian's tormented screams and witnessing his current state, An Yiyun experienced a profound sense of vindication. Zhou Wentian, the suffering you endure now pales in comparison to the torment inflicted upon those you murdered. In the previous timeline, Zhou Wentian had thrived, wielding his abilities with impunity. Countless women had perished beneath him, and countless men had fallen victim to his depraved desires. Possessing formidable power, he had invariably turned the tables on those who sought his demise. Ultimately, Zhou Wentian and Gao Teng's cohort were annihilated by a mysterious zombie. And Yiyun was ecstatic upon hearing the news, praising the zombie's actions. Qin Qing, Chen Ping, Wang Pengzi, Yu Tian, and the others observed Zhou Wentian's plight without a trace of pity or sympathy. Their gazes were those reserved for the deceased. He deserved to be torn limb from limb for uttering those words. A treacherous cur. Everyone reviled Zhou Wentian. Gao Teng, eyes wide with horror, witnessed Zhou Wentian's agony and the severed, bloodied arm on the ground. A profound sense of dread washed over him. He had always been apprehensive of Jiang Chun, knowing that beneath the man's affable exterior lurked a savage beast. Damn it, Zhou Wentian, what are you doing? Get up and use your powers. Gao Teng's eyes were bloodshot as he screamed inwardly. The faces of those behind Gao Teng betrayed their fear of Jiang Chun, the universally admired campus heartthrob, scholar, and bully, who had single-handedly incarcerated an entire gang. inspired no courage to resist. Several, with fragile mental fortitude, were paralyzed by fear, as if Jiang Chun intended to slaughter them instead of Zhou Wentian. Zhou Wentian, you've been with me long enough to know my disposition and methods. I offered you a chance. Why did you squander it? Jiang Chun, his face a mask of amusement, his eyes glacial, and his gaze predatory, looked down at Zhou Wentian. He raised his katana and brought it down. Shua? Zhou Wentian's other arm was severed from his body in a flash of light. Ah, Zhou Wentian. I've always treated you and Gaotung as brothers, without favoritism. Tell me, why did you betray me? You know how much I despise traitors. As the chilling words fell, Shua, the katana flashed, severing Zhou Wentian's left leg from his body. Zhou Wentian, this next strike is for Yuner. I was too lenient with you, you know? I had intended to dissect you piece by piece until death. Shua. Zhou Wentian's limbs were now completely separated. He lay in a pool of his own blood. He no longer screamed, his face ashen, his lips devoid of color. He was numb with pain, his consciousness fading, his eyelids heavy. Don't die so soon. I have much more to say. Shua. Another stroke of the katana. Still have some backbone, not begging for a swift end, eh? Shua. With each word Jiang Chen uttered, another stroke of the katana fell. Despite the disfigurement, Zhou Wentian clung to life, a testament to Jiang Chen's skill and Zhou Wentian's constitution. Gaotung and his followers watched in horror. Those behind Gaotung were seeing Jiang Chen in a new light. It was utterly brutal. Some, unable to bear the sight, averted their eyes. And Yun, Qin Qing, Chen Peng, Wang Pengzi, and Yi Tian, however, felt no revulsion, but rather vindication. And Yun had achieved her revenge. If possible, she would kill Zhou Wentian, resurrect him, and kill him again, subjecting him to every conceivable death. Zhou Wentian's current state was insignificant compared to the fate of those who had perished at his hands in the previous timeline. And Yun recounted how Zhou Wentian had watched a woman being torn apart by zombies while pleasuring himself, before bisecting her with a single stroke. A pervert beyond all perverts. Qin Qing, Chen Peng, Wang Pengzi, Yi Tian, Huan San, and Tang Maru were accustomed to slaying zombies and cracking open their skulls. Qin's son, the youngest, shared their indifference. Gaotung trembled. He knew that Zhou Wentian's death meant that his turn was next. He did not want to die, especially not like this. Then, realizing that he was holding a pistol, he was instantly jolted awake. He had forgotten about the gun. Damn it. His gaze fixed on the pistol. Gaotung suppressed his fear and hardened his resolve. Without hesitation, he raised the gun, aimed it at Jiang Chun, and pulled the trigger. Die, you bastard. Bang. The gunshot echoed. Except for Yun, Qin Qing, Chen Peng, Wang Pengzi, and Yi Tian were all shocked. Brother Jiang. Boss. Big brother. Those behind Gaotung were equally stunned. Gaotung had fired a shot? Was Jiang Chen about to be killed with a single bullet? Their eyes turned to Jiang Chen. Their expressions varied, with some even betraying excitement and anticipation. However, after the gunshot, Jiang Chun remained unscathed. Gaotung instinctively thought he had missed. He aimed at Jiang Chen again and pulled the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. The gunshots rang out repeatedly until the pistol was empty. Yet, Jiang Chen stood before Zhou Wentian as if nothing had happened. Some of the people behind Gaotung were speechless. Damn it, what kind of geriatric marksmanship is that? I could probably do better with my eyes closed. At that moment, a man with glasses exclaimed, wait, something's not right. Look closely at Jiang Chun. Are those little black dots bullets? Hearing this, everyone was startled and quickly widened their eyes. Those with good eyesight were shocked. Holy crap, it looks like it. Gaotung frowned and examined the scene closely. Little black dots? Bullets? The next moment, Gaotung's face turned pale. Damn it, what's going on? Why are those bullets suspended in midair? Chapter 37. Let me personally bid farewell. Do not expect a dignified death. Am I seeing things? The bullets fired by Tung seemed to have been suspended in midair, as if someone pressed the pause button. You are not imagining it. I saw it too. Those tiny black dots are indeed the bullets. What on earth is happening? Could it be that Jiang Chen's aura has grown so powerful that bullets cannot approach him? No. Let us entertain a bold hypothesis. Could it be that these bullets, like us, fear Jiang Chen? At such a moment, you still dare to joke? I truly admire your audacity. Can you not speak of anything more substantial? I mean, could it be that Jiang Chen possesses supernatural powers as well? Zhou Wentian suddenly plummeted from the sky, crashing to the ground, appearing to remember something yet unable to rise. And now the bullets seem to have been paused just half a meter away from Jiang Chen. What do you think? Good heavens. What you say holds some weight. But it makes sense. If Zhou Wentian can awaken supernatural powers, then a figure as formidable as Jiang Chun should logically be able to do so as well. At that moment, the crowd behind Gao Tong, witnessing this bizarre spectacle, gasped in astonishment. The ability to control bullets is far more impressive than Zhou Wentian's prowess. What kind of supernatural power has Jiang Chun awakened to be so extraordinary? They were all filled with curiosity, shock, and profound dread. The more formidable Jiang Chun became, the more terrified they felt, especially Zhou Wentian's closest confidants, whose hands trembled uncontrollably as they clutched their phones. They contemplated whether it was too late to discard their firearms and embrace the light. Gao Tang's emotional state mirrored that of the crowd behind him. Shock and fear enveloped him. Does Jiang Chun also possess supernatural powers? And are they even greater than Zhou Wentian's? He had no powers of his own, and his only weapon was a handgun, which was utterly useless. How could he possibly confront Jiang Chun? Truly, would he gamble with his life? Qin Qing, Chen Ping, Wang Fati, and Yu Tian were equally astounded. Has Brother Jiang's telekinetic ability become this formidable? He can catch bullets? Incredible. The crowd glanced at Yun, who appeared unfazed, and they silently acknowledged that. In comparison to Sister Yin, their composure was indeed lacking. Then their eyes shifted to Gao Tong and the expressions of those behind him, all feeling a sense of exhilaration. Isn't this merely an ability? Zhou Wentian is hardly a match. Not only is my boss more powerful than Zhou Wentian, but he has awakened 2 abilities. To claim that my boss is an ordinary man, not of this world, is simply laughable. Wang Fati recalled a popular saying online before the apocalypse. The clown was right beside me. Gao Tong, are you so eager to follow in Zhou Wentian's footsteps? Jiang Chen's icy gaze fixed upon Gao Tong, a playful smirk gracing his lips. His telekinetic powers had reached the initial stage after a breakthrough last night, and within Yun, he had tested his ability to control bullets. Having absorbed the crystal core from an evolved zombie, his powers had ascended to the mid-level, making such feats effortless. The strength of his telekinesis rendered Jiang Chun unafraid of certain firearms. Of course, more advanced weaponry remained beyond his control for now. Gao Tong, feeling Jiang Chun's gaze, was struck by a chill creeping up from his feet. He gritted his teeth, suppressing his fear, and turned to his armed confidants. What are you all waiting for? Shoot him. I refuse to believe Jiang Chun can withstand multiple handguns simultaneously. Fire. His subordinates were startled by Gao Tong's frenzied demeanor. Internally, they grumbled, damn. At a time like this, you want us to shoot Jiang Chun? Are you pushing us into the fire pit? We don't want to die. They exchanged glances, seemingly communicating without words, before collectively averting their gazes and ignoring Gao Tong. Their own lives were paramount. As the saying goes, if the top beam is crooked, the bottom will be askew. What kind of people are Zhou Wentian and Gao Tong? Their underlings are hardly any better. Gao Tong was infuriated by the cowardice of his subordinates, his face contorted in anger. Damn it, you worthless cowards. I was blind to have nurtured you. Finally, Gao Tong turned to Jiang Chun, his countenance grim, and without uttering a word, began to load bullets from his pocket. With a click, Gao Tong raised his handgun, aiming at Jiang Chun, but in the next moment, he abruptly turned the gun on his confidants. Bang, bang, bang. The gunfire rang out, and his subordinates lay on the ground, bleeding and in disbelief. They could not fathom that Gao Tong had shot them. The rest of the crowd screamed in terror, hastily fleeing, fearing that Gao Tong might turn his gun on them as well. Jiang Chun was taken aback by Gao Tong's actions. Who would have thought he possessed such ruthlessness, having followed him for so long? It seemed he had indeed learned a thing or two. And Yun, Qin Qing, Chen Peng, Wang Fati, and Yi Tian were equally astonished by the unfolding scene. Gao Tong spat disdainfully at his fallen subordinates, his eyes filled with contempt. Did you think that, knowing I was doomed, I would no longer command your attention? Huh? Ha ha. If Zhou Wentian and I are to perish today, then you shall not think to survive. Gao Tong approached the fallen, seizing a handgun from one of them. Gazing at the lifeless face, he sneered coldly. Then, with both hands gripping the weapon, aimed it at Jiang Chun, declaring fiercely, Jiang Chun, let us see if you can withstand 2 guns. As soon as the words left his mouth, he aimed the gun at Jiang Chun and unhesitatingly pulled the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of gunfire echoed, and as the bullets flew toward him, Jiang Chun merely scoffed inwardly, prepared to receive them all. Gradually, he lifted his feet off the ground, beginning to levitate. In that moment, Zhou Wentian, still conscious but fading, witnessed Jiang Chun defy gravity, his pupils contracting. In the next instant, he slumped, his breath entirely extinguished. Jiang Chun felt no surprise at Zhou Wentian's demise. After all, having been tormented to such a state, it was remarkable that he had lasted until now. With Zhou Wentian gone, it was only fitting that Jiang Chun send Gao Teng on his way as well. Once Gao Teng's bullets were expended, Jiang Chun hovered above, coldly gazing down at Gao Teng, the suspended bullets lingering half a meter from his body. Gao Teng, shall I let you savor the taste of these bullets? In the face of Gao Teng's horrified expression, the suspended bullets collectively turned and aimed at him. In the next instant, whoosh, 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 bullets rained down upon him. His hands were the first to be pierced, followed by his feet, calves, thighs, and arms. Gao Teng collapsed to the ground, following in Zhou Wentian's footsteps, emitting a wretched scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. Now filled with regret, Gao Teng lamented that he should have saved a bullet for himself. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. One bullet after another pierced through Gao Teng's body. In the end, he resembled a beehive, riddled with bloody holes, his appearance grotesque, meeting a tragic end. In that moment, not a single person from Zhou Wentian's remaining companions stood upright. They either knelt before Jiang Chun, sat terrified on the ground, or buried their heads between their legs, trembling like ostriches. As for the weapons they once held, they had long since been discarded to the ground. They possessed not an ounce of courage to confront the fiend, Jiang Chun. Suspended in midair, Jiang Chun, wielding a tang knife, gazes coldly upon the grotesque remains of the two corpses, Zhou Wentian and Gao Teng. A squandered opportunity. Since I must personally escort you on your departure, do not entertain thoughts of a dignified demise. Wishing for a complete corpse? A mere fantasy. Chapter 38. Even heaven cannot tolerate this. Jiang Chun turned his head, his icy gaze fixed upon the group of individuals who were quaking in terror. The fear and dread etched on each face was palpable, and Jiang Chun could not help but let out a cold laugh in his heart. This group, under his scrutinizing gaze, huddled together for warmth, terrified that he might turn his wrath upon them as well. They had truly underestimated the extent of Jiang Chun's supernatural powers, which were nothing short of terrifying. Zhou Wentian could soar through the skies, but Jiang Chun surpassed him. Zhou Wentian could not withstand bullets. Yet Jiang Chun not only could, but could also manipulate them. Jiang Chun possessed all the abilities Zhou Wentian had, and even those he did not. The chasm between individuals awakened to supernatural powers was staggering. Witnessing the grotesque demise of Zhou Wentian and Gao Teng, the onlookers were filled with desperate pleas in their hearts, hoping Jiang Chun would spare them. They were still young, still clinging to life, mere children at heart. As if their prayers had been answered, they noticed Jiang Chun, the demon, retracting his gaze from them. A collective sigh of relief swept through the group as the weight of his stare lifted. Jiang Chun's icy glare shifted from them to an Yun, Qin Qing, Chen Peng, Wang Pengzi, and Yi Tian. The chill dissipated, giving way to a serene expression. Descending to the ground, Jiang Chun approached Yun, gently caressing her cheek, and softly inquired, "Yuner, have I perhaps shown too much mercy towards them?" Yun smiled in response, "Perhaps a little. Had it been me, I would have ensured they were trapped in a fate worse than death." I am a sentimental person, Yuner. You know they have accompanied me for quite some time. There is a bond of sorts. It's rather nice this way." Jiang Chun chuckled, playfully pinching Yun's nose. Nearby, Qin Qing, Chen Peng, Wang Pengzi, and Yi Tian shared knowing smiles, amused by the juxtaposition of Jiang Chun's merciless actions and his tender moments with Yun. Meanwhile, the terrified group watched in astonishment, grappling with the revelation that Jiang Chun, the demon, possessed such a gentle side. The contrast between his recent brutality and this tenderness was striking. At that moment, their gazes towards Jiang Chun shifted from sheer dread to a complex mix of fear and understanding. They began to grasp that Jiang Chun was benevolent towards his own, yet merciless towards his enemies, embodying the very essence of a demon. "Qing, incinerate their remains. They are rather unsightly," Yun suggested with a smile. "By the way, could you check if Zhou Wentian's heart possesses a crystal core?" "Understood." Qing nodded and approached the two corpses. Observing the gruesome scene, she felt an inexplicable thrill surging within her. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, she sensed a change within her psyche. In the past, such sights would have repulsed her, but now they sparked a morbid pleasure. Without further hesitation, Qin brandished a dagger, slicing open Zhou Wentian's chest to retrieve his heart. To her delight, she discovered a faintly glowing blue crystal core nestled within. Raising her hand, she unleashed a few fireballs toward the corpses. Qin Shing's flames were no ordinary fire. Soon, the bodies were engulfed in a fierce blaze. The onlookers, witnessing this spectacle, were left wide-eyed and slack-jawed. Zhou Wentian had not only died, but had his heart extracted. The woman displayed an unwavering demeanor, revealing herself to be formidable indeed. And what was this? Fireballs conjured seemingly out of thin air? A sorceress? Could it be that this woman also possessed supernatural powers? How else could she conjure such flames? Before long, Zhou Wentian and Gao Teng had been reduced to mere ashes, scattered by a passing breeze. Jiang Chun could not help but click his tongue, reflecting on the swiftness with which Zhou Wentian and Gao Teng had been turned to dust, as if even heaven itself could not abide their existence. Qin Xing returned to Jiang Chun and an Yun, holding the crystal core. Yun, here, she said, presenting it to her. Yun Jia, do we also possess crystal cores in our hearts? Wang Pengzi inquired curiously, eyeing the azure crystal core. And Yun nodded, explaining simply, indeed. Not only do zombies possess them, but so do we supernatural beings. However, they are located in our hearts. I merely wanted Qingqing to take a look. And it turns out there was indeed one. And Yun refrained from mentioning that individuals without awakened abilities had a 5 chance of inheriting this ability from a supernatural being's heart, with a 95 chance of death. This was information she deemed unnecessary to share with the others. The group nodded in understanding. Husband, I will store it in the space, and Yun said, winking at Jiang Chun with a smile. She had no intention of having Jiang Chun absorb the core, as it had recently formed and contained insufficient energy. Instead, she planned to save it for a more suitable candidate in the future. Despite the slim chance of success, if inheritance occurred, it would grant them a powerful ally with wind abilities, significantly strengthening their team. Jiang Chun understood an Yun's intentions and nodded with a smile. All right. And Yun placed the crystal core into the spatial storage. Then, Chen Peng turned to Jiang Chun, asking, Boss, what shall we do next? How should we handle that group? Should we eliminate them? He made a gesture across his throat. Jiang Chun glanced at the group in the distance and replied nonchalantly, no need to concern ourselves with them. We have matters to attend to. Jiang Chun was not a bloodthirsty individual. Since his arrival, this group had not provoked him, and their previous actions were merely orders they followed. Qinping nodded in agreement. Jiang Chun then turned to an Yun, inquiring, Yunearth, do any of the individuals you mentioned belong to that group? And Yun understood his question pertained to a few decent individuals from her past life. She recalled approximately 7 people, a female teacher from the infirmary and 3 males and 3 females. They were all relatively good. And now that they had returned to the realm of the living, it was worth attempting to see if they could be brought along. If they chose not to join, and Yun would not force them. She had been observing the group and gently shook her head. No, they are not among them. Chapter 39. In a scene of utter despair, even beggars would feel compelled to offer a few coins. Amidst a crowd gripped by fear, Jiang Chun nonchalantly selected an individual and beckoned him forward, eager to discern the current state of Tianshang Renjian University. The man approached, his face etched with terror, trembling uncontrollably as he relayed the dire situation at the university to Jiang Chun, confirming the earlier assertions made by Yun. Indeed, her claims proved accurate. Zhou Wentian and Gao Teng's gang had seized 1/3 of the university's territory, while the remaining 2/3 lay overrun by zombies. Upon finishing his account, the man hastily retreated to his companions, fearful of Jiang Chun's intentions. Jiang Chun, however, felt no inclination to concern himself with the fate of these individuals. He was neither their guardian nor their elder brother. Their lives and deaths were of no consequence to him. After gathering his thoughts, Jiang Chun turned to Chen Peng, Wang Pengzi, and Yu Tian, issuing his orders. Qinping, Pengzi, Yu Tian, take 2/3 of the group and cleanse the zombies from the university's playground. Wait there for my arrival. The 3 swiftly acknowledged their orders. Wang Pengzi and Yu Tian led the charge, fully armed, as they marched toward the university's playground with great fervor. Once they departed, Jiang Chun addressed the remaining individuals. Tang Maru, Huan San, you 2 will guard the entrance with the rest. Allow no one to enter. Those who attempt to breach will be shot on sight. Tonight, treasures will descend from the heavens, and I shall not permit any unforeseen incidents. On this 5th day of the apocalypse, Jiang Chun harbored no doubts about the effectiveness of firearms against the living. He entrusted the gate to Tang Maru and Huan San, confident in their ability to maintain security. Understood. Not even a fly shall pass through. They declared in unison, their resolve unwavering. Jiang Chun nodded and then turned to an Yun, Qin Xing, her brother Qin's son, Yan Qian, and a burly man. Qingqing, Shaoxin, Yan Qian, Da Zhuang. You four shall accompany Yun'er and me. The quartet nodded in agreement. Yun'er, let us proceed and see if we can locate the others, Jiang Chen suggested. And Yun agreed, and they set off. As Jiang Chun and his group ventured forth, Tang Maru and Hu Hansan took strategic positions, resolutely guarding the school's entrance. They would not permit anyone to enter, not even a fly. Nearby, the frightened group, left bewildered by Jiang Chen's actions, exchanged glances, uncertain and lost without guidance. With Zhou Wentian and Gao Teng deceased, they found themselves adrift. Eventually, one individual steeled himself, rising from the ground, and resolved to depart. He approached Tang Maru and Hu Hansan, leaving Tianshang Rinjian without a backward glance. Seeing this, many others chose to follow suit, deciding to leave as well. After deliberation, Tang Maru and Hu Hansan opted not to impede those wishing to exit. The outside world was rife with zombies, and who could say how long those individuals might survive? The remaining individuals huddled together for warmth. Finally, one person stepped forward. He was the very individual Jiang Chen had previously summoned. With the absence of a leader, a new one would inevitably emerge. But whether this new figure could command respect remained to be seen. Jiang Chen, accompanied by Yun, Qin Qing, Qin Sun, Yan Qian, and Da Zhuang, arrived at the quarters of Zhou Wentian and Gao Teng. Upon opening the classroom door, they were met with the sight of several bound men and women, all of whom wore expressions of sheer terror, trembling like frightened rabbits. On the floor lay 3 lifeless bodies, 2 women and 1 man, devoid of clothing, blood mingling with other fluids, exuding a nauseating stench. It was evident that these individuals had endured unspeakable torment during their lives. Jiang Chen, and Ian, Qin Qing, Qin Sun, Yan Qian, and Da Zhuang frowned at the horrific scene before them. What monstrous beasts! Jiang Chen thought to himself, momentarily regretting his mercy. Perhaps it would have been wiser to allow them to live, to suffer daily indignities. I've never felt such a strong urge to kill, Yan Qian remarked, gripping her large knife tightly. Da Zhuang remained silent, yet his clenched fists revealed his inner turmoil. We should incinerate the bodies later, Jiang Chen sighed inwardly, contemplating the consequences of his earlier actions. At that moment, the bound individuals, realizing their rescuers were not Zhou Wentian and Gao Teng but Jiang Chen and an Yun, displayed a flicker of hope in their eyes. Bound and gagged, they gazed at the newcomers with fervent anticipation, making muffled sounds of excitement. Boss, they. Da Zhuang gestured towards the captives, seeking Jiang Chen's guidance. Release them. Jiang Chen understood Da Zhuang's intentions and nodded in assent. Upon receiving the go-ahead, Da Zhuang hurriedly moved to liberate the captives. One individual, looking particularly disheveled and wretched, rushed to Jiang Chen's feet, kneeling before him with a fervent expression. Wow, Boss Jiang, you're alive, my idol. But be careful of Zhou Wentian and Gao Teng. They harbor ill intentions towards you. I swear on my life that if I speak falsely, I shall meet a terrible fate. Jiang Chen stared at the pitiful figure before him, unsure of how to respond, as he recognized that the man's current state was partly his own responsibility. At that moment, an Yun interjected, her brow furrowing as she inquired, "Are you Chu Outyin?" The man froze, then, realizing who was speaking, looked at an Yun with curiosity. "Sister Yun, how do you know my name?" Upon hearing his acknowledgement, a glimmer of surprise flashed in an Yun's eyes. Chu Outyin, in their previous life, had been an ardent admirer of Jiang Chen, considering him an idol. He was one of the 7 individuals she had sought out, possessing commendable character. And Yun had only noted a resemblance in his form and voice, never expecting it to truly be him. The contrast with her memories of Chu Outyin was stark. He now appeared as someone who would elicit pity even from a beggar. Chapter 40. Increase in team numbers. Celestial treasures, this is not important. Please explain your situation, and Yun said, gazing at Chu Outyin. Beside them, Jiang Chen discerned that the individual named Chu Outyin was indeed one of the sought-after companions. Chu Outyin nodded, addressing Jiang Chen and an Yin. Brother Jiang, Sister Yin. The situation is as follows. I could not tolerate the actions of Zhou Wentian and Gao Teng, so I confronted Zhou Wentian alongside a few others, and as a result, I was bound and subjected to daily assaults. The 3 individuals on the ground were with us as well. One of them was tortured to death by Zhou Wentian yesterday and subsequently discarded to feed the zombies. Zhou Wentian and Gao Teng are utterly inhumane. Chu Outyan's teeth clenched in anger, his eyes ablaze with fury and hatred towards Zhou Wentian and Gao Teng. After Chu Outyan finished speaking, the remaining men and women hurriedly approached, kneeling and recounting the heinous deeds of Zhou Wentian and Gao Teng. After they concluded, Qin Qing regarded them with a gentle expression, stating, "You need not fear any longer. Brother Jiang has eliminated Zhou Wentian and Gao Teng mercilessly." Upon hearing Qin Qing's words, Chu Aoyan and the others were momentarily taken aback, but soon their faces lit up with joy, as if they had received splendid news. Is it true? Zhou Wentian and Gao Teng are dead, and it was Brother Jiang who killed them? Is this for real? Those two beasts are truly dead. Oh my, really? They deserved a cruel death. Jiang Chun gestured for silence, and once they quieted down, he spoke. Zhou Wentian and Gao Teng have indeed been slain by me. At that moment, the group finally confirmed the demise of Zhou Wentian and Gao Teng. It was no jest. They were well aware of Jiang Chen's prowess, and there was no reason for him to deceive them. Tears of joy streamed down the faces of several girls, as they had been terrified these past days. Just for uttering a word about Zhou Wentian and Gao Teng. Sob sob. Ultimately, Chu Aoyan took the lead, and the group expressed their gratitude loudly. What are your plans now? Jiang Chun inquired of Chu Aoyan and the others. Upon hearing this, Chu Aoyan exchanged glances with the others. Then, one young man looked at Jiang Chun and said, "Brother Jiang, I want to go home." Another young man chimed in, "Brother Jiang, I am deeply worried about my family. I want to go back too." The girls remained silent. They, too, were concerned for their families but lacked the courage to venture home alone. In the end, Chu Aoyan and another young man expressed their desire to accompany Jiang Chun, while the rest prepared to leave Tianshang Renjian University. The girls also wished to follow Jiang Chun. Jiang Chun instructed an Iyun to provide the departing young men with some food and a melee weapon. He was always inclined to assist those who prioritized returning to their families during these apocalyptic times, as they were deserving of his aid. Jiang Chun pondered the fate of those brothers who had returned to seek their families since the onset of the apocalypse. The group, understanding the spontaneous provision of supplies by an Iyun, did not inquire further and expressed their thanks before departing. Naturally, Chu Aoyan, another young man, and the girls received food, for they were all desperately hungry. After receiving the provisions and expressing their gratitude, they immediately began to devour the food ravenously. Subsequently, under the astonished gazes of Chu Aoyan and the others, Qin Qing conjured fireballs to incinerate the three corpses, while an Iyun stored some useful supplies into her spatial inventory. Soon after, Jiangchen and an Iyun led the group away to continue their search for supplies and allies. As time passed, the blazing sun gradually descended, and before darkness enveloped the sky, a waning moon appeared. At this moment, Jiangchen and an Iyun, accompanied by Qin Qing, Chenping, Wang Pengzi, Yu Tian, Huhan San, and Tang Maru, stood fully armed and vigilant on the playground. Jiangchen's team had grown since their arrival, as they sought the 7 individuals for supplies. All 7 were alive, but only 4 chose to join their ranks, while the remaining 3 opted not to. The 4 new members consisted of the initial Chu Aoyan and a young man named Go Fugue, who lived up to his name, having survived 5 days in one location. The 2 girls included a JK student named Man Fong, who greatly admired an Iyun, and the last was a nurse, known for her milk cow moniker, named Xie Hui. While some sought to join Jiang Chen's group, he declined to accept all, only welcoming those of good character. Naturally, some voiced their discontent with Jiang Chun, but he did not indulge them, swiftly silencing their complaints with his benevolence. Today, Jiang Chun had slain numerous zombies and humans alike, thus acquiring a significant haul of resources and crystal cores. The zombies in Tianshang Renjian had mostly been eradicated. The newly joined members of Jiang Chen's team had experienced the strength of Jiang Chun and an Iyun, and they had no intention of harboring ulterior motives. They obediently listened to Jiang Chen and an Iyun's arrangements. As the sun fully set and darkness enveloped Tianshang Renjian, Jiang Chen and an Iyun sensed that celestial treasures were imminent. Within the teaching building, many gazed at Jiang Chen's group with curiosity. They wondered why Jiang Chun and his companions were gathered on the playground late at night, occasionally glancing at the sky. Could it be that treasures would descend from above? As they speculated and engaged in idle chatter, one remarked, "Honestly, I can't stand Jiang Chun. He flaunts his strength and acts on whims. Gathering everyone at this late hour on the playground is simply absurd." Another added, "I find it ridiculous as well. I wanted to join his team, but he wouldn't accept me. It's truly disheartening. He thinks he's superior and looks down on others. It's laughable. I don't understand why these people are so devoted to Jiang Chun. What makes him so special? I'm quite envious. I wish to join Jiang Chen's team. That man is formidable. Why does Jiang Chen refuse me?" What makes me less worthy than those girls? I am consumed by envy. Why is it Jiang Chun who occupies that position instead of me, Nyode? Jiang Chun is a true winner in life, surrounded by beauties, with fierce subordinates. It's so unfair. Amidst the varied expressions of jealousy and curiosity, suddenly, a radiant point of light appeared in the pitch-black sky, swiftly descending. Soon, the light transformed into a brilliant glow, growing ever larger. The sky above Tianshang Rinjian University seemed illuminated. In that moment, it was not only Tianshang Rinjian experiencing this phenomenon. All around the globe, similar lights appeared, seemingly synchronized in their descent. Jiangchen and his companions gazed upwards in astonishment. As the luminous orb approached, Jiangchen urgently commanded, "Everyone, disperse." Chapter 41 Yuner, what are you thinking about every day? With a stern shout from Jiangchen, the crowd hurriedly dispersed. Those in the teaching building were left utterly dumbfounded by the scene. Could it be that the heavens had truly bestowed a treasure? If so, how did Jiangchen know about it in advance? The bizarre celestial phenomenon had also caught the attention of many survivors in Tianjin. After all, the commotion was impossible to ignore. They were all curious about what it could be, but at night, with zombies roaming freely, they lacked the courage to investigate and could only speculate in their hearts. Soon, a radiant light, akin to a shooting star, descended upon the playground of Tianshang Rinjian. A powerful wave of light and energy instantly radiated outward. It was as if a stone had been cast into a tranquil lake, sending ripples across the surface. Everyone, including those in the teaching building, was compelled to shut their eyes against the blinding brilliance. Once the tumult subsided, they looked toward the playground and beheld a small hole, surrounded by spiderweb-like cracks in the ground. Jiang Chun steadied his mind and approached the small hole, his gaze fixed upon it. Inside, there was a white gem the size of a ping-pong ball. With a flick of his mental energy, the gem floated from the hole into Jiang Chen's hand. As soon as he grasped it, a refreshing chill enveloped him, instantly alleviating the weariness of the day. It was truly remarkable. Jiang Chen noticed that within the gem, there appeared to be a sphere of gas. Attempting to absorb it as one would with a crystal core, Jiang Chun discovered that the energy from this gem was exceptionally pure and abundant. After a few seconds of absorption, he ceased and noticed that the gas within the gem seemed to diminish slightly. At that moment, Anyun, Qinqing, Chenpeng, Wang Pengzi, and Yutian all gathered around, their curiosity piqued by the gem in Jiang Chen's hand. Yuner, there's a sphere of gas inside this gem. I just tried to absorb it, and it seems to have decreased a bit. Do you know what effects this gem has? Jiang Chen inquired, presenting the white gem to Anyun. Anyun gazed at the white gem, her beautiful eyes sparkling with joy. Indeed, this is the gem. In her previous life, Zhou Wenjian had relied on this very gem to gain an extraordinary advantage in abilities. Naturally, Anyun was well aware of its effects from Zhou Wenjian's boastful revelations. After organizing her thoughts, Anyun smiled at Jiang Chen and explained, in my dreams, this gem is equivalent to a crystal core treasure. After absorbing it, its energy replenishes automatically after 48 hours, and then it can be absorbed again. The rest of the group, still unfamiliar with the situation, were taken aback by her words. They understood how rare crystal cores were, but with this gem, it was as if they could acquire a plethora of free crystal cores every 48 hours. This was simply exhilarating. Hey, big bro, Yunjie, can I take a look? Wang Pengzi rubbed his hands together, curiosity evident in his voice. And Iyun nodded and handed the gem to Wang Pengzi, who began to examine it intently, while the others eagerly gathered around to marvel at it. They all expressed their amazement. None of them harbored any selfish thoughts of claiming it for themselves. Only joy filled their hearts. The newcomers to the team had even less inclination to covet it, for they were both unaware of its value and too intimidated to consider it. The formidable and ruthless nature of Jiang Chun had already instilled fear in many of their souls. Meanwhile, those inside the teaching building gazed out wide-eyed. Their expressions varied as they observed Jiang Chun and the others. They witnessed a white orb floating into Jiang Chen's grasp, and their hearts swelled with shock and curiosity. What was that object? It was clear from Jiang Chen's expression that it was something valuable. Why did such treasures always seem to fall into his hands? Damn it, the heavens are unfair. Many internally cursed, feeling as sour as if they had consumed several baskets of lemons. Since Jiang Chen and Yun had acquired the gem, they had no intention of lingering on the playground. They led everyone back to their designated resting area, planning to set off at dawn to slay zombies and gather supplies for the base. After Jiang Chun and Iyun departed from the playground, some of those who had been watching could no longer contain themselves, striking walls or tables in frustration. Before the apocalypse, Jiang Chun had thrived, and now, in the face of calamity, he was flourishing even more. Why was that? With this heavenly treasure, his strength would surely soar. Damn it. Why couldn't I be Jiang Chun? I truly feel miserable. Earlier today, I should have joined them in Jiang Chen's group. Ah, so annoying. Why was Jiang Chen so powerful while I remain ordinary? Witnessing others grow stronger was more infuriating than seeing them make money. Heaven, please grant me a fraction of Jiang Chen's strength. These individuals wore various expressions, yet they shared a common sentiment: envy and bitterness. However, Jiang Chun remained oblivious to their thoughts as he and an Iyun arrived at their resting place. An Iyun retrieved supplies from her space, and they began to prepare a meal. The newcomers to Jiang Chen's team, upon catching the aroma of cooked rice and stir-fried vegetables, displayed expressions of long-lost joy. It had been 5 days. Today, they could actually enjoy warm, cooked meals, as the delicious scent wafted through the air. Many nearby individuals also caught a whiff, swallowing hard. How delightful! Upon realizing the source was Jiang Chen's group, jealousy surged once more. Yet, none dared to approach Jiang Chen for a taste. After all, during the day, he had not only vanquished zombies and adversaries, but had also crushed their courage to confront him. Once the meal was prepared, Jiang Chen and his group began to feast. The nurse teacher, Xie Hui, known for her ample figure, looked at her fragrant rice and nostalgic vegetables with a hint of moisture in her eyes. Taking a hearty bite, a look of pure bliss spread across her face. The swaying of her ample chest was quite the sight. Xie Hui possessed the demeanor of a nurturing wife. With a dangerously styled hairdo and a pear-shaped figure, to the older generation, she epitomized a woman destined to bear healthy children. Darling, what do you think of teacher Xie? An Iyun asked, shifting her gaze from Xie Hui to Jiang Chun. Jiang Chun looked up at an Iyun, a hint of confusion in his eyes, then glanced back at Xie Hui. What do you mean? How is she? An Iyun smiled mischievously. Isn't she quite lovely? You should consider taking her in. With an appetite like hers, it seems only you can keep her satisfied in this apocalypse. Jiang Chun was taken aback, nearly choking on his rice. Cough, cough. An Iyun quickly patted his back. Once he recovered, he looked at an Iyun with exasperation. Last time with Qingqing was enough? What are you thinking about now, Yuner? Chapter 42. Only Yuner in my heart. And Iyun pursed her lips, choosing to abandon the previous topic and deftly redirected the conversation towards the white gemstone. After all, there was ample time ahead. She had already set her sights on Xie Hui. Patience was key. Jiang Chun, noticing an Iyun's shift in focus, seamlessly joined her in discussing the white gemstone. Ultimately, an Iyun decided that Jiang Chun would absorb its energy first. Once the effects on him diminished, she would then take her turn. Jiang Chun initially intended to alternate their absorption, but upon witnessing an Iyun's resolute demeanor, he acquiesced. After everyone had dined sufficiently, Yan Qian began to release water, and the group commenced a simple cleansing ritual. Jiang Chun sat cross-legged on the ground, clasping the white gemstone, and began the absorption process. Waves of pure energy surged into his body, enveloping him in a warm, oceanic embrace that was immensely comforting. The gaseous essence within the white gemstone visibly diminished with each passing moment. In a heartbeat, Jiang Chun opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashing within them. The aura emanating from him now bore a heightened sense of pressure, and his muscles appeared more taut than before. Upon completing the absorption of the white gemstone, the enhancement he experienced was substantial, propelling his physical prowess to the initial stage of the first tier. His previously newly attained mid-tier ability also reached the pinnacle of mid-tier status. How about it, my dear? Have you advanced your abilities to the later stage? An Iyun inquired curiously as Jiang Chun finished absorbing the gemstone. Jiang Chun smiled at her and replied, Not quite, but I'm close. My physique has indeed reached the initial stage of the first tier. He then expressed a hint of regret, stating, This white gemstone will likely be of no use once I break through to the second tier. Upon hearing this, an Iyun chuckled. Achieving a breakthrough to the second tier is already commendable. How many more tiers do you wish to conquer? The challenges only become greater. In my previous life, I barely reached the mid-tier of the 6th level. She playfully pinched Jiang Chun, adding, on the 5th day of the apocalypse. You were at the peak of the mid-tier of the 1st level. No one accomplished that in my past life. If there were a ranking for ability levels, you would undoubtedly secure the top position. Jiang Chun placed the gemstone back with an Iyun and affectionately rubbed her cheek. All right, let us rest. We must rise early tomorrow. Wait, I'll check on Qingqing and teacher Xie. They should be done washing up, an Iyun said with a smile. Jiang Chun momentarily froze, inquiring, What do you need to see them for? An Iyun shrugged, I already told them they could stay here tonight. With such a spacious place. It's just the two of us. I wanted to spare them from having to squeeze in with others. Without waiting for Jiang Chen's response, she dashed out. Jiang Chen was not left waiting long. Shortly after, an Yun returned, flanked by the freshly cleaned Qin Qing and Xie Hui, dressed in new clothes provided by an Yun. Xie Hui's figure was accentuated alluringly, yet she remained blissfully unaware of an Yun's ulterior motives for summoning her. In contrast, Qin Qing's exquisite visage was tinged with a soft blush, her long, fair legs pressed together nervously as she stood beside an Yun. "Qing Qing, Sister Xie, let's sleep." An Yun assured them, patting her chest confidently. "Rest easy, my husband won't do anything untoward. You can sleep peacefully with me here." "Yes, I trust Ian. And I trust classmate Jiang. Let us sleep. I haven't had a good night's rest in days," Xie Hui replied with a gentle smile. Stifling a yawn that betrayed her fatigue, Qin Qing shot a sidelong glance at an Yun, aware that while Xie Hui was innocent, she herself was not so naive. She understood her best friend's intentions well. Had it not been for Xie Hui's desire to come, she would not have agreed to this gathering. It was evident that an Yun had expertly manipulated her inner turmoil. "Darling, you must not engage in any mischief tonight." An Yun teased, her tone serious. Jiang Chun felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. "All right, Qing Qing, Sister Xie, let us rest," an Yun said, taking both women's hands and leading them to their sleeping area. Ultimately, Xie Hui settled on the left side, while Qin Qing took the right. Jiang Chen and an Ian occupied the middle space. Nestled in Jiang Chen's embrace, an Ian smiled, "Good night, my love. I'm going to sleep now." With that, she closed her eyes. Ever since Jiang Chen's demise during the zombie tide in her previous life, she had not enjoyed a peaceful night's rest. Since her rebirth, every slumber with him felt profoundly secure and blissful, as if she were reclaiming all the restful nights she had lost before. Before long, an Yun drifted into a deep sleep in Jiang Chen's arms. After confirming her slumber, he gently pinched her cheek. At present, he held no romantic thoughts toward Qin Qing or Xie Hui. His heart was solely devoted to an Yun. Gazing at her serene, sleeping face, he felt a mixture of emotions, pondering why she wished for him to attract more women into his life. Yet, with such a treasure as an Yun at his side, he felt content. Subsequently, Jiang Chen utilized his mental energy to extinguish the candle, casting the room into darkness. Once an Yun was asleep, Xie Hui had also succumbed to slumber without defense. Only Qin Qing shivered slightly after the candlelight vanished. Contemplating the night ahead, and whether she might have to face something daunting. She had heard that it would be painful at first. She wondered if that was indeed true. Lost in her thoughts, Qin Qing too drifted into sleep. Realizing she had succumbed to slumber, Jiang Chun embraced an Yun and followed suit. Throughout this night, Jiang Chun did nothing untoward. His heart held space solely for an Yun. They both slept soundly and comfortably, free from any peculiar occurrences. In his dreams, Jiang Chun envisioned a life with Yun'er, filled with love and happiness, culminating in a blissful family. Chapter 43, Departing from Heaven and Earth. Cultivating newcomers on the 6th day of the apocalypse, as dawn broke and the moon receded, a soft light emerged at the horizon. An Yun, Qin Qing, and Xie Hui gradually opened their eyes, still in a state of drowsiness. To their dismay, they discovered Jiang Chun had vanished without a trace. An Yun glanced at her companions, noticing they appeared composed, their eyes flickering with unspoken thoughts. Once Qin Qing awoke, she examined herself for any signs of distress and, feeling a sense of relief wash over her, reflected on how she had unexpectedly succumbed to sleep the previous night, experiencing a deep, restful slumber that felt almost dreamlike, as if she had been indulging in a feast of delights. In contrast, Xie Hui, upon awakening, stretched lazily, reveling in the comfort of her rest. "Last night was the most peaceful I've slept. So blissful." "Thank you, Yun," she said, her eyes sparkling with warmth. And Yun, revealing a delicate shoulder from her attire, smiled back at Xie Hui and replied, "You're welcome, Sister Xie. When we return to the base, you can share a room with me." However, before she could finish, Qin Qing interjected, "No way. You and Jiang Chen's room would be inconvenient for Sister Xie. After we return, Sister Xie will stay with me." Xie Hui, finding Qin Qing's reasoning sound, turned to an Yun with a smile. "Yun, then I shall sleep with Qing Qing so as not to disturb you and Jiang Cheng." "That's fine." An Yun chuckled, casting a playful glance at Qin Qing, as if questioning her boldness. Qin Qing huffed and turned her head defiantly. At that moment, the door swung open, revealing Jiang Chen, who had returned. He approached the trio, cheerfully urging them to rise. Now that you're awake, let us tidy up. Breakfast is ready, and we must depart soon. The three girls complied, and Anian stepped forward, noticing Jiang Chun looked freshly washed and dressed. Curiously, she asked, Darling, where have you been? Did you take a shower? Jiang Chun, with a playful grin, replied, Oh, I just took care of a few zombies. Naturally, I needed to clean up afterward. And how many cores did you collect? Ani Yun inquired, her interest piqued. She chose not to ask when he had done this or why, as she could surmise the answers herself. About 20 or so. I didn't count precisely. Now, hurry and get ready for breakfast. We have newcomers to train today. He playfully slapped An Iyun's backside, urging her on. Turning to Qin Qing and Xia Hui, he added, You two should hurry as well. They nodded in agreement, and all three proceeded to freshen up. After the group finished their meal, they set off in a well-armed convoy, leaving Heaven and Earth University behind. The remaining inhabitants of the university reacted with a myriad of emotions. Some rejoiced, others felt anxious, or even resorted to curses. That demon Jiang Chun has taken his crew away. With so few zombies left, it's our chance to seize power. Can I finally have a harem of women? As Jiang Chen's crew departed, cheers erupted. But alongside the joy was an undercurrent of fear. Should we leave Heaven and Earth too? One murmured. Another scoffed. A bunch of fools. With Jiang Chen around. We were safe. Now they're gone. Who will deal with the zombies? Do you think we can manage? Suddenly, a shout broke through the chatter. Look! Zombies are pouring in at the university entrance. Panic ensued as the realization hit. They had neglected to secure the doors. Quick! Grab your weapons and shut the door. Why should we go? Why don't you go yourself? Came the retort, sparking further chaos as zombies infiltrated the university. The screams and shouts of men and women echoed through the halls as confusion reigned once more. Jiang Chun, however, remained oblivious to their plight, having already cleared the majority of zombies the previous day, effectively aiding them. If they could not survive from there, he could only label them as a bunch of wastrels. Jiang Chun, alongside An Yun, led their group to a region adjacent to the Happy Farm area and commenced their tasks, hunting zombies, collecting cores, scavenging supplies, and training the newcomers. Although the newcomers had undergone training the previous day, Jiang Chun believed they still needed refinement. By midday, the newcomers had transformed significantly after a rigorous morning. Bloodied hands and stained clothes marked their victorious encounters, and they smiled foolishly at their newfound prowess. Their efforts yielded a substantial number of cores and supplies. Notably, Xia Hui's collection rate surpassed that of everyone else, leaving Jiang Chun and An Yun in awe. Subsequently, Jiang Chun instructed An Yun to distribute the spiritual springs and exotic fruits among the newcomers while explaining their abilities. After a morning of training, the newcomers had proven their competence, and many essential points needed elucidation. Ultimately, while their physiques had been enhanced, the number of awakened abilities among them was disappointingly low. Only 3 individuals manifested powers: Xia Hui, Chu Outyin, and Go Fuqi. Xia Hui possessed pure healing abilities, capable of bestowing buffs, her inherent malevolence now paired with this gift marking her as the team's healer. Chu Outyin's power manifested as a Kirin arm, an unusual transformation of his left arm. Go Fuqi's ability was straightforward, akin to a protective barrier, enveloping individuals within a shield of energy. Those who failed to awaken abilities felt disheartened and envious. The older members of Jiang Chen's team consoled them, igniting their spirits without requiring Jiang Chen's intervention. In the afternoon, the group continued their endeavors, killing zombies, collecting cores, and scavenging supplies. Before long, the day had passed. Throughout this time, several individuals sought to join Jiang Chun, hoping for his protection. However, their fates mirrored that of previous individuals who had failed to seize their chance. Only the perceptive few survived, while the majority displayed an unabashed self-interest. It was only after Jiang Chun had eliminated numerous foes that the local populace settled down. Chapter 44, By the Campfire. Journey to the site of Jiang Chen's death in his previous life on the evening of the 6th day of the apocalypse. Jiang Chun and An Yun returned to the base with everyone. 2 days had passed, and the logistics team had constructed several impressive additions to the base, exuding a distinct apocalyptic sci-fi aesthetic. The newcomers, including Xia Hui and others, gazed in awe upon the sight of Jiang Chun's base. The boys' eyes sparkled with wonder, silently exclaiming their astonishment. As Jiang Chun and An Yun arrived, the logistics personnel paused their work to greet them. Among them were Wang Pengzi's mother, Yi Song, Yi Tian's father, Yin, and the parents of Qin Qing and Qin's son, along with other staff. Their faces lit up with joy upon seeing familiar and new faces alike. "Son, I missed you so much. Come let me see you," exclaimed one mother. Another added, "Son, let us not say too much. Just glad you're back safe. My dear Qingqing, sinner, you've finally returned. Your father and I were just discussing when you would come back. As soon as we mentioned it, here you are, haha. Jianggu has welcomed many newcomers. Welcome. Since you are now part of Jiang Ji's crew, consider this your home. Feel free to relax. Are you teacher Xie from the infirmary? Hello, teacher. Do you remember me? I'm your student Lin Kiki. Leader Jiang, have you all had dinner? Shall we start boiling water to prepare a meal?" The logistics personnel were brimming with enthusiasm. The newcomers felt somewhat overwhelmed by the warm welcome, reflecting on the stark contrast of the atmosphere here compared to the oppressive gloom of their previous lives. It was as if they had discovered a sanctuary amidst the ruins of the world. After some time, Jiang Chun encouraged everyone to get busy, significantly increasing the number of logistics personnel. Those assigned to cooking, standing guard, organizing supplies, washing up, and tidying rooms all diligently carried out their tasks. Eventually, everyone gathered in an open area, food in hand, chatting and laughing. The newcomers quickly acclimated to the uplifting atmosphere. Following dinner, Jiang Chun did not send them back to their quarters for rest. Instead, he had everyone sit around the campfire and invited those with talents to showcase their skills. Humans are not machines. Without proper relaxation and entertainment, problems are likely to arise. Since the conditions allowed for such leisure, Jiang Chun was more than willing to oblige. The first to perform was an Ian, whose sweet song provided a healing balm to all in this bleak world. Next, Qin Qing took the stage with a vibrant and youthful tune, captivating everyone. The scene quickly transformed into a lively celebration, contrasting sharply with the despair of those living through the apocalypse. At last, spurred on by an Iyun, Jiang Chun was encouraged to showcase his own talent. The crowd erupted in applause and cheers. Jiang Chun smiled and accepted the challenge. He took a seat on a bench with his guitar, contemplating which song to play. Gazing at the crackling campfire before him, he decided to perform a guitar rendition of By the Campfire, a song from his previous life. As its title was fitting for the occasion, clearing his throat and tuning his fingers, Jiang Chun began his performance. The melodious and rhythmic sounds of his guitar filled the air, followed by lyrics they had never heard before. You still sit by the campfire of your childhood, watching the moon in the sky, unchanged. The North Star points ahead to your path. In the night, you will not lose your way, no longer feeling lost. The lake reflects the sky, a mirror of your dreams. Soon, Jiang Chun concluded his rendition of By the Campfire. The audience remained entranced, lingering in the moment until an Iyun's applause broke the spell, prompting everyone to join in a fervent ovation. "Brother, that was amazing. Is it an original? It was too short. I couldn't get enough. Brother, sing it again. It was so beautiful. My ears feel like they've been blessed. Come on, do it again. As a man, you should last longer." The laughter that followed brought a hint of blush to the faces of some women, though they secretly agreed with the sentiment. "Darling, sing a few more songs," and Iyun chimed in with a laugh. Unable to resist their enthusiasm, Jiang Chun finally relented, saying, "All right, I'll sing a few more. But you've got one thing wrong. I'm not the original artist. That credit belongs to someone else. Now let me sing By the Campfire again, and then I'll perform some others." The crowd rejoiced at Jiang Chun's agreement, though they were surprised to learn the song was not his original creation. They mused that had it been released before the apocalypse, it would have surely gained immense popularity. Yet, their thoughts were soon consumed by the music, fully absorbed in Jiang Chun's performance. In the end, Jiang Chun declared the performance over, and the crowd wore expressions of satisfaction and joy. That evening marked one of the most entertaining and relaxing days since the onset of the apocalypse, with everyone wearing radiant smiles. Upon returning to their room, an Iyun immediately requested Jiang Chun to sing By the Campfire for her and to teach her. Proving her talent, an Iyun learned it quickly after only a few attempts. Once she mastered the song, Jiang Chun lifted an Iyun and brought her to the bedside, where a grand event was about to unfold. The source of joy for the night, made an Iyun. On the 7th day of the apocalypse, Jiang Chun and an Iyun led the group outside to hunt zombies, gather crystal cores, and scavenge for supplies, while the logistics team continued to enhance the base. On the 8th day, the routine persisted. By the 9th day, at 3 in the afternoon, Jiang Chun and an Iyun left 2 strong men to guard the base, while they took the remaining combat personnel, fully armed, to their destination, the tomato supermarket. This location was significant. On the following day, the 10th day of the apocalypse, a small-scale zombie tide would erupt here. The same tide that had claimed Jiang Chen's life in his previous life. This time, Jiang Chen and an Iyun intended not only to collect a substantial number of crystal cores, but also to eliminate some particularly loathsome individuals from his past. Additionally, they aimed to rescue a woman named Yang Leen, who had aided an Iyun in her previous life and possessed a rare lightning ability. Securing her would not only bolster their combat strength, but also ensure a reliable power source for the base in the future, electricity generator Yang Leen. Over the past few days, the strength of Jiang Chen and Iyun, Qin Xing, Xia Hui, Shen Peng, Wang Pengzi, Yi Tian, and the others had significantly increased. Particularly, Jiang Chen, after absorbing crystal cores and white gemstones, had reached the late stage of the first tier in his abilities. While his physical prowess had peaked at the initial stage of the first tier, and Iyun had also made remarkable progress through absorbing crystal cores. Her physical strength reached the early stage of the first tier by noon, and her abilities peaked at the same level, firmly securing her position as the second strongest among the group. Two colossal iron beasts traversed the road as dusk approached. Jiang Chun and an Iyun, along with their companions, arrived at their destination, the tomato supermarket. Upon disembarking, without any need for Jiang Chun or an Iyun to intervene, the encroaching zombies were effortlessly dispatched by Qin Xing, Xia Hui, Shen Peng, Wang Fatty, and Yi Tian. Naturally, the commotion created by Jiang Chun and his group did not go unnoticed by some individuals within the supermarket. Chapter 45, The Ruthless Thrive in the Apocalypse. Hark! Gaze upon the vista beyond. A cohort of individuals is engaged in the slaying of those undead abominations. Behold, what manner of spectacle is this? Surely, your ocular faculties deceive you. Who would dare confront those ghastly horrors? By Jove, there are indeed individuals laying waste to the undead, and in such numbers. Is that weaponry? Could they be emissaries of salvation? Has Providence deigned to answer my supplications? Yet, wherefore do they issue firearms in favor of archaic armaments? Observe, if you will, those pulchritudinous damsels, possessed of captivating forms, seemingly delicate, yet wielding their instruments of destruction with such formidable prowess. And that bespectacled woman. Observe the generous endowment of her bosom. Its undulations are most distracting. What manner of sustenance has engendered such opulence? I find myself enamored of the alabaster-haired maiden, possessed of such striking beauty, and the damsel with auburn tresses, with her interminable legs. I believe I am smitten. Within the confines of the modest emporium, a throng of men and women congregated by the fenestrations, their gaze fixed upon the spectacle of Jiang Chun and his retinue, their faces etched with awe. Hope, long dormant, now flickered within their eyes. Silence. Must you shatter my slumber with your cacophony? A portly man emerged from the depths of the establishment, clad in abbreviated trousers, his torso bare. Adorned with an elaborate serpentine tattoo, his feet shod in humble sandals. His countenance, marked by dissipation, set him apart from the other denizens of the emporium, who bore the aspect of refugees. At his brusque interjection, the assembled throng recoiled in trepidation, their voices silenced. Though fear held sway, a flicker of resentment smoldered in the depths of their eyes. A sycophantic youth hastened to the man's side, bowing obsequiously. Esteemed Liu, I offer my sincerest apologies for disturbing your repose. A band of individuals is engaged in the slaying of the undead, seemingly intent on our rescue. Would you deign to observe? Liu Yuanbai raised a skeptical brow, his voice laced with menace. Changhu, I have cautioned you against indulging in subterfuge. Changhu's face was a mask of servility. Liu, I would not dare trifle with you. I am but a humble supplicant at your feet. If you doubt my words, observe for yourself. Liu Yuanbai emitted a derisive snort and strode to the window, his skepticism unwavering. Yet, upon beholding the scene, a flicker of astonishment crossed his features. A veritable army was indeed laying waste to the undead. His brow furrowed in contemplation. His keen eyes swiftly discerned the leader of this band of warriors. His gaze lingered upon Jiang Chen, his thoughts inscrutable. Unbeknownst to Liu Yuanbai, Changhu, the seemingly harmless sycophant, watched him with a malevolent gaze. Seeing Liu Yuanbai engrossed and unarmed, a daring scheme took root in his mind. He resolved to seize this opportunity to rid himself of Liu Yuanbai and ascend to power. In this apocalyptic age, ruthlessness was the key to survival. Changhu signaled to the others in the emporium, their faces betraying shock. Yet, they steeled themselves and returned the signal. The message was clear. Changhu intended to eliminate Liu Yuanbai, and he sought their support. These individuals had long chafed under Lu Yuanbai's rule. Chang Hu's promises of a better future had swayed them to his cause. Those who hesitated were compelled to join, for their resentment of Lu Yuanbai ran deep. Why should he hoard the meager rations, doling them out like alms to beggars? Had he not cast some out into the monster-infested streets, condemning them to certain death? They believed that Chang Hu would be a savior, ridding them of this tyrant. With Lu Yuanbai gone, they could feast to their heart's content. Seeing that all were prepared, Chang Hu nodded, his eyes fixed on Lu Yuanbai. A flicker of malice in their depths. Forgive me, Lu Yuanbai, but your selfishness and disregard for my worth have left me no choice. He crept towards Lu Yuanbai, a concealed folding knife in his grasp. The others watched with bated breath. But as Chang Hu reached Lu Yuanbai's back, the man abruptly turned. Chang Hu recoiled, concealing the blade. Lu Yuanbai frowned. How long have you been skulking behind me? Begone. The other's hopes plummeted. So close. Chang Hu cursed inwardly. Fear had caused him to hesitate, but he would not relinquish his resolve. Lu, I have been at your heels. I dared not breathe too loudly, lest I disturb your contemplation. Chang Hu's voice dripped with false deference. Lu Yuanbai eyed him with disdain. He knew Chang Hu for what he was, a spineless sycophant. He was about to speak when Chang Hu feigned astonishment. Lu, behold the spectacle outside. Lu Yuanbai turned, puzzled. What could have caused such a reaction? In that instant, a blade plunged into his neck, severing his lifeblood. Lu Yuanbai's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed upon Chang Hu. He collapsed, his blood staining the ground. Chang Hu, his face contorted with savagery, turned to the others. What are you waiting for? Act. The Emporium erupted in chaos. As Jiang Qin and his companions finished their grim task, they approached the Emporium. The shutters were raised, and Chang Hu emerged, his arm bandaged, his face alight with faint joy. Noble warriors, you are our saviors. I am Chang Hu. Have you come to rescue us? Chapter 46. The Ant. Retreat. 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 After Chang Hu spoke, the people behind him looked at Jiang Chun and an Yun with excitement, as if they had found a savior. Indeed. Comrades, are you here to rescue us? You are truly remarkable. Those monsters before you are like little chicks, easily dispatched. 9th day. It's been a full 9 days. You have finally arrived. Jiang Qin and an Yun gazed at these individuals, who resembled refugees, each displaying a different expression. Jiang Qin remained expressionless, his eyes cold. Rescue? Huh. Do we look like rescuers? Jiang Qin had 3 objectives in this place. First, to eliminate the minor zombie horde and collect crystal cores. Second, to recruit the woman named Yang Leen. And third, to eliminate certain repugnant individuals mentioned by Yun'er in his previous life. As for anything else, what concern was it of Jiang Qin's? The lives and deaths of these people had no bearing on him. Jiang Chun cast a glance at Qinpeng, silently signaling him. Qinpeng understood and stepped forward, glaring fiercely at Chang Hu and the others, bellowing, "Shut up." Chang Hu and the others trembled at Qinpeng's roar. Looking up at the towering man, fear gripped Chang Hu. This situation was entirely different from what he had anticipated. Not only were they not treated kindly, but they were also met with such ferocity. Once they fell silent, Qinpeng's expression softened slightly as he continued, "Is there a woman named Yang Leen among you?" Upon hearing this, the faces of Chang Hu and his companions transformed with confusion. Yang Leen? None among them bore that name. What did these individuals want with her? Chang Hu, reverting to his ingratiating nature, bent slightly and said, "Brother, we do not have a Yang Leen here. What is it you seek with her? We are willing to serve you." And Yun, standing beside Jiang Chun, wore an expression as cold as ice. Her gaze towards Chang Hu and the others laced with murderous intent. On the 10th day of her previous life, she and Jiang Chun had come here, only to be met with disdainful treatment. However, she noticed that a few individuals were missing, particularly one named Lu Yuanbai, who she suspected was still inside the supermarket. And Yun resolved to spare none of them. Controlling her murderous intent, she felt a flicker of doubt at Chang Hu's words. Was Yang Leen not in this supermarket at this time? Qinpeng, oblivious to an Yun's intentions, retorted sharply, "Who the hell needs your service? And who told you we are here to rescue you? Your lives are of no consequence to us. This supermarket is now under our control. I'll give you one chance. Vanish from our sight within 10 seconds. After speaking, Qinpeng thought to himself how satisfying it was to adopt his leader's manner of speaking. Chang Hu and the others were left in a state of shock, staring at Qinpeng in disbelief. Were they not here to rescue them? And they intended to seize the supermarket they had just claimed? They had not even tasted the food within yet. Before Chang Hu could respond, another voice protested. "If you're not rescuing us, on what grounds do you demand we leave?" "Exactly. You think we'll just roll over and die? With so many monsters out there, you're condemning us. How can you say such things? You have numbers and weaponry. Surely you can protect us. Yes, it's only natural for the strong to safeguard the weak. We would be immensely grateful. Hearing this, Jiang Chun and Yun and the others felt a wave of disbelief wash over them. In this apocalypse, the number of shameless individuals was astonishing. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out, and one person collapsed to the ground. The chatter ceased instantly, and Yun, with her gun raised and a cold expression, had shot the one who spoke first. With the sound of gunfire, a wave of panic surged through the crowd. Chang, whose pupils constricted as he turned to see the bleeding figure on the ground. His heart racing. Had she really just shot someone? The others were equally stunned, and several women screamed, "Murder!" The men were equally horrified. This is lawlessness. How can this happen in broad daylight? Amidst the chaos, Jiangchen turned to an Yun, softly saying, "Yuner, these parasites have squandered their chance. If they prove useless, let us send them on their way." And Yun nodded, having intended to eliminate only the detestable individuals from her past. However, since Jiang Chun had spoken, she would not hesitate to act against them all. With ice-cold resolve, she aimed her weapon at the remaining individuals and pulled the trigger. With each gunshot, another fell. Those still standing screamed and fled, cursing as they ran. Chang Hu, witnessing this unfolding disaster, cursed under his breath, realizing he had stirred a hornet's nest. This would surely lead to his demise. Desperate, he knelt, heart pounding, and exclaimed, "Please spare me. I know Yang Leen. She is my distant cousin." Chapter 47, Offering Hope. Then bestowing despair as the ominous barrel of the gun was aimed at him, Chang Hu felt an overwhelming sense of panic in his entire life. He had never been this frightened, not even when he nearly got caught stealing someone else's wife. In this moment of life and death, although Chang Hu was unaware of Yang Leen's true nature, he understood that entangling himself with this woman could potentially be his only chance for survival. Otherwise, he was undoubtedly facing death. Chang Hu silently prayed that these people were not enemies of Yang Leen, hoping that if he could survive this ordeal, he might find an opportunity to escape. Naturally, he also contemplated the grim possibility that they were indeed her adversaries, seeking trouble with her. In that case, although he might live, he would undoubtedly face severe retribution, yet, surviving was still a preferable outcome. One must admit, Chang Hu was quite resourceful. Previously, he feigned weakness to garner sympathy and eliminate Lu Yuabai. Now, he was quick thinking, using his words to save his life. After he spoke, he noticed that the hostility from the group seemed to have diminished significantly. The burly man who had just silenced the others appeared to soften his expression slightly after Chang Hu's remarks. In that instant, Chang Hu felt a flicker of hope. He then looked at Jiang Chun and the others, raising his voice once more. "Ladies and gentlemen, Yang Leen is my distant cousin. I attended her birthday party not long ago. The reason I didn't mention this to you earlier is that I was afraid you might be here to cause trouble for her. Ladies and gentlemen, if you don't believe me, I can share some information about her. She was born on June 17th, and her family resides in Chuanri community. Her parents are named Yang Yonghua and Zhang Wenjing." And Yun observed Chang Hu's fervent performance, his heart racing and his words flowing with an air of authenticity, and couldn't help but smirk coldly. Had she not been reborn and privy to the true situation, she might have believed his claims. And Yun lowered her gun, fixing her gaze on Chang Hu with a chilling smile. "Have you finished your tale?" She intended to offer him a glimmer of hope before plunging him into profound despair. Seeing the woman lower her weapon and smile, Chang Hu felt a surge of relief and eagerly nodded like a chick pecking at grain. "I've said nearly everything. Whatever you wish to ask, I assure you I will answer." Although he did not know much about his cousin, he certainly had enough information. And Yun, with a smile that was neither warm nor cold, nodded and said, "Very well. I shall ask you a few questions. If your answers satisfy me, I will let you go." Chang Hu, brimming with gratitude, eagerly nodded in agreement. "First, what is Yang Leen's favorite food?" And Yun toyed with her gun, her smile enigmatic. Upon hearing this, Chang Hu released a sigh of relief. He had feared she would pose a particularly tricky question. Fortunately, this was simple enough. After all, Yang Leen wasn't present, and he could easily fabricate an answer. "My dear lady, although I haven't spent much time with my cousin, based on my understanding, she loves pineapples the most." Next question, "Does Yang Leen have a boyfriend?" And Yun continued with her teasing smile. Chang Hu felt a flicker of hope. Perhaps he had answered correctly? He was astonished by his own good fortune. "I'm not entirely sure, but my cousin is quite beautiful, and I'm certain she has many admirers." "It's likely she does. Just as Chang Hu believed he was answering splendidly, the next moment, a gunshot rang out. His pupils dilated as he looked down at his thigh, where intense pain surged, causing him to clutch his leg and scream in agony. At this moment, Chang Hu was utterly bewildered. But I spoke the truth. This woman must be insane. As he grappled with his confusion, the others, Jiang Chun, Qin Xing, Xia Hui, Shen Peng, Wang Pengzi, and Yi Tian, were equally perplexed. Hadn't this man claimed Yang Leen was his cousin? He certainly didn't appear to be lying. Why then was he shot? And Yun, with a hint of amusement, dug at her ear and coldly remarked, "Your performance in deceit is somewhat commendable, but not quite enough. I've lost interest. It's time to send you on your way." As her voice trailed off, the gun was leveled at Chang Hu once more, and she pulled the trigger. She had given him hope. Now it was time to deliver despair. Bang! Another bullet struck Chang Hu's other thigh. In that instant, the group finally realized the truth. This man had been deceiving them all along. Upon comprehending Yun's words, Chang Hu's realization dawned upon him. Damn. So, she was toying with me this entire time. I foolishly believed I had a chance. Bang! The gunfire continued, and Chang Hu was hit again. And Yun aimed to instill within him a profound sense of despair and terror. The excruciating pain made him break out in a cold sweat, and the loss of blood caused his lips to pale. Damn it! I had finally taken the first step to eliminate Lu Yuanbai. And now I find myself in this desperate situation. I refuse to die like this. Bang! Another shot rang out. Chang Hu screamed in agony once more. He understood now that this woman would not spare him. Without a miracle, he was destined to perish here today. In that moment, terror filled Chang Hu's eyes, and despair consumed his heart. And Yun's finger on the trigger showed no sign of hesitation, regardless of his cries. Bang! Bang! After taking several more bullets, a fierce determination and madness flickered in Chang Hu's eyes. Damn you! If I am to die, I will take you and a few others with me. One life for several. Despite the agony coursing through him and the dizziness from blood loss, Chang Hu gritted his teeth, drawing the gun from his waist, aiming it at Yun with a fierce expression. Damn you! If you want my life, then you shall not escape either. He pulled the trigger. Yet in the next instant, he found his right hand unresponsive. No matter how hard he tried to press the trigger, his fingers would not move. Chang Hu's pupils contracted in shock. What the hell is happening in broad daylight? You want my life? It seems that that's not going to happen. And Yun gazed at him, her expression one of cold amusement. She then turned to Jiangchen, her demeanor shifting like turning a page in a book, smiling sweetly. Darling, take action. Jiangchen nodded. In the next moment, Chang Hu realized with horror that his right hand was slowly turning the gun towards himself. As he stared into the dark barrel of the gun, immense terror filled his eyes. Watching his finger press down on the trigger, tears streamed down his cheeks. Sorcery. This group practices sorcery. No. I refuse to accept this. I do not wish to die. Bang. With a gunshot, a bleeding corpse lay cold on the ground. Chapter 48. Yang Leen and the little girl. And at that moment, the world seemed to grow quiet. Ching, incinerate them all, and Yun said, putting away her firearm and turning to Qin with a gentle smile. Who would have imagined that this sweet, silver-haired beauty could resolve such grim matters with such ruthless efficiency? Very well, Qin responded with a nod, commencing the cleanup. Once Qin completed her task, Jiangchen gazed at the supermarket before them. All right, let's head inside. And Yun acquiesced, a sense of bewilderment clouding her features. Could Lu Yuanbai and his cohort truly be oblivious to the commotion outside? Subsequently, Jiang Chun and Yun and the others entered the supermarket. Soon, Yun's bewilderment dissipated. It turned out that Lu Yuanbai and his men had met a gruesome end, seemingly not long ago. And Yun was genuinely taken aback, as the arrival of Jiang Chun and his companions had prompted Chang Hu and his gang to eliminate Lu Yuanbai's faction. This explained why Yun had noticed Chang Hu's bandaged wounds and the injuries sustained by the others. A flicker of coldness crossed Yun's gaze as she beheld Lu Yuanbai's lifeless form. A pity your death was so swift. Had it not been for you, that cur, my husband might not have perished in the zombie horde while trying to save me in our previous life. With a sense of frustration, Yun gripped her tang blade and proceeded to dismember Lu Yuanbai's corpse. Meanwhile, Jiangchen was diligently guiding the others in their preparations. He intended to face the impending minor zombie horde without suffering a single casualty. His aim was to resolve the situation flawlessly. As Jiang Chun and his team diligently prepared, a scene unfolded elsewhere. Within a dilapidated, blood-stained residential building, the air thick with a nauseating stench, a woman stood at a corner. her oval face framed by delicate features. Her hair tied back in a single ponytail, she exuded an air of spiritedness in her camouflage vest and denim shorts. Gripping a makeshift rifle, she pressed herself against the wall. Her chest rose and fell rapidly, her ample bosom a sight to behold. A device resembling a bomb dangled from her waist. This woman was none other than Yang Leen, whom an Iyun sought to recruit into their ranks. Roar! A zombie shuffled down the corridor, emitting a guttural growl. Just moments ago, a delectable living being had appeared before it, only to escape its grasp. The zombie was filled with agitation. If given another chance, it would pounce without hesitation and tear into its prey. The zombie continued its advance, seemingly without a clear target. Yang Leen, concealed around the corner, felt her grip on the rifle tighten as the zombie's footsteps drew nearer. I must aim for the mouth or eyes for a swift kill. Sensing the opportune moment, Yang Leen's eyes glinted with determination. She tensed her entire body, then lunged forward. The zombie, upon seeing the delectable living being reappear before it, became ecstatic, attacking with the fervor of a soldier who had just found his long-lost lover. The zombie was convinced that its prayers had been answered. Yang Leen, facing the oncoming zombie, brandished her rifle and unleashed a cold battle cry. She thrust the spear towards the zombie's eyes with lightning speed. A glimmer of cold light arrived first, followed by the spear's swift and decisive strike. With a sickening sound, the zombie's head was pierced by the spear. Its raised hands fell limply to its sides. Yang Leen withdrew her weapon and kicked the zombie to the ground. Having neutralized the threat, Yang Leen exhaled deeply. "Pa, you stinking zombie. You nearly scared me to death." She glared at the corpse on the ground, kicking it repeatedly as if to vent her frustration. Then, wielding her rifle, she delivered a few more blows. The deceased zombie could only reflect, "Ah, peace at last." Yang Leen, feeling much better, clutched her rifle and headed towards the stairwell. Soon, she arrived at the door of room 302. Knock, knock, knock. Yang Leen rapped lightly on the door, then lowered her voice. "Little sister, it's me, open the door." A moment later, the door creaked open. A young girl, no more than 5 or 6 years old, stood on a small stool, her reddened eyes meeting Yang Leen's gaze. It was clear that she had been crying recently. Upon seeing Yang Leen, the little girl leaped from the stool and threw herself into Yang Leen's arms, her nose twitching as she burst into sobs. Sister, wah. Mommy and Daddy don't want Nan Nan anymore." Yang Leen carried the little girl into the room, closing the door behind her. Gazing at the distraught, weeping child, Yang Leen gently patted her back, unsure of what to say. She decided to wait until the little girl had finished crying before speaking. Nan Nan clung to Yang Leen, sobbing for a long while, before finally choking out between tears, "Sister, do Mommy and Daddy not want Nan Nan anymore?" Yang Leen looked at Nan Nan, forcing a smile. "Nan Nan is mistaken. Your Mommy and Daddy haven't abandoned you. They've simply gone to a place very, very far away." Then why aren't they coming back to take me with them?" Nan Nan continued, her voice choked with tears. Yang Leen was at a loss for words. Her emotional intelligence wasn't her forte. What should she say? Tell the truth? That her parents had likely turned into zombies and couldn't possibly come back for her? Finally, Yang Leen stroked Nan Nan's head and said, This, your sister doesn't know. You'll have to grow up, find them yourself, and ask them." Yang Leen beamed inwardly, pleased with her response. Nan Nan, upon hearing this, thought her sister's words made perfect sense. Her sister wasn't Mommy and Daddy, so how would she know? She would have to grow up and ask them herself. But Mommy and Daddy had always said to read more, eat more, and have money so she could grow up faster. Besides her books, she had neither money nor food. How was she supposed to grow up? Thinking of this, Nan Nan began to sob again. Yang Leen, who had been pleased that the little girl had understood, was immediately dismayed when she saw Nan Nan's renewed sorrow. "This is why I don't like children. They're too unpredictable." Yang Leen quickly tried to comfort and praise the little girl, finally managing to calm her down. Then, Yang Leen looked at Nan Nan and asked, feigning ignorance, "Nan Nan, have you been home alone all these days?" Truth be told, Yang Leen had been stunned when she first saw Nan Nan. After confirming that she wasn't mistaken, she was utterly shocked. Nan Nan nodded. "Yes, I've been home alone all these days. I can take a bath by myself. I can sleep by myself too. At first, I was scared to sleep alone. But luckily, I have Bear to protect me. When I'm hungry, I eat the snacks and milk Mommy and Daddy bought me. When those ran out, I started eating Mommy and Daddy's snacks. Mommy and Daddy said there are bad people in the world, and I shouldn't go out alone, so I've been waiting patiently at home for them." Foreshadowing, But later, Nan Nan couldn't get any water for her bath, and she started to smell, and then the food ran out at noon today, and Mommy and Daddy still haven't come back. As she spoke, Nan Nan lowered her head, as if on the verge of tears once more. Yang Leen quickly offered words of comfort and praise. Just then, suddenly, the door shook violently as something slammed into it. Chapter 49. The violent intruder was surprisingly a well-formed female zombie in this sudden turn of events. Both Yang Leen and Nan Nan trembled involuntarily. Yang Leen cursed under her breath and turned to look. She saw that the door had been struck by some force, bulging ominously. Bang! This time, a fist imprint appeared on the door. Witnessing this, Yang Leen's heart raced, and she gripped her long gun tightly, as if it could provide her with a semblance of safety. What on earth is that? Sister, I'm scared. Nan Nan clung to Yang Leen. Her small face filled with terror. At this moment, Yang Leen was Nan Nan's only refuge. Don't be afraid, dear. Let's quickly find a place to hide or escape. Yang Leen reassured Nan Nan as she swiftly picked her up. Though she was uncertain of what lurked outside, Yang Leen sensed that the intruder bore ill intentions. She had no inclination to peek through the peephole. The risk was far too great. What if she approached and the door was suddenly breached? That would spell doom for her. Curiosity, as the saying goes, can be lethal, and Yang Leen was well aware of this principle. As for barricading the door, that was an even less viable option. She wasn't a strong man. Heavy objects were beyond her capability, and using lighter items would be utterly futile. The entity outside clearly possessed extraordinary strength, rendering such efforts useless. The immediate priority was to find a place to conceal themselves or to make their escape. In an instant, a myriad of thoughts raced through Yang Leen's mind. I will listen to you, sister. Nan Nan replied obediently to Yang Leen's words. Bang! The entity outside continued its relentless assault on the door. With each attack, it seemed the door was on the verge of giving way. Yang Leen frantically searched for a safe spot to hide with Nan Nan. However, she quickly realized there were no suitable places for concealment. Hiding in the bedroom would be futile. Should that entity break in, both she and Nan Nan would be doomed. Given the tremendous strength of the intruder, Yang Leen felt she stood no chance in a direct confrontation. Ultimately, she decided to escape with Nan Nan via the balcony. Sister, can I bring my teddy bear? If it wakes up, it can protect us. All right. The door feels like it's about to give way. Hurry and get it. Sister will tie the rope. Preoccupied with her task, Yang Leen paid little heed to Nan Nan's words. Nan Nan dashed to her room and grabbed a small brown bear from the bed. Teddy, there are bad people trying to break in. We need to leave with Sister quickly. You must wake up and protect us. Nan Nan exclaimed as she clutched the teddy bear and hurried back to Yang Leen. Seeing Nan Nan return with the brown bear, Yang Leen felt a strange sensation emanating from the toy, especially from its red plastic eyes. Nevertheless, she said nothing and quickly left with Nan Nan. Just a minute after they departed, bang, crash. The door, having endured too much for its age, finally succumbed. Almost immediately, a terrifying foot, emanating a faint dark aura, with black, sharp toenails glistening ominously and a deathly pale complexion, stepped onto the door. This foot pressed down, causing the already compromised door to buckle further. Soon, the owner of the foot entered the room. Given the horror of the foot, one would expect its owner to be equally grotesque and fearsome. However, that assumption was gravely mistaken. The owner turned out to be a disheveled female zombie, her eyes blood red, clad in a tattered gray dress, her figure surprisingly alluring. The gray dress, stained with blood and torn in several places, revealed one of her legs, while her pants were barely discernible. Unlike other zombies, her skin was not rotting, nor did it emit a foul odor. Rather, she exuded an eerie charm that sent chills down the spine. It was hard to fathom that the violent intruder was such a zombie. Underestimating her due to her appearance would undoubtedly lead to a fate far worse than that of the door. The female zombie circled the room and finally arrived at the balcony, her blood-red eyes flashing with a hint of human-like fury upon seeing the rope. She let out a furious roar. As she howled, her hair fell away from her face, revealing a pallid complexion marred by black veins, a visage that was hauntingly beautiful. Shockingly, there were certain resemblances between her features and those of Nan Nan. In the next moment, the female zombie bent her legs and leapt off the balcony. Meanwhile, Yang Leen was sprinting home with Nan Nan on her back, yearning for the safety of her abode. After a short while, a sudden roar echoed in Yang Leen's ears. Upon turning, she was met with the sight of the leaping female zombie, causing her pupils to constrict in fear, and she couldn't help but exclaim, "What the hell?" With no time to ponder further, she sprinted wildly, still carrying Nan Nan. while simultaneously grumbling to herself. Goodness, this is not the right aesthetic. How can you run on the walls using both hands and feet? And for heaven's sake, could you please wear proper clothing? It's inappropriate for children to see. Nan, listen to your sister and don't look back. Hold on tight, Yang Leen urged, and Nan obediently tightened her grip. Yet, Nan couldn't resist glancing back, drawn by an inexplicable familiarity with the approaching creature. As Yang Leen fled with Nan, sweat streamed down her brow. Naturally, more zombies began to take notice of them. Howling and charging forward, Yang Leen found herself in dire straits. She was running out of stamina, and in her frantic attempts to evade the horde, she was straying further from home. Yang Leen feared that today might be her last. Panting heavily, her speed began to wane. She longed to return home, to collapse onto the couch and rest deeply. Did she regret her choices? Not at all. Yang Leen had always been a woman who followed her heart. Driven by her convictions, she could not ignore a little girl in distress. Nan's small face was filled with fear and worry. Her parents had been right. There were indeed many bad people outside. Teddy was still asleep. What to do? Nan clenched her teeth, seemingly making a significant decision. Sister, put me down. You should run. You're a good person. I don't want to drag you down. Also, sister, do you think the reason my parents haven't come back for me is that they've turned into like them? Sister, I'll buy you some time. Please put me down. Upon finishing her words, Nan's hand, clutching the teddy bear, trembled slightly. However, at that moment, no one noticed that the brown teddy bear in Nan's grasp gleamed with an eerie red light in its plastic eyes. Chapter 50, A Moment of Crisis, the bear appears. Yang Leen had not anticipated Nan's words. She had thought Nan was already doing remarkably well by not crying or making a fuss. Nan's words took her by surprise. After recovering from her initial astonishment, Yang Leen responded, Nan, your sister would never do that. Rest assured, your sister will ensure your survival. Have faith in me. Besides, you haven't seen your parents. How can you be certain of their fate? However, as soon as Yang Leen finished speaking, fate seemed to play a cruel trick on her. Two zombies suddenly emerged from around the corner ahead. Crap! Yang Leen was instantly alarmed. She shouldn't have tempted fate. But she couldn't stop moving because a terrifying female zombie and a horde of ordinary zombies were pursuing them from behind. Nan, upon seeing the two zombies that had suddenly appeared, was also frightened. Yang Leen gritted her teeth, preparing for a desperate struggle. However, reality is often harsh. Yang Leen narrowly avoided the first zombie while carrying Nan, but she couldn't evade the second. Seeing the zombie's decaying face, fetid mouth, and grasping hands lunging toward her, Yang Leen braced herself. As the pursuing terrifying female zombie and the horde of ordinary zombies closed in, Yang Leen felt a sense of despair. Nan was also trembling with fear. Just at this critical juncture between life and death, the sun completely set, and the moon ascended. In the next instant, a colossal figure materialized abruptly. Roar. Immediately following, a bestial roar reverberated, its sound deafening. The zombie attacking Yang Leen was instantly swatted away, slamming into the wall and splattering into a gruesome mess. The force was terrifying. Yang Leen, witnessing the scene before her, once again exclaimed a profanity and was dumbfounded, her worldview crumbling. What the hell? Before Yang Leen stood an enormous bear, exuding a dark and ominous aura. It possessed crimson eyes that inspired terror upon gazing into them. The corners of its mouth were upturned, as if it were smiling, lending it an eerie appearance. Its hands and feet had transformed into those of a true bear, complete with razor-sharp claws. Who could have imagined that a small brown teddy bear could suddenly morph into a terrifying and bizarre beast? Yang Leen felt completely overwhelmed. The visual impact was even more intense than that of the terrifying female zombie. Bear, you're awake. I knew you would protect me and my sister. Nan, upon seeing the terrifying and bizarre bear, showed no fear. Instead, she appeared affectionate, as if she had found a source of support. The bizarre bear looked at Nan, extended its massive hand, and gently patted her head, then emitted a soft growl. Roar Nan seemed to understand, nodding with a smile and saying, Okay, Bear. Nan is not afraid anymore. Even without Mom and Dad, I know Bear will protect me. Yang Leen watched the scene unfold, her mind blank. Who could tell her what was happening? How could this terrifying and bizarre bear, whose mouth couldn't even move, make a sound? And how could Nan understand what it was saying? At that moment, Yang Leen remembered something Nan had said earlier. Sister, can we bring my bear? If it wakes up, it can protect us. It turned out that what Nan had said was true. Yang Leen felt a barrage of curses erupting in her mind. Meanwhile, the pursuing, terrifying female zombie and the horde of ordinary zombies had halted, standing in place and hissing, no longer advancing. The bizarre bear. Gazing at the terrifying female zombie and the horde of ordinary zombies, its crimson eyes gleaming with red light. In the next moment, the bizarre bear emitted a terrifying roar. Roar. With this roar, the ordinary zombies inexplicably took a step back. Who could have imagined that zombies, fearless and attacking any fresh human in sight, would now cower in fear? While the ordinary zombies were frightened, the terrifying female zombie was not. She looked at the bizarre bear and also emitted a hoarse, unpleasant sound. Roar. The ordinary zombies, which had retreated, now took a step forward again. Bang, bang, bang. Roar. The bizarre bear pounded its chest like a primate, then roared furiously, stomping on the ground and charging towards the terrifying female zombie and the ordinary zombies. The ordinary zombies were pathetically weak in front of the bizarre bear. Easily slain, the bizarre bear advanced toward the terrifying female zombie, raised its hand, and swatted. The terrifying female zombie, unwilling to be outdone, roared and counterattacked. Just as Yang Leen thought it would be an evenly matched battle, she saw the terrifying and bizarre bear sent flying by the terrifying, scantily clad female zombie. Yang Leen was stunned. Was she mistaken? The imposing, awe-inspiring bear, which had effortlessly slaughtered ordinary zombies, had been knocked away by the female zombie. Bear, this doesn't match your ferocious, terrifying, and bizarre appearance. Seeing that the bear was unwilling to accept defeat and was about to fight again, Yang Leen quickly looked at Nan Nan and said, Nan Nan, can you tell Bear to stop fighting and take us to a safe place quickly? Running away is the best option when you can't win. Okay, sister. Nan Nan nodded, then looked at the bizarre bear and shouted, Bear, stop fighting. You can't kill her like this. Come back and take me and my sister to a safe place. Upon hearing Nan Nan's words, the bizarre bear had no choice but to abandon its intention to continue fighting. It roared at the terrifying female zombie as if saying, I'm not convinced. Let's continue the fight. After roaring, the bizarre bear quickly returned to Yang Leen and Nan Nan, picked them up, and turned to run as if its feet were greased. Despite its large size, it ran like a small electric motor. The terrifying female zombie's mouth slightly opened, as if she wanted to roar. But upon seeing the scene before her, she stopped, a trace of human-like bewilderment flashing in her eyes. After reacting, the terrifying female zombie immediately let out an angry roar and then used both her hands and feet, climbing on the walls like a spider to pursue them. Bang, bang, bang. The bizarre bear ran swiftly while carrying Yang Leen and Nan Nan. Behind them, the terrifying female zombie chased after them. It had to be said that the bizarre bear's running speed was even faster than that of the terrifying female zombie. After an unknown amount of time, the bizarre bear, carrying Yang Leen and Nan Nan, finally shook off the terrifying female zombie. Roar. The bizarre bear put Yang Leen and Nan Nan down, then growled softly at Nan Nan, appearing weak and exhausted. Okay, thank you, bear. Bear, rest now. Nan Nan touched the bizarre bear. In the next moment, the bizarre bear suddenly transformed back into the original brown teddy bear. However, this time, the brown teddy bear was tattered and dirty, with cotton stuffing coming out. It no longer looked as clean and pretty as before. Nan Nan hugged the brown teddy bear, feeling very sorry for it. Nan Nan, what did Bear say? Yang Leen asked curiously when she saw Bear had returned to its original form. Nan Nan looked at Yang Leen and said, Sister, Bear said that the monster has been shaken off and won't be able to catch up for a while. We are currently safe. He said we should quickly find a safe place to hide, and then he said he is very tired, can't hold on any longer, and needs to sleep early. Okay. Thank you, Bear. Yang Leen nodded, then, without hesitation, carried Nan Nan on her back and ran forward. Her strength had recovered significantly. Yet, what Yang Leen failed to notice was that the complexion of Nan Nan was turning pale. Nan Nan furrowed her brows tightly, as if enduring some unseen torment. At the tomato supermarket, An sat at the entrance, resting her chin in her hand as she observed the bustling crowd. It was quite late. Why had Yang Leen not yet arrived? Yuner, have a bottle of water. Jiang Chen offered a bottle of mineral water to an Iyun, then sat beside her with a smile. Is that your only intention, to recruit Yang Leen into the team? An Iyun took a sip of water and nodded. Indeed. My dear, you cannot fathom how intriguing she is in conversation. My primary concern lies in the possibility that my presence may alter the existing course of events. Could this lead to unforeseen complications for her? After all, you are aware of the butterfly effect, my love. Jiang Chen nodded in understanding. gently pinching an Iyun's cheek as he reassured her. Fortunate souls have their own heavenly guidance. Trust that she will appear. Jiang Chun was unaware of an Iyun's personal experiences and could only offer solace. However, at that moment, a loud female voice pierced the air, reaching both Jiang Chun and an Iyun's ears. Hey, you big brothers up ahead. Please, I beg you, come help us. The child is in dire straits. Chapter 51. What are you all eating to grow like this? Upon hearing the voice, Jiang Chun turned his gaze towards the source. Not far away, a woman clad in a camouflage vest and denim shorts, with her hair tied back in a single ponytail and possessing an appealing yet resilient beauty, was rushing towards him with a small girl on her back. Her face was etched with urgency and concern. The little girl, eyes closed and lips devoid of color, appeared alarmingly pale under the moonlight. Just as Jiang Chun was about to speak, an Iyun suddenly sprang up beside him, her eyes gleaming with excitement. Darling, this woman is Yang Leen, the one I told you about. She's finally here. Jiang Chun was taken aback. This woman was indeed Yang Leen? Darling, don't just stand there. Go see what is happening. An Iyun urged, pulling him to his feet. Quickly, use your telekinesis. Let us fly over. Seeing an Iyun's anxious demeanor, Jiang Chun smiled and nodded, then utilized his telekinesis. In the next moment, the two of them were levitating in the air, soaring towards Yang Leen. The group of Qin Xing, Xia Hui, Chen Peng, Wang Pengzi, and Yi Tian, who had intended to investigate, halted their steps upon seeing Jiang Chun and an Iyun already on their way, and resumed their tasks of setting up defensive measures for the impending battle against zombies. At that moment, upon noticing the flying couple, Yang Leen was taken aback. Humanoid beings can fly now? What am I, a mere waste? She thought, shaking off the distracting thoughts. What matters now is saving Wan. The fact that these two could fly indicated their formidable capabilities. If they were to assist her sister, she would ensure that any cost was one she could bear. As Jiang Chun and an Iyun approached, he noticed the zombies trailing behind Yang Leen. His eyes glinted with cold determination, and in an instant, the heads of the zombies behind her exploded as if balloons had burst. Yang Leen turned at the sound, her heart racing in shock. What kind of divine skill is this? Jiang Chun's actions ensured that if the zombies held any crystal cores, they would shatter alongside their heads. Typically, Jiang Chun refrained from such brutality, but with only a few zombies present, he had no expectation of valuable cores and thus resolved the matter with force. As expected, upon inspection, none of the zombies had crystal cores. After regaining her composure, Yang Leen gently set Wan down, then turned to Jiang Chun and an Iyun, her face a mask of urgency, worry, and pleading. Young sir, young lady, I implore you to spare your kindness and save my sister. I, Yang Leen, swear that wherever I am needed, I shall traverse mountains of knives and seas of fire without hesitation. An Iyun smiled warmly at her. I am an Iyun. And this is my husband, Jiang Chun. If you don't mind, I'll call you Xin, and you can call me Iyun. Please, don't panic. With that, an Iyun retrieved a spiritual spring and a small tomato from her space, turning to Jiang Chun with a smile. Darling, please feed her. Jiang Chun nodded, took the spiritual spring and the small tomato, and knelt before the little girl. After drinking the spring water, Wan's complexion began to visibly improve. Following that, Jiang Chun fed her the extraordinary tomato. In no time, Wan, nestled in Jiang Chun's embrace, regained her vitality and opened her eyes, bleary yet curious. Upon seeing Jiang Chun's strikingly handsome face, Wan blinked in confusion and asked, Are you my angel brother? Jiang Chun was taken aback by her compliment and couldn't help but smile, playfully responding, No, this is the East. I am brother He Wu Chang, here to take you away. Wan's expression changed dramatically, and she exclaimed, No, brother He Wu Chang, you cannot take me away yet. My sister is in danger. Just as she was about to continue, a voice filled with joy reached her ears. Wan. At the sound of that familiar voice, Wan turned to find Yang Leen standing before her, holding her little hand with concern. Wan, you're awake. How do you feel? Are you still in pain? Wan was momentarily stunned. What is happening? Is my sister okay? An Iyun approached and smiled at Wan, explaining, Wan, this big brother was just teasing you. In that moment, realization dawned on Wan. She understood that she was still alive, and her sister was safe. Overwhelmed with joy, she burst into tears. Just moments ago, she had felt cold and in pain, fearing she would never awaken again, never see her parents, never see her sister, never see her beloved bear again. Seeing her tears, Jiang Chun assumed it was due to his presence and hurried to comfort her. His soothing words worked wonders. Before long, Nuan was laughing and crying simultaneously. After calming her down, Jiang Chun handed Nuan back to Yang Leen and said, "This isn't the place for conversation. Let us return to the supermarket." And Iyun nodded in agreement. Yang Leen and Nuan had no objections either. Then, Jiang Chun employed his telekinesis, and the four of them floated into the air, heading towards the supermarket. Yang Leen and Nuan were both astonished, their hearts racing with excitement. "Big brother, you're just like the bear. How amazing." Nuan gazed at Jiang Chun with adoration, resembling a little fan meeting her idol. Deep down, she had always harbored a dream of flying, and today, she was living it. She felt like a moon warrior. Wow. Jiang Chun smiled at Nuan, while Yang Leen marveled at the surreal events of the day, thinking she could pen a book about it. It was utterly fantastical. Soon, they returned to the supermarket, and Iyun first introduced Yang Leen and Nuan to everyone. Upon learning that this was the famed Yang Leen, the crowd welcomed her with open arms. After all, she was the electrifying daughter. How could she not be popular? Jiang Chun had initially thought Yang Leen might feel shy under such attention, but to his surprise, she was unfazed, speaking confidently and quickly integrating with the group. Qing Qing and Xie, we regarded Yang Leen with expressions of having missed out on a long-awaited reunion. Jiang Chun couldn't help but reassess Yang Leen. Though seemingly carefree, she was astute and talented. However, Jiang Chun soon found himself raising an eyebrow in disbelief. Once the crowd dispersed, Yang Leen, in his presence, swiftly inspected Yuner, Qing, and teacher Xie's impressive attributes, exclaiming, "My goodness! I thought mine was substantial. But you are all even more remarkable. What on earth are you all consuming to grow like this? It's simply extravagant. Can you enlighten me?" Chapter 52, Tiberius. Yang Leen awakens her powers, and Iyun leaned close to Yang Leen's ear and whispered something inaudible to anyone else. Whatever she said caused a faint blush to rise on Yang Leen's cheeks, prompting her beautiful eyes to glance towards Jiang Chun, who was filled with confusion. What could Yuner have possibly said? Soon, Qing voiced Jiang Chun's unspoken question. "Iyun, what did you tell Leen?" Curiosity piqued, she tugged at an Iyun, eager to know what could elicit such a reaction from Yang Leen. Beside them, Xiaohui also displayed a clear desire to learn the secret. And Iyun smiled and replied, "It's nothing. You should just ask Leen later." With that, Qing and Xiaohui had to relent. Jiang Chun remained puzzled. What could be so secretive that it warranted avoiding his presence? "Oh, Yuner, just wait until we return to the base. I shall see how I can discipline you," he thought. "Leen, do share a bit about your relationship with Nan, and Iyun encouraged with a smile. In her previous life, when Iyun first encountered Yang Leen, Nan was not by her side. It was evident that without her and Jiang Chun, Nan might not survive the night. Likely, in her past life, Nan had perished on this very night. And Iyun was curious about the circumstances surrounding Yang Leen and Nan. Yang Leen nodded and began recounting her story. After detailing the terrifying female zombie and the bizarre giant bear, she continued, "I was running towards a safer place, carrying Nan, hoping to find somewhere to rest. When I called out to her, she didn't respond, and her body felt icy, her complexion pale. In a panic, I ran, searching for a pharmacy or something. And then I spotted all of you. Truly, it was a blessing from heaven that we encountered you. Otherwise, I shudder to think what might have happened." After Yang Leen finished speaking, Qing gently patted her shoulder in consolation. "Leen, you mentioned that the little brown bear Nan always held could transform into that terrifying giant bear? Was it there to protect you in a moment of peril?" Jiang Chun inquired, his interest piqued. According to Yang Leen's account, Nan and her stuffed bear bore an uncanny resemblance to a character he had played in a previous life. Each time he unleashed a special move, that character would exclaim, "Tiberius." "Indeed, Brother Jiang. Do not think I jest. Every word I speak is the absolute truth. If I lie, may my dumplings turn into soup dumplings." Yang Leen replied earnestly, her gaze fixed on Jiang Chun. Jiang Chun's lips twitched at her last remark, deeming it unnecessary. Based on Leen's description, it seemed likely that this was a backlash resulting from the overuse of her powers. And Iyun interjected, "Leen, I have been curious as well. How could Brother Jiang fly and make zombies explode? And how do you conjure and vanish objects seemingly out of thin air? Is that your power?" Yang Leen had been dying to ask these questions, and now the opportunity had finally arisen. And Iyun smiled and explained the concept of abilities to Yang Leen. Upon hearing this, Yang Leen's expression shifted to one of enlightenment. At that moment, She began to understand why Nan had suddenly grown weak and then recovered. Curious, Yang Leen turned to Qin Qing and Xia Hui, asking, Qing, Sister Xia, do you also possess powers? They nodded in affirmation. Mine is fire, Qin Qing declared, snapping her fingers to conjure a flame. I have healing abilities. I can mend wounds or assist those bitten by zombies, Xia Hui added with a smile. At that moment, Yang Leen's mouth fell open in astonishment. Was she the only one in their group without extraordinary abilities? No, she wasn't even comparable to a husky. How frustrating. Leen, here. Take this spiritual spring and the miraculous cherry tomatoes. I've already explained their effects. I believe you can awaken your powers, and Yun said, retrieving the items from her space and presenting them to Yang Leen with a smile. Yang Leen hesitated, shaking her head in refusal. Thank you, Yun. But I cannot accept such precious gifts. Nanan can have them. It's enough for me. If I fail to awaken my powers, it would be a waste of such treasures. Please, put them back. Yang Leen understood the virtue of contentment and recognized the help she had already received from others. She couldn't be so shameless. Jiangchen, surprised by Yang Leen's refusal, regarded her with newfound respect. He then spoke to her. Eat them. My people have already consumed theirs. So there is no need to worry about waste. Besides, there is a great battle tomorrow, and you remain too weak. At Jiang Chen's first words, Yang Leen's heart skipped a beat. What did he mean by my people have already eaten? Clearly, she misunderstood something. After hearing the latter part of his statement, she fell silent. Although she could slay zombies alone, in comparison to these individuals, she was indeed too weak. While they are precious, everyone in our team has consumed them. And the remaining spiritual springs and miraculous cherry tomatoes in my space were set aside for new team members. Leen, please eat. I am eager to see what powers you awaken, and Yun insisted, placing the items in Yang Leen's hands with an air that brooked no refusal. This time, Yang Leen did not resist. Realizing her earlier misunderstanding regarding Jiang Chen's words, she proceeded to consume the spiritual spring and the cherry tomatoes under the watchful gazes of Jiang Chen and Yun, Qin Qing, and Xia Hui. Before long, a transformation began to take place. Yang Leen's once black ponytail changed to a brilliant gold at a visible pace. Her skin and aura underwent remarkable alterations, her strength vastly surpassing her previous state. Where once she stood apart from an Yun, Qin Qing, and Xia Hui, she now matched them in prowess. Only slightly trailing behind an Yun. With her eyes wide open, Yang Leen radiated an uncontainable joy. Brother Jiang, Yun, Qing, Sister Xia, I have awakened my powers, she exclaimed, her happiness infectious. As she spoke, she raised her hands, and in the next moment, purple lightning appeared above her palms. Surrounding her body, purple lightning flickered with energy. At that moment, Nanan returned, munching on a chicken leg, her face smeared with grease. Upon noticing Yang Leen's transformation, her small face registered shock. Her eyes widening as her chicken leg fell from her grasp, forgotten. Chapter 53, The Pain of Comparison. Sister, how did you release lightning? Sister, your hair has changed too. You look so beautiful now, Nuan exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with admiration as she rushed to Yang Leen. She hesitated to draw closer, not wishing to test the potency of the lightning. Yang Leen smiled at Nuan, retracting her powers and beginning to explain. In contrast to Nuan's astonishment, Jiang Chen and Yun, Qin Qing, and Xia Hui were comparatively less shocked, having long been aware of Yang Leen's ability to awaken her powers, specifically of the lightning variety. Soon, they all offered their congratulations to her. After a while, Nuan, touching her hair with a puzzled expression, asked, Sister, why didn't my hair change after consuming the spirit spring and the cherry tomatoes? She was confused. Recalling how Jianggu had fed her the same things, why was she not experiencing any transformation? Perhaps you are still young. Maybe you'll change as you grow, Yang Leen replied, gently patting Nuan's little head. By the way, Nuan, can you try waking up Bear now? Nuan nodded eagerly. I'll give it a try. She then picked up the brown teddy bear tied around her waist. Bear, are you awake yet? Can you come to life? Sister and I are in a very safe place now. With the gaze of Jiang Chen and Yun, Qin Qing, Xia Hui, and Yang Leen upon her, Nuan spoke softly to the tattered brown bear. Suddenly, Jiang Chen noticed the bear's red eyes, which seemed to glimmer ominously. In the next moment, the bear appeared to come alive, breaking free from Nuan's grasp and jumping to the ground. To the astonishment of Jiang Chen and Yun, Qin Qing, and Xia Hui, the once meek brown teddy bear transformed into a terrifyingly bizarre giant bear. However, This fearsome creature bore numerous injuries, its majestic form marred by its damaged state. Upon its emergence, the giant bear seemed to acknowledge Jiang Chen and an Iyun for rescuing Wan. It placed a paw over its heart, bowed its head, and let out a low growl as a gesture of respect and gratitude. Wan, seeing the giant bear, immediately embraced it and turned to Jiang Chen and an Iyun, grinning widely. Jiang Gu, Yunjia, Bear says thank you. You're welcome, an Iyun replied with a smile. Jiang Chen nodded. His curiosity piqued as he examined the giant bear before him. He was intrigued to discern its internal structure, especially since the spots where the bear was damaged now revealed dark, hollow holes instead of stuffing. After observing the peculiar giant bear, the group learned how it had initially appeared and its ability to intimidate ordinary zombies. They also deduced Wan's powers through her explanations, realizing that she could bring inanimate objects to life, granting them a semblance of intelligence. This ability was undeniably exceptional. If it were to mature, one could envision a squad of elite mutated bodyguards emerging, who would dare to oppose them. However, Wan was still young and her strength limited, for now. She could only maintain the bizarre giant bear. Furthermore, her ability had restrictions, requiring a profound emotional connection with the object for it to come to life and transform. After some discussion, they began to wash up and settle down for the night. Some stood guard while others rested on the ground, knowing that a fierce battle awaited them the following day against the tide of zombies. Sleep was elusive. Each person was alert and tense, none feeling fear or trepidation. Meanwhile, in a dark place where one could not see a hand in front of their face, a pair of crimson eyes fixated on Jiang Chen and his companions. These eyes, observing Qinping and his fully armed comrades on guard, revealed a hint of hesitation. Time passed, and as Qinping yawned, the crimson eyes vanished into the darkness. On the 10th day of the apocalypse, at 4 a.m, the crimson eyes reappeared in their previous spot. The moonlight cast down, revealing that the owner of these eyes was none other than the terrifying female zombie that had pursued Yang Leen and Wan earlier. Behind her stood a horde of ordinary zombies. It became clear that this fearsome female zombie had gone to recruit minions. At this moment, it was time for Qinpeng, Wang Pengzi, and Yu Tian to take their shifts. The terrifying female zombie observed Qinping, Wang Pengzi, and Yu Tian, noticing the increased number of fully armed individuals. Instinctively, she glanced at the ordinary zombies behind her. 10 ordinary zombies, with decaying skin and vacant stares, stood unsteadily, resembling a ragtag army. No, even worse than that. The terrifying female zombie looked back at Qinpeng, Wang Pengzi, and Yi Tian. The contrast was stark. Truly, there is no harm without comparison. Displeasure flickered in the crimson eyes of the female zombie as she gazed at her assembled zombies. If it weren't for the delicious scent of fresh meat emanating from them, I would have charged in myself, she snarled. Following her roar, the 10 ordinary zombies appeared somewhat more composed, resembling a semblance of an army. Then, the terrifying female zombie led her group of ordinary zombies away, seemingly still in search of more recruits. It was evident that not only was her physique alluring, but her intelligence was also matched with her strength. After the terrifying female zombie departed with her entourage, Wang Pengzi opened a pack of cigarettes, distributing them to those smoking. Soon, the area in front of the tomato supermarket was enveloped in a haze of smoke. Sitting on the ground, Wang Pengzi gazed at the moon above, exhaling a cloud of smoke and lamenting, "Heavens, how did we end up in an apocalypse?" Hearing Wang Pengzi's words, Yi Tian, who sat beside him, followed his gaze to the moon and replied, "You've asked that question at least 15 times already. Have you considered that while this may be the end for humanity, perhaps it signifies an evolution for this planet?" Wang Pengzi flicked the ash from his cigarette. "Indeed, for us, it is an apocalypse, but for this planet, it could be a form of evolution. Powers like these were unimaginable in the past." Yi Tian patted Wang Pengzi's shoulder, chuckling, "Fortunately, we have big brother and sister Yun with us. Otherwise, amidst that grotesque horde of zombies, we might have been among them, without the chance to awaken our powers or even engage in this conversation. Indeed, following Big Brother is my greatest fortune," Wang Pengzi smiled. He then turned to Yi Tian teasingly, "Tian Bang, when facing the zombie tide tomorrow, don't let fear make you unsteady with your weapon. Haha." Yi Tian scoffed, "Please? You're the one who will falter. Just wait and see if I kill more zombies than you tomorrow. All right, let us make a bet. The loser has to call the winner daddy." Chapter 54. The Tide of Corpses approaches. The battle officially begins. On the 10th day of the apocalypse at noon, Jiangchen and an Iyan, along with their companions, stood on high alert. From an elevated vantage point, Hu Hansen utilized his extraordinary abilities to survey the surroundings. The morning passed in eerie tranquility, yet something felt distinctly sinister. No zombies had appeared throughout the entire morning. The unsettling calm resembled the stillness preceding a tempest. As time progressed, an abrupt cacophony shattered the silence. A muffled roar and the sound of explosions erupted directly ahead of Jiang Chen and an Iyun's group. Hu Hansen, still scanning the area from above, suddenly gasped in astonishment. Holy cow! Brothers and sisters! 12 o'clock. I see a horde of zombies. So many. It's a swarm. The zombies surged toward them from the distance, a grotesque amalgamation of forms. Among them, Hu Hansen discerned several female zombies dressed scantily, their figures striking yet repulsive. His reaction was one of genuine shock and reluctant intrigue. Upon hearing Hu Hansen's exclamation, Jiang Chen immediately levitated into the air, peering into the distance. There, a vast horde of zombies, like an army of ants, was rapidly advancing toward them. In that moment, a gleam of excitement flickered in Jiang Chen's eyes. To him, these creatures were not merely zombies, but walking crystal cores. If they could vanquish this tide, the rewards in crystal cores would be bountiful. He might even ascend to the second tier. Everyone braced themselves, adrenaline coursing through their veins, preparing for battle. Jiang Chen, hovering above, bellowed to his comrades. And they responded with fervor, their eyes alight with the thrill of impending conflict. To ensure their endurance in battle, an Iyun distributed small tomatoes and vials of healing water, akin to restorative potions. Meanwhile, in a nearby supermarket, a child named Nuan was clutched tightly by a bizarre giant bear. Her expression one of anxious anticipation as she watched the unfolding chaos outside, silently cheering for her older companions to triumph over the villains. The appearance of the zombie horde did not go unnoticed by many survivors. They remained holed up in their homes, peering cautiously through narrow openings. What is happening? Why are all these zombies congregating and moving in one direction? Brother, come look at the sheer number of zombies down there. If only we had a grenade to toss down, we could wipe out a whole crowd. What's going on? Are they really banding together now? What could possibly draw them? The survivors exchanged worried glances, some surmising that perhaps a treasure had emerged, luring the zombies together. Boss, it seems a horde has erupted. We need to leave this place immediately. The expressions among the survivors varied, their murmurs filled with trepidation. Meanwhile, countless survivors were consumed by the tide. Their fates sealed as they transformed into bloody skeletons, never to join the ranks of the undead. At that moment, a group of men watched the horde from a hotel high-rise. Each of them bore a fierce demeanor, their eyes glinting with malice. Boss, the zombies are moving to the right. Is something there that piques their interest? Should we investigate? A bald man inquired of a rugged figure adorned with tattoos and a red bandana. Bruid, the foreign leader, observed the advancing horde and, upon hearing the bald man's question, his cold eyes flickered with intrigue. He issued a command in fractured Mandarin. Everyone, follow these damn zombies and see what they intend to do. With his orders given, his subordinates promptly complied, trailing behind Bruid as they set their sights on Jiang Chen's direction, leaving behind several lifeless female corpses on the cold ground. Eyes wide in eternal shock. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen hovered in the air, his trusty Tang Dao at his side, and wielding two M249 light machine guns. His expression steely and resolute as the horde loomed closer. Soon, the tide of zombies came into full view of an Iyun, Qin Qing, Xia Hui, Yang Leen, Shen Peng, Wang Pengzi, and Yi Tian. Except for an Iyun, the others were taken aback by the sheer magnitude of the horde. You all must ensure the safety of Sister Xia and Yan Xian. An Iyun commanded firmly. Understood. They replied in unison. Listen closely. If you feel overwhelmed after being bitten, immediately call for Yi Tian, Sister Xia, and Yan Xian to provide healing. They affirmed loudly. Jiang Chen then declared, everyone, prepare for battle, regardless of the crystal cores. We must first eliminate half of this horde. As Jiang Chen's voice echoed, weapons were raised, and all eyes turned toward the encroaching tide. Given the overwhelming number of zombies, it was clear that they could not rely solely on melee weapons. They needed to utilize firearms to thin the ranks. Victory in this battle would yield immense rewards. The zombies, upon spotting Jiang Chen and his group, surged forward like starving beasts drawn to a feast, their speed increasing dramatically. In a shadowy corner, a terrifying female zombie observed the horde charging toward Jiang Chen's group, her crimson eyes gleaming with a glimmer of cunning, as if to say, if quality fails, let quantity prevail. As the horde drew nearer, tension filled the air. Those without awakened abilities gripped their weapons tightly, their resolve hardening. With a single command from Jiang Chen, they would not hesitate to pull the trigger. Roar. Boom. As the horde entered range, Jiang Chun wasted no time. He squeezed the trigger and shouted, "Everyone, open fire." With his command, the barrels of the machine guns erupted in flames. And Yun and the others followed suit, unleashing a torrent of bullets. Damn those zombies. Feel my wrath. Open fire, brothers. Cleanse this horde. The exhilaration of wielding firearms in a defense akin to a video game was intoxicating. Die? The cacophony of explosions, gunfire, and fervent shouts melded with the shrieks of the undead, marking the commencement of a bloody battle. Chapter 55. Astonishingly powerful, single-handedly crushing the giant pineapple. The zombies howled. The undead in front of Jiangchen and his companions were swiftly dispatched, only to be replaced by an unending tide of more. They surged forward, relentless and unwavering. The air was filled with the cacophony of gunfire. Flames erupted from the muzzles, and bullets were unleashed with reckless abandon. In an instant, severed limbs and scattered flesh painted the ground crimson, as blood and gunfire became the dominant symphony. The corridor was already drenched in blood. As Jiang Chun and an Yun led their group in combat, the sounds of gunfire and explosions resonated through the vicinity, reaching the ears of survivors near the tomato supermarket. They were momentarily stunned by the noise. Once they regained their senses, joy illuminated their faces. "Wife, come quickly. Listen, the sound of gunfire. Could it be the military engaging the horde? By heavens. After 3 days, the military is finally making a move. The last time we heard anything was 3 days ago. Goodness, the sound of gunfire is exhilarating. Come on, military. You must eradicate those zombies. Is this a large-scale extermination followed by a rescue operation? I'm overjoyed. After waiting so long, we've finally heard something." These survivors were convinced that the military was in battle with the undead. At that moment, hope flickered in each of their eyes. However, unbeknownst to them, the military in Tianjin had already fallen days prior. Yet, in other cities, some military forces remained intact, systematically clearing out zombies and rescuing survivors. On the 10th day of the apocalypse, several survivor bases had already been established. Meanwhile, a group led by foreigners had reached the edge of the battlefield. Breed, along with his companions, stood on the rooftop, gazing ahead, a grave expression crossing his features. Beside him, a bald man clicked his tongue in astonishment. "Boss, this scene is truly magnificent." Breed glanced at the bald man before his gaze settled on a long-haired foreigner. "Jack, pass me the binoculars." Jack nodded and retrieved the binoculars from his bag, handing them to Breed. Looking through the lenses, Breed focused on the advancing horde. Soon, he spotted Jiangchun and his group. Adjusting the binoculars, he was taken aback upon seeing Jiangchun floating in midair, wielding a gun in each hand. Breed's pupils dilated in shock. "Oh my God, am I seeing things? Someone is actually floating in the air, holding a gun in each hand." "Boss, what are you talking about?" the bald man asked, bewildered. "Floating in the air, holding guns? That is absurd. What is this, a TV show or a movie?" Without engaging in further dialogue, Breed thrust the binoculars into the bald man's hands. "Take a look for yourself." The bald man adjusted the binoculars and soon beheld an Ian, Qin Qing, Xia Wei, Yang Leen, Yin Qian, Chen Ping, and the hefty Yu Tian, fixating on the women. He remarked, "Boss, those ladies seem quite remarkable. One of them appears particularly well endowed. I'm smitten." Breed's expression darkened at the bald man's words. "Damn it. Women. Women. All you think about is women. Didn't you just commit atrocities against a few women moments ago? Focus on the heads of those people." Upon hearing Breed's agitated tone, the bald man hastily shifted his gaze from the women to their heads. To his shock, he gasped, "Boss, you were right. There is someone floating in midair, holding a gun in each hand. And it seems to be a giant pineapple. Incredible! Crushing a giant pineapple with one hand? Let me see. Let me see." Jack snatched the binoculars, and upon seeing Jiangchen, he too was astonished. The others quickly followed suit, each wearing expressions of shock. Their mouths agape. "You say your blue nation doesn't practice sorcery? Then what is this?" Breed inquired curiously. I don't know." The group was soon left even more astounded as they witnessed Jiangchun and an Iyun engaging in fierce combat with the zombies. Blades flashed and powers surged. The undead fell in droves, their bodies severed. The scene was gruesome. Each individual's strength was astonishing. To the zombies, they were akin to lambs facing wolves, mercilessly slaughtered. Those who had awakened their powers were even more formidable, cutting down zombies as if they were mere chives being harvested. Breed's group was left dumbfounded. Good heavens. Boss, I can't be mistaken. These people are terrifying. Look, oh my God, Are they demons? Why are they so powerful? They possess such extraordinary abilities. As Jiang Chun and an Iyun led their comrades into a fray against the horde, Breed's group, observing from the rooftop, experienced a paradigm shift in their worldview, much like Yang Leen had before them. However, unbeknownst to them, a disheveled female zombie with crimson eyes lurked behind them. With a terrifying roar, the monstrous female zombie leaped forward, targeting the nearest man. Her sharp teeth sank into his neck, and her claws pierced his flesh. The man screamed in agony. In a gruesome display, the terrifying female zombie tore a chunk of flesh from his neck. Blood erupted from the wound like a gushing fountain, drenching the monstrous zombie in crimson. The headlights of a nearby vehicle were also splattered with blood. Breed and his companions turned to witness the horror unfolding before them. The female demon, resembling something from hell, was savaging their comrade. A chilling sensation crept over them. Breed hastily drew his handgun, aiming at the terrifying zombie, and shouted, "My God, shoot that demon dead." The others quickly drew their weapons and fired at the horrifying creature. Bang, bang, bang. However, the scene they anticipated did not unfold. The terrifying female zombie evaded their bullets with uncanny agility. Not a single shot struck her. The man being mauled, however, was riddled with bullets. His eyes wide, he gazed at Breed's group, filled with disbelief and resentment. "I thank you." His head lolled, lifeless, leaving his eyes forever open. Chapter 56. The Zombie and the Bald Man. The unfortunate man had been seized and bitten by a terrifying female zombie, and his body was in the throes of transformation. Even if a person succumbs to death before fully becoming a zombie, provided that the brain remains intact, they too will inevitably metamorphose, albeit at a more languid pace. Braid, Jack, and their companion, the Bald Man, were evidently oblivious to this grim reality. After the man's demise, none of them took the precaution of delivering a finishing shot to his head. At that moment, they stood tense, firearms in hand. Their eyes filled with apprehension as they faced the menacing female zombie. The ghastly creature was crouched on all fours, its grotesque form brandishing a piece of bloody flesh, dripping with sanguine liquid. "Damn it, that monster has killed Xiao Fu." Braid seethed through clenched teeth. Jack, wishing to point out that Xiao Fu had actually fallen beneath their own gunfire, thought better of it, noting the pallor of Braid's face. Moreover, he had no time to engage in such discussions. The female demon before them was adept at dodging bullets, and any lapse in focus could lead him to share Xiao Fu's fate. In stark contrast to Jack's palpable tension and vigilance, the Bald Man appeared considerably less apprehensive. He scrutinized the horrifying female zombie, his gaze lingering over her form. Despite her fearsome demeanor, he noted with surprise that she possessed an unexpectedly appealing physique, particularly the prominent curves of her exposed bosom and her voluptuous posterior, surpassing the women they had recently dispatched. Most astonishingly, her skin was not in a state of decay like that of other zombies. If I were to sever her head, could she still be of use? Truly, this is absurd, he mused, finding himself in a bewildering quandary. The terrifying female zombie seemed to sense the nature of his gaze, her blood-red eyes locking onto him. Swallowing the morsel in her mouth, she let out a fearsome roar and charged directly at him. "You foul creature! You dare to come for me? Once I take you down, I shall cherish you." The Bald Man spat, rage swelling within him as he fired his weapon. Bang! Bang! The sound of gunfire erupted as Braid, Jack, and the others quickly joined in, yet their bullets were futile. The zombie evaded them with alarming ease. In no time, she was upon the Bald Man. His face paled in terror as he cursed and turned to flee, shooting as he ran. However, his speed was no match for the relentless zombie. In an instant, a flash of cold steel grazed his back, leaving a gruesome wound that exposed bone. Blood gushed forth as he cried out in agony, collapsing to the ground. The zombie then stomped on his spine with crushing force, snapping it like a twig. He screamed once more, his cries mingling with the grotesque sounds of the zombie as she began to feast on his flesh. Organs littered the ground in a horrific display of carnage, and soon, the Bald Man was devoured alive. Thus, a man who dared entertain thoughts of the undead would no longer harbor such notions. As the saying goes, desire leads to ruin. And the Bald Man had paid dearly for his indiscretions. Braid, Jack, and the others were left in stunned silence, fear etched across their faces. For a moment, no one dared to fire again, terrified that they might become the next target of this monstrous fiend. "We must flee. We cannot contend with this demon." Braid was the first to regain his wits, swiftly turning to escape. Clearly, they were no match for the female demon, and they needed to vacate the premises while she was preoccupied with her grisly meal. As the others snapped back to reality, they hurriedly followed suit. At that moment, Xiao Fu, the man who had initially fallen victim to the terrifying zombie, had completed his transformation. His skin was rotting, exuding a foul stench as he let out a horrifying howl and lunged at a fleeing individual. The man, taken aback, exclaimed, "Xiao Fu, you wish to bite me? You shall perish first." With that, he raised his pistol and pulled the trigger. Bang! The shot rang out, and Xiao Fu's head exploded in a shower of gore. The sound of the gunfire drew the attention of the terrifying female zombie, who ceased her feeding and pursued the fleeing prey. "Damn it!" Braid shouted at the shooter, realizing the imminent danger. One by one, Braid, Jack, and their companions fell to the relentless assault of the zombie. "Boss, at this rate, we are doomed. There are only 7 of us left," Jack cried, his face a mask of terror as he glanced at Braid. Braid, well aware of their dire situation, clenched his teeth, a flicker of inspiration sparking in his mind. "Jack, let us flee towards that group of formidable individuals. It's not far. If we can reach them, we may find safety," Braid shouted, quickening his pace. "Understood, boss," Jack and the others echoed, their desperation fueling their speed. They were determined not to meet their end, and soon they were running faster than ever. However, within moments, the terrifying female zombie claimed another victim, leaving only 6 of them alive. Outside the tomato supermarket, Jiang Chun and Yun were engaged in a frenzied slaughter. Amidst the horde of zombies, evolved ones lurked. Yet they were swiftly dispatched by Jiang Chun and his fellow superhumans. At that moment, the ground was littered with headless corpses, creating a small mountain of bodies, while the sheer number of severed heads evoked a sense of dread in those who beheld it. Above them, dark clouds had gathered ominously, and a fierce wind began to blow. Suddenly, a light drizzle fell from the sky, gradually intensifying into a steady downpour. "Kill them, brothers and sisters. Let them perish. Die. Die, die. All of you. Meet your end. Ugly zombies. You shall taste my axe. How dare you attempt to bite me? I shall sever your head." In that moment, Jiang Chun and his comrades were consumed by their bloodlust, battling fiercely against the undead. Suddenly, 2 desperate cries pierced through the chaos. "Help! Oh God! Save us! To all the powerful ones ahead, please rescue us." Chapter 57. The Death of Breed and His Associates. Yang Leen seeks vengeance amidst the chaos of battle. Where no cries for help were uttered and only furious shouts and curses filled the air, 2 desperate voices suddenly emerged, starkly out of place. Like 2 pet dogs amidst a pack of wolves, which howled ferociously, these 2 could only bark in panic. Jiang Chun and several others turned their gazes towards the source of the commotion, spotting 2 foreign men sprinting towards them with frenzied determination, their mouths flailing as they attempted to speak broken Mandarin. Trailing behind them was a wild-haired female zombie, crawling on all 4s in hot pursuit. These 2 men were none other than Breed and Jack. As they ran, one by one, their companions fell victim to the terrifying female zombie, leaving only Breed and Jack to reach the tomato supermarket. This scenario truly validated the adage that when being chased, one merely needs to run faster than the others. Breed and Jack had cleverly evaded the throngs of corpses, choosing to approach from behind Jiang Chun and his group. Realizing that Jiang Chun and the others had noticed them, they shouted even louder in their pleas for help, proclaiming their identities as Americans and expressing their love for the Blue Country. They begged for assistance, asserting that they cherished their lives and did not wish to perish. Breed and Jack initially believed that their status as foreigners and their fervent declarations of love for the Blue Country would compel someone to come to their aid. However, to their dismay, the very next moment, all eyes turned away from them, returning to the fray against the zombies, with no intent to offer help. Stunned, Breed and Jack were left speechless. What had once worked so effectively had now failed them. Hadn't the people of the Blue Country always embraced their kind? Seeing Jiang Chun still observing them, they recognized him as their last glimmer of hope. They called out to him with renewed urgency, promising riches and food in exchange for salvation. Unbeknownst to them, while Jiang Chun was indeed watching, his gaze was fixated on the fearsome female zombie behind them. This creature bore an uncanny resemblance to the one that had pursued Yang Leen the previous night. Could it be the same one? Jiang Chun shifted his attention to the frenzied Yang Leen, assisting him in dispatching a few zombies to facilitate his escape. "Leen, follow me into the air," Jiang Chun urged. Upon hearing this, Yang Leen's eyes brightened with clarity, and he nodded in acknowledgement. Jiang Chun then lifted Yang Leen into the air, initially despondent upon seeing Jiang Chun descend. Breed and Jack were suddenly filled with hope as they noticed him floating once more, accompanied by a stunning blonde woman. They assumed that Jiang Chun intended to send this enchanting figure to rescue them and expressed their gratitude profusely, leaving both Jiang Chun and Yang Lexin bewildered. Lexin, is that female zombie behind them the one that chased you and Nanan last night? Jiang Chun inquired. Yes, brother Jiang. It is indeed that very zombie, Yang Lexin replied, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. Had it not been for this creature, Nanan would not have come so perilously close to death. Now that it had grown stronger, there was no reason not to seek revenge. At that moment, Breed noticed the terrifying female zombie closing in on them, while Jiang Chun appeared to be taking no action. Out of the corner of his eye, he glanced at Jack, who was still pleading for help, and a ruthless glint flickered in his gaze. If this continued, one of them would surely perish. Jack, I don't want to die. Apologies, but perhaps we can be brothers in another life. Unbeknownst to Jack, who continued to call out desperately, danger was rapidly approaching. In the next instant, Breed extended his leg. Thud. Jack stumbled and fell to the ground. Boss? What do you mean by this? Jack exclaimed, incredulous, as he looked at Breed, who did not turn back but continued to flee. Just as Jack prepared to rise, the horrifying female zombie lunged at him, sinking its teeth into his neck. Ah! Jack screamed in agony, disbelief etched across his face. Hearing Jack scream, Breed's heart quivered. Jack, don't blame me. I just want to survive. Gritting his teeth, Breed pushed himself to run even faster, though exhaustion weighed heavily upon him. The will to live propelled him forward. In that moment, Jack, realizing the betrayal, managed a self-deprecating smile before meeting his gruesome fate at the hands of the terrifying female zombie. After Jack's demise, the creature lifted its head, its blood-red eyes fixating on Breed's retreating figure before shifting towards Jiang Chun in the air, revealing a flicker of hesitation. With a furious roar, the horrific female zombie let out a thunderous cry, ultimately deciding not to pursue further. Following this fearsome yell, the surrounding zombies seemed to grow even more ferocious. The creature then resumed its gruesome feast on Jack's remains. Jiang Chun and Yang Lexin, suspended in the air, furrowed their brows upon witnessing Breed's betrayal of Jack. This foreigner is quite ruthless, they thought. In the next moment, under Yang Lexin's astonished gaze, Jiang Chun drew his pistol, aiming it at Breed and pulling the trigger. Bang! The sound of the gun echoed as the bullet pierced through the rain, striking Breed squarely in the forehead. His eyes wide open, Breed collapsed, lifeless and unable to comprehend why he had been killed. Yet, he never considered the lives he had taken. What right did he have to extinguish theirs? With Breed's death, a sense of quietude enveloped Jiang Chun. He had initially contemplated rescuing both men, having been instilled with the values of compassion through his previous experiences. However, the sight of one man sacrificing another for the sake of survival had filled him with disdain. A single bullet to end Breed's life was a mere act of mercy. Yang Lexin, taken aback by Jiang Chun's actions, felt no resentment. Instead, she found clarity and relief, exclaiming, Pa, what a despicable scoundrel. Brother Jiang, you did well. Turning to Jiang Chun, she continued, Brother Jiang, allow me to handle that female zombie. I shall slay her. Do not underestimate her. She is clearly an evolved zombie. Take the pistol and be cautious, Jiang Chun advised, handing Yang Lexin the firearm with a serious demeanor. Understood. Yang Lexin, having experienced the terrifying prowess of the female zombie the previous night, was well aware of the gravity of the situation. Armed with the pistol in her left hand and an enhanced, self-made spear in her right, she declared, Brother Jiang, I am going in. With a spark of excitement illuminating her face, Yang Lexin charged toward the dreadful female zombie, determined to behead it and claim victory. Chapter 58, Damn. You are a scion zombie. The terrifying female zombie, engrossed in her meal, sensed impending danger and immediately halted her feast, lifting her head. Upon spotting Yang Lexin charging towards her, a flicker of confusion crossed her eyes. Just last night, she distinctly remembered this individual not appearing in such a guise, and the scent of flesh and blood emanating from him was significantly more potent than before. How could such a transformation occur overnight? Yet, the look of perplexity in the terrifying female zombie's gaze soon morphed into fury. With a fearsome roar, she lunged at Yang Lexin, her claws gleaming menacingly as she initiated her assault. Bang! Bang! Yang Lexin aimed his pistol at the fearsome female zombie, pulling the trigger without hesitation. The gunfire echoed. But despite the presence of Breed, Jack, and the bald man, who all possessed firearms, they found themselves utterly ineffective against her. All of Yang Lexin's bullets were effortlessly dodged by the terrifying female zombie. Realizing she could evade bullets, Yang Lexin gritted his teeth, acknowledging his underestimation of her capabilities. It was astonishing that a mere handgun could not suffice against her. After exhausting his ammunition, it became clear he had not landed a single shot. Setting aside his pistol, Yang Leen grasped his self-crafted enhanced spear, its tip glinting with a sharp, cold light, accompanied by flickers of purple lightning. In that moment, he resembled a battle-hardened thunder goddess, a harbinger of death. Since the handgun proved useless, he was determined to showcase the Yang family spear technique. With a slight bend of his knees and a low stance, he focused his gaze like a blade, charging towards the terrifying female zombie. A streak of cold light heralded his advance, followed by the spear shooting forth like a dragon. Whoosh! The speed was blinding, akin to a bolt of lightning. The terrifying female zombie roared, her body enveloped in a faint black mist. Her already sharp claws elongated, resembling curved blades, as she raised them to strike back at Yang Leen. Clang! The spear collided with her claws, sparks flying from the impact. Yang Leen felt an overwhelming force surge through him, nearly disarming him. The terrifying female zombie, on the other hand, experienced a tingling sensation that left her uneasy. With a furious roar, she swatted the spear aside and charged at Yang Leen, who swiftly retaliated with the Yang family's spear technique. Bang! Bang! Clang! The battle raged fiercely between man and zombie. However, it soon became apparent that Yang Leen was being overpowered, forced into a defensive stance. Damn! How did this zombie's strength suddenly escalate? After forcing the terrifying female zombie back with a shot, Yang Leen's expression grew grave. Not long ago, he had been able to engage her evenly, but now he found himself on the defensive, a feeling of suffocation settling in. He had also sustained several scratches, each bringing a wave of discomfort that diminished his fighting capacity. He could not afford to prolong the fight. Otherwise, defeat was inevitable. It was time for a swift resolution. With renewed determination, Yang Leen wielded his spear, shifting from defense to offense. Whoosh! Meanwhile, within the tomato supermarket, Nuan watched Yang Leen with deep concern. Her tiny hands tightly clenched. Go, sister, she urged, her heart racing as she witnessed the fierce battle unfold. As time passed, Nuan noticed her sister beginning to falter, her injuries accumulating. Anxiety gripped her heart, and she wished for Jiang Gu and Yun Jie to intervene. However, seeing Jiang Chun and the others embroiled in their own battles, she steeled herself and turned to the peculiar giant bear. Xiang Xiong, please assist my sister. With a low growl, the peculiar giant bear, eager to fight after witnessing the intense struggle, obliged without hesitation. Let me down. Hurry, Nuan urged, and the bear complied, gently placing her down before charging out of the tomato supermarket, closing the door behind it. With a thunderous roar, the peculiar giant bear stomped the ground, rain cascading down as it directed a deafening growl at the terrifying female zombie. It seemed to declare that their unfinished battle from yesterday would continue. With the bear's assistance, Yang Leen felt a significant reduction in pressure. Together, they began to gain the upper hand against the terrifying female zombie. Nuan, observing from the supermarket, felt a wave of relief wash over her. Sister, Xiang Xiong, you can do it. However, as the fight progressed, Yang Leen sensed that the female zombie's strength was inexplicably increasing once more. Damn, are you a scion zombie? How can you grow stronger with each encounter? He turned to the peculiar giant bear, urgency in his voice. Xiong, we must end this swiftly. I cannot hold on much longer. With a fierce roar, the giant bear nodded in agreement, and together they launched a fierce offensive against the terrifying female zombie. For a brief moment, it seemed as if Yang Leen might finally overpower her. Yet, the female zombie's resilience only grew, her strength steadily rising. Having consumed numerous victims, her gains were not in vain. With a final, thunderous roar, the terrifying female zombie unleashed a wave of black energy, forcing Yang Leen and the peculiar giant bear back. Yang Leen coughed up blood, while the bear found itself in a similarly dire state, both now in a precarious situation. But the battle was far from over. The terrifying female zombie showed no signs of relenting her assault. Inside the tomato supermarket, Nuan's face was etched with worry as the situation took a turn for the worse. How can this be? Just moments ago, they were holding their ground. Her gaze fell upon Jiang Chen, who was fiercely dispatching zombies, and she clasped her hands together in prayer. Jianggu, please, look after my sister and Xiong. Whether it was Nuan's fervent prayers or sheer coincidence, Jiang Chun, amidst his own battle, suddenly recalled Yang Leen. Noticing her absence, he raised an eyebrow in confusion. Why hasn't she returned yet? Ascending into the air, Jiang Chun scanned the vicinity for Yang Leen. Upon spotting her and the peculiar giant bear, he was taken aback. They appeared to be struggling against the formidable female zombie, barely able to fend off her relentless attacks. With her speed and ferocity, the female zombie was overwhelming them. If this continued, they would surely face defeat. Yang Lexin's pallor and the bluish tint of her lips indicated that she was nearing her limit, the threat of zombification looming ever closer. Was this female zombie truly that formidable? Yang Lexin and the bear could not withstand her onslaught together? Resolving not to hesitate any longer, Jiang Chun approached Yun. Yun'er, take charge of the situation here. I will assist Lexin. The evolved zombie she is facing possesses considerable power. Yun nodded, dispatching a zombie with a swift strike. Understood, dear. Go. Without delay, Jiang Chun moved to help Xia Hui, aiding her in eliminating zombies so she could escape. Sister Xia, follow me. Lexin needs your healing. With a smile, Xia Hui nodded in agreement. All right, Jiang. Thus, Jiang Chun and Xia Hui raced towards Yang Lexin's side. Chapter 59. I hope you can make me last a little longer within the tomato supermarket. The little girl Nuan beamed with joy upon seeing Jiang Chun leading Xia Hui towards Yang Lexin. Brother Jiang and Sister Xia are here to help. Now Sister and Xiong can relax. Clang. Bang. Bang. Yang Lexin wielded her spear, clashing fiercely with the terrifying female zombie's razor-sharp claws. The bizarre giant bear stomped on the ground, swinging its paws in a struggle against the fearsome creature, though it often found itself sent flying instead. Previously, the duo had managed to keep the zombie at bay, nearly defeating it several times. Yet, who could have imagined that the terrifying female zombie would grow more formidable with each encounter? Initially, Yang Lexin and the bizarre giant bear had the upper hand. But now the roles had reversed, with the fearsome zombie overpowering them. Yang Lexin and the bear felt immense frustration. Curse it! Yang Lexin spat out blood, her limbs growing cold and stiff, not from the rain or temperature, but from the poison of the undead. If this continued, she would need to summon reinforcements. How shameful it was to have boasted to Brother Jiang about slaying this female zombie, especially after gaining such formidable power. With a fierce gaze, Yang Lexin focused on the terrifying zombie, her heart filled with resentment. Despite her enhanced abilities and awakened powers, she and the bizarre giant bear still couldn't defeat this monstrous creature. As the zombie lunged at her once more, Yang Lexin shouted. Gripping her spear and activating her powers, purple lightning flickered around her as she charged at the horror. This time, Yang Lexin summoned her final strength. If she failed again, she would have no choice but to call for help. Clang. The spear met the claws in a violent clash. With renewed vigor, Yang Lexin wielded her spear like an extension of her own arm. With the bizarre giant bear's assistance, Yang Lexin seized an opportunity. Bending her knees before launching herself forth, spear aimed straight at the zombie's eye. Just as the spear was about to strike, disaster struck. Snap! The already damaged spear could withstand no more under the relentless assault of the zombie's claws and shattered. The zombie, undeterred, raised another claw to slash at Yang Lexin's throat. Alarmed, she felt a surge of panic. This was perilous. Roar! The bizarre giant bear rushed to her aid. But it was too late. As the zombie's claw descended, in that critical moment, clang! An unheld tang knife flew through the air, blocking the zombie's strike. Yang Lexin recognized it instantly. It belonged to Brother Jiang. Seizing the moment, she withdrew without hesitation. The terrifying female zombie, enraged by the sudden appearance of the tang knife, glared with fury. How dare someone snatch its prey away? Anyone would be enraged in such a situation, especially a zombie with a hint of intelligence. In a fit of rage, the zombie swatted the tang knife away. Jiang Chun, taken aback by the strength of the female zombie matching his telekinesis, felt a jolt of surprise. His power was at peak level for the first stage. No wonder Yang Lexin and the bizarre giant bear struggled to defeat it. This zombie was indeed formidable. Summoning the knife with his telekinesis, Jiang Chun approached Yang Lexin. Brother Jiang, thank you. Yang Lexin expressed her gratitude, relieved that Jiang Chun had arrived in time. Had he not intervened, she might have met her end. Jiang Chun noticed the numerous scratches on Yang Lexin's body. Her pallor ghostly, lips tinged with blue. The already scant fabric of her clothing was torn and barely covering her, leaving her in a pitiful state. His expression darkened, a mixture of anger and concern filling him. He initially intended to give her a stern reprimand, but seeing her condition, he opted to firmly pinch her cheek instead. Why didn't you call for help when you couldn't win? Do you have any idea how dangerous that was? If I had arrived even a moment later, you would have been finished. If he had discovered her predicament any later, or lacked his telekinetic abilities, she would have been gravely injured. How could he not feel anger? If one could not win in a fight, they should call for backup. Why did she have to be so obstinate? Ow, ow, ow. Brother Jiang. That hurts. Let go. Yang Leen pouted, looking up at him with a pitiful expression. I was ready to call for help if I couldn't unleash my final strength. Who knew the spear would break at such a critical moment? Calm down, Yang Leen. Let me treat your wounds first. Xiaohui interjected, gently taking Jiang Chen's hand and offering a reassuring smile. Jiang Chen released Yang Leen's cheek, and soon the spot he had pinched turned red. She quickly rubbed it, lamenting how hard he had squeezed. Next time we face a formidable enemy, don't try to be brave. If you can summon help, don't fight alone. If you can't win, just run. Do you understand? Yang Leen lowered her head, her voice barely a whisper. Brother Jiang, I'm sorry. I'll remember what you said. Please don't be angry. She understood the importance of acknowledging her mistakes. Yet, secretly, she felt a flicker of joy. His anger was a sign of his concern for her. Seeing her sincere attitude, Jiang Chun decided not to pursue the matter further. He then turned his attention to Xiaohui, speaking earnestly. Sister Xia, you too must learn from this. You saw how dangerous it was for Lixin just now. Xiaohui nodded vigorously, clenching her fists. Don't worry, Jiang Chen. I will take this to heart. Meanwhile, the bizarre giant bear was still engaged in combat with the terrifying female zombie. Lixin, acknowledging your mistakes can lead to great improvement. Let Sister Xia treat your injuries. And once you're healed, wear my coat while I assist the bear. Seeing that the bizarre giant bear was nearing its limit, Jiang Chun refrained from saying more. He removed his coat and handed it to Xiaohui. Gripping the tang knife, he fixed his icy gaze on the terrifying female zombie, bending his legs before launching himself like a fierce cannonball. As Jiang Chun charged forward, Xiaohui began treating Yang Lixin's wounds. Under her care, Yang Lixin's condition gradually improved. The scratches began to heal, and the poison within her body started to dissipate. Clang! Jiang Chen, wielding the tang knife, intercepted the zombie's claws, utilizing his telekinesis to send the terrifying female zombie flying. Bear, go to Lixin and Sister Xia. I'll handle the rest. With a low growl, the bizarre giant bear acknowledged Jiang Chen's command and sprinted towards Yang Lixin and Xiaohui. Jiang Chen locked eyes with the zombie's blood-red gaze, a provocative glint in his own. Ignoring whether it could comprehend him, he sneered. Now, allow me to be your opponent. I hope you can make me last a little longer. Chapter 60. The terrifying female zombie before him stood an evolved female zombie, her disheveled hair framing a pair of crimson eyes that obscured her features. Unlike other zombies, her skin was not decayed, apart from its pallid hue. It bore an uncanny resemblance to that of a living person. The tattered dress she wore clung to her form, drenched in rain and blood, accentuating her curvaceous figure and revealing a prominent bosom. If one were to disregard her head and merely focus on her physique, many a man might succumb to primal instincts, much like the bald man from earlier. However, Jiang Chun was no such man. His gaze held no glimmers of interest, only a chilling, piercing intent to kill. With a feral roar, the terrifying female zombie fixed her scarlet eyes on Jiang Chen, a flicker of human-like trepidation flashing within them. Instinctively, she sensed the peril he posed. As the gentle rain fell around them, Jiang Chun sprang into action. In an instant, a gleam of cold light emerged as he brandished his tang knife, propelling several sharp daggers towards the female zombie under his telekinetic command. The daggers sliced through the air with lethal precision. Roaring defiantly, the female zombie retaliated, unleashing a wave of dark energy that radiated from her center, rushing towards Jiang Chun. She raised her claws, ready to strike. The clash was fierce as Jiang Chen's daggers met her lethal claws. Although the daggers were swift, the zombie was not to be underestimated. She defended herself with remarkable agility against the flurry of attacks. Yet, as Jiang Chen advanced with his tang knife, the tide began to turn. He pressed the assault, much like an older brother overpowering a younger sister, leaving her with no opportunity to counterattack. Despite her formidable strength and the limited effect of Jiang Chen's telekinesis, she found herself at a disadvantage as he unleashed his full might. In mere moments, Jiang Chen had her on the defensive, though her resilience prolonged her survival against him. Had she been any weaker, she would have surely succumbed to his telekinetic prowess. Meanwhile, Yang Leen, under the care of Xiaohui, was nearly recovered. Clad in Jiang Chen's oversized black leather jacket, she felt a sense of security enveloping her. Truly impressive, she thought, admiring Jiang Chen as he dominated the terrifying female zombie. In that moment, she was acutely aware of his overwhelming power. Despite her own strength alongside the enigmatic giant bear, they had failed to vanquish this female zombie. Yet Jiang Chen faced her alone with an air of assured superiority. How she longed to possess such strength. Xia Hui, overhearing Yang Lexin's admiration, smiled knowingly. Is Jiang Chun a renowned figure at the heavenly and earthly university? Yang Lexin inquired, curiosity sparkling in her eyes. Xia Hui, recalling memories of Jiang Chun, began recounting what she knew about him. Yang Lexin listened intently, her eyes widening in astonishment as she absorbed the extraordinary tales of Jiang Chen's exploits. How fantastical! She exclaimed, her disbelief palpable. Indeed, it may seem exaggerated, Xia Hui replied with a gentle smile, but every word is true. If you doubt me, you may inquire with Yin Qian or any of our acquaintances. Regaining her composure, Yang Lexin asserted, I believe you, Sister Xia. She had come to understand the sincerity of Xia Hui's character. Meanwhile, within the tomato supermarket, Wan sat on a small stool, savoring a chicken leg while her gaze drifted outside. The earlier worry and tension had dissipated. Jiang Chen's intervention brought her solace. As she glanced at Yang Lexin, Xia Hui, and the peculiar giant bear, her joy was evident. Simultaneously, the terrifying female zombie was nearing her breaking point, her body sustaining numerous injuries, her movement sluggish. Seizing the moment, Jiang Chun identified an opportunity to deliver a decisive blow. Without hesitation, he commanded the daggers with his telekinesis, directing them towards her neck in an attempt to sever her head. With a furious roar, the female zombie unleashed a surge of dark energy to evade his strike. Though she avoided decapitation, her once flowing black hair fell victim to the daggers, severed mercilessly. Jiang Chun felt a pang of regret. She had narrowly escaped. The female zombie, now with her hair reduced, revealed a face marred with blood and dirt, yet still strikingly fierce. Jiang Chun was taken aback, not by her beauty, but by the uncanny resemblance her features bore to Wan's, particularly her nose and mouth, as if she were a magnified version of the girl. This realization left him in stunned silence. Chapter 61. The terrifying female zombie bears an astonishing resemblance to Nanan. A crack of thunder echoed as a bolt of lightning streaked across the sky. Jiang Chun steadied the tumult within his heart, his gaze fixed upon the fearsome female zombie before him, a flicker of complexity dancing in his eyes. There was a 70% chance that this zombie was none other than Nanan's mother. As dusk approached, a gentle rain began to fall, obscuring the view for Xia Hui, Yang Lexin, and the peculiar giant bear in the distance. They could not discern the features of the terrifying female zombie and were puzzled by Jiang Chen's inaction. Why was he standing there, seemingly unable to attack? At that moment, Jiang Chen was employing his second ability to control the zombie, attempting to see if he could pacify her. A vast surge of mental energy surged towards the fearsome female zombie. With a ferocious growl, the zombie's face contorted in defiance as she resisted Jiang Chen's invasion. Despite the magnitude of his mental energy, she refused to submit. After a brief struggle, Jiang Chun furrowed his brow, addressing the fearsome female zombie. I never anticipated failure. It appears I must resort to brute force. As he spoke, Jiang Chun propelled himself forward, charging directly at the terrifying female zombie. Under the weight of his aggression, her vitality plummeted rapidly. Soon, the zombie appeared on the verge of death, as if her health bar displayed nothing but a sliver of life. Gazing down upon her from his elevated position, Jiang Chun, indifferent to whether she understood, declared coldly, If you do not submit to me this time, I assure you that this tang down in my hand will sever your head. With that, he activated his second ability once more. The weakened zombie, now in a near-death state, could not withstand the onslaught of Jiang Chen's immense mental energy. Letting out a desperate roar of resignation, she succumbed, allowing him to invade her mind and establish a master-servant bond. In no time, the terrifying female zombie had completely submitted to Jiang Chun, compelled to obey his every command. Her life and death were now entirely under his control. Were this zombie not Nanan's mother, he would have unhesitatingly wielded his Tang Dao to behead her. After their bond was forged, the zombie grew increasingly reliant on Jiang Chun, displaying affection akin to that of a previously lost zombie dog, which had met its demise in a previous battle. Struggling, the terrifying female zombie managed to rise from the ground, wrapping her arms around Jiang Chen's leg and nuzzling against him with a low growl. Gone was her former ferocity. Instead, her face radiated a gentle, affectionate demeanor. In the distance, Xia Hui and Yang Lexin watched in wide-eyed astonishment, their mouths agape, perplexed by Jiang Chen's second ability which they had yet to comprehend. Beside them, the strange giant bear also expressed surprise. What was happening here? Amidst their astonishment, Jiang Chun utilized his telekinesis to bring the terrifying female zombie before them. Brother Jiang, what is going on? Yang Lexin inquired. pointing at the floating zombie with a look of shock. Jiang Chen smiled at them, then explained his second ability. Upon hearing, Xie Hui and Yang Lexin's expressions morphed into disbelief. Jiang Chen had awakened not one, but two powers. This second ability could actually tame and control zombies. How remarkable! Awakening two abilities is impressive, but first, take a good look at this zombie's face, Jiang Chen remarked, his tone somewhat boastful. Stepping aside to allow them to observe the terrifying female zombie closely. Confused, Xie Hui and Yang Lexin wondered what was so special about the zombie's face. Was it exceptionally beautiful? Perhaps that was why Jiang Chen had refrained from killing her? Soon, surprise flickered in their eyes as they realized their misunderstanding. The reason Jiang Chen had spared her was that she bore a striking resemblance to Nan Nan. Brother Jiang, could she possibly be Nanan's mother? Yang Lexin exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment. There is a significant possibility, which is why I did not act hastily. We must first locate Nan Nan, Jiang Chen replied, looking at Yang Lexin. Both Yang Lexin and Xie Hui nodded in agreement. Jiang Chen then led the two women, the zombie, and the peculiar bear towards the tomato supermarket. At that moment, unbeknownst to Jiang Chen, the tide of zombies began to retreat. The front lines of the undead had fallen, and the subsequent waves ceased their advance. Even some of the evolved zombies, previously relentless, turned and fled. And Yun, Qin Xing, Chen Peng, Wang Pengzi, and Yi Tian stood bewildered as they witnessed the retreat. Yun, what is happening? Why are the zombies withdrawing? Qin Xing asked urgently, still in the heat of battle. I haven't had my fill of slaughter yet. Why are they backing off? Wang Pengzi voiced his confusion loudly. Could it be that they are afraid of us? Yi Tian pondered, furrowing his brow. And Yun was equally perplexed. We haven't killed that many yet. Why are they retreating? Typically, a zombie tide would withdraw for one of two reasons. Either the zombie king leading them had commanded it, or the king had been slain, severing the psychic link that bound them. When a particularly powerful and intelligent zombie orchestrated a horde, a unique mental wave connected them, allowing the king to issue basic commands. If the king died, the mental link vanished, and the horde would scatter. I do not know the specifics, but while we can still slay them, let us do so. Remember, do not pursue a routed enemy. And Yun declared, urging her companions to hasten their efforts against the zombies. As the group intensified their attacks, Jiang Chen, Xie Hui, and Yang Lexin also took note of the retreating horde. Brother Jiang, the zombies are retreating. What could this mean? Yang Lexin exclaimed, her eyes wide with surprise. As she had been preparing for a grand slaughter, Xie Hui mirrored her astonishment. Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow at the retreating zombies, uncertain of the cause. He would have to ask Yun for clarity. Turning his attention to the tomato supermarket, Jiang Chen spoke seriously. If they wish to retreat, let them. After slaying so many, the harvest of crystal cores should be plentiful. We must first resolve the matters concerning Nan Nan and this female zombie. Nodding in agreement, Xie Hui and Yang Lexin followed Jiang Chen as he led them, alongside the terrifying female zombie and the peculiar giant bear, to the entrance of the tomato supermarket. With a flick of his mental energy, the supermarket doors swung open. As they did, Nan Nan emerged, clutching an unfinished chicken leg. Sister, Brother Jiang, Sister Xie, Bear. Nan Nan exclaimed joyfully upon spotting them. At that moment, the terrifying female zombie, hovering behind Jiang Chen, became suddenly agitated upon seeing Nan Nan. A series of excited growls erupted from her. Chapter 62. Mother, Great Harvest, Home Under Surveillance. Brother Jiang. Nan Nan was startled and immediately clung to Jiang Chen's leg, afraid to look at the terrifying female zombie. Jiang Chen cast a glance at the horror-stricken figure, noting the crimson eyes fixed upon Nan Nan, filled with agitation. A flicker of brilliance flashed in Jiang Chen's eyes. If the terrifying female zombie were Nanan's mother, the probability had shifted from 70% to an astonishing 89%. Jiang Chen then turned his gaze towards Nan Nan, gently stroking her head. Nan Nan, do not be afraid. She will not harm you now. Look up at her. That's right, Nan Nan. She won't hurt you. Do not fear her, Yang Lexin encouraged with a soft smile. There is no need to be scared. We are all here, Xie Hui added. Beaming, the eerie giant bear let out a low growl in response. Gradually, Nan Nan began to cautiously gaze at the fearsome female zombie. Under Jiang Chen's telekinetic control, the zombie could only roar, her expression a swirl of excitement and urgency. In an instant, the horrifying figure came into Nanan's view. Her expression froze, her body trembled, and the half-eaten chicken leg fell from her hand. In the next moment, as she beheld the terrifying zombie, her eyes began to redden, and within seconds, they brimmed with tears. Mama, Nan Nan cried out, releasing Jiang Chun and darting towards the terrifying female zombie. In that moment, the floodgates of her tears burst open. Upon hearing Nan Nan call out Mama, the terrifying zombie visibly flinched and ceased her roaring. As Nan Nan embraced her, weeping uncontrollably, the horrifying figure shed 2 streams of blood tears. The zombie, now cradling the small child, pressed her forehead against Nan Nan's, weeping silently. I thought Mama had forgotten Nan Nan. Mama, Nan Nan cried out, oblivious to the filth or odor. At that moment, Jiang Chun withdrew his telekinetic grip on the zombie, issuing a command for her to remain still. Observing the poignant reunion before him, he realized his command was unnecessary, and a deep admiration for Nan Nan's mother blossomed within him, even in her zombified state. She had not forgotten her child, a testament to her profound love for Nan Nan. As an orphan, Jiang Chun could not help but feel a twinge of envy. I think I might understand a bit of what is happening, Yang Leen muttered, her voice choked with emotion. In contrast, Xie Hui perceived the situation as a joyous occasion, celebrating that Nan Nan had found her mother, who, despite her transformation, had not forgotten her child, truly a reason to rejoice. Upon hearing Yang Leen's words, Xie Hui shifted her gaze from Nan Nan and the terrifying zombie to Yang Leen, perplexed. Leen, what do you mean? Yang Leen wiped her tears and explained, yesterday, she pursued me and Nan and the entire time, likely trying to reclaim her child. Xie Hui's expression brightened with understanding. If that's the case, it does make sense. She then smiled at Yang Leen, playfully teasing, the way you say it. It sounds like you were the villain who abducted Nan Nan, huh? Afterward, Jiang Chun instructed Xie Hui and Yang Leen to remain behind while he stepped out of the tomato supermarket. He observed the retreating horde of zombies. Although the reason for their sudden withdrawal eluded him, he knew he should take advantage of the situation to eliminate as many as possible. With his telekinesis fully engaged, Jiang Chun returned to the group, joining in Yun and the others in pursuing the remaining zombies. He was like a relentless harvester, mercilessly reaping the heads of the undead. Later that night, around 10:30, the light rain had ceased. Jiang Chun and an Yun led the group in collecting the crystal cores following the retreat of the horde. The spoils were substantial. A total of 187 white zombie crystal cores and 6 red ones. An exceptional bounty on the 10th day of the apocalypse. Most importantly, not a single person had perished in the battle. Though injuries were inevitable, the presence of 3 healing ability users ensured that the severely wounded would survive the night. The critical role of healing abilities was vividly displayed in this encounter. Without them, the consequences would have been dire. While collecting the crystal cores, Jiang Chun inquired of an Yun about the horde's sudden retreat. She provided 2 reasons for their withdrawal, ultimately concluding that Nan Nan's mother was the horde's queen zombie, which left Jiang Chun feeling unsettled. Had he known, he would have opted for binding her instead of subduing her. Otherwise, they could have gathered even more crystal cores that night. Frustrated, Jiang Chun asked an Yun if it were possible to have Nan Nan's mother create another horde once she recovered. Unfortunately, it was not feasible, as the unique brainwaves belonging exclusively to Nan Nan's mother had already been extinguished by him. Subsequently, Jiang Chun instructed an Yun to take all the women, including Nan Nan's mother, to wash up and clean themselves. Each of the women had been drenched in rain and blood, their clothes thoroughly soaked. The colors of their undergarments were faintly visible beneath their drenched attire, exuding a certain allure that only the discerning could appreciate. Once an Yun and the others had cleaned up and changed into fresh clothes, Jiang Chun led all the men to do the same. Notably, Nan Nan's mother, Kongqiro, transformed into a stunning figure after being groomed by an Yun and Qin Qing, her black veins overlooked, revealing a breathtaking woman with striking red eyes. Many were captivated upon her entrance. When Jiang Chun beheld Kongqiro, an inexplicable internet meme from his past life surfaced in his mind. Madam, you wouldn't want Xiang Tai to be bullied, would you? After the boys had finished washing up, everyone gathered in the tomato supermarket to relax, sharing stories and enjoying food. Finally, as all eyes were upon him, Jiang Chun sat cross-legged in the center, clutching a white gem. Tonight, he was determined to meet everyone's expectations and break through from the late stage of the first-tier ability to the early stage of the second-tier ability. At that moment, unbeknownst to them, their base had come under the watchful eye of a group of ruthless criminals who regarded human life as expendable. The remaining combat personnel and all logistical staff were currently engaged in a standoff with these fierce and menacing criminals. Chapter 63, The Criminal Gang's Attempt to Steal the Home? breaking through to the second stage. At night, within the happy farmstay, outside the imposing iron gate of Jiang Qin's base, a group of fierce-looking individuals loomed under the lights, each exuding an aura characteristic of desperate outlaws and criminals. Most of them wielded firearms, while a few brandished melee weapons. Inside the base's defensive platform, several burly fighters, led by Dezhuang, aimed their guns at the intruders. He Song, the mother of Wang Pengzi, Yin, the father of Yi Tian, and the parents of Qin Xing, alongside other support personnel, stood resolute, armed with firearms, refusing to cower in the face of danger. Though they lacked the combat prowess of seasoned fighters, they were far from weak. After enduring the apocalypse for so long and having slain numerous zombies, their temperaments had undergone a profound transformation. After all, following Jiang Chun, even a grass-eating sheep was destined to become a carnivorous beast. Hey, those lovely ladies, don't be shy. Step forward so my brothers can admire you properly. A burly man with a bare chest and a dragon tattoo, Niao Wenlong, the third in command of the gang, whistled and leered at the women. A native of the pickled vegetable nation, he was known for his lasciviousness, and in this apocalypse, the number of women who had perished at his hands was considerable. Upon catching sight of He Song, Lin Ro, and other support women, his eyes gleamed with desire. He Song, Lin Ro, and the other women, unlike others in this world, had consumed the spirit spring and the extraordinary cherry tomatoes, enhancing their beauty further, complemented by their clean and elegant attire. Seeing them, Niao Wenlong was like a lecherous wolf entranced by a beautiful maiden, unable to forget the sight. In his mind, the iron gate was akin to Eden, with the women inside awaiting his affection and caresses. As Niao Wenlong finished his crude remarks, his equally lascivious companions joined in the raucous laughter, causing the faces of He Song, Lin Ro, and the other women to darken with discomfort. Shut up. A powerful foreign man, adorned with a cross tattoo and a muscular physique, boomed, his voice resonating like thunder. He was Daswa William, the second in command of the gang, known as Chang Wu in Chinese. A combative and ruthless individual responsible for the deaths of many zombies and humans alike during the apocalypse. His command silenced the crowd immediately. Brother, he addressed a strikingly handsome man with sharp features, dressed in a black trench coat and a subtle smile at the corner of his mouth. This man was Ji Kuan, the leader of the criminal gang, known for his deceptive charm. One moment smiling warmly, the next, he could pull the trigger without hesitation, embodying unpredictability. Notably, Ji Kuan, Chong Wu, and Niao Wenlong had all awakened supernatural abilities. Ji Kuan possessed the rare dark attribute ability, capable of weakening enemies and inflicting negative effects. Chong Wu boasted a 5-fold enhancement of his physique, lasting 5 minutes, truly the quintessence of masculinity. Niao Wenlong's ability, akin to Tang Maru's, enhanced his lower body, allowing for swift movement, albeit not as fast as Tang Maru, whose legs had undergone full transformation. Nevertheless, Niao Wenlong reveled in his ability, understanding its peculiar advantages. If an Iyun were present and learned the names of Ji Kuan, Chong Wu, and Niao Wenlong, she would not be unfamiliar with them. In a previous life, this very gang, having consumed the spirit spring and extraordinary cherry tomatoes, had dominated early in the apocalypse, ultimately meeting a tragic end due to their arrogance. Are you truly dismissing us with a mere 3-minute ultimatum? How audacious, Ji Kuan remarked, casting an appreciative glance at Chong Wu before addressing the defenders on the platform. My brothers and I possess supernatural powers, as you've just witnessed. Bullets hardly touch us. Moreover, while you have firearms, so do we. If a fight ensues, victory is not guaranteed on your side. Why not submit to me? I assure you, I can lead you to a far more splendid existence in this apocalypse. Meanwhile, the defenders were engaged in hushed discussions. Dezhuang, our leaders have yet to return. We must defend the base. So what if they have 3 supernatural beings? We are not lacking. Should we open fire? Let us fire. Are we afraid of them? Unless they are our leaders or sister Yun. We are not necessarily weaker than those 3. They may dodge a few bullets, but can they evade a swarm? Wait, Dezhuang. That is not wise. If a fight breaks out, we are bound to suffer casualties. If our leaders return tomorrow, we could simply ask these intruders to give us a day to consider and deal with them once our leaders are back. What do you think? Sounds reasonable. But would a day be too short? Let us extend it to 2 days. Agreed. Let us try it. At the very least, we need to consider for a day. After reaching a consensus, Dezhuang raised his voice towards Ji Kuan. You wish for us to submit? We need a few days to consider. How about you return in 3 days? I promise we will give you an answer. Immediately, Yang Leen interjected, "Brother, this is not acceptable. What if they escape in 3 days?" Chang Wu echoed firmly, 3 days is too long. Ji Kuan pondered for a moment before declaring, 3 days 1 tea suffice. I'll give you 1 night to deliberate. When I return in the morning, I expect an answer. Remember, joining me will bring you no loss. And don't entertain thoughts of retreating. I will ensure you are closely monitored. Without waiting for De Zhuang's response, Ji Kuan motioned for his men to withdraw, making it clear that if he returned without an answer, he would not be as lenient. Not a man shall remain. The women will all serve as tools for my desires. During this time, he would also gather intelligence on the surrounding area, why there were no zombies or resources to be found. After Ji Kuan and his gang departed, De Zhuang, He Song, Yan, and the parents of Qin Qing exchanged determined glances. De Zhuang, with a resolute expression, addressed everyone. If our leaders do not return, we will fight these intruders to the bitter end. We have an arsenal of firearms and our enhanced physiques. What is there to fear? Remember, if not for our leaders, we might have perished long ago. We must protect the base. As De Zhuang's words resonated, each individual displayed unwavering resolve. Meanwhile, within the tomato supermarket, a powerful wave of energy radiated from Jiang Chun, expanding outward. His aura grew increasingly formidable. The hair and clothing of an Yun, Qin Qing, Xia Hui, Yang Leen, Kong Qiuro, Nan Nan, Chen Peng, Wang Pengzi, and Yi Tian fluttered in the rising wind. In the following moment, Jiang Chen opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashing within them. Immediately thereafter, his aura was restrained, and the waves of energy dissipated. He had successfully reached the initial stage of the second tier of his extraordinary abilities. Chapter 64. The monks must be afraid of breaking their vows. After absorbing the white gemstone, Jiang Chun consumed 91 white crystal cores and 4 red crystal cores. As anticipated, he successfully advanced to the initial stage of the second level of his abilities. His telekinesis and control over zombies received an epic enhancement. Simultaneously, although his physical prowess did not experience as significant an elevation as his abilities, he nonetheless reached the pinnacle of the first level. To put it simply, with Jiang Chen's current physique, he could effortlessly handle more than a dozen women. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's declaration, an Yun, Qin Qing, Xia Hui, Yang Leen, Chen Peng, Wang Pengzi, and Yu Tian all expressed their delight, their hearts brimming with joy. "My husband, boss, big brother, has broken through," they exclaimed. Consequently, they immediately congratulated Jiang Chen, showering him with praise and admiration. After a lively celebration, Jiang Chen smiled and urged them to quiet down. He proceeded to distribute 1/3 of the remaining white crystal cores and the 2 remaining red crystal cores to an Yun. The remaining 2/3 of the white crystal cores were divided among Qin Qing, Xia Hui, Chen Ping, Wang Pengzi, Yu Tian, Nan Nan, Hu Han San, and Tang Maru. Subsequently, an Yun's abilities advanced to the pinnacle of the first level, while her physique reached the late stage of the first level. The others, having absorbed the crystal cores, also experienced improvements, albeit not as dramatic as those of Jiang Chen and an Yun. As for the white gemstone, it had become virtually useless to Jiang Chen, who was already at the second level of abilities, so he naturally bestowed it upon an Yun. Once all the crystal cores had been consumed, and everyone had gained some degree of enhancement, Jiang Chen spoke earnestly to the group. "It is probably past 1 a.m. now, and I shall refrain from unnecessary chatter. When we return to the base during the day, an Yun and I will be departing for a few days. During our absence, ensure your safety while diligently hunting zombies to collect crystal cores and enhance your strength." As Jiang Chen's words resonated, Wang Pengzi exclaimed in surprise, "What? Big brother, where are you and Sister Yin going? Are we not accompanying you?" Yi Tian echoed the inquiry, while Qin Qing looked at an Yun, puzzled. Xia Hui, Chen Peng, and others were also eager to speak. An Yun smiled and clarified, "The place we are heading to poses significant dangers for both Jiang Chun and me, and it would be even more perilous for you. Therefore, you should remain here and focus on gathering crystal cores by slaying zombies in the vicinity." After an Yun finished speaking, Jiang Chen added, "That is all I wish to say. While Yun and I are away, you should concentrate on slaying zombies and collecting crystal cores to enhance your abilities until we return. If all goes well, we shall bring you surprises upon our return. Now, it is getting late. Rest well." Although the group was curious, they complied with Jiang Chen's directive and began to settle down for the night. After a long day, everyone, except for those on night watch, soon fell into a deep slumber. Initially, Jiang Chen had intended to share a room only with an Yun, Qin Xing, and Xie Hui. However, Kong Churo and Nan Nan, as well as Yang Leen, eventually joined them. Qin Xing and Xie Hui, having previously shared a bed at school, felt no discomfort, knowing Jiang Chen would not act inappropriately. Meanwhile, Kong Churo, having been subdued and brought under Jiang Chen's influence, naturally sought his proximity, hugging Nan Nan as she followed into the room. Seeing everyone entering, Yang Leen, after an Yun's invitation, hesitated but ultimately joined them. The next morning, as the sun began to rise, Jiang Chen awoke in a rather confined manner. To his astonishment, he found himself surrounded by 5 women and 1 child. Xie Hui cradled his head, while Yun and Qing each held one of his arms. Nan Nan was sprawled across him, and Yang Leen and Kong Churo clung to his legs. In one word, overwhelming. While others might envy such a life, for Jiang Chen, it was utterly terrifying. 3 women were already quite a handful, and now there were 2 more along with a child. He feared he might never wake up again. Most importantly, a normal man would naturally awaken with vigor in the morning. Upon feeling Yang Leen's touch, Jiang Chen wasted no time, immediately using his telekinesis to extricate himself from the situation. 10 seconds later, he stood aside, gazing at Yun and the others on the ground. Their silhouettes were laid bare before him. Jiang Chen exhaled deeply, wiping his forehead. At this rate, who could withstand such pressure? Even a monk would likely break his vows. Moreover, Kong Churo could sleep too. Dressing quickly, Jiang Chen hurriedly exited the room. Remaining any longer could lead to unforeseen consequences. He could not betray Yun's trust. After Jiang Chen left the room, Yun opened her beautiful eyes, chuckled softly, and then shifted to a more comfortable position to continue her slumber. By 7:30 a.m., Jiang Chen, Yun, Qin Xing, Xie Hui, Yang Leen, Kong Churo, Nan Nan, Chen Peng, Wang Pengzi, and Yi Tian were all ready and had finished breakfast, preparing to set off. However, as soon as they stepped out of the tomato supermarket, they were met by a throng of people rushing toward them from all directions. These individuals wore expressions of joy, exuberantly cheering. Heroes! Our heroes have finally arrived. Oh my goodness! Are we finally saved? What luck! My food at home just ran out. The military has finished exterminating the zombies and is here to rescue us. Comrades, we have all arrived. Do you have any food? Can you spare us some? Hurry, hurry. I am an important official from Tianqing. You must protect me. Also, I need food and drink. In no time, this noisy crowd, consisting of adults and children alike, approached Jiang Chen and Yun, all wearing radiant smiles and shining eyes. Jiang Chen, observing the commotion, raised an eyebrow. He realized that these people mistakenly believed they were from the military, come to rescue them. Jiang Chen felt exasperated. How could anyone think they resembled the military? Who spread such rumors? Were they truly desperate enough to clutch at straws? Noticing some individuals becoming increasingly restless, Jiang Chen decided to take action. He exuded a terrifying aura that enveloped the crowd, asserting his dominance. With a commanding voice, he shouted, "Silence!" As his voice echoed, the crowd found themselves unable to utter a sound, their bodies frozen, as if an invisible force held them captive. They realized that although Jiang Chen did not possess a fearsome appearance or an unfriendly expression, he instilled a profound sense of dread within them. With an expression devoid of emotion and eyes filled with indifference, Jiang Chen addressed the crowd coldly. Firstly, we are not the military. If you think to take advantage of us, think again. Secondly, we are not benevolent souls. We have no intention of helping you. And I advise you not to attempt to morally bind us. Thirdly, I offer you a chance. Return whence you came. Chapter 65. No nonsense, just eliminate. Jiang Chen's tenderness expressionless, Jiang Chen coldly concluded his remarks and withdrew his mental power. He had given this group a chance. If they proved useless, he would not hesitate to act decisively. As he retracted his mental influence, the group soon realized they could speak and move again. They exchanged glances, clearly taken aback by Jiang Chen's unexpected words. Some began to reconsider, sensing the gravity of the situation. The ground was littered with blood and zombie corpses. Resembling a scene from hell, it was evident that Jiang Chen and his companions were formidable individuals. The prospect of being ordered to shoot them down like zombies was terrifying. They had come here to survive, not to perish. Just as they prepared to retreat, filled with regret and fear, a booming voice interrupted. I am an important official of Tianqing. Young man, I must say, I do not appreciate your words. While you may not be an army, you resemble one in strength. We are all citizens of Tianqing. If you are so powerful, why not protect the common folk? With my talents and your might, Perhaps we could rescue all the citizens of Tianqing and rebuild our homeland. Upon hearing this voice, Jiangchen and an Ian turned their attention towards the speaker. Others also looked in the direction of the voice, including those who had considered leaving. The speaker was a portly middle-aged man, dressed in an administrative jacket, exuding the air of someone accustomed to high office. Zhu Liangkai, aware that all eyes were upon him, continued to address the common people with fervor. Surely you all agree with me? The world is facing calamity, and the citizens of Tianqing are suffering. Shouldn't those who are stronger, like this young man and his companions, strive to save the common folk? As Zhu Liangkai finished his speech, several voices chimed in agreement. Indeed, isn't there a saying that with great power comes great responsibility? I concur. Well said. We are all citizens of Tianqing. Why should we not receive assistance? However, just as Zhu Liangkai basked in his moment of triumph, feeling disdain for the ignorant masses, a sudden explosion echoed through the air. Bang! His head erupted violently, reminiscent of a bursting balloon. This triggered a chain reaction. One after another, numerous heads exploded in the crowd. The mixture of red and white splattered onto many bystanders. Zhu Liangkai and his companions collapsed, blood gushing forth, quickly forming a pool of crimson on the ground. In that instant, apart from Jiang Chun and an Iyun, every person present was wide-eyed, their pupils constricting. A tempest of shock, disbelief, and profound fear surged within them. The atmosphere turned eerily silent, as if a pin could be heard dropping. The orchestrator of this chaos was, of course, Jiang Chun. With an impassive expression, he coldly surveyed the corpses of Zhu Liangkai and his associates. I have made it clear I am not a benevolent savior, and I have no intention of moral obligation towards you. Did you forget so quickly? With great power comes great responsibility. That's for superheroes, not for me, Jiang Chun. Why should I help you? What gives you the right to demand assistance? It seems one must have suffered a decade of blood clots to utter such nonsense. And why should I disclose what I am collecting? Who are you to ask? Jiang Chun puzzled over the bizarre individuals that emerged in this post-apocalyptic world. After all this time, how had he encountered such characters? Did they not understand that self-reliance was paramount? Even if they did seek help, shouldn't their demeanor be more sincere? The most absurd part was this so-called important official of Tianqing, who assumed his intentions were hidden from Jiang Chun. Did he think Jiang Chun was a fool, easily manipulated? In a different life, Jiang Chun would have readily provided substantial resources to an official from his homeland. Yet, in this world of the Blue Nation, his thoughts were filled with disdain for these incompetent officials. If only they possessed a fraction of the conscience shown by the officials of his former life, perhaps they would not have descended to such depths. Before the apocalypse, he had witnessed far too many sordid dealings and how these individuals regarded the common citizen as mere livestock, to be exploited. Of course, Jiang Chun was not so ruthless as to condemn all. Undoubtedly, there were some virtuous officials in this Blue Nation, though they were rare. At this moment, the crowd finally reacted. People are dying. 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 Children, look away. In this instant, they cried out in alarm, their eyes filled with deep-seated terror for Jiang Chun and his companions, who were evidently involved in this chaos. Jiang Chun, with a stoic demeanor, coldly regarded the frightened crowd and uttered one word. Leave. His voice was devoid of emotion, yet among them, some perceived it as the most melodious sound in the world. Without hesitation, they turned and fled, their exit swift and frantic. They had no desire to meet an untimely demise. Quickly, half the crowd dispersed. The remaining individuals, seeing the situation, Jiang Chun no longer wished to trouble them and began to walk towards the vehicle alongside an Iyun and the others. Just as they approached the car, a woman clutching a child suddenly rushed forward, kneeling before Jiang Chun. Brother, please, I beg you, can you spare some food for my child? I can endure hunger, but please, just a little for my child. He hasn't eaten for over a day. Please, I implore you. Jiang Chun gazed at the mother and child, both appearing as victims of disaster. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Having just taken lives, this mother, fully aware of the danger, still approached him. If she possessed such bravery, why not wield a weapon and fight zombies for resources instead? Ultimately, Jiang Chun used his mental power to lift the pair to their feet. His compassion had softened his heart, and he spoke. Yuner, please give them some food. And Iyun nodded and retrieved some provisions from her backpack. Given her spatial abilities and the presence of onlookers, she was careful not to reveal her secret. After receiving the food, the mother and child expressed their gratitude profusely. Those still lingering nearby observed this scene, their hearts stirred with empathy. Jiang Chun surveyed the crowd and declared, There are likely no zombies within several miles. While everyone is still in shock, seize the opportunity to gather supplies. He then addressed the mother and child. You heard what I said. Make haste and gather as much as you can. And young man, as a budding protector, it is your duty to safeguard your mother now. As the words fell, Jiang Chen ceased to speak further and led the group towards the vehicle. In the face of impending doom, Jiang Chen's actions reflected the last vestiges of his kindness. He was willing to lend a hand to those he could assist. Big brother, what is your name? I shall repay you in the future, exclaimed a small boy, his face smeared with dirt, his eyes shining brightly as he gazed up at Jiang Chen. However, the boy received no reply, and just as disappointment began to settle in, a cool, clear voice reached his ears. Jiang Chen, Chapter 66, An Intrusion at Jiang Chen's Base. On the road, inside the vehicle. Brother, for a moment there, I genuinely thought you were going to eliminate that mother and child, huh? Wang Pengzi chuckled, casting a simple-minded grin at Jiang Chen. Ha. I was on the same wavelength as Pengzi. I was on pins and needles for that kid initially. Yi Tian chimed in, playfully draping an arm over Wang Pengzi's shoulder. Boss, I, too, had a fleeting suspicion that you might dispatch them, but the outcome was quite the contrary. Heh, Chen Ping, the gentle giant, confessed sheepishly. Scratching the back of his head, Jiang Chen's lips twitched as he surveyed Wang Pengzi, Yi Tian, and Shen Peng. He turned his gaze towards an Yiyun, Qin Qing, Xia Hui, Yang Lixin, Nan Nan, and the others. Did you all share the same sentiment? In response to Jiang Chen's query, the group nodded in unison. Who? Even Kong Shuro emitted a guttural growl. Jiang Chen was rendered speechless. He could comprehend the others' perspectives, but what was a zombie doing adding to the commotion? Was she unafraid of being dealt with? Do you perceive me as such a bloodthirsty individual? Jiang Chen inquired, pointing at himself, his tone laced with helplessness. The group initially nodded in unison before shaking their heads in a synchronized, contradictory, and amusing manner. Witnessing this, Jiang Chen felt compelled to realign their perceptions. Since the onset of this apocalypse, have I indiscriminately slaughtered women and children? The group nodded in affirmation. The individuals I have eliminated since the advent of this apocalypse were all imbeciles deserving of their fate. Wouldn't you concur? The group contemplated this before nodding once more. Prior to dispatching these individuals, did I not extend them a chance for redemption? The group concurred, acknowledging the accuracy of his statement. Jiang Chen clapped his hands together, a faint smile gracing his lips. Precisely. How could I, Jiang Chen, be a purveyor of bloodshed? I am Jiang, the benevolent. Those I eliminated were given opportunities they failed to seize. Can I be held accountable for that? A bloodthirsty individual would not extend such chances, opting for immediate execution. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, the group's eyes glimmered with comprehension. His reasoning was irrefutable. And Yun, seated beside Jiang Chen, concealed her amusement behind her hand. Her husband's justification was rather ingenious. Content that he had rectified their perceptions, Jiang Chen felt a sense of fulfillment. The group engaged in further banter, and the topic soon shifted to the base. Upon our return, I intend to unwind thoroughly. Big brother, I'm contemplating constructing a basketball court at the base for both exercise and recreation. Would that be permissible? Yi Tian inquired, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. As an avid basketball enthusiast, he had grown restless after over 10 days without playing. While he had been unable to dunk in the past, he was now fully capable. Jiang Chen nodded in agreement. He would hardly decline a proposition that offered only advantages. Permissible. Yi Tian erupted in joyous cheers upon hearing Jiang Chen's approval. Additionally, after Jiang Chen and I depart tomorrow, while you focus on augmenting your strength, the base must also expedite construction according to the blueprints I provided. The outer and inner perimeters, residential areas, service sectors, and the Hunters Guild must be prioritized. Upon our return, it will be time to accommodate survivors, An Yun declared, her expression earnest and resolute. With an ample workforce, sufficient resources, and the enhanced capabilities of the group, she believed they could complete the construction before her and her husband's return. The group nodded in earnest acknowledgement. Subsequently, the group engaged in Yun in discussions regarding the base, including survivor management and base development strategies. Unbeknownst to Jiang Chen and An Yun as they deliberated on the future development of the base, their haven was descending into turmoil. At the happy farmhouse, outside Jiang Chen's base, the criminal syndicate that had departed the previous night, Ji Kuan, Chang Wu, and Ye Wenlong, had returned, fully armed. With all their subordinates, De Zhuang, along with the others, were also fully armed, prepared to confront any impending conflict. The combat personnel stationed at the base were determined to lead all logistical personnel in a staunch defense of their sanctuary. Hey, you guys inside who were talking last night. Have you reached a decision? What's your answer? Ji Kuan bellowed, gazing up at the defensive platform. De Zhuang, upon hearing Ji Kuan's voice, was about to respond when Tian's father, Yin, tugged at him. Brother De Zhuang, allow me to negotiate with him. Any delay we can achieve will be beneficial. At this hour, Chief Jiang and the others should be nearing their return. De Zhuang nodded in agreement. Yin then strained his voice to address Ji Kuan. We've nearly reached a consensus, but you'll have to wait a bit longer. There are only a few remaining individuals whose minds need to be swayed. Ji Kuan raised an eyebrow upon hearing Yin's words. Who are you? Where's the guy who was talking to me yesterday? After a few minutes of silence, Yin, sensing Ji Kuan's impatience, responded loudly. Our captain is working on swaying them. Please wait a moment longer. Our captain will be back soon. A shadow of malice flickered across Ji Kuan's eyes before he barked, Don't try to deceive me. I'm giving you 5 more minutes, tops. Yin hastily responded, attempting to assuage him. Big brother, are we certain we want to make trouble for this base? After inquiring about those people yesterday, didn't you say this base was not to be trifled with? Chang Wu whispered to Ji Kuan, his voice laced with confusion. Yeah, big brother, Niao Wenlong echoed, equally perplexed. After their inquiries the previous day, they had ascertained the caliber of the base and the reason for the absence of zombies and resources within a few miles. The previous day, Big Brother himself had acknowledged that the base was not to be trifled with. Although he coveted the women within, he valued his life more. Why had they returned? Hearing their words, Ji Kuan lowered his voice. Are you fools? Judging from last night, it's evident that the formidable individuals are not at the base. What's there to fear? Chang Wu and Niao Wenlong instantly comprehended. In that case, Big Brother, we must seize this base before those people return. Should we initiate the attack immediately? I sense the people inside are stalling for time, Niao Wenlong suggested. I'm well aware of what you're saying. Giving them 5 minutes won't make a difference. If they don't respond after 5 minutes, we launch an immediate attack, plunder the base, and retreat swiftly. If they agree after 5 minutes, all the better, Ji Kuan declared in a low voice. Chang Wu and Niao Wenlong nodded, their eyes gleaming with excitement and ferocity. Soon, 5 minutes had elapsed. At De Zhuang's command, they initiated the attack, opening fire. Immediately, Ji Kuan, Chang Wu, Niao Wenlong, and the others retaliated, their expressions grim. Since they refused to heed reason, the men would be slaughtered, and the women would be dismembered and used as tools for gratification. The clash erupted without warning. Rumble. Rat-tat-tat. Tut-tut-tut. At that moment, Jiang Chun and Yun and the others had returned to the happy farmhouse area. Soon, they heard the intense gunfire emanating from the direction of the base. Jiang Chun immediately rose to his feet, his gaze fixed on the source of the commotion. His eyebrows arched in surprise. Something's amiss at the base. Chapter 67, The Return of the Boss. Death. Ha ha ha. Did you really think you were formidable? It turns out your skills are merely mediocre. With a machine gun in hand, Da Zhuang unleashed a torrent of fire upon Ji Kuan and his companions, laughing maniacally. After the battle commenced, Da Zhuang realized that this group was nothing more than a paper tiger. They had overestimated their capabilities. He failed to consider that, armed with numerous firearms, and having imbibed the spiritual spring and consumed the extraordinary fruit, they were no longer mere mortals. In the early days of this apocalypse, how could they possibly be weaker than the enemy? If they were truly weak, Jiang Chun would not have left only a handful of combat personnel to guard the base. At this moment, the remaining combat and logistics personnel were also firing and laughing. Ha ha ha. Come on. Let us hurt each other. Why are you hiding? Aren't you planning to attack our base? You lot. How dare you attempt an assault on us? Go take a look at yourselves in the mirror. They had thought themselves impressive, but in comparison to us, they were laughable. Within range lies the truth, and caliber dictates justice. Mata was initially intimidated by your numbers, believing you to be formidable, but it turns out you are simply pathetic. Ha ha ha. Booming sounds erupted. The relentless gunfire echoed. In contrast to Da Zhuang's overwhelming firepower, the criminal gang led by Ji Kuan could hardly match it. Faced with such absolute firepower, Ji Kuan and his cohorts were unable to mount a swift attack. They could only retreat to avoid the onslaught. While Ji Kuan, Qiang Wu, and Yuanlong could dodge bullets, the ferocity of the enemy's fire left them vulnerable. Should they venture out, they would surely be turned into a pincushion. Ji Kuan's expression darkened, his eyes filled with malice. Damn it, I underestimated their firearms. I never anticipated their firepower would be this fierce. Yet, the fiercer the enemy's firepower, the more Jikuin yearned to conquer them. This indicated that the base was not only well-stocked, but also brimming with weaponry. If he could seize it, who could possibly impede his advance? With a fierce shout, Jikuin rallied his men. Brothers, do not let them look down on us. We are a criminal gang. Following Jikuin's command, the gang responded in unison. The boss is right. We are feared by ordinary people. They must show those inside the base just how formidable they truly were. Qiangwu and Yuanlong unleashed their abilities, seizing every opportunity to retaliate under Jikuin's leadership. One must admit, Jikuin's tactical prowess was impressive. Within minutes, Dazhuang's side had suffered casualties. Those injured were immediately sent to the rear for treatment and rest. As the battle intensified and neither side was willing to relent, Dazhuang suddenly noticed something, his eyes lighting up with excitement. Everyone, cease fire and look to the sky. The boss and the others have returned. On the defense platform, upon hearing this, joy spread across the faces of his comrades as they gazed upwards. Within moments, they spotted Jiangqin and an Iyun's figures soaring towards them. The boss, leader Jiang, has returned. Now this group is no longer a threat. Prepare to meet your demise. At this moment, Dazhuang and his companions were filled with exhilaration. Meanwhile, Jikuin, Qiangwu, and Yuanlong, witnessing the sudden silence from Dazhuang's group, exchanged bewildered glances. What happened? Why did they suddenly stop firing? Boss, could it be that they have run out of ammunition? Yuanlong's face lit up with hope. As soon as Yuanlong voiced his thought, the other criminals also appeared elated. This was indeed a possibility. However, Jikuin raised an eyebrow, his expression skeptical. Impossible. Just as Jikuin's words fell, Qiangwu exclaimed, Boss. Brothers, look up at the sky. Following Qiangwu's gaze, Jikuin and Yuanlong turned their attention skyward. They were instantly taken aback, their pupils contracting in shock. There, in the air, over a dozen figures were flying towards them in formation. The man at the forefront bore an icy demeanor, his eyes sharp as blades, emanating an imposing presence. As Jikuin locked eyes with this man, he felt as though he were trapped in a frozen abyss, as if several swords were cleaving through him. Flanking this man were both men and women. The women exuded grace while the men appeared fierce as tigers, each wielding weapons and exuding a menacing aura, none of them seeming benign. In that moment, Jikuin realized that his criminal gang was utterly insignificant compared to this group of over a dozen individuals. This stark contrast made it clear that those flying figures truly embodied the essence of a criminal gang. The overwhelming sense of malevolence was palpable. How absurd. Humans can fly? Jikuin stammered. Boss, could this group possibly be the formidable ones we heard about? They have returned. What do we do? For reasons unknown. The moment Jikuin laid eyes on the leading man, a chilling sensation enveloped him. Boss, second brother, third brother, should we flee? They clearly possess supernatural powers. Yuanlong, irritated by his comrade's fear, retorted sharply, What are you scared of? Follow the boss's orders. And those women are quite striking. I wonder what they've consumed to develop so splendidly. After Yuanlong's words, Jikuin, casting a sinister glance at Jiangchun and an Iyun, felt a murderous intent flicker within him. What a display. But to flaunt before me is merely a path to self-destruction. You are nothing but targets. With a chilling resolve, Jikuin coldly commanded, What are you all waiting for? They are mere living targets. Are you incapable of hitting them? Open fire and bring them down like birds. As Jikuin's voice rang out, the crowd snapped back to reality. Indeed, these over a dozen individuals were just living targets. If they did not shoot now, when would they? Without a moment's hesitation, they aimed their weapons at Jiangchun and an Iyun and immediately opened fire. The muzzles flared with flames. The bullets rained towards Jiangchun and an Iyun like a torrential downpour. However, as the bullets approached them, they seemed to be frozen in time, suspended mid-air. Soon, the criminal gang was rendered speechless. Why is this so different from what we expected? Where's the blood? Not a single person fell from the sky. Are those tiny black dots bullets? Why do they seem to be suspended? As Jiangqin and an Iyun descended to the ground, the moment Jiangqin's feet touched the earth, he cast a cold glance at the criminal gang, his icy demeanor exuding a chilling malice. Death. In the next instant, the multitude of bullets hovering around Jiangchun surged towards the criminal gang. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Jikuin, Qiangwu, and Yuanlong's pupils contracted in horror. With no time to ponder, Jikuin roared in alarm, Not good. Run. But before he could finish, the bullets mercilessly pierced through Yuanlong, who stood beside him. In an instant, cries of anguish erupted, and blood flowed freely. Chapter 68. The Spirit Spring and the Jade Sphere. Before long, the group of criminals, Ji Kuan, Chong Wu, and Ye Wenlong, lay weakly on the ground, each surrounded by pools of blood. With a dagger in hand, Qin Qing, expressionless yet fierce-eyed, extracted the bloody hearts of Ji Kuan, Chong Wu, and Ye Wenlong before the terrified gazes of their gang. With 3 cores of extraordinary abilities now in hand, Qin Qing returned to Yun, her hands bloodied, and presented the cores to her. Huang Qiru, go ahead, Jiang Chun said coldly, his gaze indifferent as he looked at the criminals on the ground. He had initially intended to kill them all outright, but reconsidered upon thinking of Huang Qiru. Severely injuring these individuals and then handing them over to her would not only enhance her power but also transform them into zombies, yielding a few more cores in the process. Truly a win-win situation. With Jiang Chen's command, Huang Qiru's crimson eyes gleamed with excitement, and she let out a thrilling roar before lunging at the weakest of the group, sinking her teeth into him. Huang Qiru returned to the group, utterly satisfied, leaving behind a scene devoid of any complete corpses. The sight was gruesome, reminiscent of the depths of hell. Soon, the criminals began to transform into zombies one by one. Upon seeing Jiang Chen and Yun, they excitedly screeched, hungry for flesh. However, the sharp Tang knife mercilessly severed their heads. In the end, this gang of criminals provided Jiang Chen with 3 cores of extraordinary abilities and 2 white zombie cores. The white cores held little value for Jiang Chen, so he handed them to an Yun for immediate absorption. The 3 extraordinary ability cores were stored in an Yun space alongside Zhou Wentian's wind ability core. At that moment, the bases de Zhuang, Hisong, Yan, Linro, and Qin Jianan rushed out to greet them. The atmosphere instantly became lively, and the corpses on the ground hardly affected their spirits. The remaining fighters arrived in vehicles, further enhancing the lively scene. Finally, Jiang Chun used telekinesis to pile the bodies together, and then Qin Qing and Qin Sun unleashed flames, turning them to ash. Around 3:30 p.m., outside Jiang Chen's base, a makeshift basketball court had emerged, where Chun Peng, Wang Pengzi, Yi Tian, and others engaged in friendly competition. There were also games of table tennis and badminton. Today, Jiang Chun allowed everyone a rare moment of relaxation. He sat on a balcony sofa, holding Yun, enjoying the gentle breeze while watching the merriment below, feeling utterly at ease. Behind them were Qin Qing, Xie Wei, Yang Leen, Nuan Nuan, and Huang Qiru, all indulging in entertaining games, their laughter resonating joyfully. Compared to others in this post-apocalyptic world, the atmosphere here felt genuinely blissful. Time passed, and suddenly, a burly man approached Jiang Chun with a beaming face. Boss, the spirit spring we drank from last time has appeared again. Startled, Jiang Chun and an Yun exchanged astonished glances. It has reappeared? Without delay, they, along with Qin Qing and the others, flew over to the location of the spirit spring and the extraordinary little tomatoes. Upon arrival, Jiang Chun discovered that while the extraordinary tomatoes were absent, indeed, the spirit spring had returned. What is happening? Jiang Chun was taken aback. It shouldn't he have been here yesterday? He turned to his subordinate, who nodded in affirmation. Yes, when I patrolled here yesterday, it wasn't he present. Gazing at the spirit spring, and Yun's eyes flickered with contemplation. Suddenly, a look of realization washed over her face. I understand. What do you understand? Jiang Chun, Qin Qing, Xie Hui, and Yang Leen asked curiously. Without hesitation, Yun explained, last night, it rained. And then this spirit spring appeared. I suspect that it has treasures that improved and purified the water. Upon hearing this, a spark lit up in Jiang Chen's mind. Yunner is correct. Yunner, please store this spirit spring in the space. Let us investigate further. Yun nodded and stored the spring in the space. They immediately began searching the pool. However, after a thorough search, they found nothing resembling treasures. Could it be buried in the soil? Jiang Chen murmured, then addressed Yun and the others. You all go up first. I'll use telekinesis to search the soil. The group nodded and gracefully leaped out of the pool. Under Jiang Chen's telekinesis, the soil began to float upward. Before long, they spotted a spherical object resembling jade, radiating a soft glow. Jiang Chun and Yun realized that this was likely the treasure they sought. With a flick of his mind, the jade sphere floated into Jiang Chen's hand, and the suspended soil fell back into the pool. After some examination, they discovered the sphere's function. As Yun had stated, it could enhance and purify water, transforming ordinary water into a spirit spring. Drinking from it could awaken extraordinary abilities. At that moment, Uncontainable joy spread across Jiang Chun and Iyun's faces. Let us go back and announce this good news. From now on, we'll drink from the spirit spring every day. Those who haven tea awaken their abilities may find an opportunity to do so. Jiang Chun exclaimed, holding the jade sphere triumphantly. He then led the group back to the base to share the news. Upon hearing it, everyone was filled with ecstatic delight. During dinner, the water for cooking rice was replaced with spirit spring water, as was the broth, making the meal even more delicious. Jiang Chun and Iyun and the others indulged, each eating significantly more than usual. Wanwan's little belly became round and plump. Content and sated, as evening fell, Jiang Chun and Iyun headed towards their room. Wanwan and Kwang Choru attempted to follow. Yang Leen quickly intervened. Wanwan, dear, don't disturb brother Jiang and sister Yun. Watching Jiang Chun and Iyun depart, Wanwan nodded, half understanding. I get it. Are brother Jiang and sister Yun going to fight? Yang Leen couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth. Her words were quite vivid. What are you talking about, little one? Come, let us find Sister Qing and Sister Xia to play Monopoly. He picked up Wanwan, and seeing Kwang Choru still wanting to follow, he quickly pulled her away. After Jiang Chun and Iyun entered their room, just as Wanwan had suggested, an exhilarating battle commenced. Tonight's source of joy, Bunny Girl and Iyun. Chapter 69. The Cherry Blossom Kimchi Manor, not merely a bed or a sofa. The air itself was a battlefield for Jiang Chun and Iyun. One cannot deny the remarkable utility of mental power. It bestowed upon them experiences unattainable by others. Time slipped away unnoticed as an Iyun nestled within Jiang Chun's embrace. Enveloped by his warmth and under the gentle rhythm of his hand, she succumbed to a sweet slumber. Jiang Chun gazed tenderly at the sleeping Iyun. His eyes filled with affection. Earlier in the day, Iyun had already shared their upcoming plans, where they would go, and what they would do. Their expedition would last no less than 6 days and no more than 10 before they returned to their base. Their journey comprised 2 destinations. The first was the city center, specifically a manor known as the Cherry Blossom Kimchi Manor. This location held significance due to an Iyun's adversary residing there, a substantial cache of arms, and the collection of crystal cores from extraordinary beings. The second destination was a forest outside Tianqing, where treasures were said to materialize on the 16th day of the apocalypse. Although Iyun was unaware of the specific treasures, she recalled from her previous life that such items had attracted numerous evolved zombies and ferocious beasts, indicating their extraordinary value. The rationale behind Jiang Chun and Iyun's decision to embark on this journey without companions was straightforward. Their current abilities sufficed to handle any challenges, and bringing others along would hinder their growth. It was more beneficial for the group to remain at the base, combating zombies and collecting crystal cores to enhance their powers. As Jiang Chun adjusted the car lights, he cradled Iyun and closed his eyes, allowing himself to drift into slumber. Morning dawned, the sun casting its golden rays. Jiang Chun awoke invigorated. After an hour spent in the bathroom, they emerged, Iyun leaning against the wall, her movements slightly awkward, while Jiang Chun exuded vitality and satisfaction. The adage rang true: when the young man is strong, the young woman must lean against the wall. When the young woman is strong, the young man lies flat. Iyun, having regained her strength, playfully pinched Jiang Chun's waist as if she were a little dumpling, dragging him along with her. Jiang Chun, pleading for mercy, was met with amused glances from Qin Qing and Xie Hui, who, upon noticing Iyun's slightly awkward gait, exchanged knowing looks, with a blush creeping onto Qin Qing's cheeks. After a hearty breakfast, Jiang Chun and Iyun clarified their plans to the group before departing, leaving behind a chorus of well wishes. Qin Qing murmured her hopes for their swift return, while Yang Leen playfully whispered something to her, causing her cheeks to redden further. As the day progressed, Jiang Chun and Iyun arrived at the city center, where the throngs of zombies were overwhelming, a stark contrast to the sparse numbers at the Happy Farm. The two refrained from driving further, instead taking to a rooftop, surveying the scene below. Yuner, that must be the Cherry Blossom Kimchi Manor you mentioned, Jiang Chun remarked, pointing to an opulent estate that shimmered with grandeur yet bore the scars of bloodshed, a captivating yet perilous sight. Iyun confirmed his observation, and as they watched, a few bloodied women emerged from the manor, seemingly terrified and fleeing from something sinister. Jiang Chun, lacking the abilities of Tang Maru, could not discern the details until he requested a pair of binoculars from Iyun. Through the lenses, his heart sank as he witnessed a scene of horror. The women were exposed and terrified, pursued by men wielding knives. In that moment, Jiang Chen's grip faltered, and the binoculars shattered. And Yin, placing the remnants into her space, turned away, her voice icy as she uttered a single word. Beasts. Chapter 70. I bloom amidst the slaughter. Yuner. Tell me about this manor, Jiang Chen casually remarked, discarding the broken telescope. And Yun organized her thoughts and, with gritted teeth, replied, a chable from the pickled vegetable nation married a woman from the cherry blossom nation, and they produced a mixed blood child. This cherry blossom pickled vegetable manor belongs to that child. In a previous life, after the apocalypse arrived, nearly all the humans who perished at the hands of this mixed blood child met a gruesome fate. It was a creature more twisted than any pervert, surpassing even Zhou Wentian from the last life. And Yun's demeanor was as cold as ice, and a flicker of murderous intent flashed in her eyes, revealing the depth of her hatred for this hybrid. Jiang Chen pulled an Yun into his embrace and gently urged, Yuner, share how he provoked you. And Yun reined in her emotions and replied in a flat tone, in my last life, it was this beast who took a fancy to me. None of the women who fell into his clutches ended well. They all met tragic ends. Then, my so-called family chose to sacrifice me in their quest for advancement. If it weren't for my awakening of spatial abilities, allowing me to traverse dimensions, I shudder to think of what fate might have befallen me. Jiang Chen tenderly cupped in Yun's face and placed a gentle kiss upon her lips. Yuner, let us go. I shall accompany you to slay those wretches. He caressed her cheek, his eyes brimming with affection as he uttered those fearsome words. And Yun blushed and nodded, leaning into Jiang Chen's embrace. Without further ado, Jiang Chen lifted an Yun and leaped from the rooftop. Within the cherry blossom pickled vegetable manor, a raucous laugh echoed. Ha ha, my bleeding flower. Don't run. A lewd man from the cherry blossom nation brandished a bloody machete, pursuing a woman who was crying and desperately fleeing. The man pursued her leisurely, seemingly relishing the hunt. In a moment of desperation, the woman made a break for the manor's entrance, disregarding the black-clad figures. Stop. Don't shoot. The cherry blossom man shouted as he saw the black-clad figures leveling their guns at her, ready to pull the trigger. If you shoot her, it will ruin my fun. The black-clad men, upon hearing their leader's command, promptly lowered their weapons, allowing the woman to escape through the iron gate. He knew there were no zombies surrounding the manor. The cherry blossom man dashed after her, quickly catching up. With a swift stroke, his blade flashed, slicing into the woman's leg. She screamed in agony and fell to the ground. Ha! My bleeding flower. The cherry blossom man exuded excitement and savagery, raising his machete once more, ready to strike. Within moments, the woman lay motionless, a pool of blood beneath her. The cherry blossom man, seizing the opportunity before she ceased to breathe, continued his vicious assault, laughing maniacally. Meanwhile, other women within the manor faced similarly grim fates, while the black-clad men exhibited no reaction, seemingly unfazed by the brutality. Suddenly, an irresistible force yanked the cherry blossom man away from the woman, lifting him into the air. He was bewildered. What is happening? Before he could finish his thought, he felt something tugging at his limbs and his head. He attempted to cry out for help, but his voice was stifled as if someone were choking him. The black-clad figures, witnessing this strange spectacle, rushed out to investigate. As they stepped outside, they were met with the horrifying sight of the cherry blossom man's limbs tearing away from his body. He wanted to scream, but could not. The black-clad men were frozen in shock. What a bizarre scene. But that was not the end. The cherry blossom man began to be crushed together, as if someone were molding him into a ball. Finally, he exploded in midair with a deafening bang, blood raining down like a torrential downpour. The black-clad men stood dumbfounded. What just happened? Quickly, retreat. Call for the chosen ones. One shouted, recognizing that this was beyond their capacity to handle. However, as they turned to flee, they found themselves immobilized by an unseen force, terror etched on their faces. They wished to cry out just like the cherry blossom man, but found their voices silenced. In that moment, they understood why the cherry blossom man had been unable to scream. The remaining black-clad figures were puzzled. What is going on? Why are they standing there? As one of them prepared to advance, a series of explosions erupted, and the heads of the black-clad men at the entrance burst without warning. Something foul is afoot. Summon the chosen ones. You lot, close the gate. The rest of you, stand guard. The black-clad men sprang into action. Inside the manor, the ongoing chaos disturbed the cherry blossom and pickled vegetable men, who voiced their displeasure. One black-clad man rushed forward to explain, but upon hearing his words, their gaze shifted to the manor's entrance. The sight startled them, and they retreated in fear. Those sent to close the gate met the same fate as their comrades. their heads exploding in unison. At that moment, no one dared to approach the gate again. The remaining black-clad men, filled with anxiety and dread, aimed their weapons at the entrance. Before long, two figures entered their line of sight, a man and a woman. The man resembled a dashing nobleman, while the woman appeared like an ethereal spirit in the snow. Hand in hand, they approached with measured steps, an aura of terror emanating from them that made the black-clad men feel as though death drew ever closer with each stride. Upon reaching the entrance, the leader of the black-clad men gulped nervously and demanded, "Who are you? What do you want?" "This is the Cherry Blossom Pickled Vegetable Manor. We have chosen ones. I advise you not to act foolishly." Jiang Chen's icy gaze fell upon the leader, causing him to shudder. Just as he was about to muster his courage to speak again, a gunshot rang out, and his head exploded, splattering red and white in all directions. Jiang Chen casually cleared his ears. Talking is like a buzzing mosquito, it's quite bothersome. He then turned his gaze to the remaining black-clad men, his expression cold and a hint of amusement gracing his lips. "It's time to send you on your way." Chapter 71, Like Blossoms in the Dawn Monsters. They are not human. They are fiends. We're the chosen ones. The fiends have arrived. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. At that moment, the men in black were fixated on by Jiang Chen, and they felt as if death had instantly enveloped them. Within this extravagant and palatial manner, these men in black experienced a fear of death. It mirrored the feelings of the survivors they had brutally murdered. Bakaga opened fire. A Sakura countryman in black, suppressing his fear of Jiang Chen, roared and raised his pistol, aiming at Jiang Chen and pulling the trigger without hesitation. Instantly, flames erupted from the muzzle. Bang, bang, bang. The other men in black, upon seeing this, hastily raised their weapons and fired at Jiang Chen and Anyun. Bang, bang, bang. A hint of disdain flashed in Jiang Chen's eyes. He turned to an Iyun, his gaze filled with affection. "Yuna, let's go." With that, Jiang Chen took an Iyun's delicate hand and walked towards the inner courtyard. With each step Jiang Chen took, a man in black's head exploded. Soon, the men in black had suffered heavy casualties, with only 3 remaining. These 3 men could no longer contain the fear in their hearts and immediately turned to flee. As they turned, they saw the chosen ones arriving, along with numerous heavily armed men in black. Bang! Before they could even rejoice, the heads of the 3 men exploded simultaneously. Nanny, Axie, what the hell? Among the 4 chosen ones, a Sakura country chosen one and a Kimchi country chosen one were shocked by this scene. It was just as the messenger had reported. Their heads inexplicably exploded. Soon, they heard 2 sets of footsteps. In a moment, Jiang Chen and an Iyun entered their line of sight. Li Niaoyang, the most powerful of the 4 chosen ones, was from Kimchi country. Upon seeing Jiang Chen and an Iyun, he immediately frowned, his gaze wary. "Everyone, prepare for battle." As Li Niaoyang's words fell, the 3 chosen ones beside him adopted combat stances. The numerous men in black behind him also raised their weapons, aiming at Jiang Chen and an Iyun. At Li Niaoyang's command, the men in black would not hesitate to pull the trigger. "Halt! What is your purpose here?" Jiang Chen and an Iyun gave Li Niaoyang an immense sense of pressure. Jiang Chen's presence, in particular, filled him with inexplicable dread. If he could, he would have preferred not to fight. Jiang Chen stopped, holding an Iyun's hand, and looked at the group of people in front of him, feigning surprise. "Oh, there are quite a few of you." Then, Jiang Chen's expression returned to indifference, and he looked at Li Niaoyang with a contemptuous gaze. "Isn't it obvious why we're here?" Li Niaoyang suppressed his displeasure and continued in broken Mandarin. "Although you are strong, there are so many of us. Do you think you can defeat us? If I'm not mistaken, you have also awakened supernatural powers and are a chosen one, right? But I must tell you, there are 4 chosen ones here. I advise you not to do anything foolish. If you surrender, we can introduce you to our young master. Our young master values strength. He can satisfy your every desire." Jiang Chen, listening to the other's long-winded speech, felt a hint of impatience. "So, if I want your lives, is that acceptable?" Jiang Chen did not want to continue talking to these insignificant figures. He activated his telekinesis, attacking Li Niaoyang and his group. "You." Li Niaoyang's expression turned ugly. He was about to say, "You would be wise to accept a toast when it's offered," but he only managed to utter the first word. In the next moment, Li Niaoyang realized he could not speak. He felt an invisible force pressing down on him. Bang! A miraculous scene unfolded. The 4 chosen ones and the men in black behind them simultaneously knelt before Jiang Chen and Anyun. At that moment, fear filled the eyes of Li Niaoyang and his group. "Axie, what the hell?" Li Niaoyang was no fool. He knew that these two individuals were far more powerful than them, and that their awakened supernatural powers were terrifying. He had never heard of such abilities. While filled with fear, Lee Niliang was also furious. Axie, what the hell? Which idiot provoked this monster? Lee Niliang wanted to beg for mercy, but he could only make muffled sounds. Snap! Jiangchen, holding an Iyun's hand, walked forward and snapped his fingers. As the sound echoed, the heads of the men in black began to explode one after another. The mixture of red and white splattered everywhere. Those whose heads had not yet exploded watched Jiangchen and an Iyun with wide eyes, filled with terror. Demons. Fiends. Not human. Bang, bang, bang. Like firecrackers. The men in black were quickly eliminated, leaving only the four chosen ones. Jiangchen used his telekinesis to control four daggers, aiming at the hearts of the four chosen ones. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the fearful gazes of the four chosen ones, the daggers pierced their chests, and a sharp pain washed over them. Soon, they saw four bloody hearts. Jiangchen, looking at the four bloodied hearts, feigned surprise. Oh, so your hearts are red? I thought they would be black. Upon hearing Jiangchen's words, the four chosen ones lost their breath, dying in despair and fear. Those words were the last they heard. Jiangchen took the crystalline cores from the four hearts and gave them to an Iyun. He also collected the weapons on the ground and gave them to an Iyun before continuing forward. At that moment, the ground was covered in blood and broken corpses. The air was filled with a thick, pungent smell of blood. It formed a stark contrast with the handsome Jiangchen and the beautiful an Iyun. Like radiant blossoms amidst blood and corpses, they were impossible to look away from. Holding an Iyun's hand, Jiangchen walked forward, killing anyone he encountered with a simple head explosion, without uttering a single word. Soon, Han Tiny Yingwang, who was engaged in a physical activity, was disturbed by a man in black. This Han Tiny Yingwang was a mixed blood and the young master of this Sakura Kinchi manor. He was also a chosen one, with strength at the peak of the Zero Order. If the popular female celebrity Sua Jia were present, she would have instantly transformed into a devoted fan upon seeing Han Tiny Yingwang. Because the young master and gold master in the popular female celebrity Sua Jia's words was this Han Tiny Yingwang. Get out. Quickly put on your clothes. Let's go. I want to see who dares to kill people on my territory. Han Tiny Yingwang's face was grim, and he led his subordinates out of the room, filled with anger. Inside the room, there were still several women trembling, their eyes devoid of light. Chapter 72, To Survive in the Underworld. One must have power and influence. Han Tiny Yingwang, accompanied by his subordinates, exited the room. After a brief walk, a pungent scent of blood permeated the air, causing him to furrow his brow. How many lives have been lost here? Soon, he arrived at the inner courtyard, where the sight of numerous corpses greeted him. Each met with a brutal fate. The ground was nearly drowned in blood. In the center, a man and a woman held hands, while his subordinates fell one by one to their demise. Without hesitation, Han Tiny Yingwang shouted for all his men to cease their attacks. Realizing that firearms were ineffective against the couple, everyone, stand down. His Mandarin was fluent, resonating with the authenticity of a native of Changcheng. His voice, neither too loud nor too soft, commanded the attention of all the black-clad assailants targeting Jiangchen and an Iyun, who immediately halted their assault. Three supernatural beings, witnessing Han Tiny Yingwang's arrival, hurriedly returned to his side. At that moment, an Iyun's gaze fixed on him, her beautiful eyes radiating an icy chill. That despicable man. Jiangchen held an Iyun's delicate hand, sensing her inner turmoil. As he scrutinized Han Tiny Yingwang, he was surprised to find him rather handsome. Conversely, Han Tiny Yingwang assessed Jiangchen and an Iyun. He could feel the hatred emanating from an Iyun's gaze, a look that suggested she wished to see him suffer 1,000 deaths. Confusion arose within him. He could not recall having offended such a stunning woman. Typically, upon encountering a beauty like an Iyun, he would have pursued her without hesitation. Therefore, he was certain this was their first meeting. Why then did she harbor such animosity towards him? Despite this, he could not dismiss the fact that an Iyun was indeed to his liking. A man who had always viewed women merely as tools for release found himself inexplicably enamored at that moment. Han Tiny Yingwang's eyes shifted to Jiangchen, a glint of malice flashing within. Regardless of the circumstances, this man and woman had taken the lives of many of his men, and there would be no peaceful resolution. Your audacity to come here and slaughter so many is commendable, but do you know who I am? I am Han Tiny Yingwang. My father is a chaebol from the pickled vegetable nation, and my mother is the sister of the underworld king from the cherry blossom nation. Even those atop the social hierarchy in the blue nation treat me with utmost respect. You should know, There are dire consequences for crossing me. Han Tiny Yingwang looked at Jiang Qin, as he always preferred to dominate through power. His words instilled fear, and almost no one dared to oppose him. Just as he anticipated Jiang Qin's submission, Jiang Qin simply scratched his ear, disdain evident in his gaze. What does that have to do with me? Han Tiny Yingwang's expression soured instantly. Kid, I admit you possess great strength and skill, but what good is that? To survive in the underworld, one must have power and influence. Do you possess either? Jiang Qin paused, taken aback. This sentiment seemed strangely familiar. Wait, wasn't this what Wu Yinzu said in his past life? Should he respond? I am the prince. However, Jiang Qin found no interest in bickering with him. Were it not for Yun insisting on taking action herself, he could have easily taught Han Tiny Yingwang a lesson with a mere thought. Darling, leave the small fry to you. I'll handle this scoundrel, and Yun declared, releasing Jiang Qin's hand. She then rose on her toes, giving him a fleeting kiss on the cheek. Jiang Qin grinned. All right. Seeing that the two dismissed him entirely, Han Tiny Yingwang felt a surge of rage. With a snap of his fingers, Jiang Qin unleashed his power, resulting in the heads of Han Tiny Yingwang's subordinates exploding one after another. To his horror, his men seemed unable to move, an eerie phenomenon. As Han Tiny Yingwang prepared to speak, a glimmer caught his eye. An Yun, wielding a Tang Dao, had appeared before him, striking down with lethal intent. Alarm bells rang in his mind. He had no time to hesitate and swiftly dodged. Just as he thought he had evaded danger, an Yun vanished from his sight, reappearing behind him. Sensing impending peril, Han Tiny Yingwang evaded again. Remarkably, he managed to evade 2 of her strikes. However, during her third assault, he failed to escape, and her blade sliced into his back. Han Tiny Yingwang let out a wretched scream as blood gushed from his wound, exposing bone. As Jiang Qin observed Yun seemingly intent on torturing Han Tiny Yingwang, he levitated cross-legged in midair. Under his mental influence, most of Han Tiny Yingwang's subordinates lay dead. Initially, Jiang Qin considered capturing a few zombies to bite this group, perhaps yielding some white crystals. However, realizing these crystals held little value for him and Yun, he dismissed the idea as an unnecessary expenditure of time and energy. With the last few black-clad men and the final supernatural being dispatched simultaneously, Jiang Qin extracted the cores from their hearts, together with the 4 previously acquired cores. He now possessed 7. Seeing Han Tiny Yingwang, who was undoubtedly also a supernatural being, he anticipated acquiring 8 cores upon Yun's conclusion of her vengeance. Along with abundant resources and weaponry, a bountiful harvest indeed. Soon, Yun had Han Tiny Yingwang begging for mercy, pleading for his life. The man who had always regarded human life as disposable now found himself gripped by fear of death, desperate to escape his fate. Yun continued to coldly mock him, methodically torturing him with each slash of her blade. With a swift motion, she severed his legs, and amidst his anguished cries, she struck him several more times. Now, experienced the sensation of bleeding out and dying. As Han Tiny Yingwang looked on in terror, resentment, and dread, Yun stood aside, toying with her Tang Dao. Ultimately, as he lay on the brink of death, she instructed Jiang Qin to extract his core, as his heart was removed from his body. The son of the pickled vegetable nation's Chabel breathed his last, his eyes wide open in disbelief. Jiang Qin waved his hand, sending Han Tiny Yingwang's lifeless body crashing against a wall. In this environment, saturated with the stench of blood and strewn with corpses, Yun sheathed her Tang Dao, turned to Jiang Qin, and smiled. Thank you, darling. With that, she rose on her toes again, initiating a kiss with Jiang Qin, who embraced her without reservation, responding with deep affection. In this scene, reminiscent of hell itself, a couple deeply in love embraces and shares a passionate kiss. Chapter 73. From opulent estate to infernal realm. Following their kiss, Jiang Qin and Yun commenced the acquisition of provisions and armaments. Those unfortunate souls they encountered were invariably rescued by the compassionate duo. Meanwhile, on a thoroughfare adjacent to the Sakura Kimchi Manor, 2 heavily modified vehicles materialized. Their affiliation with the estate denoted by the prominent Sakura Kimchi emblem adorning their exteriors. The vehicles soon halted before the manor's imposing gates, disgorging a contingent of heavily armed, black-clad figures, interspersed with a motley assortment of Tianqing men and women. The gazes of these Tianqing individuals were fraught with a mixture of dread and resentment toward their black-clad captors. What is the significance of this? Shotzi Min, the leader of the black-clad group, furrowed his brow as he surveyed the carnage before him. A hybrid himself, much like Han Tiani and Guang, Shotzi Min was a formidable operative. Having honed his skills in the military, He was a trusted confidant of Han Tianying and the most powerful adept within the Sakura Kimchi Manor. The blood is still viscous, indicating recent fatalities. What transpired during my absence? Esteemed adept, hasten hither. A black-clad figure exclaimed, his voice laced with trepidation. Shotzi Min pivoted toward the source of the exclamation, observing the speaker standing at the entrance, his countenance etched with profound fear. Maintain vigilance over these bipedal livestock. Shotzi Min commanded his fellow black-clad operatives, referring to the Tianqing men and women under their guard. Within the Sakura Kimchi Manor, the Tianqing populace was routinely dehumanized, relegated to the status of mere chattel, owing to their perceived lack of fortitude. Understood, Captain. The operatives responded in unison. Shotzi Min advanced toward the entrance, his initial trepidation giving way to utter shock as he beheld the gruesome tableau before him. Corpses lay strewn across the landscape, amidst pools of crimson, the air thick with the stench of carnage. His comrades had been subjected to a merciless slaughter, transforming the once opulent estate into a veritable hellscape. What transpired here? Shotzi Min stammered, his voice betraying his inner turmoil. Everyone, follow me. We must locate the young master. Without further deliberation, Shotzi Min charged into the manor, his weapon at the ready. The path ahead was littered with the remains of his fallen comrades, their lifeblood staining the ground. Young master, I implore you, remain unscathed. The black-clad figures, herding their Tianqing captives, trailed closely behind Shotzi Min. Soon, Shotzi Min stumbled upon the lifeless form of Han Tianying, alongside a group of Tianqing survivors, the same unfortunate souls rescued by Jiang Chun and Anyun. Ignoring the survivors, Shotzi Min rushed to Han Tianying's side, cradling the lifeless body in his arms. The sight of the young master's wide, unseeing eyes filled him with profound sorrow. Young master! Shotzi Min's anguish was palpable, his features contorted in grief. He owed his life to Han Tianying, a debt he could never repay. His loyalty to the young master was unwavering. Accepting the grim reality of Han Tianying's demise, Shotzi Min's eyes turned bloodshot, his countenance hardening into a mask of fury. Who dared to slay my young master? I shall exact a terrible vengeance upon them. They shall yearn for oblivion, yet find no respite. You, approach. Shotzi Min barked at a nearby Tianqing man, his voice dripping with venom. The Tianqing man recoiled in terror, his spirit broken by the years of subjugation. He shuffled hesitantly toward Shotzi Min, his gaze fixed on the ground. Speak. What transpired here? Who is responsible for the young master's death? Shotzi Min demanded, his voice a guttural growl. The man trembled, his resolve crumbling. After a moment of hesitation, he recounted the tale of Jiang Qin and an Iyun's arrival. Upon hearing the man's account, Shotzi Min drew his blade and summarily executed him, his rage reaching a fever pitch. Standing over the man's lifeless form, Shotzi Min's eyes burned with a savage intensity, his mind consumed by a thirst for vengeance. He could not find solace until blood was spilled. As Shotzi Min prepared to lead his remaining operatives into the manor's grand hall, a man and a woman emerged from the doorway. Shotzi Min recognized them instantly as the duo responsible for his young master's demise. You accursed fiends, prepare to meet your doom. Shotzi Min roared, brandishing his blade and launching himself at Jiang Chun and Anyun. A palpable aura of menace emanated from his being. Jiang Chun, taken aback by the sudden assault, exclaimed, "Ah, a straggler. And a formidable one at that." With no time to spare, Jiang Chun flicked his wrist. In an instant, Shotzi Min found himself levitating, his feet dangling helplessly in the air. Before he could comprehend the situation, he was slammed violently against the ground, again and again. The force of the impact shattered his composure, reducing him to a mere shadow of his former self. The remaining black-clad operatives and Tianqing captives stood frozen in disbelief. Open fire. One of the operatives finally shouted, jolting the others into action. The operatives unleashed a hail of gunfire upon Jiang Chun and Anyun. However, their efforts were futile. With a mere glance, Jiang Chun redirected the projectiles, turning them against their senders. The operatives cried out in agony as they fell, their bodies riddled with bullets. Jiang Chun turned his gaze upon Shotzi Min, who cowered in terror. Without hesitation, Jiang Chun extracted the adept's crystalline core, consigning Shotzi Min to the same fate as Han Tianying. Jiang Chun then gathered the discarded weapons, distributing them to an Iyun. This excursion to the manor has yielded a bounty of 9 crystalline cores, not to mention a wealth of armaments and supplies. A veritable windfall. Indeed. An Iyun remarked as she stowed Shotzi Min's core in her dimensional space. It's no wonder Han Tianying's faction rose to prominence in the previous timeline. To amass 9 adepts in a mere fortnight is a remarkable feat, ha. Their future prowess is irrelevant now. They are dead, their ambitions extinguished. Let us depart, Iyun. Jiangchen wrapped his arm around Iyun's waist, and together they soared into the sky, leaving behind the stunned and bewildered Tianqing survivors. In Jiangchen's eyes, the decimation of the Sakura Kimchi Manor was of little consequence. His focus remained fixed on the fabled treasure hidden within the forest beyond Tianqing, the prize that had ignited a fierce struggle among the evolved zombies and savage beasts. As Jiang Chun and an Iyun vanished from sight, the remaining Tianqing survivors experienced a sudden epiphany. They should have begged to accompany the powerful duo, for their safety would have been assured in this apocalyptic world. Now, consumed by regret, they lamented their missed opportunity. However, their remorse was soon overshadowed by the macabre reality that surrounded them. The sight of the blood-soaked ground and the grotesque corpses sent them into a frenzy of shrieks. And so, the Sakura Kimchi Manor, once a symbol of opulence and extravagance, was transformed into a desolate wasteland, a testament to the brutal consequences of Jiang Chun and an Iyun's arrival. Blood, corpses, and screams echoed through the once grand halls. Chapter 74. The luminous tree and fruits on the 16th day of the apocalypse, outside the city of heaven, within a forest. At noon, atop a towering tree with abundant foliage, Jiangchen and an Iyun were concealed among the branches. The world had succumbed to chaos, and the flora had undergone profound transformations. Trees had grown to an astonishing girth. The very tree they sheltered in required 6 people to encircle it hand in hand. At this moment, Jiangchen's powers, though still at the initial stage of the second tier, had seen his physical prowess ascend from the pinnacle of the first tier to the early second tier. Now, both his abilities and physique had reached the second tier, and he sensed his powers were on the verge of breaking into the mid-second tier. Meanwhile, Iyun had also experienced significant enhancements in her abilities, advancing to the initial stage of the second tier, while her physique had reached the peak of the first tier. After departing from the Cherry Blossom Pickle Manor, they had engaged in hunting evolved zombies and gathering supplies. During this time, they had rescued numerous individuals and, regrettably, had also taken many lives, including those of other ability users, perhaps due to an Iyun's rebirth. The emergence of ability users in this world was markedly greater than in the previous one. As Jiang Chun and an Iyun continued their endeavors, tales of their exploits began to circulate among the survivors of the City of Heaven, garnering both praise and criticism. Nevertheless, they paid little heed to such rumors. Notably, an Iyun's spatial abilities had expanded several-fold, overflowing with supplies and armaments. If solely utilized by the two of them, the resources within would suffice for a lifetime. Yinner, do you recall when the commotion began? We have been waiting here since morning, Jiang Chun inquired softly, glancing at an Iyun. They had arrived at the forest early that day, yet the hours had passed in silence. Darling, let us wait a little longer, be patient. An Iyun replied in a tone reminiscent of soothing a child, leaving Jiangchen momentarily speechless. Thus, they continued to wait. As the clock approached 4 in the afternoon, an Iyun began to doubt whether she had miscalculated the timing. Suddenly, the ground trembled violently beneath them, as if an earthquake had struck. The intensity was overwhelming. An Iyun, caught off guard, nearly fell from the tree. The quaking escalated, causing the entire forest to sway violently. Birds took flight, soaring into the sky. Is it finally coming? Jiang Chun exclaimed excitedly. After such a long wait, they had finally arrived at this moment. Before long, the earth ceased its tremors. In the heart of the forest, a luminous tree emerged as if it had sprouted from the ground itself. Glowing fruits adorned its branches, exuding an enticing aroma that could drive countless beings into a frenzy. Upon catching a whiff of the fragrance, Jiang Chun and an Iyun felt their very cells clamoring for sustenance. Hurry, darling, before the evolved zombies and ferocious beasts arrive. An Iyun cried out in exhilaration. Jiangchen, without a moment's hesitation, nodded and swiftly led an Iyun towards the source of the alluring scent. Soon, the extraordinary tree came into view. As Jiangchen approached, he felt a wave of caution wash over him. Just as he anticipated that the tree might be sentient and attack him, nothing of the sort occurred. This was, indeed, fortuitous. Jiang Chun then attempted to use his telekinesis to pluck the fruits from the tree, only to discover that his powers had no effect on it. Yinner, my telekinesis is ineffective against this tree. We must pluck them by hand. All right, let us gather as many as we can. With the threat of evolved zombies and beasts still looming, Jiang Chun and an Iyun hurriedly began to harvest the fruits. After collecting nearly two-thirds, the first evolved zombie and ferocious beast appeared. The latter, a creature evolved from an animal, emerged alongside the former, drawing more and more eyes around Jiang Chun and an Iyun. Darling, although it's a pity to leave the rest behind, we must go now. If we delay, it will be too late. Okay. Use your abilities to escape. Recognizing the urgency, Jiang Chun and an Iyun combined their powers to swiftly evade the horde of evolved zombies and ferocious beasts. Thanks to the spatial abilities, the fragrant aroma of the luminous fruits was contained, preventing it from attracting attention. As they distanced themselves, the creatures, fixated solely on the tree and its fruits, roared in a frenzy. The chaos erupted into a cacophony of sound as the evolved zombies and beasts clashed in a battle for the glowing bounty. From a safe distance, Jiang Chun and an Iyun observed the tumult from their hiding spot, akin to a serpent lurking in the shadows. Jiang Chun felt a tinge of regret. If only his telekinesis had worked on the tree, they could have effortlessly gathered the fruits, perhaps even uprooting the entire tree itself. Enough, dear. We have gathered nearly two-thirds. And Iyun smiled at him, reassuringly. They chose not to rush away immediately, with so many evolved zombies and beasts surrounding them. Once the chaos subsided and the fruits were depleted, they would undoubtedly seek to eliminate the injured creatures. In the midst of the fray, an evolved zombie managed to consume a fruit. Upon doing so, its emaciated form began to swell at a visible rate, transforming into a hulking giant akin to a green behemoth. The evolution was stark, and soon many others followed suit, devouring the remaining fruits and experiencing dramatic enhancements in their strength. As the last fruit was consumed by a bizarre beast resembling a gopher, Jiang Chun and an Iyun anticipated the conclusion of this fray. However, what transpired next left them utterly astonished. Chapter 75. The mantis stalks the cicada, while the yellow bird awaits roar. Hiss. As the fruits on the tree were devoured by the evolved zombies and ferocious beasts, a fierce battle erupted between them, each side seemingly determined to annihilate the other. The evolved zombies were undeniably formidable, yet the ferocious beasts were equally fierce, launching rapid and brutal attacks. The two factions appeared to be in a trance, unwilling to relent until one side lay dead. Jiang Chun and an Iyun observed closely, noting that it was only those who had consumed the fruits that were engaged in this murderous fray. Those who had not indulged in the fruit had already distanced themselves from the battlefield. It was a terrifying realization for Jiang Chun and an Iyun, reminiscent of the sinister practice of raising goo. Indeed, the evolved zombies were also engaged in ruthless combat among themselves, as were the ferocious beasts, all attacking indiscriminately. The bloody scene left Jiang Chun, hidden among the branches, clicking his tongue in disbelief. Darling, perhaps we should refrain from consuming these fruits, an Iyun whispered to Jiang Chun, her gaze fixed on the battlefield. Let us first test it on a couple of individuals. While these fruits may enhance our strength, the potential for us to turn on one another is too perilous. In that moment, an Iyun felt fortunate that she and her husband had not finished picking the fruits, uncertain of the effects they might have experienced. Indeed, Jiang Chun nodded earnestly, sharing an Iyun's sentiments. He felt relieved that his mental powers had not influenced the tree and that they had not fully harvested the fruits. Otherwise, as evening approached, the battle began to reach its climax under the watchful eyes of Jiang Chun and an Iyun. The air was thick with the stench of blood, and on the battlefield stood an evolved zombie and a beast resembling a tiger. Both were bloodied and battered, their eyes ablaze with fury. Beneath their feet lay a sea of corpses, both evolved zombies and ferocious beasts. Unlike humans, the beasts rarely succumbed to infection after being bitten by zombies. Thus they did not rise again as undead. From their vantage point in the tree, Jiang Chun and an Iyun observed the unfolding scene. Jiang Chun's eyes glimmered with curiosity as he lowered his voice. Yun'er, who do you think will emerge victorious? An Iyun replied, I believe the evolved zombie will prevail. Jiang Chun chuckled softly, I have a feeling that the tiger will win. An Iyun was taken aback by her husband's unexpected confidence in the tiger. Let us wager, then. If I win, you will call me Mama. If you win, I shall call you Papa. What do you say? An Iyun was intrigued by the peculiar tendency of men to use such titles as stakes in their bets, and felt compelled to try it out, convinced that the evolved zombie had the upper hand. Agreed. Jiang Chun accepted the wager without hesitation, convinced that the evolved zombie was on its last legs, while the tiger still appeared to have strength in reserve. At that moment, both Jiang Chun and an Iyun felt confident in their impending victory. They both understood that once the battle between the evolved zombie and the tiger concluded, it would be their turn to take the stage. The ground was littered with the formidable corpses of evolved zombies and ferocious beasts, and they were certain that the cores within these bodies would be nothing short of crimson treasures. As the tiger let out a furious roar and charged at the evolved zombie, the latter responded in kind, preparing to clash. Just as they were about to collide, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Suddenly, several wooden stakes erupted from the ground. These stakes emerged with the precision of sharp spears, directly impaling both the evolved zombie and the tiger, who could not evade in time. Blood spilled forth at an alarming rate, vanishing from sight almost instantaneously. Everything transpired in the blink of an eye. Jiang Chun and an Iyun, witnessing the spectacle from afar, were momentarily stunned. Their first thoughts were not about the tree's strange behavior, but rather the lost opportunity to hear the other call them by their chosen titles. Though Jiang Chun lamented missing the chance to hear Yun call him Papa, he quickly shifted his focus back to the pressing matter at hand. Yun, what is the nature of this tree? Is it a case of the clam and the heron, with the fisherman profiting? And Iyun, equally disappointed at not hearing Jiang Chun address her as Mama, observed that the tree appeared to possess a degree of intelligence. It had lured its prey into mutual destruction, only to benefit itself in the end. Although the outcome is not what we anticipated, it is inconsequential. We shall not be deterred from severing this tree. Jiang Chun remarked with a light chuckle. Indeed, since it has orchestrated a clash between its prey, let us adopt the strategy of the mantis stalking the cicada while the yellow bird waits. And Iyun declared, arming herself with an RPG rocket launcher while handing Jiang Chun a Gatling gun, her gaze fixed on the luminescent tree. The tree's underhanded tactics revealed its relatively weaker state. Only by absorbing the myriad corpses could it hope to undergo a significant transformation in power. Let the games begin. Jiang Chun's eyes sparkled with excitement as he floated into the air, exposing himself to the tree's gaze. The luminescent tree halted momentarily upon noticing Jiang Chun's presence, evidently taken aback by the lack of other life forms. Unfazed by the tree's reaction, Jiang Chun immediately opened fire with the Gatling gun. In rapid succession, an Iyun's cannon fire followed suit. Yet, under the onslaught, the luminescent tree sustained only minimal damage. Incensed by the assault, several wooden stakes shot toward the location of Jiang Chun and an Iyun, but they were far out of range. The stakes flailed wildly in the air, a testament to the tree's growing frustration. Jiang Chun and an Iyun exchanged knowing smiles, realizing they were safely beyond the tree's reach. With renewed vigor, they unleashed a barrage of firepower. Jiang Chun, dissatisfied with the initial intensity, urged an Iyun to deploy more lethal weaponry, all while controlling their fire with his mental powers. The cacophony of explosions and gunfire echoed through the air, striking the luminescent tree and avoiding the scattered corpses below. After all, damaging the precious cores would be an unwise loss. The luminescent tree, silently cursing within, found itself bewildered by the unexpected turn of events. Chapter 76. Heart of the Tree, Breakthrough, and Tremendous Enhancement at Last. Under the relentless onslaught of Jiang Chun and an Iyun, the tree radiating a fluorescent hue began to dim. The exposed wooden branches appeared much withered, and their speed had greatly diminished compared to before. Seizing the moment, Jiang Chun grasped his tang knife and, like a bolt of lightning, cleaved the fluorescent tree in two. Boom! The tree collapsed to the ground, its brilliance vanishing instantaneously, and the branches fell helplessly from the air. To ensure the tree was utterly vanquished, Jiang Chun swiftly delivered several more strikes. With flashes of the blade, he continued his assault. Afterward, he turned to an Iyun, a smile gracing his face. Yun, it is time to reap our rewards. All these corpses are laden with crystal cores. And Iyun nodded in agreement, her expression mirroring his joy. While Jiang Chun carefully utilized his telekinetic powers to collect the crystal cores, and Iyun approached the remains of the fluorescent tree to study it. After a while, she found nothing of particular value. Just as she was about to abandon her search, her keen eyes noticed an irregularity on the tree, as if it had been deliberately concealed by its branches. Had it not been for the faint glimmer of light, coupled with an Iyun's meticulous examination, it would have gone unnoticed. Quickly retrieving her tools, an Iyun soon uncovered a fist-sized object resembling a heart. Could this possibly be the heart of the tree? Her eyes widened in astonishment. A tree possessing a heart could potentially reach the 6th tier of power in the future, provided it did not perish prematurely. The heart's essence was tantamount to a crystal core, yet it was several times more precious. The liquid from this heart could not only enhance one's abilities but also enable a significant breakthrough in physical limits, yielding a remarkable enhancement to one's physique. In the future, This heart would undoubtedly become a coveted treasure among various factions. And Iyun was genuinely astonished to discover that the tree possessed a heart. Fortunately, her sharp eyes and thorough investigation prevented her from missing such a treasure. She carefully extracted the heart, and as she did, the fluorescent tree began to wither visibly. At that moment, Jiang Qin finished gathering the crystal cores and, noticing the rapid decay of the tree, cast a curious glance at an Iyun. "What is that?" he wondered. Just as he was about to inquire, an Iyun approached him, her expression akin to someone who had just won a lottery. "Darling, this is the tree heart. Its value surpasses that of crystal cores by several folds." An Iyun elaborated on the heart's capabilities to Jiang Qin. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qin was taken aback. "What a remarkable find," he exclaimed. He then reported his own collection of crystal cores. "Yin'er, I have gathered 21 red crystal cores and 2 orange-hued ones." With a grin, he added, "Let us find a suitable place to enhance our powers." Indeed, at the edge of Tianqing, within a hotel, after clearing away a number of ordinary zombies, Jiang Qin and an Iyun began to absorb their gains. With the heart of the tree, along with the crystal cores from zombies and fierce beasts, Jiang Qin's abilities surged to the initial level of the 3rd tier, while his physique reached the pinnacle of the 2nd tier. Although an Iyun did not break through to the 3rd tier, both her abilities and physique ascended to the peak of the 2nd tier. Had they consumed the fluorescent berries, their powers would undoubtedly have soared even higher. However, they decided to wait until the following day to conduct an experiment with 2 individuals. At this moment, the aura surrounding both of them had transformed dramatically. Jiang Qin's gaze appeared even more profound. "Yuner, it is getting late. We should rest," he said, playfully pinning an Iyun down. Understanding his intentions, a blush crept onto her cheeks as she nodded, yielding to his whims. In the end, an Iyun donned a pure and enticing JK uniform paired with knee-high white stockings, evoking the innocence of first love. Her tender gaze enchanted Jiang Qin utterly. At the happy farm, Jiang Qin's base, after his departure with an Iyun, Qin Qin, Xiahui, Yang Lexin, Shun Peng, Wang Pengzi, and Yi Tian led their team in slaying zombies to collect crystal cores and enhance their strength. Simultaneously, they worked on fortifying the base. "Well, we finally completed it, brothers," Yi Tian exclaimed, gazing at the hunter association they had constructed, filled with joy. "The sense of accomplishment from building it with our own hands is immense. Let us feast to celebrate, brothers. When elder brother and sister Yin return, they will definitely commend us." Wang Pengzi chimed in exuberantly. That night, they successfully accomplished the tasks assigned by elder brother and sister Yin. The outer and inner areas, as well as the residential zone, service area, and hunter association, were all established. The Jiangqin base now bore little resemblance to what it had been when Jiangqin and an Iyun departed. Naturally, each of them had experienced tremendous growth in their abilities. While they celebrated with laughter and joy, Jiang Qin and an Iyun engaged in what could be described as the greatest endeavor in the world. The next day, on the 17th day of the apocalypse, the world was far from the peace it once knew. Danger lurked everywhere, not only from zombies and monsters, but also from fellow humans. The morals and values of humanity had been trampled and reduced to shambles in this cataclysm. With the increasing number of ability users, more individuals began to amplify their desires. Of course, a few chose to become heroes. Yet, in reality, the fate of heroes often ended in tragedy. Tianqing now hosted a myriad of factions, both benevolent and malevolent, with the majority led by ability users. Notably, the Tianshang Renjin University was home to many survivors, and its rules were gradually being established. Might takes precedence. The weak must rely on the strong to survive. Women lacking strength could only serve as tools for men's gratification. Jiang Qin and an Iyun had keenly felt the changes in the world over the past few days. But what of it? Their sole focus was on enhancing their strength. Without power, all aspirations were mere fantasies. "Yin'er, let us go," Jiang Qin said, embracing an Iyun and placing a gentle kiss on her forehead. An Iyun reciprocated with a kiss on Jiang Qin's cheek. Subsequently, Jiang Qin leapt out of the window with an Iyun in his arms, prepared to seek out a faction and select 2 fortunate individuals as their experimental subjects. After an indeterminate time, Jiang Qin and an Iyun arrived at an underground supermarket, clearly a survivor stronghold. An Iyun entwined her arm with Jiang Qin's as they approached the entrance. However, before they could get close, 2 armed guards aimed their weapons at them, one of them barking, "Halt! Who are you? What do you want?" Chapter 77. Experiment. Pitiful people often have despicable sides. 2 sentinels, clad in security attire, brandished firearms at Jiangchen and an Iyun, their visages etched with apprehension and vigilance. Their expressions conveyed a sense of imminent threat, as if the approaching duo were formidable adversaries capable of unleashing havoc. However, Jiangchen and an Iyun remained unfazed, advancing with unwavering resolve. The guards, observing their defiance, exchanged glances before swiftly discharging their weapons. Bang, bang, bang. Yet, their aspirations were met with futility. The projectiles, as if suspended in an ethereal realm, halted midair, posing no harm to the approaching figures. In that instant, the sentinels apprehended the reality of the situation. The couple before them possessed extraordinary abilities, rendering conventional weaponry ineffective. Immediate reinforcement was imperative. Without hesitation, they pivoted on their heels, intending to retreat into the confines of the supermarket. Alas, their escape was thwarted by an unseen force that seized control of their bodies, leaving them immobilized. A wave of terror washed over them as the realization of their impending doom dawned upon them. They had ascended to the coveted position of guards, relishing the daily provisions and the company of women, a life of privilege that had only just begun. The approaching footsteps behind them intensified their dread. "Turn around," Jiangchen commanded, his voice laced with authority. Obeying his unspoken directive, the sentinels found themselves involuntarily facing Jiangchen and an Iyun. In their terrified and pleading gazes, Jiangchen cast a gentle smile upon an Iyun and softly inquired, "Yuner, shall we select these two? They seem suitable." Indeed, an Iyun concurred, retrieving 2 luminescent berries from her spatial dimension. Among the 157 such berries in her possession, parting with a mere 2 posed no significant loss. After all, prioritizing safety was paramount. The potential for unforeseen consequences, such as the internecine conflicts observed among evolved zombies and ferocious beasts, warranted caution. Employing telekinetic force, Jiangchen pried open the mouths of the petrified sentinels and administered the luminescent berries. Upon contact with their palates, the berries dissolved instantly, alleviating their fears of imminent demise. Instead, an invigorating surge of energy coursed through their veins, revitalizing their physiques and amplifying their vitality. The once feeble and debilitated guards transformed into formidable specimens of robust masculinity. However, this newfound vigor was accompanied by an unsettling sensation of internal pressure, as if their bodies were on the verge of implosion, demanding immediate release. At that juncture, Jiangchen relinquished his telekinetic grip. Unleashed from his control, the sentinels instinctively pounded the ground with their fists, seeking to dissipate the overwhelming energy coursing through their bodies. They remained cognizant of the dire consequences of directing their aggression toward Jiangchen and an Iyun. Bang, bang, bang. The ground beneath their relentless assault soon bore the scars of their pent-up power, riddled with a network of fissures resembling a spider's web. After a brief period of cathartic release, a wave of unprecedented euphoria washed over them, imbuing them with an indomitable sense of strength, as if they could effortlessly vanquish a bull with a single blow. Throughout this ordeal, Jiangchen and an Iyun meticulously observed the transformation induced by the berries. The preservation of their cognitive faculties and the absence of internecine tendencies were reassuring indicators. The guards' primal urge to unleash their newfound power was an expected consequence of ordinary individuals consuming such potent enhancements. Exchanging knowing glances, Jiangchen and an Iyun resolved to partake of the berries at a later juncture. An Iyun harbored aspirations of achieving a breakthrough to the 3rd tier with the aid of this mystical fruit. As the sentinels, their faces adorned with obsequious smiles, prepared to express their gratitude, they were abruptly propelled into the air, their heads detonating in a gruesome spectacle before their lifeless bodies plummeted to the ground, leaving behind a trail of crimson effusion. Disrespect towards me is inconsequential, but to threaten my Yuner and expect to survive is an exercise in futility, Jiangchen declared, gently caressing an Iyun's cheek. An Iyun responded with a radiant smile, rising onto her tiptoes to bestow a tender kiss upon Jiangchen's cheek, her heart brimming with affection. Meanwhile, a contingent of armed individuals emerged from the subterranean supermarket. The resounding echoes of the sentinels' ground pounding had alerted those within. What is the meaning of this? A corpulent man with pronounced dark circles under his eyes bellowed, brandishing a handgun at Jiangchen and an Iyun. Flanking him were 7 or 8 armed men. Upon beholding Jiangchen and an Iyun, they were initially captivated by their resplendent appearances, a veritable paragon of youthful beauty. However, the corpulent man's gaze lingered upon an Iyun, a sinister glint of lust flickering within his depths. "Strategist! Look there!" one of the men exclaimed, pointing towards the couple's rear. The corpulent man, addressed as strategist, along with his cohorts, followed the indicated direction, only to discover the mangled remains of their two sentinels. A collective gasp of horror rippled through their ranks. "You two murdered my subordinates," the strategist roared, his face contorted with rage and malice. "Since you have taken the lives of my men, you shall provide carnal recompense." "How absurd," Jiang Chun retorted, his amusement evident. With a mere thought, he replicated the fate of the sentinels upon the encroaching mob, ensuring their utter annihilation. The strategist, in particular, experienced a demise akin to that of the unfortunate individuals from the land of cherry blossoms. "Yinner, it appears that this survivor encampment is far from benevolent. Let us perform an act of altruistic purification and obliterate it. Your spatial dimension has expanded several-fold, allowing us to seize the resources within," Jiang Chun proposed with a smile. "Agreed," an Iyun affirmed. Jiang Chun then presented an Iyun with the confiscated firearms, and together they ventured into the subterranean supermarket. Soon, the tranquil atmosphere was shattered by the cacophony of gunfire, punctuated by the agonizing screams and wails of the unfortunate inhabitants. After an indeterminate period, an Iyun emerged, entwined arm in arm with Jiang Chun, their garments devoid of any trace of bloodshed. Jiang Chun, his face radiant with satisfaction, lifted an Iyun into his arms and soared away from the sight. In the aftermath of their departure, a torrent of blood cascaded from the entrance of the subterranean supermarket. Moments later, a dozen survivors, their faces etched with terror, fled from the depths, only to be confronted by a horde of ravenous zombies. In a desperate attempt to evade their pursuers, one of the fleeing individuals shoved another to the ground, offering them as a sacrifice to buy precious moments of escape. These were the pitiable souls whom Jiang Chun and an Iyun had incidentally rescued, a stark reminder that pitiful people often harbor despicable traits. Chapter 78. The Rise of Strength and the Establishment of the Pure Land Base as evening descended upon the happy farmstay area. Two figures materialized in the air outside the Jiangchen base. These two figures were none other than Jiang Chun and an Iyun. After departing from the underground supermarket, they found a secluded spot to consume the luminescent small fruits. Upon each consuming 3 of these fruits, their effects began to fade. At this moment, Jiang Chun and an Iyun had both reached the early stage of the 3rd tier regarding their abilities and physical prowess, with Jiang Chun attaining the pinnacle of this initial level. A mere month had passed since the apocalypse began, and the strength they now possessed was something an Iyun could scarcely have imagined in her previous life. However, as time progressed, enhancing their abilities would become increasingly arduous. Currently, the white and red crystal nuclei held little significance for either Jiang Chun or an Iyun, given that the apocalypse had only recently commenced. Zombies and ferocious beasts were still relatively weak, with orange-tiered evolved zombies and beasts being exceedingly rare. At this moment, Jiang Chun and an Iyun hovered in the air, observing the transformations of the base, both awash with astonishment. The base had undergone a dramatic metamorphosis since their departure. It was now divided into outer and inner perimeters, enclosed by walls. The outer section was further categorized into residential and service areas. The residential zone served as living quarters, while the service area currently comprised 2 structures, one for administrative tasks related to survivor registration, housing allocation, and logistical support, and the other was the Hunter-esque Guild, akin to an Adventurer-esque guild, catering to those of formidable strength. As for rewards, monetary compensation was currently out of the question. In this new world, food had become the true currency. Jiang Chun and an Iyun, alongside their fellow leaders, had designated rewards to consist of various food supplies and furniture items. The inner perimeter represented Jiang Chun's original base, which had since fortified its defenses and expanded its ranks. Soon after, Jiang Chun and an Iyun drew the attention of patrolling and station personnel. Upon recognizing them, jubilant cheers erupted. The busy Qin Xing, Xia Hui, Yang Lixin, Nan Nan, Chen Peng, Wang Pengzi, and Yi Tian, upon hearing the commotion, immediately ceased their tasks and rushed towards the base entrance. Welcomed back with exuberance after several days of absence, Jiang Chun and an Iyun were soon inundated with reports regarding the strength of the personnel and the state of the base. At this point, the weakest combatants had all attained the early stage of the 1st tier, with Qin Xing boasting the highest power level, having reached the late stage of the 1st tier. During Jiang Chun and an Iyun's absence, every combatant had made significant strides in their abilities, while logistical personnel had also seen considerable improvement, albeit to a lesser extent, thanks to their daily consumption of the spiritual spring and hard work. Once the personnel updated Jiang Chun on their strength, they proceeded to report on the current conditions of the base. In summary, all tasks assigned by an Iyun had been successfully completed, primarily due to the abundance of resources and the multitude of ability users. Ultimately, Jiang Chun requested an Iyun to present the luminescent small fruits, along with the crystal nuclei collected en route back, distributing these among the group. He then summoned Qin Qin, Xie Hui, and other leaders for a meeting. Following this, an Iyun introduced the function of the tree heart to the group, allowing them to utilize it. At this juncture, the strength of Qin Qin, Xie Hui, Yang Leen, Chen Peng, Wang Pengzi, and Yi Tian underwent a qualitative transformation, ascending from the first tier to the second tier. After this elevation, Jiang Chun led the group back to the courtyard to partake in a meal together. Once the feast was concluded, he began to delineate various tasks. Chen Peng was tasked with establishing the armed department to oversee base security, protect the premises, and train newcomers. Wang Pengzi and Yu Tian were appointed to form the combat department, responsible for venturing out to slay zombies and gather crystal nuclei. Xie Hui and Yin Xian were entrusted with the medical department, tasked with treating injuries. For the logistical personnel, Jiang Chun appointed Wang Pengzi's mother, He Song, and Yu Tian's father, Yin, as administrators. Their capabilities had been evident to all since the apocalypse, and both were fully capable of managing logistical operations. Jiang Chun and An Yun then elaborated on the details, such as the commencement of survivor registration the following day, the primary tasks at hand, and areas of caution. By the early hours of the morning, they had nearly finalized the regulations, having undergone numerous revisions. Finally, Jiang Chun gazed upon the crowd, eyes ablaze with fervor, and proclaimed with resounding authority, "Now, the Pure Land base is officially established." With his declaration, the crowd rose in unison, their spirits soaring with excitement. Although it was well past midnight, not a single individual felt fatigued. Rather, they were invigorated. As the sun rose, illuminating the darkness, the Pure Land base commenced its operations. Within the residential buildings near the base, numerous survivors already resided. In less than half a day, a long queue formed at the gates of the Pure Land base. Disruptors, led by Chen Peng and his team, swiftly suppressed any disturbances and brought the offenders before Kong Chiro for disposal, effectively utilizing resources. Currently, Kong Chiro's crystal nuclei were tinged with orange. Ordinary individuals bitten by her transformed into zombies at a rapid pace. Within mere seconds, they would succumb to the infection. Within a dilapidated residential building, a young man, with resolute features and wielding a large machete, battled against 10 zombies. To him, these zombies were akin to chaff, effortlessly dispatched. Remarkably, this young man could also unleash ice. After vanquishing the zombies, he scavenged for supplies. At that moment, 2 voices reached his ears. "Have you heard? A Pure Land base appeared at the Happy Farmstay yesterday. They allocate housing, maintain order, and provide food in exchange for labor. Plus, there's a Hunter-S guild offering lucrative rewards for those powerful enough to take on missions. I know. My uncle went there last night. He came back this morning urging me to pack my things. Well, I'm currently packing." Hearing this conversation, Ren Bing raised an eyebrow, deep in thought. A Pure Land base, allocating housing and ensuring security, food in exchange for work, a Hunter-S guild, tasks, lucrative rewards. Such claims sounded almost fantastical. Ran Bing resolved to discuss this with his sister, Ran Shui. Gripping his machete, he swiftly vanished from the building like a specter. Upon returning home, Ran Bing conveyed the news of the Pure Land base to his sister. After listening to her brother, Ran Shui's eyes reflected contemplation. She deemed it prudent to investigate further. What if it were indeed true? Ultimately, the siblings packed their belongings and set off. They were not alone in this endeavor. Many others had also become aware of the emergence of the Pure Land base. Countless families packed their belongings to head towards this newfound hope. Of course, many others scoffed at the notion. As dusk approached, Ran Bing and Ran Shui arrived at the Pure Land base, their eyes widening in astonishment at the sight before them. Chapter 79. Ran Bing and Ran Shui enter the base, Part 1. "Brother, is this the Pure Land base? There are so many people," the young Ran Shui exclaimed, her amber eyes widening in astonishment at the sight before her. Beside her, Ran Bing was equally taken aback, his eyes mirroring her surprise. "It must be the Pure Land base. And have you noticed, sister, we've encountered hardly any zombies on our way here." "I have." The siblings were deeply moved by what they saw. Before them stood a base that exuded a futuristic, cyberpunk, and apocalyptic aura. The walls appeared impregnable. Armed personnel patrolled the perimeter, and guards stood watch. Ordinary people were lined up in queues, while others were engaged in constructing the base. And there was electricity. It was as if a beacon of hope had emerged from the darkness. Most importantly, Ran Bing and Ran Shui observed that the faces of the people were radiant with smiles, and they were working with immense zeal. Is this really the Pure Land base? Ran Shui exclaimed. Brother, let's hurry and join the queue. She tugged at Ran Bing's hand, urging him towards the line. Honestly, so many people are heading this way, and you're just standing there like a statue. The siblings joined the end of the line, their arms laden with bundles. Many others in the queue were similarly burdened. So they didn't stand out. Soon, a large number of people had gathered behind them. As they waited, the sound of a brawl erupted from the back of the line. Ran Bing and Ran Shui turned to see three adults assaulting a father and son. The father was desperately shielding his child, enduring the blows. The child's cries were heart-wrenching. Onlookers hesitated to intervene, wary of the aggressors, one of whom brandished a gun. Brother, teach them a lesson. They're despicable, Ran Shui exclaimed, her voice filled with indignation. Those three are nothing. Watch me take them down with ease, Ran Bing replied confidently, his eyes filled with disdain. He possessed the strength to back up his words. His ice manipulation abilities were now capable of deflecting bullets, rendering the gun a mere trinket in his eyes. Ran Bing was about to charge forward, his broadsword in hand, when a figure descended from the sky. A powerful gust of wind stirred up dust and debris. As the dust settled, the newcomers beheld a man hovering in the air. His countenance was like jade, and an aura of immense power emanated from him. His cold expression and piercing gaze were unnerving. Ran Bing was astounded. Who is this person? The aura he exudes is terrifying. He felt as though the man could obliterate him with a single move. Then, the man spoke, his voice as cold as his gaze. Tell me what's going on here. Sir, I know. Those three men cut in line, and the father and son protested. You're lying. We didn't cut in line. Sir, they did cut in line. I saw it myself. Sir, they tried to cut in line, and when others objected, they resorted to violence. I see. In a moment that shocked and horrified the crowd, the three men were levitated into the air, their limbs torn off, and their heads exploded. Not a single drop of blood fell to the ground. Then, their bodies were discarded like refuse. The onlookers were aghast at the spectacle. The man vanished as quickly as he had appeared. Ran Bing had the distinct impression that the powerful man had glanced at him before departing. Ran Bing returned to his sister, who was gazing in the direction the man had left, a dreamy look on her face. Ran Bing waved his hand in front of her eyes. He's gone. What are you looking at? Brother, who was that man? He's so handsome. Ran Shui gushed. How would I know? I want to know too. Ran Bing pinched her cheek, still annoyed. A woman's voice reached the ears of many. That was Jiang Chun, the leader of the Pure Land base. His power is unfathomable, capable of anything. He can make a person's head explode with a snap of his fingers. If you had been here earlier, you would have seen him annihilate a dozen troublemakers with a single snap of his fingers. Their heads exploded like firecrackers. And firearms are useless against him. I wouldn't have believed it if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes. The woman's words sent a wave of shock through the crowd, and people began whispering to each other. Ran Bing and Ran Shui were also discussing the matter. Ran Bing was displeased that his sister seemed smitten with the man at first sight. So what if he's handsome? I'm handsome too. As they talked, the siblings reached the entrance to the base. Standing before the entrance, they could see the base's grandeur and magnificence even more clearly. The armed personnel, whether standing guard or patrolling, exuded an aura of formidable power. Soon, it was their turn. Names. Ran Bing. Ran Shui. Your siblings, right? Yes, I'm the older brother. All right. Ages. 21. 18. Do you have any supernatural powers? Yes, we both do. I have water abilities that can heal, and my brother has ice abilities that can control, defend, and deal significant damage. Impressive. In that case, I recommend that you choose the combat route. Could you explain why, and what the combat route entails? In short, the combat route involves taking on missions at the Hunters Guild within the base. The rewards are substantial. Besides the combat route, there's also the support route, which involves construction and farming. I shouldn't be revealing this, but since you're both gifted with abilities, I'll let you know that the military, combat, and medical departments will be recruiting in a few days. You can prepare in advance. Here's the base handbook. Your housing information is on the last page. As for the 8 pounds of grain required for entry, I'll waive it for you. Go on in. Excuse me, but what happens to those who don't have 8 pounds of grain? I see you're concerned about others. It's simple. They'll have to choose the support route. Now, there are many people waiting. Go on in. All right, thank you. Chapter 80. Ran Bing and Ran Shui enter the base. Part 2. With their arms laden with packages and the base manual. Ran Bing and Ran Shui stepped into the sanctum base. Upon entering, they were met with a scene of lively hustle and bustle. If it weren't for the apocalyptic backdrop, they might have mistaken it for a bustling town filled with residents. Most of the individuals present were laborers engaged in the construction of the base, gradually transforming it under their diligent efforts. The siblings also noticed a heavily guarded area, a concentric circle that seemed to signify an important location belonging to the leader, Jiang Chun, and his associates. Brother, let us first locate our assigned residence, Ran Shui exclaimed as she flipped to the last page of the manual, which indicated that their dwelling was in Residential Zone D, Building 1, Room 102. Along with the information, a small key was provided. Following the flow of people, the siblings made their way to the residential area. Soon, they arrived at a cluster of modest houses that, despite their simplicity, filled them with joy. After locating their designated room, they inserted the key into the wooden door, which seemed so fragile that Ran Bing felt he could easily break it with a single punch. Upon entering, they found a compact space that included a small bedroom, a tiny living area, a bathroom, and a kitchenette. Although it was small, it was well equipped. While it lacked the spaciousness and comfort of their former home, Ran Bing felt an immense sense of happiness. Just then, a startled cry emerged from the bathroom. Brother, come quickly. We can bathe every day now. Hearing his sister's exclamation, Ran Bing chuckled and shook his head lightly as he approached the bathroom. Upon entering, he found Ran Shui joyfully playing with the shower. Stop it. Didn't you notice the daily water limit? Besides, we can bathe every day anyway, he said, a hint of exasperation in his voice. Humph. Brother, you don't understand girls, Ran Shui retorted, her face beaming with delight as she returned the shower head to its place. All right, let us tidy up quickly and head to the Hunteress Guild, as the sister mentioned. Ran Bing nodded in agreement, and the siblings began to organize their belongings. They didn't have much to unpack. Food accounted for 2/3 of their supplies, with the remainder being clothes and other necessities. Before long, they had completed their task and stood smiling at their freshly organized little room. Most importantly, they felt a profound sense of security within the base. Brother, here. Have something to eat before we set off, Ran Shui offered, smiling as she handed him some food. While they ate, they perused the base manual, which contained a map, relevant information, and details about the consequences for those who disrupted order. After reading, they gained a deeper understanding of the sanctum base. In summary, labor secured food and shelter, while disorder led to education or death. Crucially, they discovered vital information regarding supernatural beings. Initially bewildered, they now understood their own abilities more clearly. They had awakened as supernatural beings. Ran Bing realized he was at the pinnacle of the first tier of abilities, while Ran Shui was at the latter stage of the same tier. Finally, with weapons in hand and spirits high, the siblings closed the door and set forth towards the Hunteress Guild. Upon their arrival, they noticed that the number of people present was sparse, as most were occupied in the adjacent administrative office. Following the instructions in the manual, they approached the front desk to register, quickly becoming F-class hunters. When they reached the bounty board, they began to search for suitable tasks. Numerous missions were available, including hunting ferocious beasts and zombies, as well as gathering supplies. However, each task had a time limit. Failure to submit within the time frame resulted in a judgment of failure, regardless of the task's completion. As F-class hunters, they could only view tasks within the F and E-class categories. Ultimately, they accepted a single task. As F-class hunters, they were restricted to one mission at a time, and could only take on additional tasks as their ranks improved. The E-class task involved hunting zombies and collecting 10 crystal cores from their brains, with a deadline of 2 days and a reward of 5 pounds of food. After relaying the task number to the front desk for record keeping, they set off with determination. At the entrance of the sanctum base, they noticed a group of fully armed individuals returning, exuding an air of intimidation, their garments stained with blood. The surrounding crowd gazed at them with admiration and envy. Ran Shui approached a young woman, curiosity piqued. Miss, who are they? Why does everyone look at them with such awe? The young woman smiled at Ran Shui and replied, They are from the combat division. Do you see those two up front? The plump one is named Wang Feng, and the slender one is Yu Tian. They are the leaders of the combat division. They just returned from slaying zombies. Did you notice that the closer you get to the sanctum base, the fewer zombies you encounter? Ran Shui's expression shifted to one of understanding, and she smiled sweetly at the young woman. Thank you, miss. Before long, the group faded from view. Brother, they've gone far away now. Why do you still look? It's like fortune is turning. Ran Shui teased, noticing her brother's lingering gaze. Snapping out of his reverie, a slight flush appeared on Ran Bing's face. All right, there aren't many zombies around. Let us head further out to hunt some. With that, the siblings departed the base. They were not alone in their endeavors. Many like them were present. The Sanctum base was operating in an orderly fashion. Inside the Sanctum base, Wang Feng laughed heartily, wielding a massive steel axe. Ah, that was exhilarating. The admiration of those people felt incredible. Indeed, it's quite invigorating. Yutian responded, equally pleased. Each time they ventured out and returned, they basked in the attention of the masses, an experience that was nothing short of exhilarating. Atop a roof, Jiang Chen stood at the highest point, surveying the bustling base below, his mood quite buoyant. Yin Er had mentioned that in a past life, he became a zombie king who led the undead in exterminating humanity. In this life, however, he resolved to guide humanity in rebuilding their home. Setting a modest goal, he aimed to strengthen and expand the Sanctum base. Chapter 81. Half a year of the apocalypse. Journey to the mountains. Half a year had elapsed since the establishment of the Pure Land base, a period during which the base had undergone a remarkable transformation, evolving into a city steeped in apocalyptic sci-fi punk aesthetics. Throughout these 6 months, numerous significant events transpired. The base faced 2 waves of zombie hordes, both of which were vanquished by Jiang Chun and Anyun, among others. Moreover, due to Jiang Chun and Anyun's influence, information regarding the supernatural abilities was disseminated to the populace much earlier than in Anyun's previous life. An increasing number of superhumans emerged, heralding the onset of an era of territorial strife that had initially been anticipated to commence in a year and a half. Instead, it arrived in just 6 months. Superhumans began to carve out their domains, ruling over those who had yet to awaken their powers. Various bases, large and small, sprang up across the land, though weaker ones were inevitably obliterated by the zombie hordes. As 6 months passed, Jiangchen and Anyun had elevated their abilities and physiques from the 3rd tier to the peak of the 3rd tier. They were now poised to embark on a journey to seize opportunities, aiming to break through to the 4th tier. The Pure Land base had firmly established its operations, with key figures such as Qin Qing, Xia Hui, Yang Leen, Chen Peng, Wang Pengzi, and Yi Tian at the helm, allowing Jiang Chun and Anyun to assume a more hands-off role, standing atop the highest point of the Pure Land base. Jiang Chun and Anyun surveyed the thriving community below, their faces reflecting a sense of satisfaction. Over the past 6 months, the regulations of the base had become well-defined, alleviating any concerns they had. Brother Jiang, Sister Yin, my brother and the others have returned. They have slain a ferocious beast with a yellow crystal core. A melodious voice, as sweet as a lark, reached Jiang Chun and Anyun's ears. Turning towards the source, they were greeted by the sight of Ran Shui, whose presence elicited smiles from both of them. Since joining the Pure Land base, the siblings, Ran Bing and Ran Shui, had shone brightly within Jiang Chen's group. Approaching Ran Shui, who held a glowing yellow crystal core in her hand, she exclaimed, "Brother Jiang, here. This is the yellow crystal core." Jiang Chen nodded appreciatively and remarked, "It seems that Fatty, Yi Tian, and Ran Bing had a fruitful outing today. They encountered a small base besieged by a zombie horde and managed to eliminate it without any casualties." Ran Shui chimed in, her eyes twinkling with excitement. "Excellent." Jiang Chen responded with a smile. "Just the right time. Yun and I will be away for a while. When we return, please convey this to them." Though Ran Shui was unaware of Jiang Chun and Anyun's destination, she simply nodded with a grin. "All right, Brother Jiang. Then we shall take our leave. You should head back too." Jiang Chun affectionately ruffled Ran Shui's hair, viewing her as a younger sister. "Goodbye, Brother Jiang. Goodbye, Sister Yin," she called out cheerfully. "Farewell." Anyun replied with a smile. With that, Jiang Chun and Anyun soared into the sky, leaving the Pure Land base behind. After they vanished from sight, Ran Shui turned back to inform Qin Qing, Xia Hui, Yang Leen, and the other leaders of their departure. During these 6 months, Qin Qing, Xia Hui, and Yang Leen had successively become Jiang Chen's companions. Each evening, he experienced a blend of agony and bliss. This time, Jiang Chun and Anyun chose not to inform the 3 women of their plans, knowing they would insist on accompanying them. As expected, upon hearing of Jiang Chun and Anyun's departure, the 3 women felt a tinge of sadness for not being included. Eventually, they reached a consensus when Jiang Chun returned. They would engage in a passionate reunion, aspiring to conceive a child. In a mountainous region to the west of Tianqing, Jiang Chun and an Iyun navigated with vigilance. This area was fraught with peril. A moment's inattention could lead to dire consequences. Having visited this place before, they were aware that opportunities and dangers coexisted here. One could encounter an innocuous flower, only for it to suddenly become a voracious threat. A seemingly harmless insect might swell to several times its size, wielding deadly mandibles. In this treacherous mountain range, Jiangchen and an Iyun exercised utmost caution. Their previous visit had unveiled a rare twin blossom, a plant that bore 2 fruits, each containing energy comparable to that of a blue crystal core. According to their calculations, the twin blossom was due to mature and bear fruit within the next few days. Consuming the fruit could potentially facilitate their breakthrough to the 4th tier. Additionally, they planned to take the plant back to brew an elixir for Qin Qing, Xiaohui, Yang Leen, and the other leaders. While the brew would be less potent than the fruit itself, it would still be beneficial, as the entire plant was a treasure. Yun, I believe we should head in this direction, yet we've been walking for quite some time without making any progress, Jiangchen remarked, frowning as he scanned the surroundings. A nagging sense of familiarity lingered in the air, leading him to suspect they were going in circles. Indeed, under normal circumstances, we should have arrived by now. And Iyun agreed, her brow furrowed in confusion. Wait a moment, let me make a mark. I can't shake the feeling that we are indeed circling back, Jiangchen said, proceeding to leave a few markers. After doing so, they continued on their cautious journey. Before long, they stumbled upon the markers they had just made, confirming their suspicions. Blast! We truly are going in circles, Jiang Chun exclaimed, raising an eyebrow. My love, if things continue like this, it seems we will encounter unforeseen troubles, and Iyun replied, her grip tightening on her tang knife, prepared for any sudden movements. This trivial predicament shall not deter us, Yun. Let us ascend into the skies. Jiangchen said with a smile. Though flying posed its own risks, they had little choice at that moment. Nodding in agreement, and Iyun joined him as they levitated into the air. At that moment, a ferocious beast, having set its sights on Jiang Chun and an Iyun, grew anxious as its prey attempted to flee. However, the terrifying aura emanating from the 2 superhumans rendered the beast powerless, forcing it to watch helplessly as they departed its territory. In the air, Jiang Chun and an Iyun heard the beast's frustrated roar, and a glimmer of red light flickered in their eyes. They had no intention of fleeing. Their true objective was to draw out the creature lurking in the shadows. Upon hearing the sound, they promptly charged toward its source. Chapter 82. Why must we eat such adorable bunnies? In the shadows, the ferocious beast observed Jiangchen and an Iyun returning, its crimson eyes betraying a flicker of astonishment. Weren't they supposed to leave? Why had they come back? Wait. These 2 humans were flying closer. Had they discovered its presence? The beast, possessing a modicum of intelligence, finally grasped the situation. It had been deceived. Damn, those cunning, despicable humans. Without a moment's hesitation, it turned and fled. In a direct confrontation, it was no match for the 2 humans, a fact it was acutely aware of. Yet, having revealed its location, escape was no longer an option. Soon, Jiangchen and an Iyun caught sight of the creature. It resembled a white rabbit, roughly the size of a common dog, with dark red eyes and legs that propelled it forward at remarkable speed. However, no matter how swift it was, it could not outpace Jiangchen and an Iyun. Before long, they had closed the gap with the white rabbit. With a swift motion, several daggers surged towards the creature under Jiang Chen's telekinetic command. The rabbit darted to evade the attacks, all the while glancing back to mock Jiang Chun. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Jiang Chen's mouth twitched at the absurdity of being mocked by a rabbit in his lifetime. If that was the case, perhaps he should prepare a roasted rabbit for dinner. With his powers fully unleashed, he sent multiple daggers hurtling towards the white rabbit. Now, the rabbit dared not mock them any longer and focused solely on its escape. Yet, it was destined to fall into the clutches of Jiangchen and an Iyun. With the combination of telekinetic and spatial abilities, the rabbit's limbs were soon injured, slowing its pace significantly. In no time, Jiangchen's telekinetic force lifted the rabbit into the air. It squirmed and emitted strange sounds. Bah, bah. The comical noise elicited bemusement from Jiangchun and an Iyun. This rabbit is truly nonsensical. Dear, I'm rather hungry. How about we roast this one? An Iyun suggested with a sweet smile, curious if the rabbit could comprehend her words. Immediately, the rabbit's cries grew more frantic. Bah, bah, chirp. Jiangchun and an Iyun exchanged glances, realizing the rabbit seemed to understand their conversation. And Iyun's eyes glimmered with intrigue as she threatened, "If you make another sound, I will ensure you understand why flowers bloom red." The white rabbit, wide-eyed and terrified, fell silent. Humans were indeed frightening. Why must such a charming creature be subjected to this fate? Had it known, it would never have targeted these two humans. Moreover, hadn't its mother instructed it to shout ba or chirp in the face of danger to ward off threats? Its mother had deceived it. Seeing that the rabbit had ceased its noises, Jiang Chun and an Iyun grew intrigued. Could this creature truly comprehend human speech? Clearing his throat, Jiang Chun caught the rabbit's gaze. With a friendly smile, he placed a dagger against its neck, saying, "Rabbit, surely you do not wish to end your youthful days today?" The rabbit's expression morphed into one of fear, tears welling in its eyes. "Mother, humans are terrifying." Seeing the rabbit's tears, Jiang Chun and an Iyun could hardly suppress their laughter. "You understand us, right?" Jiang Chun tapped the rabbit's face with the blade, maintaining his genial demeanor. The rabbit nodded eagerly, murmuring ba, ba. Jiang Chun's expression darkened. "Do not utter that sound." The rabbit immediately fell silent, trembling in fear. It could only make that sound. Oh, but it could also roar. However, its mother had said that humans enjoyed such noises. Why was it being silenced now? Its mother was indeed a great deceiver. Then a thought struck the rabbit. Its mother had mentioned that if it fell into human hands and they intended to harm it, it should turn its back to the humans and then shout. This would avert danger. With that, the rabbit began to squirm vigorously. In an astonishing turn of events, the white rabbit turned its back towards an Iyun, calling out ba, ba, chirp. Jiang Chun, momentarily stunned, erupted into laughter. What an amusing creature. This rabbit truly has character. And Iyun, however, felt as if a crow had flown over her head. In all her years, she had never encountered such a ridiculous situation. "Dear, I have made my decision. Let us kill it and prepare a roasted bunny. Let us do it now," an Iyun declared through gritted teeth, casting a fierce gaze at the rabbit. The rabbit, hearing this, panicked. Following its mother's advice would only hasten its demise. Tears streamed down its face like a gentle rain as it continued to cry out, "Ba, roar, ba." Jiang Chun realized that this little rascal seemed only capable of producing those few sounds. He leaned closer to an Iyun, whispering a few words. Upon hearing him, the murderous intent in her eyes began to fade. "Rabbit, if you wish to escape my wrath and avoid becoming a roasted dish, you must nod your head and remain silent." An Iyun glared fiercely at the rabbit. The creature, sensing a sliver of hope, promptly shut its mouth and nodded like a little chick pecking at grain. After some time, the white rabbit lay on the ground, belly up, appearing thoroughly defeated. Through their interactions, Jiang Chun and an Iyun gauged that the rabbit's intelligence resembled that of a 5-year-old child, albeit with a rather mischievous disposition. However, considering the rabbit's survival skills in the mountains, they decided against killing it and instead chose to tame it. With this rabbit at their side, their journey could become significantly easier. Although the rabbit currently appeared somewhat battered, this was a sign of successful taming. Moreover, it could serve as a source of sustenance or bait when necessary. If the white rabbit were aware of Jiang Chun and an Iyun's intentions, it would surely express its gratitude, singing, "Thank you for warming the seasons, my bright star." Chapter 83. The Bold Inquiry of Little White Upon Awakening. Little White found herself perched upon a grand tree, a chilling breeze caressing her lower half. Little White, a name bestowed upon the white rabbit by Jiang Chun and an Iyun during her taming, glanced downward. Afflicted by a fear of heights, she felt an overwhelming urge to scream. Fortunately, Jiang Chun, with his quick reflexes, promptly sealed her mouth with his telekinetic power. He gestured for her to observe the direction he was indicating, his expression betraying a hint of menace. Despite her terror, Little White obediently closed her mouth and followed his gaze. What she beheld sent a shiver down her spine. In the direction Jiang Chun pointed, for fearsome beasts loomed. 2 wolves, a bear, and a leopard. Under normal circumstances, Little White would have fled at the mere sight of such formidable creatures, as they were simply too dangerous to confront. If she lingered, she would surely become prey. The peril was immense. If given the chance, she would have bolted. However, she was constrained by the presence of 2 cunning and deceitful humans nearby. Oh, why was her rabbit life so lamentable? The 2 wolves, the bear, and the leopard formed a tense standoff, while behind the bear lay a cave, the very destination of Jiang Chun and an Iyun. Within the cave grew a rare plant known as the twin sprout, and its impending ripeness emitted an alluring scent that had drawn these formidable beasts. Jiang Chun and an Iyun did not rush to engage. Instead, they concealed themselves in the branches of a tree, observing the scene below. It was not out of fear of these powerful creatures, each seemingly at the third tier of strength, that they hesitated. They were confident in their ability to prevail, albeit with greater difficulty than before. After a prolonged standoff, during which none of the beasts made a move, Jiang Chun and an Iyun felt a sense of frustration. The patience of such beasts was notorious, and it seemed that only once the twin sprout was ripe would a conflict arise. An Iyun turned her gaze to Little White, a plan forming in her mind. Since Jiang Chen's telekinesis had already been revealed, he could not act at this moment. Thus, it fell upon this rabbit to disrupt the current peace. Under the dual pressures of coaxing and intimidation from an Iyun, Little White relented. Oh, how she wished to avoid this perilous task. A single misstep could lead to her demise. Despite her internal protests, Little White, having been manipulated by Jiang Chun and an Iyun, had no choice but to comply. Though thoughts of escape crossed her mind, she was made to believe that poison had been administered to her, and that no matter how far she ran, they would find her. With the intelligence of a mere 5-year-old, how could a rabbit discern the deception? At that moment, she felt a sense of foreboding akin to the ancient adage of the valiant hero who ventures forth never to return. As Jiang Chun and an Iyun observed, they grew increasingly puzzled at Little White's prolonged absence. Just as they began to suspect she had fainted from fright, a white blur erupted from the underbrush. Following closely was a dark silhouette, resembling a darting arrow. Panic-stricken, Little White realized she was about to engage in her task, when suddenly, a massive python lunged at her. Mouth agape! What could Little White do but flee? She dashed forward, the python in hot pursuit. After a frantic circuit, a clever idea struck her. She would lead the serpent away, simultaneously fulfilling her human companion's orders. It was a masterstroke. At that moment, Little White felt quite proud of her cunning. Truly, she was the most astute creature in the vicinity. From their vantage point in the tree, Jiang Chun and an Iyun, upon spotting Little White, noticed something ominous trailing her. As the truth dawned upon them, Jiang Chen's eyes widened in surprise at the sight of the enormous python. An Iyun, having encountered many such serpents in her past life, remained comparatively unfazed. They now understood why Little White had delayed her return. She was being pursued by the snake. Fortunately, Little White possessed a modicum of intelligence, and Jiang Chun and an Iyun recognized her ploy to incite chaos among the beasts. At that very moment, the two wolves, the bear and the leopard, wary and poised for attack, sensed the arrival of the unexpected intruders. They bared their fangs and emitted low growls, warning Little White and the python to vacate the area. The python halted, its massive form rising, cold, golden eyes fixed on the quartet of beasts before it. It hesitated, contemplating whether to continue its pursuit of the troublesome rabbit. Seeing that the python had ceased its chase, Little White steadied herself. Now caught between the python and the four beasts, she took the opportunity to taunt the serpent, wiggling her rear provocatively. The python, incensed by the rabbit's mockery, felt its latent fury resurface. Today, that rabbit would become its meal. Believing her taunts had not sufficiently enraged the python, Little White boldly approached, pressing her luck further. Meanwhile, the four beasts, observing this spectacle, erupted into raucous laughter. Beasts of the third tier possessed a degree of intelligence, and they understood the rabbit's antics. With a furious hiss, the python could no longer contain its rage. It lunged at Little White like a dart. Unfazed by the presence of the four beasts, Little White seized the moment, rushing toward them. Though her strikes were insignificant, her actions disrupted the tense standoff. In the ensuing chaos, the leopard inadvertently struck the python, which retaliated fiercely. The python's counterattack struck one of the wolves, which in turn retaliated against the bear, and thus a tumultuous melee ensued. Meanwhile, the instigator of this chaos, Little White, had somehow returned to Jiang Chun and an Iyun, her demeanor one of triumph as she sought their praise. With her chest puffed out, she boldly inquired, "Am I not impressive?" Chapter 84. Little White was unaware of being PUA. Jiang Chun smiled as he gently stroked Little White's belly, offering rare praise. An Iyun mirrored his actions, affectionately ruffling Little White's short, white tail, a smile gracing her lips. "Once this is over, I promise you a delicious treat." In that moment, Little White realized that these two humans were not so intolerable after all. A delightful sensation blossomed within her heart. She relished the compliments from Jiang Chun and an Iyun, preferring their praise over threats. If Little White were a modern individual acquainted with the concept of PUA, she would certainly recognize that she was currently being subtly manipulated by Jiang Chun and an Iyun. However, It was evident that they had no intention of specifically pursuing a rabbit. When the rabbit performed well, it was only natural for them to offer commendation and rewards. After all, there were still matters concerning the rabbit that required her proactive participation. Little White affectionately nudged Jiang Chun and an Iyun's palms with her head. An Iyun picked up the white rabbit, stroking it while observing the fierce battle below involving 5 formidable beasts. The texture of Little White's fur was delightful, and an Iyun found herself growing fond of it. Meanwhile, Little White, enjoying her belly rub, displayed a look of pure bliss, clearly delighted by an Iyun's touch. Jiang Chun watched this scene unfold, a look of indulgence flickering in his deep-set eyes. An Iyun's fair skin and white hair combined with the presence of the white rabbit created a picturesque tableau. Jiang Chun's gaze shifted downward, where 5 third-tier beasts were engaged in a fierce struggle. The instigator lay comfortably under an Iyun's gentle caress. 2 wolves, a bear, a leopard, and a snake were embroiled in a chaotic brawl, with the wolves having a numerical advantage. As the melee ensued, the wolves maintained a significant upper hand, attacking a single target in unison. After a bloody skirmish, the 5 beasts were left bloodied and battered. The great python bore numerous wounds from claws and fangs, while the bear, despite its rough skin, had suffered less visible damage, save for one eye that had been gouged out by a wolf, now bleeding profusely, rendering it a veritable pseudo-blind bear. As the chaotic battle subsided, the 5 beasts ceased their aggression, eyeing each other warily, as if reaching a tacit understanding. In the next moment, they began to rest right where they stood. Perched on a tree, an Iyun turned to Jiang Chun and whispered, "Shall we make our move?" "Indeed." Jiang Chun nodded. "Yunner, remain vigilant. Keep an eye out for any lurking threats." With a smile, an Iyun agreed, "Stay here in the tree. If you spot any other beasts, alert us." She gently stroked Little White's fur. Understanding the implication, Little White nodded eagerly. Once an Iyun was assured of Little White's comprehension, she set her down. Exchanging a glance, Jiang Chun and an Iyun gripped their tang knives, preparing to confront 5 foes. In this perilous mountainous terrain, resorting to firearms would be exceedingly unwise, as it could attract unwanted trouble. Both were acutely aware that conventional firearms posed little threat to third-tier beasts. The tang knives in their hands had been replaced multiple times, but the current ones were forged from the hardest teeth of a third-tier beast, capable of slicing through iron with ease. With their bone tang knives radiating a chilling aura, Jiang Chun and an Iyun locked their sights on the 5 beasts, their killing intent palpable. In the blink of an eye, they surged forth like cannonballs, targeting the 2 most grievously injured, the great python and a gray wolf. The great python and gray wolf, realizing their plight, could hardly fathom the absurdity of their situation. Are we to cease breathing just because we are wounded? Despite their momentary respite, the 5 beasts remained vigilant, their senses heightened. The instant Jiang Chun and an Iyun launched their attack, they were aware of the impending danger. The great python and gray wolf, in particular, recognized their imminent threat. As the duo charged at them, the beasts issued warning cries, their agitation palpable. With competition already fierce, the arrival of 2 more adversaries was exasperating. Yet, Jiang Chun and an Iyun remained undeterred by the beast's alarm, unleashing their lethal assault upon the great python and gray wolf. The air was soon thick with the metallic scent of blood as the once mighty python was cleaved into segments, and the gray wolf was left in disarray. Without hesitation, the remaining black wolf, bear, and leopard retaliated fiercely against Jiang Chun and an Iyun, particularly the black wolf, which launched a frenzied assault on an Iyun. It was unsurprising that the severely wounded gray wolf and python fell swiftly to Jiang Chun and an Iyun's onslaught. However, the remaining black wolf, bear, and leopard proved a more formidable challenge. They were not as severely injured, and their ferocity was not to be underestimated. Nevertheless, Jiang Chun and an Iyun maintained the upper hand. With 2 of the 5 beasts now dispatched, they regarded the remaining trio with a sense of superiority. The duo had developed an extraordinary synergy through countless encounters, their connection so profound that a mere glance was often enough to communicate intentions. In perfect harmony, the leopard struck first, followed closely by the black wolf. Ultimately, the bear, too, succumbed, its lone eye wide open, refusing to close in death. From her perch in the tree, Little White watched with wide-eyed admiration as Jiang Chun and an Iyun triumphed effortlessly. Chapter 85. What is wrong with being here? With a swift motion, a white blur descended from the great tree. The little creature, Xiaobai, approached Jiang Chun and an Iyun, eager to please. With its large, captivating eyes wide open, it stood upright, adorably trying to charm them. And Iyun affectionately patted Xiaobai's head, chuckling softly, "You did well just now. If you can manage the corpses, feel free to indulge." Xiaobai immediately chirped joyfully in response, resembling a playful rabbit. At that moment, Jiang Chun retrieved the crystal cores from 5 ferocious beasts, all third-tier orange crystals. He absorbed 2 of them, in addition to a previously acquired yellowish core given by Ran Shui, while an Iyun absorbed 3. As for the remains of the 5 beasts, they all found their way into Xiaobai's stomach. Jiang Chun and an Iyun were somewhat astonished. Xiaobai's capacity was indeed remarkable for such a petite body. Satisfied, Xiaobai lay on the ground, appearing content, its belly round and full, reminiscent of a pregnant woman in her 10th month. Xiaobai swore this was the first time she had overeaten since her mother's departure. The sensation of fullness was exquisite, especially since it was meat. "Oh, how nostalgic. Xiaobai, come here, we are going in," and Iyun called to the little rabbit before she and Jiang Chun headed towards the cave. Xiaobai, regardless of her state of fullness, promptly flipped over and energetically followed them. Once inside the cave, an Iyun quickly produced an item from her spatial storage to seal the entrance. This would significantly diminish the scent emitted by the ripening twin-born grass. With some luck, they might not attract any ferocious beasts. After securing the entrance, Jiangchen and an Iyun ventured deeper into the cave. Xiaobai, having caught a whiff of the twin-born grass, eagerly dashed inside. The cave's entrance was neither too large nor too small, but it concealed a wondrous expanse within. The further they ventured, the more expansive it became. Inside the cave lay a round chamber, approximately the size of a basketball court. At its center was a pool of icy water, exuding a chilling aura, resembling a fairyland. At the center of this pool stood a small mound of earth, which appeared like a tiny island amidst a cerulean sea. On this mound flourished a plant, radiating a faint purple glow, its beauty solitary and enchanting. At its apex hung 2 diminutive purple fruits, dangling like 2 exquisite gemstones, resembling earrings adorning the plant. The light within the cave was not pitch black, and both Jiang Chun and an Iyun held illumination tools. Upon entering, they noticed a foolish rabbit at the edge of the frigid pool, tentatively dipping its little feet in. Clearly, the silly rabbit yearned to approach the plant. Yet the icy waters deterred it. Xiaobai noticed Jiang Chun and an Iyun's arrival, dashing to an Iyun's side. Xiaobai could sense that an Iyun held a special fondness for her. Although the scent emanating from Jiang Chun was delightful, her preference leaned towards an Iyun. "Chirp, chirp." Xiaobai signaled to an Iyun, urging her to seize the treasure. An Iyun gently stroked Xiaobai's fur, smiling. "It seems the twin-born grass will take another 2 or 3 days to fully mature, dear. Let us remain here during that time." She produced a tent, looking at Jiang Chun with a smile. Indeed, Jiang Chun agreed without objection. Under his mental influence, the tent was swiftly erected. "Yun'er, allow me to check the surroundings," he said softly after setting up the tent. An Iyun nodded in agreement. Currently, the trio felt no immediate danger, yet they could not disregard potential threats. While an Iyun and Xiaobai organized their belongings, Jiang Chun examined their surroundings. His first focus was the icy pool. Approaching its edge, he observed the chilling surface, his deep gaze mirroring the water's coldness. Illuminating the depths with his tool, he discerned that the pool was not deep and was crystal clear. Jiang Chun found nothing unusual lurking beneath the water. He then proceeded to inspect the dark corners of the cave. Unbeknownst to Xiaobai, Jiang Chun, and an Iyun, beneath the icy depths lay a sinister predator, cunningly concealed within the sediment. It was well hidden, blending seamlessly with its surroundings. If it remained still, one would scarcely notice its presence. When Xiaobai entered, this malevolent hunter had already sensed her arrival. In truth, as Xiaobai tested the water with her feet, she was not merely testing, it was a frantic gamble with her life. This ruthless predator lay in wait beneath the water, fixated on Xiaobai, ready to drag her under and feast upon her. Just as it prepared to strike, Jiang Chun and an Iyun arrived. The aura radiating from them caused the hunter to reconsider its attack, retreating swiftly to conceal itself. Relieved that Jiang Chun had not detected it, the predator then slithered towards the twin-born grass, revealing itself to be a creature resembling a crocodile, yet distinctly different. It bore teeth akin to piranhas, a crocodilian body, a serpentine tail, and a head reminiscent of a fat-headed fish. Indeed, a bizarre and unsettling creature. Seizing the moment while Jiang Chun and Iyun and Xiaobai were distracted, the predator approached the twin-born grass and began to burrow into the earth, concealing itself. No one could have anticipated that, Near the coveted twin-born grass lurked a monstrous fish. Inside the cave, illuminated by the lighting tools arranged by Iyun, the atmosphere was bright. Jiang Chun returned to Iyun's side. Yener, I found nothing unusual. Oh, dear, open your mouth. Iyun smiled gently, offering Jiang Chun a strawberry. Among fruits, strawberries were her favorite, and her spatial storage contained a considerable supply of them, plump, large, and sweet, all nourished by the spirit spring. Jiang Chun devoured the strawberry, embracing Iyun, his icy gaze now filled with tenderness and affection. Compared to strawberries, I prefer savoring you, Yener. His tone was particularly gentle and sincere, each word resonating with a magnetic charm that filled the cave. Though Iyun had spent considerable time with Jiang Chun, each of his flirtations left her cheeks tinged with embarrassment. She bit her lip and playfully retorted, "What are you up to? Is it rare that my husband wishes to?" Her words trailed off, as she felt shy to finish. Jiang Chun swept her up in his arms, lifting her in a princess carry. "What is wrong with being here?" At that moment, Xiaobai was left in utter disbelief. Woo-woo. Mama, Xiaobai is no longer pure. Chapter 86. The twin grass is about to mature. Fourth-order beasts within the cavern. Enchanting sounds echoed melodiously. Little White, gazing at the two figures within the tent, felt a mix of curiosity and bashfulness. Mother had remarked that such behavior is entirely normal, representing one of the most profound acts in existence, signifying the potential emergence of new life. At this moment, it was not only Little White, the rabbit, whose mind danced with thoughts. Beneath the icy pool, a peculiar fish shared a similar plight. The torment was unbearable. Perhaps it would be better to end it swiftly. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye, and the twin grass in the icy pool was nearing maturity. An enticing fragrance wafted through the cave. Little White understood that this twin grass was beyond its reach, yet inhaling its aroma was a delightful indulgence. As the twin grass approached maturity, the strange fish below stirred restlessly, envisioning the power it would gain to vanquish the two detestable humans. During these 3 days, the fish was driven to the brink of madness by Jiang Chun and Iyun. Were those two not weary? Had they not considered the presence of a rabbit and a fish in this cave? Darling, it's almost time the twin grass is about to mature. Iyun attempted to extricate herself from Jiang Chun's grasp, yet he held firm. Yener, just a moment longer. Eventually, Jiang Chun and Iyun emerged from the tent. Jiang Chun appeared invigorated, while Iyun bore traces of fatigue. Her husband was relentless, akin to a perpetual motion machine. Iyun recognized that this was not entirely Jiang Chun's fault, for it was she who had expressed the desire for a child. Her own body seemed uncooperative, showing no signs of progress despite the time that had elapsed. Alas, Jiang Chun approached the icy pool, observing the twin grass at its center, a smile gracing his lips. Once the twin grass matured and its fruit was consumed, he would surely break through from the third to the fourth order. The anticipation was palpable. As Jiang Chun and Iyun awaited the maturation of the twin grass, its fragrance wafted through the crevices, escaping the cave. At this very moment, numerous ferocious beasts gathered at the cave's entrance. Their strengths varied, yet none were of the third order. They were all first or second order beasts. After all, 3 days prior, the third order beast near the cave had been slain by Jiang Chun and Iyun. Just as a second order serpent beast prepared to strike towards the cave entrance, a thunderous roar erupted. The sound was deafening, reverberating like thunder, causing all beasts present to tremble and cower to the ground. The second-order serpent beast also lay prostrate, paralyzed with fear. All eyes were drawn towards the source of the sound, filled with profound terror and trepidation. A magnificent tiger, exuding an aura of dread, emerged from the thicket with regal poise. It resembled a noble monarch, its gaze indifferent and frigid as it surveyed the assembly of beasts. Its movements were a blend of elegance and languor. As the grand tiger appeared, the weaker beasts fainted from fright, while those who remained conscious prostrated themselves in submission, trembling uncontrollably, unwilling to resist. This instinctive reaction was etched into their very bloodlines. The tiger raised its gaze towards the cave entrance, observing the obstructed passage with a flicker of disdain in its eyes. With a roar, it unleashed a low growl that resonated like a sonic wave, shattering the barriers that sealed the cave entrance. As the entrance opened, the intoxicating aroma of the twin grass surged forth, enticing the multitude of beasts who longed to rush inside. Yet, with the tiger present, they could only contemplate without daring to make a move. Meanwhile, within the cave, Jiang Chun and Iyun were acutely aware of the commotion outside. "Husband, you stay here and wait for the twin grass to mature," I will handle this. And Iyun declared, glancing back as she discerned the recent disturbance. Very well, but Yuner, remember not to overexert yourself. Jiangchen pondered briefly before nodding, gently caressing an Iyun's cheek with a serious expression. And Iyun smiled reassuringly. Don't worry, dear. Little White, you should go too. Jiangchen kicked the lounging rabbit and remarked, this rabbit has been eating and sleeping like a piglet these past few days. If it weren't for Yuner's fondness, I would consider roasting it whole. Little White felt the faint hint of Jiangchen's murderous intent and shivered in response. Chirp, chirp. Rest assured, master. I will protect the mistress. And Iyun mounted Little White, and the pair approached the cave entrance. Little White's form had grown considerably, accommodating an Iyun comfortably. Jiangchen watched as they departed, then turned his attention back to the twin grass. Hurry and mature, he urged. Unbeknownst to him, lurking beneath the icy pool was the strange fish, fixated on him with its blood-red eyes, radiating a cold, venomous malice. The fish contemplated whether to strike now, recognizing that such an opportunity might never arise again. Ultimately, it resolved to launch an ambush. With only this single human remaining, it could not afford to let this chance slip away. The fish opened its gaping maw, revealing a multitude of sharp teeth that sent chills down the spine. In the next moment, it shot forth like an arrow, aiming directly for Jiangchen's head, intent on severing it in one swift bite. At that very moment, an Iyun and Little White reached the cave entrance. Upon arrival, they beheld the towering tiger and the trembling beasts that lay prostrate. Little White, upon gazing at the formidable tiger, could not suppress its fear, its limbs quivering slightly. And Iyun sensed Little White's trepidation and caressed its head, soothing its anxiousness. Gradually, Little White's unease dissipated. Yes, I have a master. Why should I fear it? My two masters are extraordinarily powerful. With newfound resolve, Little White glared defiantly at the tiger, baring its teeth. Yet, unbeknownst to Little White, an Iyun was not at ease. Her beautiful eyes were fixed on the tiger, filled with deep vigilance. The aura emanating from this beast suggested it was of the fourth order. Faced with such a dominant presence, an Iyun dared not be careless. Her grip on the Tang Dao tightened, embodying the tension of a bowstring poised to release. Upon the appearance of an Iyun and Little White, the grand tiger ceased its advance, its piercing gaze locked onto an Iyun and Little White. The rabbit's bravado was disregarded as the tiger focused intently on an Iyun, sensing a perilous threat emanating from her. Chapter 87, The Eye of the Storm in Iyun. Wielding a tang knife and riding a white rabbit, exuded an air of gallantry, her gaze sharp as a blade as she confronted the great tiger. She embodied the essence of an ancient female general. With a growl, the tiger lowered its body slightly. If one thought it was afraid, they would be mistaken. The tiger was merely adopting an attack stance. An Iyun quickly appeared before the Little White rabbit, instructing, Little White, guard the cave entrance. Do not let other beasts slip inside. This tiger is mine to handle. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Little White responded eagerly, assuming an aggressive posture, baring its teeth at the other beasts. The Little White appeared soft and adorable. No one doubted its prowess. Its strength lay between the second and third tiers, rendering it invincible below the third tier and capable of a fair exchange at that level. The first and second tier beasts, trembling in fear of the great tiger, were no match for Little White. And Iyun had no intention of waiting for the tiger to strike first. Her eyes gleamed with determination as she gripped the tang knife. In the next moment, she bent her legs and launched herself forward. Swish! The blade glimmered. And Iyun swung the tang knife directly at the tiger's head. The tiger did not retreat. Instead, it charged head-on to engage an Iyun. Roar! The battle between the woman and the tiger erupted in an instant. Inside the cave, a strange fish leaped out of the water, and Jiangchen sensed danger. With the twin-born grass nearing maturity, he remained vigilant. He swiftly dodged the fish's attack. Moments later, the weakened and severely injured fish fell into Jiangchen's hands. What an ugly creature, well hidden indeed. Jiangchen observed the fish, flicking its head lightly and chuckling. Hiss! The fish emitted a feeble sound. This human is truly infuriating. The fish attempted to bite Jiangchen's hand, but was restrained by his mental power, rendering it immobile. Such a temper, Jiangchen clicked his tongue, drawing out a dagger. I have never encountered a creature like you before, perfect for dissection. The fish gasped in horror. Hiss! The fish was doomed, unlike Little White, whose fate was far more fortunate. Ultimately, it met its demise beneath the sharp, merciless dagger. Surprisingly, the core of this creature is orange in hue. Yet it is so weak? Jiangchen shook his head, discarding the fish's carcass to the side. After the dissection, there was nothing of interest. and Jiang Chun had no intention of keeping it. Its appearance was reminiscent of the local specialties around the Cherry Blossom Kingdom. He mused that when Yun returns, she would find it an eyesore. Jiang Chun wondered about Yun's situation outside. He glanced toward the cave entrance, musing to himself. At that moment, an Yun was engaged in a fierce battle with the fourth-tier spotted tiger. Unbeknownst to her, she was already drenched in sweat, yet showed no signs of fatigue. Instead, she grew more invigorated with each exchange. Since her rebirth, an Yun had never experienced such exhilarating combat. The great tiger panted heavily, observing an Yun, its eyes flashing with seriousness and hesitation. It contemplated whether to continue the fight. Continuing the battle, would it be beneficial or detrimental? Was it worth the risk? Even if victorious, if it came at a heavy cost, the tiger was reluctant to persist. Though powerful in this mountain range, it was not invincible. It needed to conserve its strength lest it end up as mere bones. After several more clashes, the tiger, observing the tenacious human before it, felt a surge of retreating thoughts. The alluring scent of treasures within the cave was tempting, but it was not the only place to find such riches. With a final roar directed at an Yun, the tiger seemed to concede, declaring the area hers. It then turned and vanished into the shadows with a few powerful leaps. An Yun felt a twinge of regret as she watched the tiger depart without resistance. She did not attempt to stop it, knowing well that she could not. As a fourth-tier beast, if it desired to flee, she had no means to prevent it. Moreover, with the twin-born grass nearing maturity, pursuing the great tiger was not a prudent choice. Seeing the tiger escape, Little White immediately expressed its excitement. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Master is amazing. Little White bounded to an Yun's feet, nuzzling against her long, slender legs in a display of affection and admiration. An Yun affectionately patted Little White's head before turning her sharp gaze toward the remaining beasts. The other beasts were startled and, without a word, turned to flee. They dashed away with remarkable speed, terrified that an Yun would strike them down. After scaring off the multitude of beasts with just a glance, an Yun did not retreat into the cave but instead stood guard at the entrance, tang knife in hand. As the sun gradually set, the two purple fruits of the twin-born grass matured further, exuding an increasingly enticing aroma. During this time, Jiang Chun, concerned by an Yun's prolonged absence, approached the cave entrance and, upon finding her unharmed, returned inside to wait for the twin-born grass to fully ripen. In the meantime, several powerful beasts did arrive, including 3 third-tier beasts and 1 fourth-tier giant eagle. Much like the great tiger, the eagle, unable to subdue an Yun, eventually departed. As for the 3 third-tier beasts, they were not so fortunate. Their insufficient strength led them to perish beneath an Yun's tang knife. Little White happily feasted on the carcasses of the 3 third-tier beasts. Noticing that Little White was close to reaching third-tier strength, an Yun fed it one of the orange cores, enabling Little White to attain that level. The joy during its breakthrough was indescribable. Due to an Yun's nurturing, Little White grew even fonder of her, nearly regarding her as a maternal figure. The world of beasts is rather simple. There is no notion of treachery. If you treat them well, they shall reciprocate. As the moon rose, the twin-born grass reached its full maturity. Little White guarded the cave entrance while Jiang Chun and an Yun each held a purple fruit, tossing them into their mouths. In the next moment, an invisible wave of energy radiated outward from Jiang Chun and an Yun. The icy vapors from the frozen pool were instantly dispelled. Little White remained vigilant, aware that her two masters were on the verge of a breakthrough. She was determined to guard the cave entrance. Time passed slowly. After an indeterminate duration, Jiang Chun, seated on the ground with closed eyes, suddenly opened them wide. Boom! An invisible force of attack shattered the surrounding rocks. It was akin to Jiang Chun's version of the Eye of the Storm. No, it was the Eye of the Storm. Chapter 88. The Treasure Hunt and the Escaping Brothers with the Fruits of the Twin-born Grass. Both Jiang Chun and an Yun successfully advanced their powers and physiques to the 4th tier. As one progresses, breakthroughs become increasingly arduous. An Yun stored the twin-born grass within her spatial realm. Xiaobai, do you know of any places where treasures can be found? She inquired, seated atop the soft, white fur of Xiaobai. Having ascended to the 3rd tier of fierce beasts, Xiaobai's intelligence had significantly enhanced, and it chirped excitedly, nodding in affirmation. It understood the meaning behind its mistress's words. Living in these mountains, Xiaobai indeed knew of several locations harboring treasures, though each was guarded by formidable beasts. Upon reflection, Xiaobai felt reassured, for its current master and mistress were exceptionally powerful. Seemingly comprehending Xiaobai's thoughts, an Yun caressed its snowy coat and smiled warmly. Then lead the way. With a spirited chirp, Xiao Bai eagerly set off. Their first destination was the territory of the fierce beast that had once chased Xiao Bai away. Not long after Yun's mother had departed, Xiao Bai had discovered a precious plant, but was soon driven off by another fierce beast. Now, presented with a chance for revenge, Xiao Bai would not let it slip away. Bal Toad, wait for me. I am bringing my master to settle the score. Indeed, the beast that had previously terrified Xiao Bai was a large toad. Guided by Xiao Bai, Jiang Chun and an Yun left the twin-born grass area and arrived in a lush, vibrant locale filled with flourishing flowers and grasses. The flora here had grown several times larger, and the air was thick with their fragrant aroma. Chirp, chirp. Xiao Bai halted, its ears alerting Jiang Chun and an Yun to a treasure ahead, though it warned of lurking dangers. An Yun gently patted Xiao Bai, dismounted, and exchanged a knowing glance with Jiang Chun, who nodded in agreement. They levitated into the air, soaring toward the indicated direction. At that moment, a croaking sound reached their ears. Ribbit, ribbit. Recognizing the unmistakable voice, both Jiang Chun and an Yun grasped their Tang Dao, remaining vigilant toward the source of the noise. Despite having achieved the fourth tier, they understood the principle of using full force even against a mere rabbit. They maintained their alertness, ready to confront any threat. Before long, a massive toad came into view, its size comparable to Xiao Bai's. It faced a plant, puffing its cheeks and croaking. The toad's slimy skin glistened, exuding a repulsive odor. Before the toad lay a curious plant resembling a combination of dogtail grass and mimosa, swaying alluringly in the breeze, exuding an enchanting fragrance. Oblivious to the intruders, the toad was fixated on the plant. Jiang Chun prepared to strike down the creature with a single blow. However, in a sudden turn, the toad spun around, launching its sticky, foul-smelling tongue at Jiang Chun, moving with astonishing speed. Without hesitation, Jiang Chun's brow furrowed, a cold glint in his eyes as he raised his Tang Dao to slice through the attack. The blade flashed, severing the toad's tongue. With a pained croak, the toad writhed in agony. It then glared at Jiang Chun and an Yun, unleashing a foul, viscous projectile. Disgusted, Jiang Chun flicked his wrist, sending the toad's disgusting assault off to the side. The corrosive nature of the toad's projectiles became evident as they sizzled upon contact. Finally, with a mental command, Jiang Chun crushed the toad's skull, revealing its orange crystal core, a creature on the verge of reaching the third tier. Xiao Bai turned up its nose at the toad's corpse, finding it unappetizing. An Yun collected the treasure guarded by the toad, and the trio continued their quest for riches. On the outskirts of the mountains, a band of ruthless individuals pursued a pair of brothers. Mo, keep going. We're almost in the woods. A 16-year-old boy gasped, sprinting frantically. Beside him, a boy of about 12 or 13 echoed his sentiment. Brother, I want to hold you back. At that moment, both boys felt as though their lungs were on fire, their legs heavy as lead, trembling with each step, threatening to collapse. Their bodies bore numerous wounds. Yet their singular focus remained, to reach the safety of the forest ahead. Damn, you two little brats. Chase them down. If I catch you, you will wish for death. Barked the leader of the merciless gang, a man sporting a Mexican hairstyle named Zhou Fu, whose hair seemed inexplicably well-groomed despite the apocalypse. One of his henchmen, wielding a knife, echoed his sentiments. Damn it. These little pups have the audacity to fight back. As the brothers neared the forest, a tall, slender man exclaimed, Boss, they're about to enter that dangerous forest. Should we open fire? Zhou Fu's eyes glinted with malice, a cruel smile forming as he replied, No need for you to shoot. I'll take care of it. Knowing they could not catch the brothers, Zhou Fu resolved to take the worst-case scenario approach, shooting to kill. He drew his pistol and aimed at the fleeing boys, targeting the elder brother first, well aware that if he fell, the younger would surely follow. With a pull of the trigger, the gun fired. Bang! Yet, the brothers continued their flight, unscathed. What? I missed. Zhou Fu's frustration flared, embarrassment washing over him before his subordinates. Mo, zigzag, the older brother instructed. Seeing them veer away from a straight path, Zhou Fu gritted his teeth. Should we shoot now, boss? One of his lackeys hesitantly asked. A fiery rage simmered within Zhou Fu as he snapped, Shut your mouth. Just watch how I make the shot. With that, Zhou Fu aimed once more, pulling the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. He fired repeatedly, determined to bring the boys down. You will comply and die. Chapter 89. The setting sun's marksmanship. The sound of gunfire erupted, Yet none of the bystanders fell victim to its wrath. Zhou Anfu's features contorted in disbelief. Surely this is a jest? How can so many shots miss their mark? His subordinates were equally perplexed, uncertain whether to voice their thoughts. To assert that Zhou Anfu's marksmanship was poor seemed contradictory to his uncanny ability to evade targets with precision. Conversely, to claim he was an expert marksman was equally absurd, for his skill resembled that of a novice, merely outlining human figures. Zhou Anfu's underlings could only twitch at the corners of their mouths. Brother, that fool Mashi truly has dreadful aim. I could hit better with my eyes closed, Gao Gu remarked, his tone laced with both fear and relief as he glanced at his older brother Gao Yi. Gao Yi, panting heavily, shot a weary glance at Gao Gu and rasped, "Rather than chatter, we should make haste." The two brothers sprinted desperately until they reached the edge of the forest, realizing at last that they were temporarily safe. Breathing heavily, they leaned against a sturdy tree to catch their breath. Gao Gu, regaining composure, turned to face Zhou Anfu's group and exclaimed, "Foolish Mashi, your marksmanship is utterly pathetic. You can't even hit a target. You deserve to eat dirt." With a sharp tongue honed through online exchanges before the apocalypse, Gao Gu unleashed a torrent of crude insults without hesitation. Despite his youth, he had mastered the art of verbal sparring. Zhou Anfu's expression darkened, his gaze filled with a murderous intent directed at the two brothers. "What are you fools doing just standing there? Shoot them dead," he barked at his silent subordinates, his frustration palpable. "Understood, boss," they replied in unison, hastily drawing their weapons to aim at the brothers without another word. The order to shoot originated from Zhou Anfu, and now they had no choice but to obey. Upon witnessing this, Gao Yi and Gao Gu wasted no time in fleeing into the woods. The gunmen, fearing Zhou Anfu's wrath, could only discharge a few shots symbolically, knowing full well they would face his ire if they failed. Zhou Anfu scoffed. Although the brothers had managed to escape, he remained unfazed. He was acutely aware that if they did not leave the woods by nightfall, their demise was all but certain. The forest was fraught with peril, unlike the city, and none who ventured deep within had ever returned alive. As the chilling howls of the undead echoed in his ears, Zhou Anfu's expression hardened. "Everyone retreat. If our leader inquires, tell him they perished. Should I discover anyone speaking ill of this matter, I shall feed them to the zombies." His voice dripped with a wolf-like menace, and his subordinates nodded in compliance, fully aware of what was expected upon their return. Without lingering further, Zhou Anfu and his crew made their way back. Although the area appeared devoid of zombies, having been cleared days prior, he knew better than to dismiss the possibility of a formidable evolved zombie emerging from the shadows. Soon, Zhou Anfu retraced his steps, wary of the brothers potentially hiding at the forest's edge, waiting for the coast to clear before re-emerging. He dispatched 2 men to lie in wait, prepared to shoot without hesitation should the brothers reappear. Indeed, as Zhou Anfu anticipated, Gao Yi and Gao Gu remained concealed within a thicket, refraining from venturing deeper into the woods. Once they confirmed Zhou Anfu's departure, relief washed over Gao Gu. "Brother, they've left. Should we venture out?" Gao Yi, with a discerning gaze, pondered the situation. He knew he must think strategically, considering what he would do if he were Zhou Anfu. After surveying their surroundings, a sense of unease settled in him at the thought of emerging. "We shouldn't go out," he replied, lightly shaking his head. He chose to trust his instincts, suspecting that Zhou Anfu might have sent someone to lie in wait. Gao Gu nodded, unconditionally trusting his brother. When Gao Yi advised against exposing themselves, he readily acquiesced. Gao Yi affectionately ruffled Gao Gu's hair, feeling the tension in his body ease momentarily. "Let us rest for a while, then search for food within the woods." Without hesitation, Gao Gu sprawled on the ground, disregarding the dirt, for he was already quite filthy and reeked. After a brief respite, the brothers rose to seek sustenance. They had not had a proper meal in ages, and after their frantic exertion, their stomachs felt painfully empty. At the forest's edge, they scoured for food, but found nothing edible. Many had ventured into the woods before them, likely consuming whatever provisions existed. Like 2 hungry wolves, Gao Yi led Gao Gu cautiously deeper into the woods, their singular thought being the urgent need to find food. Within a cave, Jiang Chen chuckled heartily. "Xiao Bai here. A leg of wild boar." His spirits lifted as he utilized his telekinesis to detach a leg from the roasted beast, offering it to Xiao Bai. "You are the true hero. Eat up." "Chirp, chirp, chirp." "Thank you, master," Xiao Bai exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she began to feast. She had grown fond of Jiang Chen, for he treated her kindly, unlike others. And Iyun affectionately stroked Xiao Bai's fur, a smile gracing her lips. Thanks to Xiaobai, their fortunes had greatly improved, amassing treasures and significantly enhancing their abilities. With Xiaobai's assistance, Jiang Chun and an Yun had acquired numerous rare resources, elevating their powers to mid-level tier 4. In an Yun's space, several plants awaited maturation, and upon returning to the base, she planned to cultivate a medicinal garden. She had no doubts about their survival, for the base was equipped with a spiritual spring. Upon their return, both Jiang Chun and an Yun could also upgrade their weapons. They had procured rare ores such as star gold and Tai Sui armor, which, when incorporated into their weaponry, would induce a transformative enhancement. As Jiang Chun employed his telekinesis to roast a fearsome wild boar, the sizzling sound of fat dripping into the fire filled the cave with an enticing aroma. After satisfying their hunger, they entrusted the remaining portions to Xiaobai. As for themselves, they entered their tent to partake in the most profound of activities. An enchanting embrace. Chapter 90. Reunion. The following day, and Yun awoke feeling utterly weak and feeble. She gazed tenderly yet helplessly at Jiang Chun, who was still sound asleep. With a rustle, Yun donned her clothing and roused Jiang Chun from his slumber. Upon waking and seeing that Yun was already dressed, Jiang Chun lowered his gaze, realizing that their previous night's escapades had indeed taken a toll, leaving Yun disinclined to engage this morning. Nevertheless, he dressed quickly and followed Yun out of the tent. Today, like yesterday, they would continue their treasure hunt in the mountains. After a hearty meal, Jiang Chun and Yun set off with Xiaobai. Not to be underestimated, Xiaobai proved quite adept at locating treasures. As they embarked on their quest, a different scene unfolded simultaneously. The two brothers, Gao Yi and Gao Gu, having consumed a few wild fruits, unwittingly attracted the attention of a ferocious beast. And now they found themselves in a frantic flight. Gao Yi clenched his teeth, cursing fate for seemingly conspiring against them. As they had been well hidden, yet still discovered by a lurking predator, Gao Gu glanced back and saw the beast, resembling a monstrous squirrel, gaining on them. In desperation, he bit into the wild fruit and hurled the pit at the creature, hoping to slow its pursuit. However, the pit merely struck the beast harmlessly, inciting its wrath instead. The beast, driven by a thirst for blood, charged forth, fixated on the two brothers. "Brother, what should we do? That monster is relentless. If we keep running, we might stumble into another beast's territory and face certain death," Gao Gu exclaimed, his outward composure a stark contrast to the turmoil within. "Fear not," Gao reassured his brother, his mind racing with thoughts of escape. But their ordinary human frailty rendered them powerless against such a formidable foe. Finally, Gao gritted his teeth and spoke solemnly. "Mo, run left towards that large tree. I will lead the beast away. If I do not return, promise me you will survive alone." Gao Gu's heart sank at the thought. "No, brother, you are my only family. If you perish, I cannot bear to live in this hellish world. If we are to die, let us die together. If we are to live, let us live together." Gao was warmed by his brother's unwavering resolve. He understood that if he were to fall, Gao Gu would likely follow suit. Unable to endure a life devoid of him in such perilous circumstances. This cursed world, he thought. Mo. He halted, determination igniting within him. We shall no longer flee. Let us muster our strength and confront it. Indeed, Gao Gu responded, his eyes now ablaze with fierce resolve. Gao handed a small knife to Gao Gu while he seized a sturdy stick from the ground. The brothers stood resolute, weapons in hand, confronting the squirrel-like beast with ferocity akin to that of wild animals. The beast, sensing the danger emanating from the brothers, hesitated, crouching low and emitting a low growl. Gao Gu, unyielding, responded with a fierce roar of his own, prompting the beast to tremble slightly and retreat a step. "What is happening?" Gao Gu thought, elated. "Could I have intimidated the creature?" "Brother, I have an idea," Gao Gu whispered excitedly. "You must mimic the roar of a tiger or lion. I know you've practiced that before. It might just scare it away." Gao nodded, recognizing the merit in this suggestion. Regardless of its effectiveness, they had to try. Positioning himself like a beast, he unleashed a thunderous roar that resonated with an air of regality. The squirrel beast quivered, instinctively stepping back. "Brother, it worked," Gao Gu exclaimed, barely containing his excitement. Gao, undeterred, continued to bellow like a lion and tiger. The beast halted its advance, yet remained fixed on the brothers, unwilling to depart. Gao decided to test the waters further, feigning an attack. The beast retreated a few steps, but did not flee entirely. "Brother, it won't leave. We should," Gao Gu urged softly. Gao nodded in agreement. The brothers fixated on the beast, slowly retreating, yet with each step back, the beast followed closely. Suddenly, both brothers heard a roar from another beast, accompanied by a human voice. Uncertain if they were imagining it, they exchanged glances. "Brother, did you hear that voice behind us?" Gao Gu inquired quietly. "I heard it too," Gao Yi confirmed, intrigued. "Shall we head towards that sound?" Gao Gu suggested, his eyes alight with hope. After a brief contemplation, Gao Yi nodded decisively. "Yes. When I say run, we go." With a shared resolve, the brothers turned and sprinted toward the source of the sound, prompting the squirrel beast to pursue them relentlessly. Meanwhile, Jiangchen and an Yin, guided by Xiaobai, had just dispatched a third-tier beast and discovered a precious plant. As Xiaobai feasted on the remains, Jiangchen absorbed the core, waiting for Xiaobai to finish before resuming their treasure hunt. During this time, they heard rustling from the woods to their left. Jiangchen raised an eyebrow, brandishing his weapon. An Iyun mirrored his stance, both bracing for the approach of a beast. Soon, the foliage rustled, revealing two disheveled youths, resembling beggars, emerging into view. However, the next moment, a fierce beast lunged at one of the boys, placing him in immediate peril. The suddenness of the scene gave Jiangchen and an Iyun a slight start, also ceased its feeding, directing its attention towards the unfolding event. The beast was reminiscent of a squirrel, emanating an aura indicative of a first-tier level. However, this squirrel was unlike the endearing creatures found in zoos or nature. It possessed ferocious fangs, sharp claws, a spear-like tip on its tail, and a pair of blood-red, frenzied eyes. Its overall appearance would send shivers down the spine of an ordinary person, instilling fear. It was about the size of a local dog. It lunged towards the youth, and without assistance, the boy would undoubtedly meet a gruesome end, his blood splattering upon the scene. "Mo," Gao Yi exclaimed, his voice laced with terror as he witnessed the squirrel beast pouncing on Gao Gu, his pupils constricting in horror. "Brother!" Gao Gu also sensed the approaching force from behind, along with the foul odor emanating from the beast. He cried out in fear. In this critical moment, Jiangchen and an Iyun acted swiftly, prioritizing the boy's rescue. Having reached the mid-stage of the fourth tier, an Iyun's spatial abilities had greatly improved. With a resolute gaze, she raised her right hand and clenched it into a fist. In an instant, the air in front of the squirrel beast shimmered momentarily. Then, as if by magic, the squirrel beast vanished from behind Gao Gu, reappearing in another location. Consequently, its attack landed on a tree directly in front of it. Crack! The small tree was instantly cleaved in two by the squirrel beast's assault. The squirrel beast was utterly bewildered. "What's happening? How did I suddenly end up here?" Simultaneously, the Gao brothers were equally stunned. Gao Yi, in particular, had witnessed the squirrel beast disappear from behind his brother and reappear on the other side. Gao Gu, with a simpler mindset, was unaware of the reason for the squirrel beast's sudden relocation. However, a sense of escaping death washed over him, his heart pounding rapidly. How close? Just a few more seconds, and I would have been dead. Gao Yi glanced at Jiangchen and an Iyun, a glint of shrewdness in his eyes. Undoubtedly, Momo's rescue was due to the couple before him. Upon closer inspection, Gao Yi was taken aback by their striking appearance. What a handsome man and beautiful woman. However, this was not the time for such thoughts. Gao Yi quickly pulled his brother towards Jiangchen and an Iyun. Regardless of whether they were good or bad, their only hope lay with this couple. "Yuner, I'll go eliminate that creature." After the Gao brothers approached, Jiangchen assessed the two youths. With these words, he brandished his tang blade and darted towards the squirrel beast. Whoosh! Gao Yi and Gao Gu's pupils constricted once more. They couldn't believe their eyes. Jiangchen intended to dispatch the squirrel beast with a single strike. Enhanced by his mental power, his speed was lightning fast. Arriving beside the squirrel beast, Jiangchen gripped his tang blade, its surface gleaming with an eerie light. He slashed directly at the squirrel beast's neck. The blade's edge tore through the air. Being only at the first-tier level and not specializing in defense, the squirrel beast was unable to withstand Jiangchen's attack. Splatter! Before the squirrel beast could react, it was decapitated, its blood gushing from the severed wound. Jiangchen hovered in the air, gripping the bloodied tang blade, exuding an aura of both coolness and mystique. He extracted the squirrel beast's core, absorbed it instantly, and returned to an Iyun's side. "Big brother is so amazing," Gao Gu exclaimed, his eyes shining with admiration. Jiangchen's swift dispatch of the squirrel beast was forever etched in his mind. Gao Yi tugged at Gao Gu, approached Jiangchen and an Iyun, and bowed his head in gratitude. My name is Gao Yi, and this is my younger brother, Gao Gu. We are extremely grateful for your life-saving grace. It's nothing. And Iyun replied with a gentle smile. Why are you two little ones in such a dangerous place? And Iyun did not lower her guard simply because Gao Yi and Gao Gu were young. In the apocalypse, maintaining vigilance when encountering strangers was essential for survival. At the same time, Iyun scrutinized the two boys for any injuries. Gao Yi understood Iyun's intentions. She was checking for any signs of bites or scratches. If they had such injuries, Gao Yi could anticipate their fate. We haven't been bitten or scratched by zombies or monsters, Gao Yi said, lowering his gaze. He then explained to Iyun and Jiang Chen the reason for their presence in this place. Jiang Chen and Iyun observed the brothers' expressions throughout their story. Upon hearing their account and finding it to be genuine, their smiles became more sincere. Grumble. As Gao Yi finished speaking, his stomach rumbled inappropriately. Shortly after, Gao Gu's stomach followed suit. Jiang Chen chuckled softly. Yuner, give them something to eat. Iyun nodded and retrieved food from her spatial storage for the two boys. Gao Yi and Gao Gu gratefully accepted the food. Knowing that Jiang Chen and Iyun were extraordinary individuals, they wisely refrained from questioning Iyun's ability to produce food from thin air. The brothers devoured the food voraciously, as if they were starving ghosts. Jiang Chen observed the brothers, harboring no intention of taking them along. All right, saving you was merely a matter of convenience. We have other matters to attend to and must depart, Jiang Chen said to Gao Yi and Gao Gu with a gentle smile. This mountain range is dangerous, so you two should leave as soon as possible. Upon hearing this, Gao Yi lowered his gaze, the food in his hands losing its appeal. He bit his lip and looked up at Jiang Chen. Big brother, I want to follow you and my brother. I can serve as bait for you. My brother and I will never cause trouble or become burdens. You and your sister can abandon us at any time. We want to repay you for your kindness. Gao Gu, understanding the situation, quickly swallowed the food in his mouth and looked at Iyun with pleading eyes, resembling a pitiful little animal. Sister, please take us with you. My brother and I eat very little, and we are hardworking. We will never become burdens. I can also serve as bait. Iyun turned her beautiful eyes to Jiang Chen. Having learned of the brothers' plight and knowing that they were not malevolent, she was inclined to take them along. However, she would defer to her husband's decision. Chapter 92. I hope you can still laugh later. Gao Yi and Gao Gu noticed Iyun's gaze directed at Jiang Chen. Both understood that Jiang Chen was the one making the decisions. They looked at him with pleading eyes. Jiang Chen contemplated whether to bring them along, ultimately deciding to do so since they would return to the base after today as treasure hunt. It was better to be a good person to the end, to see things through to the finish. Without further thought, he resolved to take the two brothers back to the base. For Jiang Chen, bringing them along was not a significant burden. He hoped that his kindness today would yield greater rewards in their treasure-seeking endeavors. Turning to Gao Yi and Gao Gu, Jiang Chen smiled and said, All right, you two can accompany us for now, and we will take you back to my base this afternoon. Instantly, joy lit up the faces of Gao Yi and Gao Gu, and they exclaimed in unison, Thank you, big brother. Thank you, sister. And Iyun smiled, knowing deep down that her husband possessed a gentle heart. Thus, Jiang Chen and Iyun and their companion Xiaobai welcomed Gao Yi and Gao Gu into their group. After Xiaobai consumed the carcass of a ferocious beast, the four of them, alongside their rabbit companion, resumed their quest for treasure. As time passed, dusk approached, painting the sky in hues of orange. The blood-red sun gradually descended. The treasures Jiang Chen and Iyun unearthed today were certainly not insignificant, surpassing their haul from the previous day. Both had reached the pinnacle of mid-stage Tier 4 strength, while Xiaobai, having feasted on numerous beast carcasses, attained the peak of late-stage Tier 3 strength. During this time, Gao Yi and Gao Gu performed admirably, and Iyun also provided them with spiritual spring water, hoping to awaken their latent abilities. To her delight, both brothers awakened their powers and even developed a combination technique. Most importantly, their abilities pertain to logistical agricultural skills. With the base currently focused on boosting grain production, their inclusion promised a significant enhancement to food supplies. As night fell, Jiang Chen and Iyun led the two brothers and their rabbit back home. Exiting the mountains and entering the city, they found a place to rest and dine. Gao Yi and Gao Gu, upon receiving their food, expressed gratitude before devouring it heartily. Xiaobai also enjoyed the ferocious beast carcass that Iyun had retrieved from her spatial realm. Once they were well fed and had rested a while, Jiang Chen and Iyun resumed their journey back to the base, scavenging for supplies along the way. The area still held a considerable amount of resources, and with an Iyun's expanded spatial capabilities, she diligently collected everything she could find. Suddenly, 3 modified vehicles came into view. Jiang Chun and an Iyun paid them no heed and continued on their path. However, the occupants of the vehicles took notice of Jiang Chun and an Iyun, encircling them in a menacing manner. Gao Gu, trembling, stood behind Gao Yi, while Xiao Bai assumed an aggressive stance, baring its teeth. The vehicles halted before Jiang Chun and an Iyun, blocking their way. Jiang Chun maintained a stoic expression, his gaze icy, mirroring an Iyun's demeanor beside him. Soon, 12 individuals emerged from the vehicles, clad in vibrant attire, wielding both firearms and melee weapons. Well, luck is on our side today. We stumbled upon 2 delicate little creatures. The leader, Dong Yu, remarked, his eyes appraising Jiang Chun and an Iyun with a sinister grin. After Dong Yu spoke, a young man beside him leered at an Iyun, grinning lecherously. Ha ha ha, what a catch. Gao Yi, undeterred, patted his brother Gao Gu and confronted Dong Yu. What do you want? I advise you to leave now, or face the consequences. His words drew the attention of Dong Yu's group, who erupted into laughter at the sight of the young boy. Ha ha ha, a little brat like you? You think you can threaten us? Did I hear right? We're being threatened by a child? Ha ha, look at the guns in our hands. Do you realize that saying such things could lead to a most unfortunate fate? Though these 2 may not be as delicate, I bet they taste just as good. Gao Yi and Gao Gu glared at Dong Yu's group with fierce animosity. Just as Gao Yi was about to retort, Jiang Chun interrupted, advising, Gao Yi, remember, if you can fight, don't waste words. Your strength is nearly at tier 2. That's sufficient to handle them. Go ahead, take the dagger your sister gave you and deal with them. Gao Yi swallowed hard, gritting his teeth, understanding that this was a test from his older brother. During their treasure hunt earlier, Jiang Chun and an Iyun had been training the 2 brothers. With Jiang Chun and an Iyun watching, Gao Yi knew he could face these 12 adversaries without fear. I won't let you down, big brother, Gao Yi declared earnestly. Gao Gu chimed in, big brother. I'll join my brother. I'm not afraid to kill. We've seen many people get slain before. And I want to throw up. Jiang Chun nodded with a smile. You 2 can work together. Don't be afraid. Fight with all your might. Your sister and I will be watching you want to die. Remember what we taught you today and apply it in real combat. The brothers nodded seriously, drawing their daggers and stepping forward to confront Dong Yu's group. Gao Yi's eyes glowed with a fierce red light, reminiscent of a beast ready to pounce, while Gao Gu, though not as formidable, exuded a determined spirit. Ha ha ha, this is too funny. Dong Yu laughed heartily. These 2 little ones think they can take us down with those daggers? Ha ha. Wait, are they trying to use us as a distraction to escape? Possible. But can they run faster than a bullet? Dong Yu's gang laughed uproariously, completely dismissing Gao Yi, Gao Gu, and even Jiang Chun and an Iyun. They held a false sense of security, bolstered by their firearms. Should they prove troublesome, a single bullet will suffice to put them down. Having witnessed the shadows of their former tormentors in Dong Yu's gang, Gao Yi coldly chuckled to himself. I hope you can still laugh later. Chapter 93. No laughing now. Are we? The 12 individuals before Gao Yi, though armed, did not intimidate him in the slightest. He knew Jiang Gu and Yun Jie would not allow bullets to strike him or his brother. Mo, show no mercy. They are merely beasts in human guise. Treat them as savage creatures and eliminate them. Gao Yi instructed Gao Gu sternly. He then crouched slightly, dagger in hand, resembling an assassin poised to strike. His gaze swept over Dong Yu and his cohorts, his eyes gleaming with predatory intent. Brother, rest assured, I won't be a hindrance, Gao Gu declared, adopting an offensive stance. His eyes fixed on Dong Yu and his men. His experiences with Zhou Anfu's depraved group had profoundly altered his character. Despite his youth, his disposition had undergone a radical transformation. Ha ha ha, brothers, look at these 2 kids. I must say, they put on quite a show. Dong Yu chuckled derisively. The others joined in, dismissing the brothers as insignificant. Dong Yu grinned lewdly and proclaimed, Brothers, allow me to demonstrate some American-style Iajutsu. Crippling their legs won't hinder our amusement. With that, he aimed his firearm at Gao Yi's thigh and squeezed the trigger. Bang! The gunshot reverberated. However, to everyone's astonishment, Gao Yi remained unharmed, and the projectile hung suspended in midair, as if frozen in time. The group was instantly taken aback, seizing the opportune moment. While Dong Yu and his men were distracted by the suspended bullet, Gao Yi and Gao Gu surged forward like released hounds, daggers in hand, swiftly attacking their adversaries. Gaoi targeted Dong Yu, while Gao Gu focused on the seemingly weakest of the 12. Their daytime encounters with savage beasts had transformed them from the helpless individuals they once were. Having prevailed against such creatures, they were confident in their ability to overcome these 12 seemingly ordinary men, especially since their firearms were rendered useless. Gao Yi and Gao Gu aimed for a swift and decisive victory, a single strike to sever their enemies' throats. Damn. Brothers. The two brats are charging. Open fire. You guys open fire too. But don't kill them. Dong Yu exclaimed in alarm, reacting without hesitation. The others, jolted into action, wasted no time in activating their skills. American-style Iajutsu. Bang. 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 Gunshots echoed. Yet, the bullets, like the first, remained suspended in the air, as if time had been brought to a standstill. Gao Yi reached Dong Yu, brandishing his dagger, and slashed at his neck. Dong Yu's heart pounded in his chest, but he managed to evade the attack with a swift retreat. While Dong Yu managed to escape, his comrade was not so fortunate. Thwack! The man targeted by Gao Gu felt a sharp pain in his neck, followed by an eruption of blood. His trachea severed. He stared at Gao Gu in disbelief. He collapsed to the ground, blood gushing uncontrollably. Soon, his eyes widened in a final, unseeing gaze. Dong Yu and the remaining 10 men were dumbfounded. Had they truly witnessed one of their own being slain by this young boy? Damn, you little bastard, you're courting death. A man, deeply attached to the deceased, roared in fury at Gao Gu, drawing a large cleaver from his waist and swinging it down upon him. His outburst served as a catalyst for the others. Realizing the futility of their firearms, they resorted to melee weapons. Dong Yu and the remaining 11 men brandished their blades, charging at Gao Yi and Gao Gu, intent on reducing them to mincemeat. Undaunted, Gao Yi and Gao Gu evaded the onslaught while launching counterattacks. The attacks of Dong Yu and his men appeared to slow down as they faced the brothers. Their coordination was seamless. One by one, the 11 men met their demise. The brothers moved with the precision of seasoned assassins, each counterattack claiming a life. Eventually, only Dong Yu remained. Monsters! Monsters! You two are monsters! Dong Yu retreated, his eyes wide with terror as Gao Yi and Gao Gu advanced relentlessly. He was no longer the arrogant figure he had been moments before. Gao Yi sneered, a savage fire burning within him. He and his brother now regarded Dong Yu with the cold eyes of executioners. Ah! Dong Yu cried out, turning and sprinting towards his vehicle. He was consumed by fear. He did not want to die. He had to escape. However, his actions only presented Gao Yi and Gao Gu with the opportunity they sought. In the wilderness, exposing one's back to a predator invites immediate attack. MOMO. Gao Yi commanded. Understood. Gao Gu responded, gripping his dagger and aiming at Dong Yu's heart. Whoosh. The dagger flew from Gao Gu's hand, striking Dong Yu in the left side of his chest. Thud. The blade pierced Dong Yu's heart, causing him to cry out in agony. Yet, he continued to run towards the car, refusing to succumb to death. Gao Gu exclaimed in surprise. How could Dong Yu still be alive with a dagger lodged in his heart? What's happening? Gao Yi's eyes narrowed. Could it be that his heart was on the right side? MOMO, his heart might be on the right side. I'll take care of it, Gao Yi explained, then mustered all his strength and hurled his dagger at Gao Gu. Whoosh. The dagger flew from Gao Yi's hand with even greater velocity. Dong Yu had just opened the car door, but before he could celebrate, a searing pain erupted in his chest. A stream of blood trickled from his lips as he collapsed to the ground, his eyes filled with despair. Damn it, I was so close. Unbeknownst to Dong Yu, even if he had managed to get into the car, his fate would have remained unchanged. Gao Yi and Gao Gu approached Dong Yu and retrieved their daggers. As they withdrew the blades, blood spurted forth. Fortunately, the brothers were already covered in blood, so the additional splatter had little impact. Gao Yi gazed at his blood-soaked clothes, a hint of regret in his eyes. He had been rather fond of that outfit. He wiped the blood from his dagger and sneered at Dong Yu's corpse. You were laughing so hard earlier, weren't you? Not so funny now, is it? TCH. Scum. Gao Gu spat, kicking Dong Yu's lifeless body before turning to face Jiang Chun and an Iyun. Both wore expressions that seemed to plead for praise. An Iyun commended, not bad. You were truly impressive. Jiang Chun smiled and said, not bad. You didn't disappoint me. Jiang Chun and an Iyun had observed the entire encounter, prepared to intervene if necessary. However, the brothers had proven their mettle, validating their training. Chapter 94. The Survivor Base, Drilla Hotel, to Dong Yu's group. The encounter with Jiang Chun and an Iyun was merely a minor episode on the journey back to their base. Wait a moment. I shall gather the useful supplies they possess into my space, and Iyun remarked with a smile as she made her way towards Dong Yu's 3 vehicles. She collected firearms, some food, and other valuable items, discovering that the 12 individuals were quite affluent in resources, evidently having plundered numerous others. After securing the items, and Iyun returned to Jiang Chun. She handed out lollipops, one for Jiang Chun, Gao Yi, and Gao Gu. These treats were, of course, among the supplies acquired from Dong Yu. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Xiao Bai, noticing that everyone had something to eat while he did not, became anxious. And Iyun gently patted Xiao Bai's head and retrieved a piece of beast meat from her space, saying, "Here, don't be so impatient." Xiao Bai joyfully devoured it, savoring every bite. "All right, let us proceed forward. We won't reach our destination today, so we should find a place to rest," Jiang Chen declared. And Iyun, Gao Yi, and Gao Gu nodded in agreement. Mounted on Xiao Bai, the 4 companions continued their journey. "Brother Jiang, may I inquire where our destination lies?" Gao Gu could not contain his curiosity. Neither Jiang Chun nor Iyun had disclosed their destination, and unlike the composed Gao Yi, Gao Gu, being younger, was less restrained. "Yuner, did you not inform them?" Jiang Chun turned to Iyun, who was seated on Xiao Bai, after hearing Gao Gu's question. Iyun shook her head and chuckled softly. "I assumed you had already told them, so I refrained from mentioning it." Hearing this, Jiang Chen also laughed. "I thought you had told them as well. Ha 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 ha." They exchanged knowing smiles. Iyun then addressed Gao Yi and Gao Gu. "Are you familiar with the Pure Land base?" "The Pure Land base?" Confusion crossed Gao Yi and Gao Gu's faces. However, Gao Yi's eyes soon lit up with recognition as he exclaimed, "Sister Yun, I know of the Pure Land base. I've heard from various people that it is incredibly safe. Are we heading to the Pure Land base?" During his time with Zhou Fu, Gao Yi had learned much about the Pure Land base, which was constructed like a colossal steel beast, teeming with skilled individuals ready to eliminate any zombies that dared approach. Moreover, as long as one was diligent and honest, there would be ample food and a peaceful place to sleep without fear. Zhou Fu had once wished to go to the Pure Land base, but his leader refused to allow it, not wanting to be subordinate to anyone else or adhere to rules. Gao Yi had longed to visit the Pure Land base, never imagining he would actually have the chance. Gao Gu, looking a bit bewildered, turned to Gao Yi and asked, "Brother, what is this Pure Land base? I have no recollection of it." Gao Yi patiently explained the concept of the Pure Land base, understanding why Gao Gu had forgotten, as he had merely focused on survival during their previous hardships. Upon hearing Gao Yi's explanation, Gao Gu's eyes sparkled with excitement as vivid images filled his mind, grand, imposing, and oppressive buildings in a sci-fi apocalyptic style, bustling with people, abundant food, and undeniable safety. "Sister Yin, are we truly going to the Pure Land base?" Gao Gu looked at Iyun with bright, hopeful eyes. Iyun, amused by Gao Yi's detailed description, decided not to keep them in suspense and confirmed, "Yes. We are heading to the Pure Land base." The moment Gao Yi and Gao Gu heard this, uncontainable joy spread across their faces. Iyun observed them with a playful glint in her eyes and asked, "Gao Yi, do you know who the leader of the Pure Land base is?" "The leader?" Gao Yi pondered, trying to recall if he had ever heard the name of the leader from anyone. He remembered there was indeed someone, but the name eluded him. "I think their surname is Jiang," he finally said. "Wait, Jiang? Isn't Brother Jiang's surname Jiang?" Gao Yi thought, incredulous. Could it be that Brother Jiang is the leader of the Pure Land base? No way, we are so far from it. The leader would not appear in this area. And how could someone of such stature be connected to us? And Iyun noticed the realization dawning on Gao Yi's face. Sensing he had guessed the truth but struggled to believe it, Gao Yi put the thought aside and looked up at Iyun, stating, "Sister Yun, I don't know. I just know that the leader of the Pure Land base shares the same surname as Brother Jiang." And Iyun smiled knowingly and teased, "So, do you think the leader of the Pure Land base might just be your brother Jiang?" "Huh." Gao Yi was taken aback, but then he quickly declared, "I believe it." He then turned to Jiang Chun, his face filled with curiosity and admiration. "Brother Jiang, are you the leader of the Pure Land base?" Jiang Chen had listened to the conversation between Iyun and the two brothers with a faint smile, nodding slightly. "Yes." Gao Yi was instantly astonished by Jiang Chen's confirmation. Gao Gu was equally taken aback, his mouth agape in disbelief. They must have been incredibly fortunate. Then, like eager reporters, Gao Yi and Gao Gu bombarded Jiang Chun with questions. Jiang Chun remained silent, and Iyun, feeling bored, began to recount Jiang Chen's remarkable journey to the two brothers. As they walked, they eventually reached a hotel that seemed to be in decent condition, Drilla Hotel. Armed personnel stood at the entrance, indicating that it served as a survivor base. "Stop. You must surrender 3 pounds of food to enter the base," the guards coldly commanded, blocking Jiang Chun and Iyun's way. Rather than underestimating the guards due to their own strength, Iyun called Gao Yi over to retrieve 3 pounds of food from his backpack. After complying with the request, the guards did not further impede Jiang Chun and Iyun. Perhaps they recognized that Jiang Chun and Iyun were not ordinary individuals and thus allowed them passage after accepting the food. Jiang Chun and Iyun, Gao Yi, Gao Gu, and Xiao Bai entered the survivor base, immediately drawing the attention of everyone inside. Chapter 95. Entering the survivor base. Inside the establishment were Jiang Chun and Iyun, Gao Yi, Gao Gu, Xiao Bai, 4 individuals, and 1 rabbit. Upon their arrival, the inhabitants of the hotel were momentarily taken aback by the striking appearance of Jiang Chun and Iyun. Who were these individuals? My goodness, the allure of this man and woman is simply celestial. Despite the apocalypse enduring for so long, how could anyone maintain such flawless skin? The backpacks carried by the 2 young men appeared quite bulging. They must contain a significant amount of provisions. In stark contrast to the survivors within the hotel, Jiang Chun and Iyun seemed to embody the distinction between the heavens and the earth. The survivors were clad in tattered garments, their skin sallow and emaciated, emanating a faint odor of decay, many of them exhibiting signs of malnutrition. Gao Yi and Gao Gu, observing these individuals, could not help but reminisce about their past selves, who were not dissimilar to these unfortunate souls. It was only after an extraordinary stroke of luck, encountering brother Jiang and sister Yun, that their lives took a transformative turn. In this moment, they felt immense gratitude for having crossed paths with Jiang Chun and Iyun. Soon after Jiang Chun's entrance, a portly middle-aged man, flanked by several subordinates, approached him. "Greetings, I am Wu Shui, the leader of this survivor base. How may I assist you?" Wu Shui's demeanor was exceedingly humble, devoid of any pretense, as he inquired with a broad smile directed at Jiang Chun and Iyun. Having managed this survivor base for several months, Wu Shui had become adept at discerning the skilled from the average. The quartet and their rabbit were unmistakably extraordinary, especially the man, who exuded an air of nonchalance, seemingly unguarded. Such a demeanor could only stem from one of 2 possibilities. Either he was a fool or possessed great confidence in his abilities. In this post-apocalyptic world, he was undoubtedly the latter. Perhaps this man and woman were capable of extraordinary powers. Moreover, the 2 young men accompanying them, despite their seemingly impassive expressions, harbored an unmistakable vigilance and ferocity in their eyes. Wu Shui was certain that should anyone attempt to seize the bags carried by these 2, they would not hesitate to kill. The reason was evident. The glint in their eyes revealed that they had taken lives before. Most strikingly, the rabbit trailing behind them was of such considerable size that a person could ride it like a steed, clearly not an ordinary creature. All signs indicated that this quartet and their rabbit were far from ordinary individuals. "Please arrange for us 2 superior rooms," Jiang Chun stated, his expression impassive as he regarded Wu Shui coolly. Wu Shui chuckled. "Of course, but 2 superior rooms require either 5 pounds of food or 8 white crystal cores. What will you choose to offer?" His response was not born from fear for his life, but rather from an understanding that individuals of such caliber would not quibble over trivial matters. This was merely the established protocol. He was not attempting to extort them, just stating the facts. Jiang Chun nodded at Iyun, who then instructed Gao Yi to retrieve 5 pounds of food. As Gao Yi opened his backpack, revealing it brimming with provisions, the eyes of several onlookers sparkled with hunger, akin to ravenous wolves. However, they also recognized that to dare to seize the food would mean certain death. After gauging the weight, Wu Shui promptly instructed his subordinates to collect the food. "Follow me," he said with a smiling face, leading the way inside. The 4 individuals and 1 rabbit trailed behind him. Upon entering, they found the accommodations, sheets and all, remarkably clean and unused. As they approached the rooms, Wu Shui remarked with a smile, "Here we are." Jiang Chun and Iyun entered room 201, while Gao Yi, Gao Gu, and Xiao Bai took room 202. "That will be all. You may leave. Should we require anything, I will summon you," Jiang Chun said, looking at Wu Shui at the door with a calm demeanor. Jiang Chun was quite satisfied with the leader of this survivor base. He was perceptive, unlike previous encounters with less astute individuals who had instigated trouble upon seeing him and Iyun. "Very well, I shall not intrude on your rest, Wu Shui replied, offering a sycophantic smile before departing with his subordinates. Why did you treat that person so well? Asked a recently recruited subordinate of Wu Shui, perplexed. Not only is that woman striking, but those two young men carry bags filled with food. Should we simply overlook this? Wu Shui and the others chuckled at his naivety. Among so many survivor bases, do you know why ours has endured? Wu Shui countered, not rushing to respond, but rather posing a question. The subordinate pondered for a moment before replying. I know. It's because we have more people and weapons. Unity is strength. The young man believed his answer was quite astute. However, Wu Shui's ensuing words were a stark revelation. Incorrect. He stated seriously. It is because my brothers and I possess discernment. We can distinguish the formidable from the feeble. Otherwise, despite our numbers and armaments, we would merely be subservient to those with powers. Have there not been numerous bases decimated by those with abilities? Those fools sought to challenge them and brought calamity upon themselves. Moreover, our survivor base is not among those dark, predatory ones. We do not instigate conflict. Had we done so, we might have long since attracted unwanted attention and been eradicated. After Wu Shui finished speaking, one of his trusted confidants added solemnly, You are new to our group, and there is much you do not yet understand. It would be wise to observe more and speak less. Let me put it this way. Those 4 individuals I sensed are all likely to possess extraordinary abilities, especially the man and woman in room 201. I believe either one could easily annihilate us. The new recruit scratched his head, responding, I understand. While he feigned comprehension, internally, he dismissed the threat posed by Jiang Chun and An Yun, believing that as long as he had a gun, he could reign supreme in this apocalypse. Wu Shui, although noting the young man's outward display of acquiescence, could see through his facade. It was clear he had not truly absorbed the gravity of the situation. Very well. Perhaps he will come to understand the might of those with powers in due time, Wu Shui mused inwardly, wondering when their survivor base would encounter an individual with such extraordinary abilities. Meanwhile, within room 201, Jiang Chun and An Yun were engaged in a lively exchange. While in room 202, Gao Yi and Gao Gu were locked in a friendly duel. Xiao Bai lay nearby, munching on food and observing the brothers' contest. Suddenly, a knock echoed at the door of room 202. Knock, knock, knock. Gao Yi signaled for Gao Gu to pause. I'll check, he said, moving toward the door. Instead of opening it immediately, he cautiously inquired, Who is it? Chapter 96, A Midnight Transaction. Knock, knock, knock. The person outside the door did not respond to Gao Yi, but instead rapped again. Gao Yi now surmised that it was definitely not Brother Jiang or Sister Yun. A pensive glimmer flickered in Gao Yi's eyes. Could it be someone from the stronghold looking to cause trouble? A trace of ferocity and murderous intent surfaced on Gao Yi's face, but he quickly suppressed it. I'll ask you one more time. Who are you? If you don't speak, I won't open the door, Gao Yi said in a chilling tone. The door lacked a peephole. Otherwise, Gao Yi could have peered outside. Perhaps because Gao Yi had stated that he would not open the door if they remained silent. A voice finally emerged after a few seconds of quiet. The voice was rather delicate, with a hint of affectation. Little brother, could you open the door? I want to propose a transaction. Please don't be alarmed. I'm alone. A woman? Gao Yi frowned, feeling perplexed. A woman seeking a transaction late at night? Gao Yi turned to Gao Gu and said in a low voice, Mo, take up arms and stand guard behind me. I'll open the door to see what this woman wants. Gao Gu nodded, picked up a dagger, and approached Gao Yi's side. Leave it to me, brother. Gao Yi nodded, then coldly said to the woman outside the door, You better not try any tricks on me. No, I won't. Little brother, rest assured. I'm not here to cause trouble. The woman outside the door quickly responded in a gentle voice. Gao Yi opened the door. A woman with a spirited demeanor stepped into the view of the Gao Yi and Gao Gu brothers. The woman was dressed rather scantily, with minimal fabric, and although she wore no makeup, she was still a beauty. Perhaps intentionally, the neckline was cut very low, revealing a generous expanse of fair skin. Neither Gao Yi nor Gao Gu relaxed their guard simply because the other party appeared to be a weak woman. What kind of transaction do you want to propose? Gao Yi asked, his hand on the dagger at his waist, watching the other party warily. If she dared to play tricks on him, Gao Yi would not hesitate to teach her a lesson. Che Kejia offered a subtle smile, tinged with allure. Little brothers, no need to be so wary. I'm alone outside the door, and I don't have any weapons. With that, Che Kejia opened her garment, revealing her svelte figure. She demonstrated with her actions that she had nothing on her but a few pieces of fabric. Gao Yi and Gao Gu had never witnessed such a sight. Gao Gu's eyes widened instantly, his cheeks flushed, and he felt a warmth in his nose as it began to bleed. Gao Yi fared slightly better. His gaze swept over Che Kajia's figure, confirming that she had no weapons before he belatedly felt his ears burning. Quickly put your clothes on. The woman's actions had indeed lessened Gao Yi and Gao Gu brothers' vigilance. Che Kajia did not immediately dress, but instead adopted a frail, pitiful demeanor. Little brothers, could you let me in first? It's a bit chilly in the hallway. Gao Yi thought, if you're cold, why are you wearing so little? Seeing the woman's desire to enter, Gao Yi refused without hesitation. No. Okay, come in. Gao Yi and Gao Gu were taken aback, turning to look at each other. Gao Gu's thoughts were simpler than Gao Yi's. Seeing that the woman posed no danger, he agreed. He hadn't expected his brother to refuse her entry. Then, the two brothers looked at the woman and said in unison, come in. This was Gao Yi speaking. No, this was Gao Gu speaking. After speaking, Gao Yi and Gao Gu were once again bewildered. Little brothers, should I come in or not? Please, just let me in, Che Kajia asked softly, sounding very delicate. Brother. You decide. Gao Gu decided to remain silent. All right. Gao Yi glanced at the woman with a headache, seeing her standing almost naked at the door. He frowned and said, fine, come in, but put your clothes on once you're inside. Upon hearing this, Che Kajia's eyes curved into crescents, and the corners of her mouth lifted, smiling happily. Thank you, little brothers. Gao Yi let the woman into the room, looked around to make sure no one else was there, and then closed the door. You better not try any tricks on me, or I'll kill you without hesitation. Gao Yi sternly warned Che Kajia. Now tell me, what kind of transaction do you want to propose? Che Kajia sighed inwardly. Once, she had been infinitely glamorous. But who would have thought that one day she would have to sell herself to seek protection from two young men? Initially, her target had been Jiang Chun. But after seeing an Iyun, Che Kajia gave up. She knew her place. She knew she couldn't compare. In the end, with no other choice, she had set her sights on Gao Yi and Gao Gu. Little brothers, my name is Che Kajia. Before the apocalypse, I was up with millions of followers. Che Kajia first introduced herself to the brothers. Then, she struck a pose, showcasing her physical advantages to the fullest, her cheeks flushed with a hint of red. Gao Yi frowned, while Gao Gu's eyes widened. Little brothers, the vehicle before you is pear-shaped overall, with a clear, white, well-maintained paint job. Twin-lens headlights, rounded and full rear lines. After a bit of familiarization, the key can be directly inserted for ignition. The engine has a slight tremor. The vehicle's sound insulation is average. A light press of the accelerator will cause water droplets from the rear exhaust pipe. Direct cylinder injection, full of thrust. Driving is also very simple. Just add some food to replenish the oil, and then tomorrow announce to everyone in this survivor stronghold that I am one of you. Oh right, it has never been driven by anyone. Che Kajia's face was very flushed. She didn't know if the two young men understood her euphemistic speech. Che Kajia looked at the brothers' expressions. Gao Gu looked bewildered, clearly not understanding. Gao Yi, on the other hand, frowned, seeming to understand, and was considering it. Che Kajia watched Gao Yi nervously. If he didn't agree, her fate tonight would be the same as those tragic women, becoming a tool for many men to vent their desires. Gao Yi didn't speak, and Gao Gu, who didn't understand, naturally remained silent as well. The air fell silent. Amidst Che Kajia's tension and unease, Gao Yi's next words stunned her, her heart feeling like it had been struck hard. Why? The eyes are the windows to the soul. I can tell that you don't want this in your heart. Gao Yi had learned a lot during his time living in Zhouanfu's stronghold. And in this woman before him, Gao Yi saw a shadow of his past self. Gao Yi had a good appearance, and back then, to protect Mo. He had also taken the initiative to put aside his shame and seek protection from a woman. Of course, she wasn't interested in a little sprout like him. And the result was self-evident. Chapter 97. That evening, the two brothers drove the car, while Che Kajia bit her lip. Surprised that the response she received from the young man was neither an agreement nor a rejection, but something entirely different. The young man was indeed impressive. This time, her laughter was not as natural as before. After she dressed, a sense of resolution seemed to blossom within her. The reason behind her actions was rather simple. Che Kajia met Gao Yi's gaze and spoke calmly. Yesterday, I went out with my sister to scavenge for supplies. She sacrificed her life to save me from a zombie. And ultimately, I returned alone to this survivor base. The base leader, Wu Shuexin, has long coveted me, upon my solo return. He dispatched someone to subtly inquire about my sister's demise. With her gone, his true, sinister nature began to surface. If nothing unexpected occurs tonight, I will be defiled by those brutes. After listening to Che Kajia's words, Gao Yi and Gao Gu exchanged glances. Thank you for sharing all of this with me. She continued with a self-deprecating smile. It's somewhat humorous, really. Here I am, an adult seeking refuge from two young boys. How embarrassing. As she spoke, the time had grown late, and she decided it was best not to disturb the two young men any further. Thank you again for listening, and goodbye. Che Kajia smiled slightly, her smile genuine and warm. She felt as though she was regressing, seducing two young boys. However, if she could not leave the space, she would ensure that those who sought to defile her would accompany her to the grave. Che Kajia had resolved not to tempt Gao Yi and Gao Gu any longer. Her answer was already clear. In this apocalyptic world, having lived for half a year with her sister had honed her spirit. She was not unfamiliar with the taste of human blood. Otherwise, she and her sister would have long since been reduced to mere bones. After speaking, Che Kajia turned to leave, ready to prepare herself. Just as she placed her hand on the doorknob, Gao Yi's voice called out, "Wait." He sensed a determination in her eyes that hinted at despair. Meanwhile, Gao Gu, standing nearby, appeared hesitant yet intent on keeping her there. Gao Yi decided to allow her to stay in the room for the night. Tomorrow, he would take her with him when they left. It was no great matter. Once they exited the survivor base, what happened to her would no longer concern him. Helping her would be akin to aiding his former self. Che Kajia turned to Gao Yi, confusion evident in her eyes. "What's wrong? Stay here tonight. I can take you with me when we leave the base tomorrow," Gao Yi said earnestly. "Really?" Che Kajia's face reflected surprise. She had not expected him to offer her refuge, let alone companionship in leaving. Did he not fear she would trouble them? Seeing her hesitation, Gao Yi raised an eyebrow. "Your life was saved by your sister. You deserve to live well." Gao Gu, who had remained silent until now, spoke up with sincerity. "Sister, you don't have to worry. My brother and I won't harm you tonight." Che Kajia bit her lip, then bowed deeply to the brothers, her eyes glistening with gratitude. "Thank you." Gao Gu stepped forward, taking her hand and introducing her to Xiaobai. "This is Xiaobai, very gentle and adorable, a pet of brother Jiang and sister Yun. The only downside is that it makes some rather odd sounds." Che Kajia nodded, smiling. "Hello, Xiaobai." Truthfully, she was defenseless against such a fluffy creature and longed to pet Xiaobai, though she hesitated. Xiaobai, who had been napping, opened its eyes to acknowledge Che Kajia with a soft chirp before closing them again to resume its slumber. Suddenly, Che Kajia's stomach grumbled audibly, causing her cheeks to flush with embarrassment. Gao Gu chuckled, pulling out a bottle of water and some bread from his backpack. "Sister, eat this." Che Kajia looked at the food he offered, her gaze lingering on his cheerful face. She accepted only the water and one piece of bread. "Thank you, young man. Just a bottle of water and one piece of bread will suffice. Also, food is scarce these days, so you should save some for yourself." Though grateful for his generosity, she was not greedy and reminded him gently of the importance of conserving resources in these dire times. "Not at all. I can tell you're a good person who means us no harm. Enjoy your meal," Gao Gu insisted, placing the remaining food in her hands. "And you can call me Gao Gu, or just brother." Che Kajia hesitated, wanting to return the food. But Gao Yi interjected, his tone leaving no room for argument. "Eat what you're given. Women can be so indecisive." Feeling embarrassed under their watchful eyes, Che Kajia awkwardly finished her meal. As she ate, she engaged the brothers in conversation, asking about brother Jiang, sister Yun, their origins, and the apocalypse and its supernatural elements. Once the floodgates opened, the conversation flowed naturally, drawing them closer together. Eventually, Gao Yi and Gao Gu settled into bed, while Che Kajia made herself comfortable on the sofa, with Xiaobai curling up on the floor. Che Kajia found herself restless, unable to sleep. She felt uneasy about receiving help without giving anything in return, and the thought of leaving the base weighed heavily on her. Rising from the sofa, she approached the brothers, a newfound resolve settling in her heart. After leaving the base, her survival prospects seemed bleak. Before her demise, she thought it wise to assist the two young men in their growth, to experience the thrill of living fully before the end. Leaning down, she closed her eyes and pressed her soft lips against Gao Yi's cool ones. Was this what they called an older woman pursuing a younger man? Suddenly, a flash of steel. Gao Yi, sensing the approach, jolted awake, instinctively drawing the dagger hidden beneath his pillow and pressing it against Che Kajia's throat, unaware that she remained oblivious to the danger. Upon realizing the situation, his pupils constricted in shock. This woman was attempting to kiss him? Che Kajia's kiss was tender yet inexperienced. As she leaned closer, Her hand slipped beneath the covers. Gao Yi's mind went blank, overwhelmed by the unexpected turn of events. When Che Kajia opened her eyes and met his gaze, a mischievous smile graced her lips. "Ah, you're awake, Gao Yi." At that moment, Gao Yi's face flushed crimson, akin to a cooked shrimp, and he made to push her away. Yet, in the next instant, he found himself succumbing to her advances. The commotion roused Gao Gu from his slumber. That night, the two young men found themselves swept into a whirlwind of unexpected events. Chapter 98. Impending peril. The following day, Gao Yi's eyes fluttered open, his gaze settling upon Che Kajia, who lay nestled between him and his brother. A blush crept onto his face as he recalled the previous night's fervent encounters. This woman. Shortly after Gao Yi awoke, Gao Gu followed suit. The brothers' circadian rhythms were remarkably synchronized. "Brother," Gao Gu began, his expression somewhat awkward as he glanced at the still sleeping Che Kajia, about last night. Gao Yi quelled the stirring within him and offered his brother an amiable smile. "Don't dwell on it. Let's rouse her, and we'll prepare breakfast." Gao Gu nodded in agreement. Subsequently, they gently roused Che Kajia. Upon awakening, she instinctively recoiled, burying herself beneath the covers, unable to meet the brothers' gazes. The embarrassment was overwhelming. Finally, after much coaxing from Gao Yi and Gao Gu, Che Kajia tentatively emerged. "Let's have breakfast," Gao Yi said, handing Che Kajia some food. She accepted the offering with a nod. Gao Yi then turned to his brother, saying, "Stay here with her. I'll check if Brother Jiang and Sister Yun are awake." Gao Gu nodded in assent. Gao Yi departed the room, making his way to the door of room 201. As he approached, he detected a faint sound emanating from within. The sound seemed vaguely familiar. Gao Yi pressed his ear against the door, and within moments, a crimson flush rapidly spread across his face. Having experienced the fervor with Che Kajia, Gao Yi was no longer the naive individual he once was. He surmised what Jiang Gu and Yun Jie were presently engaged in. Hastily, Gao Yi retreated to his own room. After some time, Jiang Chen and an Iyun emerged, composed and ready to depart. An Iyun rapped lightly on the door of room 202 and addressed those within in a gentle tone. "Xiaobai, Gao Yi, Gao Gu, are you prepared? It's time for us to leave." Hearing Yun Jie's voice, Gao Yi promptly rose from the bed and opened the door. "Sister Yun, Brother Jiang, good morning. We're ready and eager to set off." Gao Yi's face was radiant, his demeanor noticeably improved compared to the previous day. The aura he exuded was no longer as frigid as before. Jiangchen and an Iyun immediately noticed Gao Yi's subtle transformation. What joyous occasion has befallen him? Subsequently, Gao Gu, leading Che Kajia by the hand, joined Jiang Chun and an Iyun. "Brother Jiang, Sister Yun, good morning." Gao Gu greeted them with an affable smile. Jiang Chun and an Iyun responded with nods. Their gazes then focused on Che Kajia, scrutinizing her intently. "And who is this?" Jiang Chun inquired. Under the intense scrutiny of Jiang Chun and an Iyun, Che Kajia, a mere mortal, could not help but feel the palpable sense of pressure. She was rendered momentarily speechless. Seeing Che Kajia's apprehension, Gao Yi quickly stepped forward to introduce her. "Brother Jiang, Sister Yun, this is Che Kajia. May we bring her along with us today? She's a kind person." Jiangxin and an Iyun exchanged glances, each deciphering the other's thoughts. Have these two boys been captivated by this woman? It immediately occurred to Jiang Chun and an Iyun that this woman named Che Kajia must have arrived at their door the previous night. Considering the brothers' current state and the woman's transformed appearance, Jiang Chun and an Iyun instantly understood what had transpired. "Gao Yi, Gao Gu, come with me," Jiang Chun instructed, feeling the need to gain a clearer understanding of the situation. Without hesitation, the brothers followed Jiang Chun back to room 201. "Che Kajia, is it? There's no need to be nervous or afraid," an Iyun said with a reassuring smile. She was genuinely curious as to how this woman had managed to disarm Gao Yi's formidable defenses. Under an Iyun's amiable demeanor, the tension and fear within Che Kajia began to dissipate. She pursed her lips, lowered her gaze, and spoke softly, as if addressing elders. "I apologize. Please don't punish them. I was the one who initiated things. It has nothing to do with them. I won't trouble you or ask for supplies. Once we leave this stronghold, I'll depart from your company." Seeing Che Kajia's demeanor, an Iyun found herself at a loss for words. Perhaps it would be best to wait for her husband's return before making a judgment. An Iyun then offered a gentle smile. "There's no need to apologize. Actually, I'm quite curious as to how you managed to disarm these brothers. Would you mind sharing the details of what transpired between you?" Che Kajia hesitated for a few moments before finally nodding. She then recounted the events in detail. After Che Kajia had finished speaking, Jiang Chun returned with Gao Yi and Gao Gu. A complex expression flickered across Jiang Chen's face as he regarded Che Kejia. He then addressed her, saying, I agree to let you accompany us as we leave this stronghold. In truth, Jiang Chen's initial impression of Che Kejia was not favorable. However, after hearing the brother's account, he now perceived Che Kejia as merely another pitiable individual in this apocalyptic world. Thank you, Brother Jiang. Thank you, Sister Yang. Che Kejia exclaimed gratefully. All right, Gao Yi. Accompany her to retrieve her belongings, Jiang Chun instructed. Understood, Brother Jiang. Gao Yi responded with a smile. He then turned to Che Kejia, saying, Let's go and gather your things. Che Kejia expressed her gratitude once more and allowed Gao Yi to lead her away. Gao Gu, who had been standing at the door, appeared torn between wanting to join them and staying put. However, at that very moment, Wu Shui, the leader of the Drula Hotel Survivor Stronghold, arrived with his entourage. His expression fraught with anxiety and panic. Among them was Luan Tian, Wu Shui's newly acquired henchman, who, upon seeing Gao Yi leading Che Kejia, harbored a fleeting glimmer of malice in his eyes. That harlot. No wonder I couldn't find her last night. So she ran here. However, this was not the time for such thoughts. He followed Wu Shui as they hurried toward Jiang Chun and his group. Wu Shui, looking at Jiang Chun and an Yun as if they were his saviors, pleaded in a trembling voice, Handsome man, beautiful woman, please help us. Please help us. With that, Wu Shui prostrated himself on the ground. His subordinates, seeing their leader's actions, followed suit. Please, save us. Please, save us. Jiang Chun frowned, a hint of bewilderment in his eyes. What's going on? Why are they pleading for my help? He inquired. What has happened? Wu Shui and his men exchanged apprehensive glances before responding. A large horde of zombies is heading our way. The number appears to exceed 300. We cannot possibly defend against them. Chapter 99. Wu Shui, never joke so. You mean to say that I should eradicate that horde of zombies? A playful glint appeared on Jiang Chen's face as he leaned closer to Wu Shui, his tone icy and imposing. Setting aside whether we possess the capability to annihilate the zombies, why should I save you? Am I familiar with you at all? Upon finishing his words, the expressions of Wu Shui and his companions shifted dramatically. Wu Shui hastily replied, As long as this handsome gentleman is willing to assist, all the crystal cores obtained will belong to you. Furthermore, I am willing to offer 2/3 of the food from my stronghold as a reward. After his initial statement, he sensed that the latter part might have sounded insufficient, so he quickly added. Jiang Chun was pleasantly surprised by Wu Shui's sincerity. He employed his telekinesis to lift Wu Shui and his group to their feet, causing them to feel a surge of trepidation. I sense your sincerity, and I accept your offer. Rest assured, I do not regard that number of zombies as a threat, Jiang Chun remarked, patting Wu Shui's shoulder with a smile. Those 300 or so zombies, should they be encountered, would not escape Jiang Chen's grasp, for they represented an abundance of crystal cores. Even if he had no use for the white crystal cores himself, his subordinates at the base would certainly benefit. Coupled with Wu Shui's ample offer of food, his companions expressed their gratitude vocally. Let us proceed. Lead the way, Jiang Chun instructed. And Yun linked her arm with Jiang Chen's as they, along with Gao Yi, Gao Gu, Che Kejia, and Xiaobai, ventured out of the stronghold. Throughout their journey, Wu Shui persistently flattered Jiang Chun, eager to forge a closer bond. Beside him, the newly recruited subordinate, Luan Tian, occasionally cast covert glances at an Yun and Che Kejia, his thoughts unknown. Soon, Wu Shui led them to the hall. Inside, the atmosphere was charged with anxiety and fear. Upon seeing Wu Shui return, the crowd erupted in anxious chatter. Chief, what shall we do? Have you devised a plan? Over 300 zombies. How can we defend against them? Indeed, perhaps we should flee at once. There may still be a chance for survival. Chief, you seem so cheerful. Do you have a brilliant strategy? In the face of the cacophony, Wu Shui smiled and raised his hand to calm them. Fear not. This handsome gentleman and beautiful lady beside me have agreed to assist us. Together, we shall weather this storm. Wu Shui expected that his words would elicit joy, but quite the opposite occurred. The crowd regarded Jiang Chun and an Yun with skepticism, some even displaying contempt. Jiang Chun and an Yun observed the scene, but paid it no mind. At that moment, a man stepped forward, questioning, Chief, are you certain? These young ones look too delicate to combat zombies. Can we truly rely on them? His tone was laden with doubt. Wu Shui's expression darkened slightly. How could they perceive him as jesting in such dire circumstances? As the leader, he would never make light of their plight. This was a matter of life and death. At this juncture, Wu Shui's cheerful demeanor faded. Open the door. Those who wish to leave may do so now. This stronghold shall not shelter anyone who chooses to abandon us. Wu Shui's voice was cold as he commanded the doors to be opened. Upon seeing the doors ajar, many faces lit up with relief. Let them go. Whether this place remains standing is uncertain. A man from the crowd stepped forward, disdain evident on his face, striding toward the exit. Following him, another man declared, I refuse to die. If you wish to linger here awaiting death, be my guest. I shall take my leave. I wish to leave as well. In a short span, a third of the individuals fled. Truthfully, many of Wu Shui's subordinates harbored doubts about Jiang Chen's capability to resolve the crisis, including Luan Tian. He truly did not believe that Jiang Chen could handle the situation. Boasting about dismissing the zombies was mere bravado. Who wouldn't speak grandly? He was eager to witness what miraculous prowess Jiang Chen possessed to eliminate such a multitude of zombies. Seeing that no one else was departing, Wu Shui cleared his throat. His tone unusually grave. Esteemed friends, you shall soon be grateful for your present choice. I, Wu Shui, never jest. Wu Shui had unwavering faith in Jiang Chen. Firstly, he sensed that Jiang Chen genuinely regarded the zombies with disdain, akin to a tiger unperturbed by a mere beast invading its territory. Secondly, he had just witnessed Jiang Chen's extraordinary power, the ability to levitate them effortlessly, showcasing the sheer magnitude of his abilities. Chief, we believe in you. Chief, press on. We have always stood by you. Suddenly, those who remained erupted in a wave of support. Wu Shui's expression transformed from somber to radiant, a smile breaking through. Handsome sir, beautiful lady, let us depart. Wu Shui turned respectfully to Jiang Chen and an Iyun. Jiang Chen nodded, following Wu Shui out of the stronghold. Before long, Jiang Chen and an Iyun encountered the horde of zombies. Yun'er, stay here and watch, Jiang Chen said, gently ruffling an Iyun's hair with a smile. There was no need for her to join. He could easily handle the zombies alone. An Iyun nodded in agreement. Yes, darling, good luck. Jiang Chen turned to Gao Yi and Gao Gu, instructing, Gao Yi, Gao Gu, join me. Understood, Brother Jiang. All right, Brother Jiang. The two brothers responded enthusiastically, aware that Jiang Chen was training them. I can hold my own in a fight too. May I join you? Che Kajia interjected, gazing earnestly at Jiang Chen. After a moment's contemplation, Jiang Chen nodded, very well. Bringing Che Kajiao along was a calculated decision, should she prove capable. He would not mind having her accompany them back to the base and bestowing upon her some fortune. Che Kajia beamed at Jiang Chen's agreement, while Gao Yi and Gao Gu exchanged worried glances. What was this woman thinking? With so many zombies, a single misstep could lead to her demise.